Zhang Meinyang's face turned pale with anger. She clenched her clothes tightly, venting her frustration. She was from a noble family, beautiful when young. Now that she was older, she hated being called ugly. That sneaky, fierce look in her eyes was fixed on Li Jingji. She gritted her teeth, wanting to retort, but was afraid he might get angry and chop her with the butcher's knife. All right, Meinyang, let's go pick a house quickly. Qi Xingtian nervously pulled her away. Look, mother, they and Cheng Er have already gone to choose houses. If we delay our actions any longer, we might not even be able to live in the house with the roof lifted. Zhang Meinyang could only swallow her anger and leave with Qi'er. Yun Jiaoyu followed Li Jingji to the house he pointed to, entering together with Qi Changjin. Actually, aside from being closer to the water well and having a roof that doesn't leak or let in the wind, this house is almost empty. The inside is dusty and stuffy, with spider webs in the corners, and the floor is piled with countless messy straw and dry firewood. It's clear that this house was previously used as a storage room. Yun Jiaoyu looked around her current home in Shaju village and sighed deeply. Qi Changjin, let's clean up the house first. Since it's already late today, we'll wait until morning to call Uncle San and Auntie San and go to the county town to buy furniture and kitchenware. Since they plan to stay in Dahuang County for a while, they need to arrange the room properly. No matter what, they must make the most of each day. As she spoke, Yun Jiaoyu already picked up the dry straw inside the house and headed outside. After taking a few steps, Qi Changjin naturally reached out to take the dry straw from Yun Jiaoyu's hands, saying, "You sit and rest for a while." He sat on the ground, dividing the dry straw into small bundles. Then he picked up some dry straw from the ground and tightly bound the bundles. He also took longer pieces of firewood, wrapping another layer of bound straw around the firewood. Soon he had made a simple broom. These dry straws are too good to throw away. I'll make more, and I'll clean the house later. Yun Jiaoyu was a bit surprised. There were at least 100 jin of scattered firewood in the house. Moving all of it outside alone would take half an hour. She paused and asked, "Are you sure you want to do this yourself? Do you need my help?" After all, she now has half the right to live in this house. It's not right to just live here without helping to clean. Qi Changjin's clear eyes lifted slightly. No need. If you really want to do something, better go find Auntie San and the others. If they also have dry straw in their house, tell them not to throw it away. Keep it, it might be useful. Yun Jiaoyu frowned, confused. You don't mean you want them to make brooms too? Brooms are essential in every household, but making too many isn't practical. Suddenly, she realized, or are you thinking of using the straw for no-till farming? Cloud Jiaoyu remembers her old home in the modern world. In the village, there are some older uncles who dig trenches in the fields, place potatoes on the surface, and then cover the fields with dried straw without plowing. This method makes farming easier. It saves labor and helps increase crop yields. Similarly, this planting method can be used for potatoes and kiwi fruits. Potatoes can be eaten as food, and kiwis can be sold for money. Qi Changjin was surprised. He didn't expect Cloud Jiaoyu to know about farming. His deep eyes shone with light, and a hint of admiration flashed in his gaze. He spoke slowly in a low voice. That's one of its uses. Third uncle and third aunt are good at farming. If you want to try no-till planting, you can talk to them. We should be assigned fields to work on in the next few days. When he was at the Qi family before, Qi Xianglei was responsible for managing the family's land. Whether it was due to insect disasters or problems with weather and water, he always had a way to solve the problem of falling harvests. Lu Yunxiu, Qi Xianglei's wise wife, had learned a lot about farming over the years. Qi Changjin stared at Cloud Jiaoyu intently. Actually, I want to weave things like straw mats, straw cushions, straw baskets, and straw beds from these straws. Today, in the county town of Dahuang, I saw many people walking barefoot on the ground. First, because there are few shops in the city, and second, because the people have little money. I thought I could make some straw sandals to sell cheaply to them. He paused thoughtfully and added, "It's summer now, with many mosquitoes and high temperatures. These woven straw items should sell well, both for sentimental reasons and profit. When I have some money, I want to open a shop in the county town. In autumn and winter, I can find some silk floss in the mountains to make winter clothes and sell them. Cloud Jiaoyu listened and nodded constantly. She understood Qi Chongjin's clear plan and realized why old Master Qi could start from nothing and become the richest man in Qingzhou. It's all about small, seemingly insignificant items, selling them little by little to build wealth. But has this man forgotten? She sold the tiger and has money now. Even if she can't access the Qi family's valuables stored in the space warehouse, those valuables haven't yet been officially declared. If she suddenly used that money without reason, it might attract the government's attention. So, she needs to find a way to legitimize those assets first. But right now, the money she earned from selling the tiger is enough for them to live a good life. Later, she planned to use this money to start a business, invest in farming, and make the money work for itself. This way, she believed she could quickly build up wealth and escape poverty. Qi Chongjin vaguely guessed what the woman was thinking. He explained, Sand Orange Village has many troublemakers, but most of us here will follow your lead. But there are hundreds of families in this village. Since wealth should not be displayed openly, it's better to hide the money from selling the tiger for now. Once we establish ourselves in Sand Orange Village, we can then openly take out the money. Yun Jiaoyu was surprised but agreed that his words made sense. After all, Qi Chongjin's biological father, the former father-in-law, was killed because his wealth was exposed when he went out to do business. Yun Jiaoyu didn't mention this and replied, I understand. Half an hour later, Qi Chongjin collected all the dry firewood in the house and made brooms out of it. He selected some to send to friends he trusted, so they could use it. The rest he planned to take to the county town to sell tomorrow. He moved all the firewood outside and stacked it in a grid pattern. The house was much cleaner now, with only straw scattered on the ground, which they used as a bed for the night. Looking at this natural bed, Yun Jiaoyu fell into deep thought. Since her exile, she and Qi Chongjin had only shared one night at Lu's house. Most of the time, even on the boat, they slept in separate rooms. Now, they had to share a small, broken house, with no space to sleep apart. Yun Jiaoyu felt a bit awkward. Honestly, although she and Qi Chongjin were nominally married, she was not the original person. Recently, their relationship had already eased. With some effort, she could build more good feelings in his future mind as the top advisor. Maybe after some time, they could amicably part ways, each happy with the arrangement. Even if he turned dark later, she wouldn't be retaliated against. So, she thought, they must keep their living arrangement within normal boundaries for men and women. Although she felt this way, if she didn't live with Qi Chongjin, where could she stay? Lu Yunxiu still had 2 children to take care of. If she moved in, it would be even more crowded. Just as she was feeling conflicted, she saw the man's handsome face, which was usually stern but now looked unexpectedly gentle and pleasing. She was momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, she heard a voice outside the house. Do you two want to share some roasted wild boar? Yun Jiaoyu looked towards the source of the sound and saw Li Jingji, the butcher next door. He had his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, and there were water stains on his hands, indicating he had just washed them. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Chongjin silent, he thought they were feeling shy. Don't be polite, come over and eat together. We're all neighbors, helping each other is what we should do. When Qi Chongjin was the grandson of the wealthiest man in Qingzhou, he was used to seeing officials and nobles. He looked at Li Jingji with deep eyes. The other man looked proud and confident, with calluses on his hands, showing he had long practiced martial arts. His half-exposed arm had faint scars, which confirmed Qi Chongjin's guess. He calmly said, all right. Thank you, Brother Li. Yun Jiaoyu also looked at Li Jingji. For some reason, she felt that the aura of this butcher matched her young husband's. To her, Qi Chongjin was like a noble mountain tea, refined by books and ink, used to fame and fortune, and unbothered by ups and downs. Li Jingji, on the other hand, seemed like a bold, bright red jasper, free and unruly. In a place like Dahuang County, such an open-minded young man was rare. She didn't think much and nodded in agreement. When they left the house, they saw a large bonfire on the open yellow land. Next to it, a wooden basin held several small sticks with wild boar meat skewered on them. All the ingredients are here. If you want to eat, just roast them yourself, Li Jingji said, picking up one of the sticks and roasting a pig's hoof. The sizzling sound of oil came from the fire. Qi Chongjin and Yun Jiaoyu weren't polite either. They gathered around the fire and started roasting meat. The smell of grilled meat drifted far away. Qi swallowed hard and said to Zhang Meinyang, "Mother, I want to eat too." Zhang Meinyang frowned. The new neighbor Yun Jiaoyu seemed like someone not to be messed with. She didn't want to cause trouble with such a butcher. She grabbed Qi and said, "We'll go to the county town tomorrow. I'll find a way to buy some pork. Just hold on for today." If she had known how poor Huang County was and how few merchants there were, she would have bought grain early when passing through Zizhou Water Dragon County.
Kiya kept swallowing nervously, reluctant.
"Just wait until tomorrow."
"But I want to eat now," she said.
Zhang Meinyang grew impatient. Annoyed by her persistent daughter, she glared and said, "If you want to eat, I can't make meat appear out of nowhere. If you're hungry, just bear with it. I'll go dig some wild vegetables for tonight's soup." Qi watched longingly from afar as the bonfire roasted meat, and the smell grew more and more tempting. She didn't want to eat wild vegetable soup at all. Old Lady Qi saw her beloved granddaughter drooling over the cheap wild boar meat and felt very upset. This wild boar meat, when the Qi family was rich, could be bought easily, tens of thousands of pigs, enough to fill Shijuji village. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She couldn't understand how she had spent half her life enjoying good days, and now she had ended up like this. She remembered seeing cows grazing on the field ridge just now. Old Lady Qi made up her mind. "Yar, let's go. Grandma will take you to find some food." She held Qi hand and headed toward the field ridge. There was no one on the ridge, anyway. She could secretly lead the cows away, without anyone noticing. When it was dark, she could quietly slaughter the cow. No one would know she stole it. Even if she was caught, the young mistress of the main house had plenty of money, right? Yun Jiaoyu had no idea that this greedy, foolish old lady was up to more stupid tricks. By the time she found out, she, Qi Chongjin, and Li Jingji were just finishing eating the wild boar meat. She had just stood up to wash her hands in a wooden basin when she heard a quarrel outside. "Old woman, dare to steal my cow. You're asking for death." Du Biao, a villager from Shijuji village, clenched his fists and punched Old Lady Qi in the face. Old Lady Qi covered her broken molar and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. She called out, "Ouch. Sheng Tian, Brother Jean, Xiang Lei, I hurt. Come quickly and stand up for your mother and me." Du Biao, hearing her bloodied teeth, covered his mouth and muttered incomprehensibly. He glared at Old Lady Qi with disgust. Qi, who had been frightened and frozen by the scene, saw this and was stunned.
Suddenly, Du Biao noticed Cuillar's voice.
Thinking he still had no wife, an evil idea crossed his mind. He drooled and said, "Brothers, these newcomers don't know their place. They even dared to steal my cow. Should we teach them a lesson by trading a girl for a cow and giving her a night to remember?" After sleeping with this girl, he thought he would have a wife in the future. From afar, Yun Jiaoyu heard the words "dead old woman" and "newcomers," and knew Old Lady Qi had caused trouble. But she was too lazy to bother with this wicked grandmother. If she really got bullied by the people of Shijuji village, she would deserve it. People like Old Lady Qi wouldn't learn a lesson unless they suffered some. But when she heard the phrase "trade a girl for a cow," her brow furrowed. She was worried that this girl might be Qi Zhaozhao. She needs to visit her Aunt Third's house. If Qi Zhaozhao is at home, it means the person next to old Madame Qi is not Qi Zhaozhao. Then she can be completely at ease. However, before she could take a step, she saw old Madame Qi limping and leading Du Biao and others over. Old Madame Qi pointed forcefully at Yun Jiaoyu, saying, "Don't touch my granddaughter. If you really want a woman, just take her away. She is my family's daughter-in-law, a few years older than my granddaughter. She's delicate and weak. You should be satisfied." Afraid that Du Biao wouldn't agree to exchange Yun Jiaoyu for Chi'er, she looked resentful and said, "By the way, this little brat still hides a lot of secret savings. She refuses to give me that money. If you have the ability, you can force her to go to the bank and withdraw silver, and take that huge sum of money too. Without that 10,000 taels of silver from selling tigers, Yun Jiaoyu's life in Shijuji village would definitely be worse than theirs." After speaking, Du Biao looked at Yun Jiaoyu as if inspecting goods, thinking whether to play with the young girl who had just started to blossom or the one still in bud. Thinking about Yun Jiaoyu's secret savings, he leaned toward wanting her. Chi'er hid behind old Madame Qi and took the opportunity to say, "If you decide to take my sister-in-law away, remember to keep your promise and give us the ox for a night. If this ox can't be eaten, then squeezing some milk isn't too much, right?" She had previously stolen a head cow. Seeing that the milk was plentiful, if she milked it overnight, not only would they have milk to drink, but they could also sell the excess. Du Biao eagerly agreed. "It's just milk, right? If this woman can serve me well and give me her secret savings, I'll give you not just one night's worth of milk, but a whole month's worth." Yun Jiaoyu felt uncomfortable under Du Biao's gaze. Her patience with old Madame Qi had reached its limit. If this old woman were in modern times, she would be or perhaps a human trafficker or dealer. If she didn't clean her up soon and stop her from getting further involved, she would truly be a disaster. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. No longer wanting to call old Madame Qi grandma, she restrained her temper and sternly scolded, "Old Madame Qi." With a serious and cold tone, she warned, "I consider you a senior of Chongjin, but this is the last warning to you and your second family. From now on, if you dare to provoke me for no reason again, don't blame me for using all my connections and resources to wipe you out." She deliberately exerted pressure. "You also know who is backing me now." Qi Chongjin's aura grew cold and oppressive, making it impossible to listen to Madame Qi's scheming words with outsiders anymore. The pressure weighed heavily on everyone present, causing some to feel suffocated and breathless, as if their chests were tightening. It seemed as if he was angry. Suddenly, he kicked over the torch in the campfire. His plan was to first deal with the thugs and troublemakers, then settle the family affairs. The knocked-over torch spun smoothly in the air before finally hitting Du Biao in the face. Du Biao covered his face, the heat causing his skin to smell burnt. Since childhood, Qi Chongjin had studied both literature and martial arts, never missing a day. Even though he had been seriously injured during exile and hadn't practiced martial arts for months, his solid foundation remained. Dealing with thugs was easy for him. He walked over to Du Biao and stared at him with a cold, deadly gaze. Without hesitation, he twisted Du Biao's arm until it snapped. The cracking sound was loud and sharp, echoing in everyone's ears. Everyone could see clearly. Du Biao's arm dangled limply, swinging as he hung there. His men, witnessing this, quickly held their breath and took a few steps back. They thought the man had finished beating Du Biao, and he wouldn't be hurt again. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, Yun Jiaoyu followed Qi Chongjin's move and kicked Du Biao's knee with her foot, knocking him down heavily in front of Madame Qi. Du Biao gritted his teeth, his back numb from the fall. He rolled on the ground, howling loudly like a pig being slaughtered. Madame Qi was stunned by her grandson and daughter-in-law's actions. She had always believed that Yun Jiaoyu would stay loyal to Qi Chongjin because of her, and they wouldn't completely turn against her. But now? Why was her grandson, Qi Chongjin, helping this troublemaker? Madame Qi froze in place, then asked sharply, "Chongjin, how can you help Yun Jiaoyu?" "I am your grandmother." In the past few months, Qi Chongjin had mostly just spoken up for this troublemaker. But gradually, his heart had shifted so much toward Yun Jiaoyu that he was willing to act for her. Madame Qi refused to reflect or admit it. She believed it was because they had repeatedly been unreasonable and unrepentant, which caused the men to see their true nature and turn against them. Seeing Qi Chongjin silent, Madame Qi stomped her foot in anger. "Chongjin, I am your grandmother." Her repeated words fell into silence. Chi Chongjin's face darkened, and he couldn't bear it anymore. With him here, they thought they could control Yun Jiaoyu, keep bothering her, and keep draining her continuously. He looked grim and sharply accused. You are my grandmother. But Yun Jiaoyu, she is also my legally married wife, brought into the family with a grand wedding. When will you understand that hurting her is like hurting me? In the past, I tolerated you because you are my relatives. But now, if we don't take action, our chief family will suffer even more in the future. This time, I will not tolerate it anymore, no matter what. The man's cold gaze, like a cold wave, swept over Grandma Chi. Feeling a deep chill, he continued, since our family was targeted, only the third branch, and we have stood together. You are ignorant, greedy, and selfish. Once, you even tried to harm someone just to get some roasted lamb. Now, for a cow, you want to use your daughter-in-law as a bargaining chip. That is truly evil. Whether it's for Jiaoyu, Wenlang, or Zhao Zhao, I will clearly distance myself from you. This made her a bit scared, like a fish caught in her throat, unable to speak. Is this about dividing the family?
How can that be?
Chi Chongjin's deep eyes fixed on Yun Jiaoyu, showing a complex and moving expression. Lately, he had been noticing how difficult Yun Jiaoyu was to deal with. She sacrificed a lot for him. His brow twitched slightly, as he was good at piercing people's hearts. He coldly threatened Grandma Chi, if these words still can't make you and Grandma behave properly in the future. Then Jiaoyu can write a letter to Lady Fong, selling Chi to their brothel as a second aunt is from a courtesan background, and Yer is her daughter. It's normal for her to continue her mother's trade. Grandma Chi was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She couldn't believe these words came from Chi Chongjin's mouth. Her grandson, how could he be so ruthless and cruel? She forced herself to hold on, saying, No one can bully my precious granddaughter. She trembled with anger. As long as that little brat dares to hurt Yer, I will definitely report her to the authorities. Chi Chongjin, well-versed in law, looked directly at Grandma Chi with cold, dark eyes. Yun Jiaoyu was trying to reason with her, but she acted like a shrew or a hooligan. When Yun Jiaoyu started to stand her ground, she looked like she was about to invoke the law. It was hopeless. After a long while, Chi Chongjin spoke logically, Grandma, how do you plan to report her to the authorities? Considering how you have treated Jiaoyu over the years, plus these recent extreme actions, her legal guardian could have arranged for you all to become officials or courtesans. With the law on our side, even if you sue the government, it won't help. A cold feeling flashed in Chi Chongjin's eyes. His tone slowed slightly, and he said coldly, So, grandmother, from now on, you, my mother and second aunt, just behave properly. Considering our close family ties, I have said all I need to. Our relationship ends here. From now on, each family will go their own way. His firm voice fell. Even Yun Jiaoyu was suddenly surprised. Had her kind husband finally woken up? It seemed that the future prime minister understood that one bad apple can spoil the whole barrel. For the future prospects of the main family and the third branch, they were determined to clear out the troublemakers. Qi Xianglei and Lu Yunxiu heard noise at Yun Jiaoyu's house and hurried over. When they heard Chi Chongjin say they would split the family, Qi Xianglei was slightly stunned. His face was complicated, but he finally agreed loudly, All right. I support Brother Jin's decision. Since he wants to split the family, I will too. From now on, everyone will live their own lives. When old Lady Chi heard that both the main family and the third branch wanted to split, she felt like she had been struck by lightning. Her wrinkled face instantly scrunched up. How can you split the family? That's so unfilial. Old Lady Chi felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. She was still alive. Now that the children of the third branch were grown up, it was a good time for them to show filial piety. If they split, the family bonds between grandparents and grandchildren would weaken. Who would take care of her? Lu Yunxiu, having been close to old Lady Chi for over 10 years, saw what she was thinking. The accusation of unfilial conduct was too serious. If Jean Gear could clear his name from the wrongful accusations, maybe both Jean Gear and Wenlang could regain their official careers. She couldn't let the heavy label of unfiliality stick to them. Lu Yunxiu calmly retorted, "Mother, all the children in each branch are growing up. It's normal to split the family, and our chief family has always been united. Even if we split, it won't break our bond, so there's no unfiliality. Mother, your words just now were a bit too harsh." The people exiled with Yun Jiaoyu lived nearby. The noise about splitting the family soon reached Zhang Meinyang's ears. She put down the wild vegetables she was washing. Hearing about the split, she dragged Qi Xingtian and hurried to Yun Jiaoyu's and Qi Chongjin's house. Pretending to be wise, she said, "Since everyone wants to split, if our second branch drags their feet and doesn't split, it wouldn't look good." She added, "Our second branch also agrees to split." Zhang Meinyang glanced sideways at Madame Qi, deliberately avoiding eye contact. She thought that if they could split the family, the old lady would have to be supported by all three households. Although the second household's money was enough to support Madame Qi comfortably, she didn't want to support a useless person who couldn't do any work. Madame Qi's face instantly turned a dark purple color. Over the years, she had been very kind to the second household, secretly giving them many good things. But now, they even wanted to split the family? She clenched her fists, trembling with anger. "You little brat. This is none of your business." Suddenly, she realized that Zhang Meinyang was worried because she and Qi Xingtian were too close, and their relationship with the third household was bad. So she was afraid that only the second household would be responsible for supporting her in the future. Yun Jiaoyu suppressed her urge to rush through everything, her eyes showing hope that life in Dahuang County would get better and better. As long as they split the family, she would have fewer worries in the future. Her gaze deepened, and she spoke at the right moment, since Uncle San and Aunt Second have no objections. "Then let's sign the papers, make it official, and have 3 copies. Once we sign, the family split is complete." Madame Qi was furious and wanted to stop her, but suddenly, Zhang Meinyang's sharp voice rang out. "Good. Hurry up and finish signing and dividing the family, so I can go back and cook." Yun Jiaoyu turned and entered the room, pretending to rummage through her bag. Quickly, she picked out the most inconspicuous, cheapest inkstone and brush from her space storage. She also took out 3 sheets of paper. She explained reasonably, "When I passed through Water Dragon County earlier, I asked Cheng Er to buy some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for Chongjin to use. Now, they come in handy." Qi Chongjin's brush moved swiftly, and he spread rice paper on the ground, writing the family split agreement freely and elegantly. Soon, Qi Chongjin signed his name. Qi Xiaolei also signed. Qi Xingtian hesitated and didn't sign, feeling guilty because his mother had been so kind to him. If they split the family, he would feel guilty. "Why aren't you signing? What are you waiting for?" A sharp voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Meinyang grabbed Qi Xingtian's ear, angry. "If you don't split the family, don't expect to eat or drink from me. Just go outside and work to support yourself and your mother." Qi Xingtian winced in pain, making a few ouch sounds, covering his ear. He was afraid of his mother and said, "I'll sign. I'll sign, isn't that okay?" He dared not argue and picked up the brush to sign. Now, the heads of all 3 families had signed, leaving only the fingerprint and finding a witness to sign. Looking out at the bright moon, the scene included only Li Jingji, the outsider, and a group of thugs led by Du Biao. I asked for the other's opinion. "Do you think you could act as a witness and sign the family division agreement?" Li Jingji raised an eyebrow and picked up a pen. "Since I've watched the commotion for so long, I might as well be a witness." After Li Jingji signed, Qi Chongjin bit his finger and marked his thumb on the agreement. Qi Xianglei also bit his finger and did the same. Qi Xingtian, afraid of pain, shyly rubbed his thumb on Qi Xianglei's finger and also signed the paper. Now, the Qi family's 3 branches were officially divided. Zhang Meinyang happily collected the agreement and pulled Qi Er to go home and cook. Du Biao immediately endured the severe pain and said, "Wait. She can't leave. This old woman just tried to steal my cow, but when I caught her, she promised her granddaughter would stay with me for a night." After being beaten so badly, Du Biao thought he couldn't lose both his wife and his strength. He dared not continue to oppose Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Chongjin. They were too ruthless. If he offended them again, he might be beaten to death. Zhang Meinyang looked angrily at Qi Laofu and asked, "Mom, did you just steal a cow?" Qi Laofu looked dejected, realizing she was no longer the head of her household. She slumped her shoulders, looking like a wilted eggplant. She made an excuse. "No, I just liked the rope around that cow's neck. I couldn't help but take the rope. I probably just stole a rope." Zhang Meinyang clenched her teeth and said, "Stealing a rope? If you're going to talk nicely, why not mention how the rope strangled the cow?" She protected Qi Yar behind her and angrily told Du Biao, "This old woman wanted to steal a cow. What does it have to do with our Yar? Besides, the cow wasn't stolen, was it? I'll tell you. Find whoever stole the cow." After speaking angrily, she took Qi Yar back home. Du Biao was helpless and tearful. Who should he find to solve the cow theft? What could he do with this old woman? Could he warm her bed? Or take her away to raise as his own? He glared at Qi Laofu, limped over, and kicked her to the ground. He spat and cursed Ba. "Today, I guess Brother Biao is just unlucky." He grumbled and told his men, "Let's go." Once everyone left, Qi Laofu painfully got up from the ground. She glared at Yun Jiaoyu, blaming her for everything. She kidnapped her eldest grandson and also persuaded her third son, causing them all to abandon her and split the family. Madame Qi suffered a serious emotional. Without saying a word, she returned to her distant house with deep resentment. Yun Jiuyue saw that Qi Xianglei and Lu Yunxiu had arrived, so she led them to her home. "Third uncle and third aunt, earlier when I brought you brooms, I saw you tidying up the house, so I didn't mention it then." She pointed to the straw laid flat on the ground as makeshift beds. "We will soon divide the farmland for planting. Maybe I should buy some seeds for everyone. We can try no-till farming methods. When the harvest comes, we can grow taro, potatoes, and fruits. We can eat some ourselves and sell the rest." She added, "Chongjin also wants to weave straw shoes and mats to sell in the county town. If you have extra straw, why not make some crafts to help with household expenses?" Lu Yunxiu nodded. "That's a good idea." Actually, she was good at embroidery and had wanted to find free time to sew and sell her work. But Dahuang County was too poor. There were no wealthy people here. No matter how good her embroidery was, no one would buy it. It was better to weave simple crafts. They earned little, but at least brought in some money. "By the way, I have another idea." Yun Jiyue's eyes sparkled. She planned to find a more profitable path. Yun Jiyue thought that Dahuang County was too poor. Every household was struggling financially. Unless they sold cheap goods, people wouldn't buy unless necessary. It was impossible to make big money in such a place. She believed that only by making some people wealthy first could they then help others get rich. But the question was, how could this small group become wealthy? Yun Jiyue still thought they should keep teaching people about medicinal herbs. Since they had been exiled, they hadn't continued learning about herbs after leaving Tongan County by boat. First, everyone started traveling by water, which made it hard to recognize herbs along the way. Second, as their exile days improved, people gradually became lazy about learning herbs. Now that they had arrived in Dahuang County, with its extremely harsh conditions, they had the motivation to keep learning about herbs. Those who didn't work or try to earn money here would only suffer for life. Yun Jiyue shared her idea. "Third aunt, on the way to Shijuji village, I observed carefully. Near the water channel, the soil is irrigated by a water source, allowing good crops to grow. In these areas, wild grasses often grow nearby. Among these grasses are some with medicinal value, such as foxtail grass, cocklebur, and motherwort. If we harvest these medicinal herbs in large amounts, dry them, and sell them at the neighboring county's pharmacy, we could earn a good income." Lu Yunxiu's eyes were full of surprise, and she couldn't hide her excitement. She thought that in the sparsely vegetated Dahuang County, there would be no herbs to sell. But she didn't expect that even common grasses like foxtail grass and cocklebur could have medicinal value. Lu Yunxiu quickly nodded in agreement. She praised Yun Jiaoyu highly, saying, "Good. Jiaoyu, our Qi family is so lucky to have you. It's truly a blessing from your previous life. Most people probably don't know that those grasses you mentioned have medicinal uses. When they find out, we will have collected a batch of wild herbs nearby. Then we can use this money to start other ways of making a living. Yun Jiaoyu also thought this way. She could use the money as initial capital to start her plans. Qi Chongjin and Qi Shule watched their wife discuss ways to get rich. The uncle and nephew also remembered the medicinal herbs Yun Jiaoyu just mentioned. Qi Chongjin's brow moved suddenly, and he remembered reading somewhere that in places covered with yellow sand, herbs like jiejie grass, sandwormwood, and fleshy sistanch grow. He asked, shouldn't Dahuang County also have those herbs? Yun Jiaoyu nodded to show she agreed. She picks all the wild grasses on the roadside, so she wouldn't miss those medicinal herbs either. But besides these herbs, she also plans to go to the mountain tomorrow morning to explore the area. Dahuang County is a poor land that may remain unchangeable for hundreds of years. But if she finds what she's looking for, it could become a wealthy place that transforms in just a few months or years, through the process of wealth spreading from the rich first. Jiaoyu, you can decide about collecting herbs. Since it's getting late, tomorrow you can ask Qing Er, Li Hu, and others to pass your instructions to the others. Qi Shile said thoughtfully, among the exiled criminals in our line of work, they listen to you the most. As long as you mention collecting herbs, they will definitely do it. Yun Jiaoyu responded. Hearing Qi Shulei's words, she seemed eager to go home early. She suspected it was to take care of her 2 children. Just as he was about to suggest they return early, Qi Xianglei held Qi Zongjin's hand and said, Brother Jin, since we've already separated the family, we might as well make the most of it. Tonight, let's go see Uncle Er and discuss how to take care of Grandma in the future. Qi Zongjin's eyes darkened slightly, thinking about how unpredictable things could be at night. If they didn't plan the care arrangements early, the second household and his own grandmother might cause trouble later. His gaze was deep, with a faint chill in his eyes. He responded in a low voice, all right. Third uncle, there's no time to lose. Let's go to Uncle Er's house now. Before leaving, he told Yun Jiaoyu, if I come back late, you can sleep first. No need to wait for me. Remember to lock the door crosswise so that those troublemakers don't come back in the middle of the night. Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes seemed to sparkle with tiny lights. She was worried that sleeping in the same bed with Qi Zhongjin tonight would be awkward, but now he was leaving to discuss matters with Qi Xingtian. She quickly nodded, don't worry, I will sleep early. As she spoke, Qi Zhongjin fell into a brief silence. For some reason, he felt that his wife was hoping he would leave quickly. He pondered for a moment. Could it be she wanted him to go and come back fast? Without overthinking, Qi Zhongjin followed Qi Xianglei, Lu Yunxiu, and the others out of the house. Although prepared for a long night of arguing with the second household, he still hoped to return as early as possible. When Qi Zhongjin returned, it was almost the end of the hour of the rabbit. He found the door was not locked when he arrived home. He saw that there was no sign of Yun Jiaoyu on the neat straw mat. He thought she must have gone out early in the morning. Just as he sat on the straw mat to rest, he noticed a small figure drawn on the ground, likely with a branch. It depicted a little person, a mountain, and a blade of grass. Qi Zhongjin's deep, black eyes flickered slightly, and unconsciously a faint smile appeared on his lips. It seemed that the woman had gone to the mountain to gather herbs. Lying on the straw mat, Qi Zhongjin looked up at the roof beams with cold eyes. His pale lips parted slightly as he whispered softly, Next, I need to find time every day to teach her how to read and write. Sha Ju Mountain. Besides farmland and sandy ground, there are many majestic, clear, and long mountain ranges near Sha Ju village. Yun Jiaoyu wanted to try her luck. Although she didn't know the exact location of Zizhou in the real world corresponding to this political intrigue novel, she knew Zizhou had high mountains, was dry with little rain, and had large temperature differences. Based on the climate characteristics of the real world, this place should be in the central western region. She suspected that the mine here was quite valuable for extraction. She just didn't know what category the mountain near San Tangerine village belonged to. Yun Jiaoyu gradually walked up the mountain. Halfway up, she saw Li Jingji hunting. He carried a simple bow on his shoulder and was holding a gray rabbit pierced by an arrow. The rabbit's wound was bleeding continuously, showing that the man was hunting with great strength. Yun Jiaoyu didn't expect to wake up so early and still meet a neighbor on the mountain. "Did you wake up so early?" Before Yun Jiaoyu could speak, Li Jingji asked unexpectedly. "Fortunately, there are few people on the mountain now. Otherwise, as a single man and woman, others might gossip." Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes returned to calm, no longer showing surprise. She pointed at the mountain and found an excuse. "I'm here to find licorice." "Licorice?" Yun Jiaoyu responded softly, explaining without panting or blushing, "We just arrived in Dahuang County and are not used to the water and soil. I want to find some licorice, dry the roots, and use them later to clear heat, detoxify, and relieve diarrhea." Li Jingji paused, surprised that the new neighbor next door knew about herbs. He carried the gray rabbit down the mountain. "Then I won't delay you looking for licorice." After taking a few steps, he stopped and reminded Yun Jiaoyu, "By the way, in about 2 hours, the sky will be fully bright. There are quite a few wicked people in Sand Tangerine Village. If you're not in a hurry, you can bring your husband to gather herbs. Otherwise, there might be unnecessary trouble." Yun Jiaoyu looked sincere and nodded slightly. She was here to survey the mine, and until she got the results, she wouldn't tell anyone her real purpose for coming to the mountain. But she still accepted the neighbor's kind advice. "Thanks for the reminder, but I am a bit tired from walking on the mountain." She pointed at the pavilion in the distance. "I need to rest in the pavilion for half an hour. Then I will go down the mountain as soon as possible." Hearing this, Li Jingji no longer meddled. He carried the gray rabbit and continued down the mountain path. Wild game is best processed while alive to taste better. Yun Jiaoyu watched Li Jingji walk far away, his small figure disappearing from sight. She quickly ran up the mountain to find some licorice to dry and prepare for later. After a morning workout, Yun Jiaoyu was feeling quite tired. She sat down heavily on the mountain ground, resting her hands on the rocks behind her. When she finally stood up after resting enough, she realized there was something sitting behind her. This is not an ordinary mountain stone, but cinnabar stone. Cinnabar stone shines with a bright, glass-like luster under the morning light and is very pure. Yun Jiaoyu felt excited when she saw it. Cinnabar is also called vermilion or red sand. Besides being used by ancient emperors' alchemists to make elixirs, it can also be used to make pigments and medicines. When used as medicine, it can calm nerves and kill bacteria. However, Yun Jiaoyu's excitement upon seeing the cinnabar was not because she thought they could become rich from it in the future. She remembered that during a modern task, a geologist once mentioned to her, "Above is cinnabar, below is gold." Since her hometown also has cinnabar, she remembers this saying very well. She poked the bright red crystal with her finger. "This mountain really is a lucky place," Yun Jiaoyu quietly thought to herself. She initially just wanted to come up the mountain to see what kind of minerals this mine contained. Even if it didn't contain gold, but instead had less valuable metals like copper or iron, she would be happy. Now, it turns out there's gold here. Not only could this make Dahuang County rich, but it could also make her a wealthy person in the current era, comparable to the famous Ba Qing, or even the richest person in the Daqi Kingdom. But extracting gold from cinnabar deposits is difficult. Even if they develop the mine, the gold they find won't be pure gold, but natural gold. Converting natural gold into pure gold involves complex processes. Fortunately, she knows several methods to extract natural gold, such as aqua regia, cyanide process, and combining sodium bisulfite, a bacterial inhibitor from her space system, with a coagulant like polyacrylamide. These methods can produce pure gold with up to 99% purity. As the time approached the early hour of Qin, 7 to 9 a.m., Yun Jiaoyu remembered she needed to buy furniture in the county today. She marked the location of the cinnabar stone and, with licorice in hand, left the mountain. Older sister-in-law, Brother Jingji is really a good person. He even agreed to lend us his cart for a day. Qi Zhaozhao was very happy. Including son Aniu's cart and Cheng'er's cart, which was used for shopping before, they now had 3 carts for furniture shopping. When Yun Jiaoyu returned home, she saw Qi Xianglei pushing Li Jingji's cart. She glanced at Li Jingji, who was plucking fur from a gray rabbit. After a quick thank you, she efficiently drew water from the well and washed the dirt off her palms and back of her hands. Qi Zhaozhao was hesitating beside the cart, her gaze shifting between the cart and her small hand tangled with someone else's. It was clear she wanted to sit in the cart. Yun Jiaoyu wiped her hand dry and said to Qi Zhaozhao, "Zhaozhao, you and Wenlang can sit in the cart. You're too young to walk so far." Qi Wenlang felt a bit embarrassed, as he was already quite old. Only Yun Jiaoyu and Lu Yunxiu usually treated him like a child. Still, he climbed into the cart and Qi Xianglei pushed them. Yun Jiaoyu watched as Qing Er, Li Hu, and the others arrived, and most of the exiled people gathered together. Her clear voice rang out, "Since everyone is here, let's set out quickly. Going to the county town and back will take at least 2 hours. Plus, shopping for furniture will take some time, so the whole day will be gone. We'll leave early and return early, and buy some vegetables on the way back." For most of the exiled prisoners, Sand Tangerine Village would likely become their home. Since it's home, it should be decorated with care. Moreover, Yun Jiaoyu had mentioned earlier on the journey that she would use the silver from selling tigers to improve everyone's living conditions. Therefore, she believed it was right for her to pay for this. However, even though they wanted to improve life, Yun Jiaoyu thought the furniture bought in the city shouldn't be better than ordinary furniture, and the vegetables shouldn't be too luxurious or plentiful. If the villagers from Sand Tangerine Village saw that the newcomers from Qingzhou could buy so much good furniture at once, they might feel jealous. Yun Jiaoyu shared her thoughts, and the exiled prisoners had no objections. They felt grateful just to get furniture for free and wouldn't complain about its quality. After about an hour, they reached the county town. Qi Chongjin and Qi Xianglei went into a furniture shop and bought the simplest, most common wooden beds and tables and chairs. The wood was of poor quality, but even with these basic pieces, the villagers wouldn't notice. Yun Jiaoyu pretended to visit the moneylender and secretly called Sun Aniu aside. "Uncle Sun, although Sun He's injuries have mostly healed, the scars left on his body are hard to remove. Don't worry, I will find a way to help him get rid of the scars later. But before that, I want to give you something first." Yun Jiaoyu took out 100 silver notes worth 50 taels each from her sleeve and handed them to Sun Aniu. "Uncle Sun, I've exchanged all 5,000 taels of silver into small denomination notes. This money is yours. Consider it a reward for catching the tiger that day. Also, Sun He is growing up, and in the future, he will need silver to marry and have children." Sun Ania's palms were sweaty and wet. He had never seen so much silver in his life. His hands were at a loss, so he immediately returned the silver to Yun Jiaoyu.
"No.
"I can't accept the silver. Madam Qi, you already take good care of our father and son. Besides, on the day we caught the tiger, I didn't really help much." Sun Aniu scratched his head awkwardly. Even though he helped soak the arrows in anesthetic, that was just a small effort. Even if Yun Jiaoyu wanted to thank him, she didn't need to give so much silver. Yun Jiaoyu persuaded him, "Uncle Sun, just take it. Even if not for yourself, think about Sun He. Moreover, even if you think you didn't help much, in my opinion, without you there, we wouldn't have been able to kill 5 tigers, and our lives could have been at risk." She explained, "During the exile, I didn't give you this money because I was worried that, with so many people on the road, someone might steal it. But now that we've arrived at Dahuang County, I no longer have that concern. You just need to deposit the money at the bank. When you need it, take out some. Then you won't have to worry about food or clothing for the rest of your life." Sun Ania hesitated for a moment, but finally took the silver note from Yun Jiaoyu. Madam Qi was right. He needed to think more about his son Sun He and the temptation of never worrying about food and clothing for life. It was simply too great. Sun Aniu tucked a stack of silver notes close to his chest. While everyone was still shopping in the county, guided by Yun Jiaoyu, he headed toward the bank. Back at the furniture shop, Yun Jiaoyu saw Lu Yunxiu had already negotiated a good price with the shopkeeper. Before Lu Yunxiu could pay, she quickly took out 5 taels of silver from her sleeve. "Shopkeeper, I'll pay you first. But today, remember to send all the furniture to Shaju village." seeing the 5 taels of silver she hadn't seen in a long time. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly, bowing deeply. But when he heard the words Shaju village, his brow suddenly furrowed. He reached out to take the silver, but suddenly paused, his hand hanging in midair. Yun Jiaoyu saw the shopkeeper didn't take the silver and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Can't you deliver the goods directly?" The shopkeeper's face was tight with worry. "It's not that." He stared at the 5 taels of silver in Yun Jiaoyu's hand and looked at how she and her companions were dressed. They didn't seem like criminals at all. He guessed that this batch of furniture was probably meant for the criminals Yun Jiaoyu and her group were sending it to. How many criminals are there in Kesha, Orange Village? Not just 30 or so families. They have their own worries and honestly say, normally for big items like furniture, we deliver directly to the door. But Kesha Orange Village is a place where only criminals are sent by the county government, right? We don't dare to deliver there. The shopkeeper made up his mind and withdrew his hand, which was holding the money. Helplessly, he said, "Otherwise, my goods might be stolen just as they arrive at the village gate. Then I would lose both the money and the goods. I think it's better not to do this business." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened slightly. The shopkeeper's concerns are understandable. But this is the only slightly larger furniture shop in Dahuang County. If they buy from other shops, even if they look for a day, they might not be able to gather enough beds, tables, and chairs for each family. Sincerely, she suggested, "Shopkeeper, how about this? We can take these pieces of furniture back to Kesha Orange Village ourselves. But as you saw, we only have 3 carts, and they can't carry so many pieces. Why not rent 10 carts from you? I can pay a deposit first. When we come back tomorrow to return the carts, we can settle the rest of the rent." The shopkeeper hesitated, thinking this was a good deal that wouldn't lose money. Finally, he agreed and even gave Yun Jiaoyu a wooden chair as a gift. When Chung Er and the others loaded all the furniture onto the carts and prepared to return to Dahuang County, suddenly, a sharp argument broke out on the street. Master Yi, Li Quan was dragging a middle-aged man, completely ignoring his image. He held onto the other's leg and sat down heavily on the brick road, shouting angrily, "You're not allowed to leave. Today, I won't let you go no matter what." In his sight, several middle-aged men dressed in rough cloth and clothes were pulling a cart toward the outside of the county. Li Quan stopped the servant leading the horse, his forehead already sweating under the sun. He cursed loudly, "Lord Tao is at least an official sent by Zhezhou. Without approval from Zhezhou, he can't leave. And you can't secretly help him move his luggage." Li Quan was getting angrier the more he thought about it. "Luckily, I ran into you today. If I hadn't, by the time I found out, you might have already run away. No matter what, you must send all the luggage back to the county magistrate's office now." Seeing Li Quan sitting on the brick road, the servants holding the reins of the carts showed no intention of stopping. They continued, pulling the carts outward. Qi Chongjin's deep eyes were cold and sharp like stars, and he looked at Li Quan before walking over to help him up. Yun Jiaoyu followed closely beside him. The two of them blocked the way of the carriage, preventing the horses from accidentally trampling on Li Quan. Li Quan saw them, and his eyes reddened with emotion. He instinctively explained, "Yesterday, I went to see the county magistrate, but he refused to leave his residence. Today I was about to find him to discuss how to settle your group, but I just happened to see them trying to escape." After Li Quan was helped up, he turned and grabbed Qi Chongjin's arm. "Chongjin, you and your wife, come with me to the county magistrate's office right now. I must seek justice for the people of Dahuang County today." He strode angrily towards the magistrate's office, scolding as he went, "If Lord Tao dares to secretly move his luggage again, I will risk my own life. I will fight him to the end." As he finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu looked at Li Quan with admiration. Li Quan was nearly 60 years old, a few years older than Qi Laofu. But he had more white hair on his head than Qi Laofu. And visibly, even when his brows were relaxed, deep furrows could be seen. This showed how much effort he had put into Dahuang County over the years. A humble village clerk without official rank, yet full of enthusiasm and diligent in his work for Dahuang County, he truly deserved everyone's respect. Yun Jiaoyu deliberately walked a bit slower, turning to look at the people pulling the horses. They seemed unaware of Li Quan's words and were preparing to leave. Suddenly, a strong sense of pressure burst from her eyes. She coldly warned, "Everyone stop right there." Her voice caused the servants pulling the carriage to halt abruptly. Yun Jiaoyu's cold voice rang out, "Officials abandoning their duties is a serious crime. Those who help officials abandon their duties face severe punishment, especially if they have no official position." A sharp flash of anger appeared in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, fearing these words wouldn't stop those trying to escape. Her icy tone pressed on, "Today, if you dare to leave even half a step from here, I will report you to Zizhou for assisting officials in fleeing Dahuang County. Remember, I mean what I say." Now listen to Li Shifu and quickly return to the magistrate's office. The servants holding the reins frowned tightly. They didn't take Yun Jiaoyu's words seriously. But they also feared she might go to Zizhou to expose them if they didn't comply. Reluctantly, they pulled the horses and glared fiercely at Yun Jiaoyu. They led the carriage step by step back towards the magistrate's office. The magistrate's office. Lianghao County Magistrate Tao Gaoshan had already packed all his personal belongings. He has been working in Dahuang County for a year, including pots and pans. 5 wagons can't carry everything at once. He can only wait for his servants to finish moving the luggage and then escape together. Hearing noises outside the door, Tao Gaoshan thought it was his servants returning halfway. He frowned and looked out cautiously. Angrily, he said, "Daong, was I caught by Li Quan, that old fool? Why did he come back so early?" "Lord Tao, even if I am an old fool, I know that a local official cannot ignore the people in his area." Li Quan pushed aside the servant blocking his way. He snorted and glared, scolding, "I know, Dahuang County is poor, but you are the head of the county." He was disappointed and said, "If you leave, what will happen to all of us?" "Oh, Masterly, please let me go." Tao Gaoshan quickly retreated into his room and shut the door. He looked annoyed and said, "If I don't leave Dahuang County now, how can I treat my wife's illness? If she can't get better, she will definitely divorce me. Besides, Dahuang County isn't just a little poor, it's so poor that we can't even cook food. I think I might as well give up my official position. When I leave, let Zizhou send another county magistrate." Li Quan, an old man with gray hair, looked helpless as he saw Tao Gaoshan's firm decision. Tao Gaoshan pressed against the door, determined. "Today, I must leave Dahuang County." He was originally from Shui Long County. Because Zizhou was remote, no one in the capital wanted to be sent to border counties, leading to a shortage of county magistrates in Zizhou. The capital specially held an exam called County Magistrate Selection, where the top scorers could be appointed by the Minister of Personnel in the capital as county magistrates. He had hoped to do well in the exam and serve in Shui Long County. Who would have thought he would be sent to Dahuang County instead? Dahuang County was full of sandstorms, sparse vegetation, and dangerous criminals everywhere. With such living conditions, he had completely lost hope of becoming an official. Masterly, what exactly is the illness Lord Tao mentioned earlier? Yun Jiaoyu had just entered the county magistrate's office when she overheard their conversation. Thinking that the main reason the county magistrate wanted to leave was because his wife was ill, she hoped she could help diagnose and treat her. Li Quan's expression darkened. He didn't want to discuss others' family matters. But seeing Yun Jiaoyu's innocent look and her genuine curiosity, he sighed heavily and quietly explained, "Lady Tao had a miscarriage last year and lost her beloved child. I initially wanted to rest and recover my health to have children, but I didn't expect that Lady Tao, after taking the medicine prescribed by the doctor, would." It seemed like she was saying something very shameful. Quickly speaking, "I will no longer send monthly signals." Yun Jiaoyu stared blankly at the tightly closed door of Tao Gaoshan. She listened to the sounds coming from inside the house. This Lord Tao was not very old, probably middle-aged at most. If his wife had gone through menopause, it shouldn't be, because she was too old. Yun Jiaoyu usually asked, "Masterly, may I ask, how old is Lady Tao this year?" Li Quan frowned, "About 25 or 26. I don't know her exact age. After all, I can't carefully ask about the county magistrate's wife's age, right? Yun Jiaoyu understood in her heart. If she was 25 or 26 and had gone through menopause, it was likely due to poor kidney health or early ovarian failure. Although Qi Chongjin doubted the source of Yun Jiaoyu's medical skills, he had long believed in her abilities. He looked at her with deep, serious eyes and asked, Jiaoyu, can you cure Lady Tao's illness? Since she hadn't seen the patient, Yun Jiaoyu didn't dare to give a definite answer. However, her mother-in-law in the army was skilled in gynecology, and she had probably learned quite a bit from her. She nodded and indicated, if all goes well, I can treat this. Li Quan suddenly remembered and realized. Elder Chung had once said that Yun Jiaoyu was taken as a righteous daughter because her medical skills saved the imperial tutor. Hope lit up in his eyes as he looked intently at Yun Jiaoyu. He confirmed, Madam Chongjin, Lady Tao's illness, can you really cure it? Yun Jiaoyu's clear, lively eyes flickered slightly, and she nodded in response. The next second, Li Quan excitedly knocked on the door. Lord Tao, did you hear that? Your wife's illness can be cured. Worried that Tao Gaoshan wouldn't trust Yun Jiaoyu's medical skills, he emphasized, this Madam Qi is the adopted daughter of the imperial tutor Lu Chong in the capital. Her medical skills are superb. She can surely treat your wife's menopause problem. Hearing that the woman outside the door was the adopted daughter of a top imperial tutor, Tao Gaoshan hurriedly opened the door. He was eager to flatter Yun Jiaoyu and ask for her help, hoping to succeed in resigning from his official position. He turned and ordered the servant, go call my wife here. Soon, a plump woman with tender skin and a full figure approached Yun Jiaoyu and the others. She was supported by 2 maids. Carefully looking at her, the fat on her arm was actually twice as much as everyone else present. Yun Jiaoyu discreetly observed her from top to bottom and quickly made a decision. There is no doubt that Lady Tao's menopause is caused by obesity. Lady Tao huffed and puffed as she walked to Tao Gaoshan's side, suddenly crying and shouting. She roughly grabbed his ear and scolded, if it weren't for the useless doctor from Dahuang County giving me bad medicine, damaging my health, how could I be infertile? You still dare to let the quack doctor from Dahuang County treat me? I think you just want to kill me. Want me to be childless forever. As she finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly. Seeing that Yun Jiaoyu looked confused, Li Quan took a few steps away from Lady Tao. He approached Yun Jiaoyu quietly and explained, Lady Tao's father is a well-known merchant from Shui Long County. She is an only daughter. Li Quan emphasized the words merchant's only daughter a little more. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly understood and quickly realized why Tao Run was afraid that his wife, weighing around 160 jin, wanted to divorce him. Most likely, he was a son-in-law who married into the family. My dear wife, she is not a quack doctor. Tao Gaoshan covered one ear with one hand and his wife's mouth with the other, enduring the pain to explain, she is the adopted daughter of the current imperial teacher. He assured her, I've heard her medical skills are excellent. She can surely cure your illness, Lady Tao. Lady Tao's arrogant attitude immediately softened. In the social hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, ordinary merchants are usually at the bottom. Even though her husband is a county magistrate, that county is in the most remote part of Dachi. In her view, his status is no higher than hers as a merchant. Therefore, Yun Jiaoyu's identity as the imperial teacher's adopted daughter immediately earned her respect. Lady Tao suddenly stopped crying and fussing and no longer tugged Tao Gaoshan's ear, her demeanor visibly more composed. She approached Yun Jiaoyu, walking with her waist trembling as her fleshy waist jiggled. She took Yun Jiaoyu's hand kindly and smiled gently, Miss. Please, let's go to the main hall to have tea and discuss your condition. Yun Jiaoyu was a bit surprised by the slightly eager attitude of this county magistrate's wife. She nodded uncomfortably. Unless necessary, she really didn't want to mention her relationship with Lu Chong's adoptive father and daughter in front of others. In the main hall, Yun Jiaoyu took Lady Tao's pulse. She deliberately asked her to dismiss everyone else and also asked the men to wait outside. While checking her pulse, she asked, Lady Tao, since your miscarriage, how much weight have you gained? Hearing the word miscarriage, Lady Tao looked melancholy. She sighed. About 30 kilograms. Do you usually have phlegm in your throat?
Yes.
Yun Jiaoyu stood up. Come. Open your mouth and stick out your tongue. I'll first check your tongue coating. After a short period of tea time, Yun Jiaoyu thoroughly examined the other person's health condition through a series of medical checks. To ensure accurate diagnosis, Yun Jiaoyu was willing to ask some sensitive questions. She asked cautiously, Madam Tao, may I ask about your recovery after your miscarriage? Are you interested in intimacy? Madam Tao's cheeks immediately flushed red, and she looked at Yun Jiaoyu in surprise. This young lady really has no sense of boundaries. She's not shy at all. Yun Jiaoyu frowned, noticing Madam Tao's strange and slightly contemptuous gaze. She gently touched her forehead with her long fingers, feeling frustrated and tired of the old-fashioned conservatism. Her eyes, like cold stars, were serious. Honestly, she said, Madam Tao, your pulse is thin and slippery, and your tongue coating is white and greasy. I see you look like you're feeling chest tightness, stomach distension, and overall fatigue. I suspect it's due to insufficient spleen and kidney energy, causing blocked blood vessels. I'm asking about your intimacy not because I'm curious about your private life. It's because a deficiency in kidney yang often leads to a lack of and decreased desire. I just want to confirm your condition further, so I can prescribe the right medicine. Madam Tao bit her lip, feeling a bit embarrassed. She cleared her throat shyly and whispered, Yes. I really have no interest in intimacy. After she finished speaking, Tao Gaoshang outside the door immediately blushed. He was too curious, thinking about asking for privacy during the consultation, but he was probably trying to hear something private. So he had been secretly listening to Yun Jiaoyu's diagnosis for his wife. When he heard that his wife had lost interest in him, he awkwardly smiled and looked at Qi Chongjin. Your wife always speaks so boldly? Qi Chongjin's eyes cooled slightly, and he looked away uncomfortably. He pursed his lips and said calmly, My wife is always graceful and elegant. He defended her. Even if she says something bold, it's surely for a reason. After speaking, Tao Gaoshang forced a smile. He couldn't connect the confident woman who openly discussed intimacy with the words graceful and elegant. Those 4 words clearly didn't fit her at all. Qi Chongjin looked at Yun Jiaoyu inside the hall, who was calmly speaking. She looked composed and elegant, acting naturally and appropriately. He hadn't even noticed himself. His Adam's apple, slightly protruding, involuntarily moved with a quick heartbeat. Inside the hall, gentle and soft, Yun Jiaoyu's calm voice slowly sounded, Madam Tao, I have a prescription for you. Her clear voice called out to Qi Chongjin outside. The man instinctively crossed the threshold and stepped beside Yun Jiaoyu. Tao Gaoshan and Li Quan saw this and also followed inside. Hearing that Yun Jiaoyu was going to prescribe medicine, Tao Gaoshan quickly ordered someone to bring paper, ink, and a brush. Qi Chongjin, used to writing prescriptions for women, picked up a brush and poised it over rice paper, ready to write down the prescription. Stir-fried angelica, fresh ground, white peony, xian mao, stir-fried by Shu, huai niu shi, each 1 qian. 2 qian of raw hawthorn, 1 qian 5 fin of xian ling pai, 5 fin of stone calamus. After finishing the prescription, Yun Jiaoyu specifically instructed, this prescription is for strengthening the spleen, nourishing the kidneys, and reducing fat. Take 1 dose daily, decoct twice with water, and take it morning and evening. After about 20 days, your menstrual cycle should restart. But at that time, the menstrual flow won't be much. As soon as Yun Jiaoyu finished speaking, Madame Tao's eyes involuntarily dimmed. She thought her illness was very hard to cure. Then Yun Jiaoyu turned her words, at that time, you can also take it together with Poria pill. Keep drinking for another 2 months, and your stubborn illness will be completely cured. Madame Tao sat in shock on a wooden chair, her eyes suddenly wide open. As long as she could still have her period, she would definitely be able to have children. Excited, she grasped Yun Jiaoyu's hand. Miss, you are truly a kind person. Unable to hold back her gratitude, she said, "If you really can cure my illness, whatever you need in the future, just tell me. My father is a big merchant in Shui-Long County, with dozens of trading ships under his command. When the time comes, even if you want rouge from the capital, silk from Qingzhou, tea from Songzhou, or goods from various states and counties, I can get them all for you." Yun Jiaoyu's pure eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Dozens of trading ships? After the Orange Village excavated cinnabar, couldn't they sell the processed pigment and cinnabar used as medicine to various states? At that time, if they could cooperate with Madame Tao's family, there would definitely be no shortage of sales channels. Tao Gaoshan saw Yun Jiaoyu silent and thought she looked down on his wife's things. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly tugged at Madame Tao's sleeve and signaled her. In a low voice, he said, "Madam, she is the adopted daughter of the imperial tutor. Would she lack these things?"
Oh, don't say that anymore.
Madame Tao sensed that her son-in-law was looking down on her, and she suddenly crossed her arms.
What? Tao Gaoshan.
Do you think I've embarrassed you? Speak clearly to me. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Cloud Jiaoyu's clear and cold voice sounded at the right moment, and she said, "Madame Tao, I also like the things you mentioned. Don't worry. If I need anything in the future, I will come to ask you." Madame Tao immediately felt proud and looked at Tao Gaoshan with a proud expression, saying, "See? I told you people have needs." Soon, the atmosphere in the hall became more friendly. Li Quan felt that the time was right. He spoke in a pleading tone, "Lord Tao, since Madame Tao's stubborn illness can be cured, why not stay a few more months into Huang County? Later, when Zhezhou arranges new officials, you can leave then." Tao Gaoshan felt conflicted. Honestly, even if his wife's stubborn illness could be cured, he didn't want to stay into Huang County to serve any longer. His deep voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Master Li, I won't hide it from you. Look at our Huang County. It's a place where no birds fly and no chickens lay eggs. Every year, the capital issues orders to various states, requiring counties to collect taxes and urging the county magistrate to advise the people on farming throughout the seasons. I'm truly overwhelmed and unable to fulfill the role of county magistrate." Tao Gaoshan had been the county magistrate of Dahuang for a year. Half a year ago, he already knew he couldn't meet the minimum tax requirements from Zhezhou. He had long asked to resign. But Zhezhou was too poor, causing a shortage of local officials, so they stubbornly refused to let him go. Now, with the tax collection day approaching, he thought if he doesn't run now, if he doesn't resign, what if he's held accountable? Tao Gaoshan felt helpless and begged, "Master Li, please be kind and let me go today." Yun Jiaoyu sensed the underlying meaning, probably because the people of Dahuang County had empty pockets and couldn't pay their taxes. She remembered the mine in Shaju village, and she thought about how the Great Qi Empire had low metal extraction capabilities, so they hadn't restricted private mining for years. Once minerals were mined, they only needed to pay a certain percentage of profits to the treasury to lease the mine. Her voice was firm and powerful, full of determination to turn the tide. "Lord Tao, I have a way. I can help you pay the taxes in full. Now that I finally heard it, I feel like I am dreaming, and it all seems a bit unreal." Yun Jiaoyu's brows furrowed in thought, still somewhat dazed as the county lord. She repeated, "Master Tao, what are you standing there for?" Yun Jiaoyu, keep my promises. If I say I have a way to help you pay your taxes, I will." Qi Chongjin's deep, thoughtful eyes showed admiration. It seemed his wife had discovered a way to improve the poverty in Dahuang County that morning. For some reason, he thought of his grandfather. He believed himself to be just like his grandfather, able to turn things around even in tough times. But now, seeing Yun Jiaoyu, he suddenly felt she might surpass him in this. Yun Jiaoyu noticed a subtle change in Qi Chongjin's expression. Honestly, she didn't see herself as better than him. They had always been on equal footing in essence. For example, in terms of knowledge, her knowledge came from her experiences and learning in the 21st century during the fast-growing internet age. Among those who benefited from this era, her achievements could be considered entering the Hall of Medical Students. As for Qi Chongjin, his knowledge came from ancient books and practical experience. Being able to become a top scholar in the imperial examination system in ancient times was not something modern high school students could compare to. Standing out in the imperial exams was rare. They started from different places and focused on different things. She didn't think she was arrogant enough to believe she was better than Qi Chongjin. Also, if Qi Chongjin and she went up the mountain together and found cinnabar stones, they might even think of a gold mine underneath. Tao Gaoshan snapped out of his daze, hearing Yun Jiaoyu repeatedly promise she could help him solve the tax problem. He was so excited he couldn't contain himself but also doubted, "Young Lady Qi, how do you plan to pay all the taxes?" He wanted to prepare her mentally. "You don't know, Young Lady Qi, most of the people in Dahuang County are broke. Having a few dozen copper coins in a family is already a big deal. Otherwise, how could there be only a few shops in our county town? Don't laugh at us. The merchants in our town used to make money from the common people, but they left long ago." Yun Jiaoyu didn't plan to tell Tao Gaoshan about the natural gold beneath the mine. It's best to keep secrets to succeed, and revealing too much could cause failure. Before securing the mining rights, the fewer people who know about the gold mine, the better. Cloud Jiaoyu said clearly, "Today I went up the mountain to find licorice and discovered a place covered with cinnabar stones. I think if we can turn the cinnabar stones into paint and medicine, then sell them to other regions, it could help ease the economic pressure on Dahuang County. During the process, whether making paint or medicine, plus packaging and transportation, many people could find jobs." Just after she finished speaking, she saw Qi Chongjin's deep eyes shining with light. That faint gaze held a meaningful look at her. Cloud Jiaoyu suddenly felt a bit guilty. Is this man suspecting that there is a gold mine beneath the mountain? Tao Gaoshan couldn't understand what job she was talking about, but he roughly understood that Cloud Jiaoyu wanted to find work for the people of Dahuang County. His brows gradually furrowed. "Madam Qi, I'm not trying to pour cold water on you. Making paint and medicine sounds easy. But not to mention, no one here knows how to make paint or medicine, and we would need to spend a lot of money to hire craftsmen. Even just mining cinnabar stones requires huge effort and resources." Tao Gaoshan sighed. "The businesses you mentioned, making money, cost a lot and are hard to break even. Even a wealthy family like yours might find it difficult to afford." Cloud Jiaoyu raised an eyebrow calmly and said, "Don't worry, Lord Tao. I know how to make paint and how to extract cinnabar for medicine. As for making a profit," her eyes darkened slightly, and her clear voice rose a little. Step by step, she guided Tao Gaoshan to the topic he wanted to talk about. Her lips curved into a gentle smile as she said, "Lord Tao, if you are willing to let me take over all the mining in Dahuang County for 100 years, I will take full responsibility for the labor and resources you worry about." Calmly and kindly, she added, "After making a profit, I will give 20% of the net profit to the government as taxes. To show my sincerity for this cooperation, I am willing to pay the entire cost of the 100-year mining contract up front." After hearing this, Tao Gaoshan's attitude started to change completely. He suddenly felt a sense of pride, like a county magistrate. This was the first time someone came to him to discuss a contract fee. Tao Gaoshan cleared his throat and asked cautiously, "Madam Qi, how much are you willing to pay for this 100-year contract?" Cloud Jiaoyu's bright eyes shimmered with light, and her voice was clear and strong. 10,000 taels. The three words 10,000 taels fell from her lips. Tao Gaoshan was immediately shocked, almost having a heart attack. He held his breath and almost lost his balance, but luckily Li Quan caught him in time. "This Lady Qi Xiao is not just a criminal. She should be worshipping her ancestors with incense. In Zizhou, each county must pay at least 10,000 taels of tax. These taxes include household tax, labor tax, commerce tax, property tax, and many other burdensome levies. For example, the slightly wealthier Shui Long County needs to pay 3,000 taels this year. Dahuang County, on the other hand, only needs to pay 1,000 taels this year. Originally, Dahuang County almost didn't have to pay taxes because it was known as a very poor place in the Great Qi Empire. But somehow, since last year, Zhezhou has started putting pressure on all regions. They lowered the standards for various taxes, claiming it was an order from the capital. Tao Gaoshang's eyes filled with tears as he desperately reached out to hold Yun Jiaoyu's hand. Feeling shy about physical contact between men and women, he instead hugged Qi Chongjin and held his hand tightly. His voice trembled. "Chongjin, you really are a timely rain. You've solved my urgent problem, Tao Gaoshang. Without this 10,000 taels for taxes, I'd be completely at my wit's end." Li Quan glanced at Yun Jiaoyu with suspicion, thinking that after the Qi family's house was raided, none of the branches had much silver. But unexpectedly, Yun Jiaoyu was willing to spend 10,000 taels to lease all the mountain areas in Dahuang County. He frowned, worried whether Yun Jiaoyu could recover the costs just by selling pigments and medicinal herbs. Still, he didn't voice his concerns. After all, this was a gift from the heavens, a rare opportunity for most of Dahuang County's people to escape poverty. Thinking of this, he asked, "Mrs. Chongjin, if you're leasing all the mountains, will the villagers in Dahuang County still be able to hunt and cut trees?" Yun Jiaoyu thought for a moment. She only wanted the rights to mine the mountains. Hunting was definitely allowed. But cutting trees? She frowned and said, "Masterly, don't worry. The way villagers used to hunt in the mountains will stay the same. Of course, hunting is fine. As for cutting trees, if it's just for cooking and heating at home, a few cuts won't matter." She then added, "But if villagers want to recklessly cut trees to sell, I won't agree to that. After all, Dahuang County's environment is already very poor. If we can reduce tree cutting, it's better to do so." Yun Jiaoyu went to the county town, her hair covered in a thin layer of dust. The area lacked vegetation, and the air was poor. Reckless tree cutting could damage the villagers' lungs. If families couldn't earn money and then fell ill, it would be a huge loss. She also plans to hire people to plant trees and restore the forest after recovering the investment. Once the vegetation in Dahuang County is improved, it might even bring in some tourism income. Yun Jiaoyu quickly took out 10,000 silver notes from her sleeve and handed them to Tao Gaoshan. She also asked him to take the official seal and stamp the contract for the land lease. After receiving the contract, she stored it in her space and left the county magistrate's office with Qi Chongjin. Thinking about how long she had stayed in the office, she decided to return quickly to Shaju village before it got dark and made travel difficult. As she stepped out of the county magistrate's office, Li Quan hurriedly chased after her from behind. "Chongjin, wait for me, old man." Li Quan finally understood that marrying a good wife was like having a family blessing that would bring good fortune. He believed that she would have a bright future ahead. He stopped Qi Chongjin and said, "Chongjin, I've already discussed with Lord Tao. From now on, you will work at the county office to help us. I will also assign you a horse, so it's convenient for you to go back to Shaju village and reunite with your wife every day." Yun Jiaoyu felt a bit embarrassed. Actually, she didn't need Qi Chongjin to return home every day to be with her. But because it was a private matter between husband and wife, she had to keep her words to herself. Qi Chongjin nodded in understanding, showing respect. He had indeed considered the inconvenience of working at the county office and not being able to go home easily. His tone was respectful and gentle as he said, "Thank you, Masterly, for your care. I will do my best to meet your expectations and perform well in this job." Seeing his calm and polite attitude, Li Quan sighed. Such a good boy. Originally, he had passed the imperial exam and was destined for a bright future. But now, he could only help Lord Tao and his master serve in Dahuang County. Still, he believed that this couple would eventually leave Dahuang County and succeed. He no longer needed to worry too much about them. Li Quan watched Qi Chongjin and Yun Jiaoyu leave, walking on foot toward Shaju village. Before leaving the town, he bought sugar figurines and books for Zhao Zhao and Wenling. When they reached the village entrance, they saw Cheng Er rushing over in a panic. He pointed at a house not far away and said, "Miss Qi, something terrible has happened." Yun Jiaoyu's temples throbbed rapidly. As she approached Shaju village, she sensed something was wrong. From 5 miles outside the village, There was no one working, not even passers-by. What happened? She asked, following Ching-er's gesture to look ahead. In her line of sight, a group of people gathered at the door of a house nearby, many holding tools or objects. Qi Xianglei and Lu Yunxiu were also there. Elder Second became anxious and explained, "Earlier, we pushed about a dozen carts back to Shaja village, but who would have thought that these rude villagers would even steal from their own people? That's why we argued with them." He spoke vividly. "Li Hu and I are former officials. How could we be scared by that group of troublemakers? At first, we had the upper hand, and it looked like we could push the furniture back into our houses. But suddenly, an old man from their crowd tripped and fell." Yun Jiaoyu's cold eyes showed some surprise. Feeling a strange premonition, she frowned and asked, "Did the old man die?" "Not exactly," Elder Second helplessly said. "He just became confused after falling." Having seen many people, Elder Second thought they had been tricked because no one falls and immediately becomes mentally confused. Unfortunately, he had no proof and could only wait for Yun Jiaoyu, who knew medicine, to return and seek justice. Yun Jiaoyu felt frustrated and asked, "What is the current situation now?" "Du Biao and his group took our furniture and carts away. They said it was a small matter turned into a big one, just a compensation." Yun Jiaoyu's face changed. That Du Biao definitely hadn't been beaten enough by her and Qi Chongjin. His temper was still bad. Under Elder Second's guidance, Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Chongjin went to the house where everyone was gathered. Elder Second loudly shouted, "Everyone make way! Madam Qi is here. Madam Qi, you're finally back. Madam Qi, they really bullied us. Not only did they steal openly, but now they're extorting and cheating." Many exiled prisoners were talking loudly. While complaining, they also made way for Yun Jiaoyu and her group. Lu Yunxiu was very clever. She held Qi Chongjin's hand and asked calmly, "Brother Jin, what did Master Li say when he took you away earlier? Is your work at the county office settled now?" Qi Chongjin's deep gaze swept over Du Biao and others, his presence almost like a brewing storm. He then gently nodded at Lu Yunxiu and said, "Master Li said I will help him and Lord Tao with affairs in the future." Lu Yunxiu felt very pleased. Good, good, good. Today, that's the only good thing. After we settle the current problems, tonight, Auntie's San will cook. You and Jiaoyu should come to her house for dinner. Qi Chongjin agreed. These back-and-forth words reached everyone's ears. After everyone heard clearly, their expressions changed instantly, and their faces looked much better. Ching-er and the others gradually looked proud. Their boss, Yun Jiaoyu's husband, was someone who could work in the government office. Now, they had connections inside the office. This time, being extorted, they definitely wanted to give these people a lesson. As for Du Biao and the others, sweat started to appear on their foreheads, and they felt a bit scared. Who would have thought that this new criminal caught in their line of work had backing in the government office? But no matter how much backing they had, they weren't afraid. This time, they believed they were in the right. Du Biao's arm was still dislocated. He hobbled over to Yun Jiaoyu, limping on his legs. "Don't think you can scare us just because you work in the government office. That person lying on the bed is Xie, who is over 60 years old. Now, because of your push, he fell and became mentally confused. If you don't give us an explanation for this, none of you are leaving." As he finished speaking, Du Biao's little followers responded one after another. They surrounded Yun Jiaoyu and her group, holding their hose in protest, saying, "Yes, none of you will leave. Even if we cause trouble at the official office, we're not afraid." A dangerous glint flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. She gave Ching-er and Li Hu a quick look. He suddenly drew his bow and pushed away, everyone blocking his way. "Didn't I say I wouldn't give you an explanation?" Yun Jiaoyu's expression was icy, her eyes cold as if covered in frost. Her voice was sharp and cold. "Whether Xie is mentally confused, when it happened, and why, I will find out everything." With a firm tone, she finished, then suddenly sneered. A threatening smile appeared at the corner of her lips. "If his confusion was caused by us, I will definitely compensate. But if the cause of his illness has nothing to do with us, then your sudden theft of furniture and false accusations against us, just forget about it altogether. Yun Jiaoyu's voice grew colder and sharper, making Du Biao and the others' faces change suddenly. They were all people with little ability. Some had gone astray in their youth and become more and more wicked, while others were born troublemakers, acting arrogantly. After being exiled to Dahuang County, if they had to find a good point about themselves, it was that under government supervision, they finally learned to farm. When Du Biao and the others heard Yun Jiaoyu say she would find out the truth about Xie Dazhou's confusion, they suddenly felt guilty and unsure. Some were scared and froze in place, then asked naively, "How? How can you find out for sure?" Lao Huaizhao was very proud, like a parent proud of their talented child. "Humph. Don't you know? Our Qi Xiaofu's wife is a famous divine doctor. I was bitten by a venomous snake and nearly lost my life, but it was Lady Qi who saved me." Hearing the words miracle doctor, a couple in the crowd looked at each other with hope and excitement, their eyes fixed on Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu quickly walked to the bed where Xie Datu was lying. It was called a bed, but it was just a pile of straw with a thin mat on top. The intricate weaving of the mat showed that Xie Datu was living quite comfortably at home. Yun Jiaoyu reached out to check Xie Datu's pulse. His eyes looked hazy, and he mumbled indistinctly. He spoke unclearly, muttering to himself. He pointed with his finger at the crowd, where his son Xie Gosheng was. His words could be faintly heard. "Gosheng, why have you grown so big all of a sudden? It's all my fault. I didn't have the ability to buy you new clothes, so you got teased by others." Suddenly, Xie Datu burst into loud crying, tears and snot streaming down his face, which he wiped with his sleeve, only to smear it all over his face. Halfway through crying, his gaze started to scan around as if searching for something. His expression was vacant. "Hey? Did I steal some dumplings from Gosheng's wife? Why are they gone?" He spoke seriously to Yun Jiaoyu. "Girl, you don't know this, but Gosheng's wife really loves eating dumplings. Especially pork dumplings. Our family is poor. We haven't been able to buy flour for years, let alone meat." He kept talking about unrelated things one after another in front of everyone. In the crowd, Xie Gosheng and his wife Wang Shifeng's eyes kept filling with tears. Xie Gosheng wiped his nose, feeling heartbroken for his father. But Du Biao was glaring fiercely at them, making both of them turn away in fear. They huddled together, sniffling and avoiding Du Biao's cruel gaze. Yun Jiaoyu observed their expressions carefully. Based on Xie Datu's pulse, she roughly understood what was happening. Actually, Xie Datu's illness was quite common. Whether in ancient or modern times, as people age, many elderly people's minds gradually become less clear. Many suffer from old age dementia. Xie Datu's blood flow was sluggish, causing blood to stagnate and form clots. As the blood moved sluggishly through his meridians and reached his brain, it mixed with his brain tissue, damaging his consciousness and making him dull. In summary, this was a case of brain atrophy leading to ischemic dementia. Yun Jiaoyu turned to glance at Du Biao, exposing him without mercy. She sneered, "A person who has been mentally unclear for at least 5 years. Are you saying his confusion and forgetfulness are only from falling recently? You're talking nonsense and spreading false words." Yun Jiaoyu suddenly stood up, full of anger, and walked fiercely toward Du Biao. Her reaction was quick and sharp, and she said coldly, "If you insist on calling us fools, then I will give you what you want." She looked coldly at Cheng Li Hu and ordered, "Cheng Li Hu, take Du Biao outside and beat him. He wants to be foolish? Then beat him into a fool." Cheng Li, who had blood on his hands from many lives he had taken. He thought that after following Yun Jiaoyu to Dahuang County, he could no longer use his power to the fullest. He thought he couldn't bully people anymore. But now, he was surprised that he could openly drag out and beat vicious criminals. They hurriedly responded, "Yes. We will take him out and beat him up." Li Hu was careful and asked, "Madam Yun, should we wait until Du Biao is truly foolish before dragging him in?" Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were deep like cold stars, sharp and shining. She coldly said yes.
Just beat him.
I'll take responsibility for the consequences. She added, these people are after the furniture on those 10 carts, right? Once Du Biao is truly foolish, we'll give them the furniture too. Consider it proper compensation. All this furniture, plus the rent, was worth less than 6 taels of silver. Using that 6 taels to make the villagers of Shaju village fear them was very worthwhile. Everyone present clearly heard Yun Jiaoyu's words. The group coming from Qingzhou, under Yun Jiaoyu's guidance, had never seen bloody scenes or lavish banquets. They just wanted to get rid of their bad feelings openly and honestly. They didn't care if all the furniture was sent away. As long as they followed Yun Jiaoyu, their lives would only get better and better. As for Du Biao's men, they didn't even have half a silver coin combined. After hearing Yun Jiaoyu's words, their eyes flashed with madness and killing intent. Some even thought about helping Qing Heir to make his boss into a fool or disable him. Self-interest was natural, people would do anything for themselves. Compared to Du Biao's life, they just wanted a bed to lie on. In the blink of an eye, Du Biao was dragged outside, and painful screams echoed from the house.
Ah!
It hurts. You wicked woman. Just wait for me. You're so cruel. No wonder you were exiled to Dahuang County to be with us. After a while, he cursed again, you little brat, don't let me live today. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The sound of angry, hateful insults was intermittent, and second brother Li, who is skilled at hitting people. Soon, Du Biao completely lost his backbone. He started begging, Madam Qi, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I'll obey you, just let me go. From now on, in Shijujian village, you are the boss. I will risk everything for you. Second brother Li, who looked at Du Biao softly, hearing that he wanted to steal the job. His strength in hitting was even heavier. He punched out Du Biao's front teeth, saying, if I spare you, are you willing to serve Madam Qi? Serving Madam Qi is such a good job. Why would I need you? Are you still trying to get a share? I think you're asking for trouble. Everyone in the room looked on with side glances. The people under Du Biao's command started to realize that following Yun Jiaoyu was like getting a good job. They all had their own thoughts and ideas. Xie Gosheng and Wang Shifeng both walked up to Yun Jiaoyu. Suddenly, they both knelt down, clutching her legs and apologizing, sorry, Madam Qi.
We
shouldn't have tried to extort you and your people with Du Biao. Wang Shifeng's tears kept flowing as she sobbed and explained, Madam Qi, my father-in-law was just passing by outside. We didn't expect to be pushed to the ground by Du Biao's men. We didn't mean for them to threaten and steal your furniture. Xie Gosheng also begged earnestly, Madam Qi, your medical skills are divine. My father has been mentally dull for 5 or 6 years. Can you help cure his illness? If you can save him, I, Xie Gosheng, will do anything to repay you. Yun Jiaoyu frowned. Healing and saving people was a doctor's duty. If Xie Dazhang's family accidentally got involved in Du Biao and second brother Li Hu's fight, she had no reason not to help. It was just a matter of prescribing medicine. Her gaze slightly hardened, and a faint light flashed in her clear eyes. Thinking she could use this opportunity to win people's hearts and make the villagers of Shijujian village willingly ask her to help them prosper, her expression was mysterious, and she calmly said, you don't have to serve like oxen or horses. As long as you don't trouble us, like Du Biao and the others, I will take it as your sincere gratitude. Xie Gosheng immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. He stammered, no, we won't. Wang Shifeng choked with emotion and explained, Madam Qi, don't worry. My husband and I are the kindest people you will ever meet. If we weren't so kind, Du Biao wouldn't have bullied us to this extent. He even caused my father-in-law to fall. She said angrily, my father-in-law is quite old. If anything happens to him. Wang Shifeng didn't dare to continue. She took the lead to show her stance. As long as you, Madam Qi, can save my father-in-law, you will be like our second parents. Yun Jiaoyu's deep gaze swept over the couple, Xie Gosheng and his wife. She looked at Qi Changjin, who had originally planned to trouble him to get paper, ink, and brushes from his own house. Unexpectedly, he had already gone to get them early. He held the brush and paper, his calm, water-like eyes looking at her. In a deep, magnetic voice, he said methodically, "Tell me the prescription, I will write it down." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes showed surprise, and her brow moved slightly. Unconsciously, she and Qi Chongjin were becoming more in sync. A faint smile appeared on Qi Chongjin's lips. Since the woman took her pulse, he already knew she would need the 4 treasures of the study. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes curved happily, and she agreed, okay. She slowly dictated the prescription: Rehmannia, red peony root, and calamus each one, and a half qian. Chuanxiong, safflower, poria, and tongtian grass each 1 qian. Leech powder and huanglian half qian. This prescription should be boiled into 1 dose daily, then taken as a water decoction. Yun Jiaoyu didn't plan to explain every detail about the effects of these herbs. Even if she did, Xie Gosheng and his wife might not remember all. But she was worried they might cut corners when buying the herbs due to lack of funds. So, after the consultation, she emphasized, all the herbs in this prescription are essential. Only when combined can they promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, clear the orifices, and awaken the mind. After half a year of taking it, Big Head Xie's condition should improve. Xie Gosheng and Wang Shifeng were well-known filial children and obedient wives in Sha Juju village. They were very happy to hear their father might be saved. But when they heard the names of the herbs, tongtian grass, leech powder, chuanxiong, they looked worried. These herbs sounded very expensive. Their family was very poor. They couldn't afford these herbs. If the prescription was issued and they could recover after a few days of taking the medicine, they would sell everything to buy it. But half a year? Would their condition still not fully recover after half a year? Xie Gosheng started to hesitate. Wang Shifeng also looked distressed. Madam Qi, these herbs are hard to buy, and we can't afford them. Yun Jiaoyu knew they couldn't afford it. A gentle and calm voice said, I plan to gather stones on the mountain to make pigments and medicinal herbs. If you can't afford it, I can pay for it first. Later, you can help me gather stones as a way to pay for the medicine. Thinking of what Qi Chongjin said about not revealing wealth, Yun Jiaoyu explained clearly, actually, I don't have much money myself. I just agreed with Lord Tao to lease the mountain, and I've already given him most of the money. But I can still manage to buy medicine for half a month. As soon as she finished speaking, Xie Gosheng and his wife's eyes lit up with hope. When they heard Yun Jiaoyu wanted to gather stones, they thought it would require a lot of manpower. They immediately said, Madam Qi, don't worry. We will work hard to help you gather stones. Yun Jiaoyu was touched by their serious attitude. She pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then said, Gosheng's wife, come to my house tomorrow. Yun Jiaoyu saw that the couple was truly kind-hearted. Like elderly people with forgetfulness, they often cannot take care of themselves and need special care. Otherwise, they might wander away and not be able to find their way back. Seeing how well Gosheng was cared for, it showed that this couple was genuinely good-hearted. Gosheng's wife, some of the medicinal herbs I bought are indeed hard to find and need to be bought at the county town's pharmacy. But some are easy to find, like those on our mountain. Yun Jiaoyu planned to also call Wang Shifeng to come along and learn about herbs with Lu Yunxiu and the others. She patiently explained, for example, poria, huanglian, and safflower. If you can recognize these herbs, you can save a lot of money on buying herbs. Wishing to help, she said, if you're interested, tomorrow you can come with my third aunt to learn how to identify herbs. Wang Shifeng was so grateful she couldn't speak. Learning to identify herbs was rare and valuable. If she learned well, she could even become a barefoot doctor. She nodded as if dreaming, then quickly responded, I'm interested. I'm interested. Thank you, Madam Qi, for your great kindness. I will never forget it in my life. After a medical consultation, the villagers of Shijujian village couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. No wonder Secondcheng said that following Yun Jiaoyu was a good choice. Even the poorest family, the Gosheng family, had a chance to succeed by gathering stones to earn money and learning to recognize herbs. Gosheng really was lucky. Many people in Shijujian village disliked farming because it earned little money and they couldn't even pay the head tax. Everyone was thinking about asking Yun Jiaoyu to help gather stones. A group of people tried to impress the woman. Madam Qi, that Du Biao really isn't a good person. I've told him many times not to steal things, but he just wouldn't listen. Now look at him, running into your strong will and learning his lesson. He's just unlucky. I'll help you send the furniture back right now. Yes, I'll help carry the furniture too. Du Biao was pushed aside by the crowd outside, already beaten badly and close to losing his life. Now, hearing that his own brothers had turned against him, he was so angry he almost vomited blood. Overcome with rage, he fainted. Second brother Qing checked his breathing. He was still alive. Li Hu, he's still breathing. Li Hu didn't hesitate and decided to follow Yun Jiaoyu's order strictly. He replied, keep hitting him if he's still alive. Anyway, Du Biao isn't a good person. It's no surprise if he's hurt badly or even dies. Second brother Qing agreed and continued to fight. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze swept calmly over the villagers of Shaju village. She indeed needed many people to help gather stones. But if the villagers showed even a little friendliness, she would agree to let them earn money by collecting stones. She didn't want to seem too kind or soft, giving others the wrong idea that they could easily manipulate her. Yun Jiaoyu ignored these people. Sun Aniu and Zhao Laohui, who wanted to gather herbs or stones, were already busy. It was even less likely for the original villagers of Shaju village to get any benefits. Zhao Laohui, gruffly, said, no need for your flattery. We have enough people. We can move the furniture ourselves. Some people in the crowd spoke up. Exactly. They were fighting us over things before. Now they see that Madam Qi is good at making money, and they're just eager to flatter her. We won't give you the chance to curry favor. Coldly, someone said, brothers, let's go. Let's move the furniture home and sleep comfortably tonight. Soon, Sun Aniu and Zhao Laohui hurriedly brought back carts and furniture. Before leaving, they looked proudly at the villagers of Shaju village, then quickly went home to distribute the furniture. Everyone followed the plan, carefully moving their beds, tables, and chairs into their homes, helping each other along the way. Yun Jiaoyu took the chairs given by the furniture shop owner and brought them to Li Jingji. She knocked on the door, acting politely and appropriately. She found a suitable way to address him and greeted him with a smile. Brother Li, thank you for your hospitality last night. This chair was a gift from the shopkeeper in the county. You can accept this as a small token of my gratitude to you and Chang Jin. Inside Li Jingji's house, there was a shiny long spear. Yun Jiaoyu was knocking on the door while he was wiping it with a clean silk cloth. Yun Jiaoyu paused slightly, knowing that Li Jingji's neighbor seemed like a hunter on the surface, but in reality had a very important background. But she didn't expect that this man could afford silk cloth and had a long spear that looked quite valuable. After finishing cleaning the weapon, Li Jingji calmly stored it away in a long wooden box. He looked at Yun Jiaoyu from a few meters away and paused for a moment. Finally, he refused without hesitation, thank you for your kindness, but I don't want to take this chair. I'm alone and prefer my room to be empty and open, so I really don't need it. Li Jingji was a well-known solitary hunter from Shaju village. He often did butchering work or helped other villages slaughter pigs. Or he hunted wild boars himself, then killed and sold them. He ate his meals outside at a clay stove or fire pit. To him, Yun Jiaoyu's chair was somewhat unnecessary and cumbersome. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze was calm and deep. Her neighbor next door was quite eccentric and introverted. But she had studied medicine and psychology before and guessed that his early life had shaped him into someone who was not used to asking for or receiving things from others. She didn't insist and simply placed the chair at the door. Then I'll leave the chair at the door. If you need it, you can keep it. If not, even chopping it up for firewood is fine. Yun Jiaoyu spoke patiently and calmly. It's just a matter of courtesy. She looked at Li Jingji's cart and said, plus, you borrowed our cart for a day today. If we don't do anything in return, I'd feel guilty. After speaking, Li Jingji's eyes were deep, and he frowned as he looked at the chair for a long time. After a while, he relaxed his brows, showing complex emotions. Finally, he went to the door, picked up the chair, and brought it inside. Thank you both very much for this gift. Yun Jiaoyu raised her eyebrows slightly, thinking that her neighbor was very polite. It was just a polite exchange, and the chair was quite cheap, hardly a proper gift. She didn't say much and politely smiled at Li Jingji. She was about to go back inside. Before entering, she saw Qi Chongjin had already bundled up the straw that was spread on the ground the evening before, which served as a mattress, and placed it in front of the house. She tidied it up and went inside. Inside the house, everything was bright and clean. There was a broken ceramic bowl at the window, filled with well water. On the edge of a ceramic bowl, a fresh camellia flower is placed at a slight angle. Yun Jiaoyu's gentle smile reflects calmness and peace, giving a warm feeling of home. She walks into the room and sees a man sitting properly at a square table. His long, strong fingers hold a brush, writing calligraphy. Today, at the county magistrate's office, Qi Chongjin has a new idea. Next door, Shuilong County is near water, and its economy is much better than Dahuang County. In places with good economy, most people often spend some spare money on buying calligraphy and paintings to decorate. The man learned calligraphy from famous teachers since he was young. As long as he can write calligraphy, paint ink wash paintings, and carve seals, he can make some money to support his family. If he meets someone who appreciates art, he can gain a lot. Coincidentally, Li Quan also provided him with a horse. He can ride to Shuilong County easily. It's faster, and he can go back and forth in a day. Yun Jiaoyu doesn't understand how to write characters in the Great Qi Kingdom, so she can't judge if it's good or not. But honestly, with Qi Chongjin's exceptional brushwork, strong and powerful, even someone who doesn't read characters can see the lively dragon and flying phoenix in his strokes. Soon, Qi Chongjin's brush moves like a dragon and a snake, finishing a piece of calligraphy in one go. He places the paper aside to dry and mentions his idea of selling calligraphy and paintings in Shuilong County. Yun Jiaoyu immediately agrees and praises, "Your calligraphy is excellent. If you send it to Shuilong County, you'll surely sell it for a good price." But when she hears that Qi Chongjin plans to ride a horse to Shuilong County, thinking about his busy days at the official office and the long trip back and forth after finishing work, it's really exhausting. Her clear voice slightly raises as she discusses, "Tomorrow, when we go to the county town to push the cart, I'll buy you some good brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. If you have free time these days, just focus on writing calligraphy and drawing the paintings. I will gather and store them all." Qi Chongjin notices what Yun Jiaoyu means. His eyebrows lift slightly, and his deep, ink-black eyes look directly at her. His low voice sounds, "Are you thinking that once the quarrying of stones, making pigments, and preparing medicinal herbs are done, we can send my calligraphy and paintings to Shuilong County for sale?" Yun Jiaoyu nods to confirm, "That's what I mean." Qi Chongjin's gaze shifts to Yun Jiaoyu, showing some concern. After a moment of thought, he speaks, "But quarrying stones requires a lot of manpower and resources. You just gave Lord Tao 10,000 taels of silver, and Uncle's son another 5,000 taels. If we don't do some quick return businesses later, how can we afford to hire people for quarrying, making pigments, and preparing medicinal herbs?" Yun Jiaoyu suddenly pauses, her brow slightly furrowing. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She hadn't told anyone about giving Sun the silver note. How did Qi Chongjin find out? The man's bright eyes, like the galaxy, fell on Yun Jiaoyu, who looked curious. He slowly explained, "Before we reached Dahuang County, I guessed you would give Uncle's son 5,000 taels of silver. Today in the county town, you specifically called him aside. I thought you were going to give him the money." Qi Chongjin's beautiful eyes shimmered with light, full of admiration for Yun Jiaoyu. He spoke in a clear voice later. Uncle's son kept clutching his chest and heading towards the county bank now and then. That confirmed my guess. Since childhood, Qi Chongjin was taught by his grandfather that if you are successful, you should help others. If you are poor, you should focus on yourself. Whether giving Sun the silver note or planning to lead the people of Dahuang County to quarry stones, Yun Jiaoyu did well. Noticing the man's admiring gaze, Yun Jiaoyu pressed her red lips, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Actually, she wasn't as good as the man thought. Giving Sun 5,000 taels of silver was partly because he deserved it, and partly because she wanted to clear her name of those 5,000 taels. As long as no one knew she gave Sun the money, she could take 5,000 taels from the Qi family warehouse in her space storage. Now that Qi Chongjin had discovered this, she could only find another way to clear her money. But the more Yun Jiaoyu thought about it, the stranger she felt. After a while, she suddenly realized. Her eyes widened as she understood why the man thought of selling paintings and calligraphy. Was he trying to make money to spend on her? What is going on? Why is Qi Chongjin so kind-hearted? Yun Jiaoyu's bright, lively eyes moved slightly. She looked at Qi Chongjin with confusion. To her, Qi Chongjin had been the richest man in Qingzhou since birth. Throughout the entire Qi country, he had access to only the best things. Indeed, his calligraphy and paintings were exceptional. If he had wanted to make money from his art, he could have tried to sell his masterpieces during his exile. But he didn't do that. From her understanding of him, this was his noble pride at work. Most proud scholars would never bow for just 5 bushels of rice. But why was Qi Chongjin now willing to bow? Yun Jiaoyu couldn't understand, and decided not to think about it anymore. Qi Chongjin saw that the woman was silent and thought Yun Jiaoyu was worried about how to cover the costs of future mining. His gentle voice slowly said, "Aren't you interested in quarrying stones? You can first turn cinnabar into vermilion and then into pigment. The prepared vermilion can be divided into 2 batches. One sold by land to pharmacies in Zizhou and nearby towns to gather funds, and the other sold in large quantities by water to drug merchants in Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou's merchants buy a lot, and if the vermilion is pure, it can fetch a high price from the Jin family there. The Jin family has high-quality vermilion that they sell to the capital every year, used for making royal alchemy medicines. They usually pay double the price compared to other merchants." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes sparkled with tiny lights as she listened carefully. She didn't realize before where the vermilion was best sold. Her previous understanding of the Great Qi Kingdom was very limited. She only knew to win her husband's heart and to support her family with silver, without spending much time or effort paying attention to the vast outside world. She thought to herself that she should ask Qi Chongjin more about these things in the future. Just as she was about to continue the discussion, the man's deep gaze suddenly became mysterious. His eyes, deep like a stormy sea, asked, "How do you plan to refine the gold?" Qi Chongjin's low, hoarse voice fell, and Yun Jiaoyu froze in place. As expected, he had discovered the natural gold beneath the mine. Yun Jiaoyu quickly suppressed her panic and tried to fight back. She pretended to be naive and asked, "What kind of refining?" Qi Chongjin raised his sharp eyebrows slightly, his eyes glinting with a flicker of light as he recited from an ancient text, "Above is cinnabar, below is gold." Yun Jiaoyu was completely defeated. She realized that reading so many books had been a mistake. There really is a house of gold in books. She made up her mind. From now on, she would not humiliate herself by pretending to be ignorant in areas where Qi Chongjin was skilled. A complex emotion flickered in Qi Chongjin's eyes, unreadable to others. His calm tone lifted slightly, capturing Yun Jiaoyu's expression perfectly. He sighed lightly and said, "I'm asking how to refine gold, not to interfere with you. I just want to remind you. The methods recorded in ancient books for refining gold are only the aqua regia method and the cyanide method. But these 2 methods are not suitable for Dahuang County." Qi Chongjin shared his thoughts. If you choose not to refine gold in the future, you can sell the natural gold to other counties or bury it deep in the mountains. When the technology improves later, you can refine it then. While comforting, she said, "Time is still long. After all, your contract lasts for 100 years. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Qi Chongjin with a curious gaze. Her eyes slightly bright, perhaps because she had spent too long in the army. She didn't have a desire for wealth and power. Compared to powerful officials who can influence millions of lives in a moment, or heirs with wealth that rivals a country, she preferred people who could get rich honestly and had principles and morals. She knew about two methods of gold extraction, the king water method and the cyanide method. Both methods cause serious pollution to the environment. Dahuang County already has a harsh environment, and further pollution would only bring temporary wealth, not lasting prosperity or future generations' well-being. Even if Chi Chongjin didn't mention it, she would consider this. So for now, she planned to focus on making medicinal herbs and dyes. Once she had enough money and her skills improved, she would think about alchemy. Your words will make me think. But aren't you going to work at the county office tomorrow? Yun Jiaoyu tidied up the wooden bed. It was about time. Tonight, after we eat at Third Aunt's house, we should go to bed early. Tomorrow morning, we need to wake up early and push the cart to the county. Besides pushing the cart, she had many other things to do tomorrow. On the way back from the county, she planned to buy ink, paper, and brushes for Chi Chongjin, plus some fabric. Later, she also needed to take Lu Yunxiu and others to the mountain to pick cassia seeds. Yun Jiaoyu thought that sleeping directly on the wooden bed without anything underneath would be uncomfortable. It would be better to make simple straw mats with everyone, since Shaju village has plenty of straw that could be used. Once they made enough straw mats or cushions, they could sell them in the county. As for the fabric she bought, she planned to keep it for making thin quilts for autumn and pillows for every household. The cassia seeds they picked from the mountain, once dried, could be used to make cassia seed pillows, which are good for the spine and help with sleep. This would save money on bedding and pillows and also give Lu Yunxiu and others a chance to learn more about medicinal herbs. Practicing with herbs would help them remember better than just memorizing by heart. It's a good way to kill two birds with one stone. Half an hour later, Yun Jiaoyu and Chi Chongjin finished dinner at Lu Yunxiu's house. Brother, I don't recognize these characters. Can you teach me how to read them? Qi Wenlong humbly sought knowledge, pointing to some obscure characters and asking Chi Chongjin about each one. Chi Chongjin patiently explained, also clarifying the meanings of the words along the way. Thinking that Qi Wenlong's studies should not be neglected, the man specially stayed half an hour longer at Qi Xianglei and Liu Yunxiu's home. He taught Qi Wenlong and Qi Zhaozhao to read together. Yun Jiu saw that it was getting late and didn't want to spend much more time at her third uncle and aunt's house. To avoid the awkwardness of sharing a bed with the man, she was the first to go home. She thought it was better to go to bed early and quickly fall asleep. When Chi Chongjin returned, the woman was already sleeping sprawled on the bed. Chi Chongjin saw Yun Jiu's commanding sleeping posture and couldn't help but smile helplessly. With the idea that as a husband, he should be a strong support for his wife, Chi Chongjin sat by the table and painted a landscape of Dahuang County. He planned to sell more paintings in the future to earn some money. After finishing, he didn't want to wake Yun Jiu, so he simply lay down on the table and fell asleep. The next day, the wild chicken hunted by Li Jingji crowed in its cage. Yun Jiu and Chi Chongjin woke early and, with Qi Xianglei and Liu Yunxiu, went on a walk to the county town, pushing a cart. After completing all the tasks planned for yesterday, they returned home around noon. Wang Shifeng held a basket and sat at Yun Jiu's door. She saw Yun Jiu and Liu Yunxiu returning with big and small packages from afar and waved to them to signal. Yesterday, Liu Yunxiu disliked the people living in the village, but she didn't feel the same about Wang Shifeng, seeing her as genuinely filial. When Yun Jiu returned, Wang Shifeng quickly lifted the cloth covering her basket, as if to give her something good. "Qi young mistress, these are eggs from my own chickens. I don't have much to thank you for. I just brought these to you." Inside were 6 eggs. Wang Shifeng's family kept only 5 chickens. A few days ago, she had killed one to boost Xie Dada's health. Now only 4 chickens remained, 1 rooster and 3 hens. The rooster was kept for crowing, and the hens for laying eggs. These 6 eggs were saved over 2 days. Yun Jiu didn't refuse politely, thinking that if she didn't accept, Wang Shifeng might feel embarrassed to learn about medicinal herbs from her, and that Qi Zhaozhao and Qi Wenlong were still growing, so nutritious eggs would be good for their health. She also thought that Chi Chongjin started working at the government office today, so she could also save one for him. Yunjiue took the vegetable basket, took out the eggs, and placed them carefully on a good ceramic bowl inside the house. Please return the basket to Wang Shifeng. Specifically, she said, Go Sheng's wife. Thank you for the eggs you sent. I was just about to buy some eggs for my parents, Jean and Zhao Zhao. Holding Wang Shifeng's hand, she said, The time is just right now. We can go to the mountain to find the cassia seeds. Then I'll see if I can catch some game on the mountain. If I'm lucky and catch some, you don't need to worry. When coming down, you can bring some home. Yun Jiao hadn't taken out cattle or sheep from the space farm for a long time. Recently, the female cows, sheep, and pigs in the farm had all given birth. Considering that cows, sheep, and pigs eat the least, she planned to pretend that they had a big harvest of game on the mountain. She would tell others it was just good luck and that she caught 2 sheep with lambs. Wang Shifeng didn't take Yun Jiaoyu's polite words seriously. Hunting wasn't easy. Looking at the men in the village, few could go up the mountain and catch game. But she wasn't discouraged. She smiled and said, All right. I'll thank Lady Qi in advance. Lu Yunxiu and the others held bundles of cloth and couldn't go up the mountain. They first went home to put away their things, then gathered at Yun Jiaoyu's door. Qi Zhao Zhao quickly ran towards Yun Jiaoyu. When she heard about going up the mountain to pick cassia seeds and hunt, she was very excited. Lu Yunxiu was worried she might fall while running, so she held her daughter's hand in time. She then said to Yun Jiaoyu, This child, I only let her learn to recognize herbs with you. But now she wants to learn hunting after hearing about it. Yun Jiaoyu patted Zhao Zhao's head and didn't oppose her learning to hunt. Since the third house and Chi Chongjin had such a good relationship, maybe after Chi Chongjin clears his name, they will go to the capital together. By then, Zhao Zhao wouldn't have the free life she is now. It's better to let her play enough in Dahuang County, so she won't be confined or controlled in the future in the capital. Zhao Zhao, today we'll pick cassia seeds first. As for hunting, sister-in-law only brought a bow and a few arrows, so I can't teach you. Yun Jiaoyu comforted Zhao Zhao. Next time, sister-in-law will make a smaller bow and take you hunting. Next time, we'll start by hunting small rabbits. Zhao Zhao's big, bright eyes sparkled with a little light. Blinking, she nodded and said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Next time, we'll go catch small rabbits. Zhao Zhao's voice was very sweet. Compared to her brother Qi Wenlang, who is calm and loves reading, she prefers to stay away from poetry and female workers, hoping to always be free and easy. Led by Yun Jiaoyu, Chung Erliu, Yun Xiuxiu, and their group walk to the mountain near Shaja village. They see a sturdy herb plant with yellow flowers and long pods growing by the roadside. Yun Jiaoyu stops specifically and explains, You all remember, this is called Chao Ju Ming. The mature seeds of Ju Ming are what we need after they are dried. Sun Aniu stands next to the plant, curious, comparing his height with the plant's. He asks surprised, Madam Qi, this plant, which is taller than me, is it a medicinal herb? Yun Jiaoyu smiles slightly and explains, Chao Ju Ming varies in height. Some are half a person tall, and others can reach about 10 feet. Healthy plants of Chao Ju Ming are often taller than a person. Seeing everyone interested in Chao Ju Ming, Yun Jiaoyu continues, This herb usually grows on slopes, roadside, and open fields. It is a very common medicinal plant. I am sure you have seen it somewhere else besides this mountain. Wang Shifeng was initially worried about losing face or saying something wrong, but seeing everyone's enthusiasm, she finally timidly asks, Madam Qi, is that wild grass in front of my house Chao Ju Ming? Yun Jiaoyu recalls what is in front of Wang Shifeng's house and thinks of a plant of Chao Ju Ming. She nods, yes, that's it. Wang Shifeng, after confirmation, can't hide her joy. Yun Jiaoyu introduces one by one, we can pick the Chao Ju Ming. After drying them at home, we can harvest the seeds to make pillows. Additionally, the Ju Ming seeds can be used to improve liver health and clear the eyes, relieving redness and swelling. Among the crowd, Zhao Lahui keeps rubbing his eyes. Hearing about redness and swelling, he walks over to Yun Jiaoyu and carefully asks, Madam Qi, my eyes haven't felt right these past few days. It seems I have wind heat eye. Can this Ju Ming seed treat my condition? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes sparkle with tiny light, perfectly suited to her expertise. Wind heat eye is a term from traditional Chinese medicine. In Western medicine, it refers to conditions like acute conjunctivitis and epidemic keratoconjunctivitis caused by bacteria, viruses, or allergies, leading to red, swollen eyes. Yun Jiaoyu checks Zhao Lahui's pulse to be sure, and after confirming it is wind heat eye, she points to the Chao Juming and jokes, "Uncle Zhao, you'll need to harvest more Chao Juming. After drying, we can extract the seeds. You just need to roast and grind them into powder and apply it to your temples. After cleaning up, your wind heat eye condition should improve within a day, if all goes well." Wang Shifeng listened carefully to Yun Jiaoyu and Zhao Lahui talking about the medicinal effects and usage of the plant called Juemingzi. She was so excited that tears filled her eyes. She never expected that in Shijuji village, such common wild herbs could have such amazing effects. If she could learn more about herbal medicine over time, her days would definitely get better, and she felt hopeful every day. There are many Juemingzi plants on the mountains of Shijuji village. Lu Yunxiu and Wang Shifeng thought they could pick more of these herbs. Everyone was sent to different areas to gather herbs separately. Seeing this, Yun Jiaoyu, pretending to hunt, carried a bow and arrow and walked toward a quiet place. When she reached the middle of the mountain and confirmed no one was around, she chose 2 fat sheep from the space farm, 1 male and 1 female, and also picked a few lambs. She prepared to act out her plan. Yun Jiaoyu held a long arrow and quickly and forcefully stabbed it into the backs of the 2 fat sheep. The sheep felt intense pain and let out miserable cries. They tried to run, but Yun Jiaoyu shot an arrow through the left hind leg of 1 sheep. The loud cries of the sheep echoed far away. This attracted Cheng Er and others who were gathering herbs nearby. Cheng Er was sure that this fat sheep was connected to Lady Qi. He thought, Lady Qi is being chased by fate, and she's destined for good luck and wealth. Since she wanted to hunt today, she was sure to find something good. Cheng Er waved his hand to signal Li Hu and himself to go find the sound source and help. Sure enough, when they reached the middle of the mountain, they saw Yun Jiaoyu standing on 1 foot on the back of a ram, pulling out her arrow. Seeing so many sheep, Cheng Er's eyes lit up instantly. Lady Qi, I'll help you. Li Hu agreed, me too. Yun Jiaoyu planned to keep the female sheep for milking, so she and Qi Chongjin could drink from it daily, and it could also be shared with the 3rd household. As for the lambs, she decided to raise them, but the male sheep needed to be killed. There was no use keeping him now, and he could be a meal for everyone. Cheng Er, Li Hu, go call a few more people, Yun Jiaoyu ordered. You 2 alone can't carry these 2 big sheep down the mountain. Call son Aniu and the others. As for the lambs, I can carry 1 each with my aunt and the others. She wanted Cheng Er and Li Hu to be motivated. Her clear voice slightly raised as she said, Tonight, we'll roast the ram and have a full sheep feast. Okay. Cheng Er and Li Hu responded enthusiastically. Both of them increasingly believed that staying in Zizhou Dahuang County was the right choice. It's only been a short time and they can now eat meat again. They ran quickly to call son Aniu and others to help move the sheep. After a few hours, the sun set in the west, and everyone returned home with full loads. The women carried bundles of grass and lambs down the mountain. The men worked together, with 4 people moving 1 sheep, and they safely returned to Shaju village. Yun Jiaoyu, who is strong and fast, walked quickly. After bringing the lambs home, she saw a bridle tied to the millstone at the door, with a bright red horse attached. The horse was lowering its head, munching on fresh grass. Yun Jiaoyu immediately knew that Qi Chongjin had returned. But Qi Chongjin was not the only one to come back. In her line of sight, there was also a beautifully crafted carriage parked in the distance. The carriage looked very elegant, made from high-quality Nanmu wood. The wood was carved with intricate patterns of bamboo forests, which looked lively and 3-dimensional. Yun Jiaoyu frowned, thinking that such a carriage was expensive, even for Madame Tao of Dahuang County, who wouldn't spend money on a carpenter for such a thing. She wondered who the visitor could be. Just then, Chi Changjin lifted the curtain of grass, and her gaze happened to fall on Yun Jiaoyu. His deep, ink-colored eyes showed slight surprise, and his gentle voice asked, "Why are you standing at the door? Come in, I want to introduce someone to you." Yun Jiaoyu held the lambs tightly, afraid they would run away if put on the ground. She turned around and looked for Lu Yunxiu and the others. Seeing they had arrived, she nodded to Chi Changjin. "Wait for me. I'll go inside now." She handed the lambs to Lu Yunxiu and said, "Aunt Lu, please watch these sheep for me. I'll be right back." Yun Jiaoyu looked at the open space in front of the house and decided to make good use of it. She added, "By the way, Aunt Lu, tonight I'll need Uncle Chi to help me and Long Jean build a sheep pen at the door. Then I'll find some wooden stakes to give these sheep a home." Coincidentally, there was plenty of dry straw at the house entrance, which she could spread on the ground for the mother sheep and lambs to sleep on. Yun Jiaoyu washed her hands and quickly went inside. Inside, a middle-aged man dressed in brown silk sat on a wooden chair, drinking water from a pottery bowl. He looked like a scholar, wearing a silk scarf on his head, and behaved very politely. Yun Jiaoyu felt that the man in front of her looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. Chi Changjin's deep voice sounded slowly and calmly, explaining, "This is my former mentor in Qingzhou, Li Peiqi, the great scholar. This time, he has come all the way to Dahuang County to see us, the husband and wife." After speaking, hearing the words "great scholar Li," Yun Jiaoyu's nerves instantly tensed. Memories related to her original self, which were not very good, suddenly flooded her mind. This Li Peiqi was well known throughout Qingzhou. He had taught Chi Changjin poetry, books, and ancient texts, and years ago, he also taught many officials' children in the capital. 3 years ago, Chi Changjin was discussing marriage with Pei Gui, the young daughter of the Ministry of Rights deputy minister in Kyoto. Initially, because of Chi Changjin's merchant background, he was not considered suitable for the daughter of an official family. But the laws of the Great Qi Empire did not prohibit merchants from taking exams. Plus, Chi Changjin's knowledge was widely recognized among Qingzhou students. Therefore, this great scholar repeatedly helped Qi family with matchmaking, claiming that Chi Changjin would surely succeed in the imperial exams one day. The two families then began discussing marriage. However, when the eldest son of the Pei family came to Qingzhou to meet Chi Changjin, her original self tried every trick, but was caught on the spot by the Pei family's eldest son, with her and Chi Changjin in disarray. As a result, the Qi family lost this excellent marriage opportunity. Li Peiqi, upon learning the true reason for the failed marriage, was so angry he nearly had a. He stormed into Yun's house, scolding her thoroughly. Thinking of this, Yun Jiaoyu's face showed embarrassment. Although all these things were done by her original self, at this moment, facing Li Peiqi's sharp, hateful gaze, she couldn't justify herself. She could only grit her teeth and take the blame. But if she were Li Peiqi, her mentor, she would also be furious. The Ministry of Rights deputy minister is a high official, roughly equivalent to a modern vice minister of foreign affairs. Any wealthy family with a son would dream of marrying into such a family and wake up smiling. Yun Jiaoyu gathered her spirits and politely entertained the distinguished guest. She slowly refilled the water in the ceramic bowl on the table, smiling, "Li Defu, our home is simple. If there's anything I or Changjin failed to host properly, please forgive us." Yun Jiaoyu showed no signs of embarrassment, glanced outside at the sky, and spoke graciously, "It's almost mealtime. If you don't mind, why not stay for dinner tonight? Today we hunted sheep on the mountain, and tonight would be a good time to host a guest like you." Li Peiqi hummed softly, observing Yun Jiaoyu from top to bottom. He initially wanted to find fault with her and criticize her harshly. But her words just now were flawless, leaving him with nowhere to vent his anger. After a moment, he sarcastically said, "I thought the wife that Changjin married was just as useless as before. Didn't expect that now she's learned to hunt sheep?" Yun Jiaoyu wasn't angry. After all, Chi Changjin's mentor was from a distant place called Dahuang County. Just for this reason alone. Plus, since she was about the same age as Qi Xianglei, it was hard to argue with him. Seeing Qi Chongjin slightly part his lips as if to speak, Yun Jiaoyu unexpectedly smiled first and said, "It's just started learning. Only by luck could I hunt a few sheep." Li Dafu still looked serious, but he seemed to respect Yun Jiaoyu a little more. He slowly stroked his beard and nodded, being able to control your temper. Finally, you have the humility expected of a top scholar's wife. Maybe in the future, you can also manage all kinds of social relationships well. Yun Jiaoyu's lips curled into a half-smile, but she didn't argue. This Li Dafu was truly a scholar. His thinking was old-fashioned. Why should a top scholar's wife be humble and suppress her temper? And managing social relationships? She thought to herself that she would eventually part ways with Qi Chongjin anyway. Even if Qi Chongjin was now falsely accused of being a top scholar, or someday became the chief minister overseeing all officials, she would need to handle the complicated relationships in the capital. Yun Jiaoyu secretly thought. She then looked at Qi Chongjin and said, "You all chat first. I'll go outside to help Annie trim the sheep's wool. By autumn, that wool might even make a few coats." Qi Chongjin nodded in agreement, his deep eyes flickering. After Yun Jiaoyu left the room, he looked somewhat displeased and said to Li Dafu, "Mentor, I've already told you. Jiaoyu has changed from her past self. Why do you insist on criticizing her?" Li Dafu touched his nose, feeling guilty. Even if Yun Jiaoyu, the merchant girl, had changed her temper, could it erase the fact that she maliciously snatched her marriage in the beginning? But seeing that Qi Chongjin was gradually leaning toward Yun Jiaoyu in his heart, he kept this thought to himself. Out of respect for his disciple, he decided to accept Yun Jiaoyu. He sighed helplessly, seeing is believing. I have to test her, right? Besides, if I don't test her, who knows how you young man are truly bewitched by her? Hearing that his mind was bewitched by Yun Jiaoyu, Qi Chongjin's eyes suddenly looked distant. In the next second, Li Dafu shifted the topic and began discussing serious matters. By the way, the matter I mentioned to you earlier, you need to investigate secretly and quickly. He warned, don't let anything slip. More than half a month ago, he passed through Songzhou. I accidentally learned that the imperial tutor, Lu Chong, is investigating theft cases across different regions. Li Dafu, when in the capital, was very sharp about political matters. He suspects that the rising theft cases might be connected to Qi Chongjin's false accusations of cheating in the imperial exam and the Qi family's house being raided. So he traveled a long way to Zhezhou to tell his beloved disciple about this. Qi Chongjin is like a bright pearl in his heart. He absolutely cannot let such a talented young person waste his life in a remote county. Qi Chongjin's eyes are dark and intense, like deep ocean currents. His gaze grows deeper, and he says, "Rest assured, Master. Several of the criminals exiled from Qingzhou are accused of theft. If someone was harmed and exiled because of theft cases, I will find out the truth and inform you and Lord Lu." "How will you tell Lord Lu?" Li Dafu notices something unusual in Qi Chongjin's words and guesses secretly. Could it be that you have secret contacts with Lord Lu? If they do have contact, maybe Lu Chong is investigating theft cases to clear Qi Chongjin's name. Li Dafu can't figure it out and thinks to himself that when his disciple took the imperial exam in the capital, Lu Chong wasn't there. He doesn't know how they are connected. Qi Chongjin's expression shows some surprise, and his eyes flicker with emotion. Does Master not know?
Know what?
Li Dafu, seeing Qi Chongjin playing tricks, deliberately snorts and glares. No need to beat around the bush, just say it. Qi Chongjin's gaze passes through the window and falls on a busy figure outside the house. A woman wipes sweat from her rolled-up sleeves, her smooth arms exposed in the sunset, calmly shearing sheep's wool. Her eyes are deep and calm as she says softly, "Lord Lu is my adoptive father. I thought Master was worried about me traveling north and told me that Lord Lu is investigating theft cases to let me rest assured." Li Dafu frowns in disbelief when he hears this. He heard that Lu Chong adopted a daughter in Songzhou, but he never expected that this lucky girl is Yun Jiaoyu. Li Dafu suddenly finds Yun Jiaoyu more likable. Although the imperial tutor's adopted daughter isn't as noble as the daughter of the Ministry of Rights, with Yun Jiaoyu's connection, Lu Chong will do his best to clear Qi family's name. Having Lord Lu accept her as his adopted daughter shows she has qualities others cannot match. Finally, he fully accepts Yun Jiaoyu. Night falls, and Yun Jiaoyu sets up several bonfires in the open space in front of the house. A few larger bonfires were set up for roasting whole sheep. Other smaller fires were used to roast potatoes and freshly caught wild mountain chickens. Li Jingji caught the wild mountain chickens. When he returned, he saw a group of people at the door, working together to slaughter a sheep. Yun Jiaoyu called out to Li Jingji to come eat dinner. It was lively and fun to gather everyone together. Li Jingji didn't refuse. With so many people at the door, it was better to join in the fun than to be noisy alone. The smell of roasted whole sheep gradually drifted into the house. Qi Chongjin invited the great scholar Li Dafu to come eat with them and thoughtfully brought a chair for him, worried he might not be used to sitting on the ground. Li Dafu raised an eyebrow and pushed the chair aside. "You kid, I'm not so precious or picky. Besides, everyone else is sitting on the ground, so why should I sit on a chair?" He sat cross-legged on the yellow earth and took the lamb leg that Qi Chongjin had just cut with a kitchen knife. The bonfire reflected different faces, and everyone gathered together, talking and laughing happily. Li Dafu suddenly felt a peaceful, joyful, and tranquil feeling, like being in a paradise. Eating roasted lamb without wine? That's not right. Li Jingji was eating his lamb and looked a bit displeased. "Wait a moment, I'll go get some wine." In Shaju village, some villagers with good wine would brew rice wine every year, squeezing it out from their limited supplies. But Yun Jiaoyu saw that Li Jingji's house had no tools for brewing rice wine. She wondered where he would get the wine. Just then, she saw him walk to the side of his bed, bend down, and pick something up. Yun Jiaoyu bit into her lamb and blinked. When she looked up, she saw Li Jingji already carrying 2 jars of wine out of the house. Li Dafu stared at Li Jingji for a moment, feeling that this young man looked very familiar. He resembled a noble from the capital. But he also thought that Dahuang County was remote, and he had never heard of any noble from the capital being robbed and exiled. So he thought that Li Jingji only looked outstanding and probably had no special background. Just as he made this judgment, he was quickly proven wrong. "Brotherly, this jar of wine smells wonderful, like 100 flowers in bloom. It's fragrant and fresh, like a garden of flowers in a bottle." Li Jingji poured wine for Qi Chongjin and generously gave a jar to Cheng Er and the others. Yun Jiaoyu didn't know much about wine, but since Qi Chongjin said so, she also felt the scent of many flowers mixed together. She tasted it and said, "It really has the flavor of orchid wine." Lansheng wine, also called by emoji wine, is made from various flower and grass powders. This wine is quite valuable. Even in Qingzhou, it is rare to find.
Li Jingji smiles faintly.
Wine is something that, when encountered by someone who can appreciate it, makes all the effort of the winemaker worthwhile. He casually says, "I also think it's good wine. But unfortunately, only these 2 jars remain. Please, enjoy them carefully and cherish them." Few people around the campfire understand how precious this wine is. But the Qi family and Master Li know how rare it truly is. Years ago, Lansheng wine was served in the royal court. Later, the preferences of the royal family changed, and wealthy and powerful families could buy it with enough money. Li Jingji increasingly feels that Shanju village hides many talented people. Qi Chongjin and Qi Xianglei exchanged knowing looks, not asking Li Jingji about the origin of this wine. After all, everyone has fallen to a place like Dahuang County. Even the once glorious status is now hard to recall. Lu Yunxiu pulls Yun Jiaoyu's sleeve and gives her a subtle signal, as if she has something to say. Yun Jiaoyu wipes her greasy hands on a rag and follows Lu Yunxiu to the side. "Third aunt, what's the matter?" "Jiaoyu, I have a small favor to ask. I wonder if you can help?" Lu Yunxiu blushes shyly and explains her request. "Besides Zhao Zhao, Wenleng is my everything. Originally, Shanju village had Brother Jean to teach him reading and writing. I was at ease then. But now, Brother Jean has to work at the government office every day, traveling back and forth, which is quite exhausting. If I ask him to help Wenlang at night, I really can't ask him to do so as his aunt. Why don't you ask Brother Jean to talk to Master Li? Maybe he can take Wenlang in and secretly send him to Qingzhou to study. Yun Jiaoyu thinks carefully. In Qingzhou, no one teaches better than Master Li. If the Qi family hadn't been disbanded, given Qi Wenlong's age, he would definitely have been sent to study under Master Li by Qi Chongjin. Now, the master is just the right age and still has the energy to teach Qi Wenlang. With Qi Chongjin's close relationship with his beloved younger brother, this is a good opportunity for a recommendation. But they still have someone guilty of this crime. Sending Qi Wenlang to study under Master Li and then bringing him back to the capital might be too risky. Yun Jiaoyu has her own concerns and can't quite understand why Lu Yunxiu would make such a difficult request. Lu Yunxiu looks around and, amid the noise, leans close to Yun Jiaoyu's ear. Jiaoyu, what I'm about to say is very disrespectful. Please don't repeat it outside. Lower your voice. Today, His Majesty is already 78 years old. Rumors say his health is not very good. Whenever a new emperor ascends the throne, there is usually a general amnesty. For us exiled criminals, returning to Qingzhou is impossible. At most, they might reduce our taxes. But when that time comes, even if Wenlang is the son of a criminal, he will have a chance to take the imperial exams. A hint of surprise appeared in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, and she suddenly realized. If Qi Wenlang continued to stay in Shijuji village, whether Qi Chongjin clears his name or a few years pass until a new emperor ascends, it would delay Wenlang's studies. The people of the third household are counting on Wenlang to bring honor to the family. It seems that if Scholar Li hadn't come to Shijuji village today, Lu Yunxiu wouldn't have taken such a risky thought. Considering Lu Yunxiu's hardships as a parent, Yun Jiaoyu reluctantly agreed. Auntie, don't worry. I will talk to Chongjin about this. But if Scholar Li refuses? Lu Yunxiu nodded, understanding that her request was a bit too much. She quickly said, I understand. If he refuses, then so be it. If Scholar Li refuses, it's probably to avoid trouble. But as a mother, she still wanted to try and not miss this chance to change her child's fate. Feeling uneasy, her hands didn't know where to put themselves. She felt a bit ashamed. Yun Jiaoyu sensed her subtle emotional change and held Lu Yunxiu's hand. Auntie, you don't need to worry too much about Wenlong's future. Doing one's best and knowing one's limits. If Scholar Li refuses. To reassure Lu Yunxiu, she said, after quarrying, I will open a school in Shijuji village and invite famous teachers from Zizhou to teach Wenlang. Although the teachers from Zizhou may not match Scholar Li's talent, they won't waste Wenlong's potential. Quarrying requires many workers. Once everyone in and outside the village comes to help, they can also let nearby children come to study. This way, the villagers will work harder at quarrying. Traveling at night is unsafe. After dinner, Qi Chongjin and Yun Jiaoyu voluntarily let Scholar Li stay in their house. They went to their third uncle and aunt's home to spend the night. Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Zhaozhao shared a room, while Qi Chongjin and Wenlang stayed together. On the way to Lu Yunxiu's house, Yun Jiaoyu mentioned Lu Yunxiu's request. Qi Chongjin saw how Yun Jiaoyu genuinely cared for the third household, her anxious and careful expression as she discussed and planned. They seemed like a loving married couple. A faint smile of happiness appeared on her face, but she deliberately frowned slightly. I also think it's a bit risky to let Master Wen take Wenlang back to Qingzhou. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened as she carefully said, I need to think about how to politely refuse third aunt. But in the next moment, Qi Chongjin changed the topic slightly. However, we can let Master stay in Shijuji village for now and teach Wenlang. Yun Jiaoyu was so surprised by Qi Chongjin's words that she almost couldn't close her mouth. Why would a learned scholar, who is full of knowledge, stay in a place of exile to suffer? Qi Chongjin didn't want to tell Yun Jiaoyu that his master was tired of traveling and wanted to rest in Shijuji village. He also suddenly developed a strange habit of reading and kept talking about enjoying a few months of seclusion. He wondered when his master would decide to stop hiding and return to Qingzhou. The next day, Chi Chongjin asked Lu Yunxiu and Qi Xingla to tidy up 2 earthen houses for Scholar Li and the 2 servants. He went early to the Dahuang County Government office. Yun Jiaoyu sat at Lu Yunxiu's house entrance, washing wild vegetables. She washed slowly, taking half an hour for the vegetables, as if waiting for someone. Li Dafu couldn't stand it and gestured, Chongjin's wife. Do you usually do things like this at home? Yun Jiaoyu responded lightly with an not caring much. Thinking about how Li Dafu praised her good temper yesterday, and imagining that they might not see each other again in the future, she suddenly changed her attitude toward Qi Chongjin's master. No longer being overly kind, she deliberately annoyed him. She was afraid that he would develop some inappropriate expectations of her and Qi Chongjin. Cleaning vegetables, I focus on making sure they're clean. She tugged at her mouth and said, Li Dafu, you don't need to praise me for being careful, or I'll feel embarrassed. Li Dafu felt frustrated inside, unable to speak. Why did Yun Jiaoyu think he was praising her? He said impatiently, What careful? You're just flattering yourself. You're slow. Maybe I'm slow. But Li Dafu, my work efficiency is definitely not something a woman like me can compare to. Yun Jiaoyu complimented herself and continued washing the vegetables slowly, 1 stalk at a time, then the leaves. It looked like she was deliberately taking her time. Li Dafu was so angry he started washing vegetables himself, rubbing the stems and rinsing the leaves in a wooden basin. He demonstrated, see, this is how you wash carefully and quickly. Seeing the small details reveals the big picture. You take your time washing vegetables, but what about doing other things? Could it be that you usually take such good care of Chongjin? Yun Jiaoyu looked eager to learn and had just stood up from the wooden stool. She put all the wild vegetables back into the wooden basin. Qi Zhaozhao helped carry the vegetables, bringing back a bucket of fresh, muddy-rooted wild greens. Seeing Li Dafu washing vegetables, she thought he was helping voluntarily. A sweet voice rang out, with a gentle smile. Li Dafu, you're such a good person. Knowing we're short-handed, you help wash the vegetables. Truly a learned scholar with many books. That bucket of greens, please, Dafu. Thank you, Li Dafu. Once the vegetables are pickled, I'll have my mother send you a jar. Li Dafu's hand stiffened, and he looked around for Yun Jiaoyu. He saw she had already walked far away, surrounded by villagers dressed in coarse cloth, apparently talking about important matters. He secretly clenched his teeth, feeling he had been tricked. He shouldn't have criticized Yun Jiaoyu or tried to show off as a teacher. But when he saw Qi Zhaozhao's innocent face, he couldn't get angry, nor could he say harsh words. He could only smile a few times. Child, why are you so polite? He then called 2 servants to help wash the vegetables together. Yun Jiaoyu caught a glimpse of her master, Qi Chongjin, from the corner of her eye. She held back a smile, thinking that in the next few days, this scholar probably wouldn't find fault with her. She started talking to the villagers who came to see her. Are you saying you want to mine stones? The brothers of Du Biao nodded in agreement. Wang Yudo apologized and handed Yun Jiaoyu a basket of eggs.
Yes.
Miss Qi, it was our mistake not to recognize your worth before. Mining stones is much better than farming. Please forget past grievances and accept us to work together in mining. Lu Dashan, generous as always, carried his old hen, which he had raised for years, and was about to put it into Yun Jiaoyu's arms. But Yun Jiaoyu instinctively stepped back. Lu Dashan awkwardly said, In the past, our village was full of troublemakers, with no way out. We thought we might as well stay bad together. But now, you're teaching the wife of Go Sheng to recognize herbs and allowing Go Sheng to mine stones. He spoke honestly, seeing a chance to live a better life. How can we not seize it? They discussed it seriously. Miss Qi, please accept us to work together in mining stones. Yun Jiaoyu guessed that the villagers from Shaju village would definitely come to see her today. Yesterday during the day, they might have been able to stay calm. But last night, she burned a whole sheep at her door, and Wang Shifeng brought back several roasted lambs. Once this news spread, it deeply provoked them again. As Lu Dashan said, if they can live a good life, why continue to fall into despair? These people are not completely hopeless. Yun Jiaoyu hesitated but spoke plainly. Mining stones is not as easy as farming. Day after day, breaking rocks and extracting stones is very hard. Are you sure? You can endure the hardship? Wang Yudo's voice was clear. Yes. It's all hard work anyway. As long as we can earn money, mining stones is better than nothing. Lu Dashin also agreed. Yes. Once we earn money, we can buy some furniture for our homes. My mother is quite old and has never slept on a wooden bed. Some others spoke up. My mother also never slept on a wooden bed. I want to mine stones too. We all want to mine stones. We are willing and will not regret it. Lady Qi, please give us a good job to support ourselves. Yun Jiaoyu's brow moved slightly, hiding her good mood about finding workers for the mining. She calmly agreed, since you all want to mine stones, I will accept you. As soon as she finished speaking, a crowd of excited people cheered loudly.
But
I have my rules. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened as she looked over the villagers. She slowly said, mining on my mountain is not allowed to cause trouble or fight. Later, you are also not allowed to do any immoral or illegal things just for money. Otherwise, I will not forgive you easily. Li Dafu, who was nearby, watched this and appreciated Yun Jiaoyu's ability to see past her slow movements and other flaws. He believed that everyone works for profit, and those who can use greed to control others are good at winning people's hearts. Thinking this way, he felt that his favorite disciple hadn't married the wrong person. Yun Jiaoyu didn't notice Li Dafu's changing gaze. She gathered the workers for mining and asked Chang'er to register and record their names, officially adding them to the mining team. There were too many villagers and they were all mixed up, so she couldn't remember everyone's appearance today. She decided to register everyone to prevent others from sneaking into mine without permission later. She also asked Qi Changjin to go to the county office and invite carpenters and tailors to make some mining badges with names and work uniforms. After several days of hard work, this quarry team finally looks more organized. Yun Jiaoyu chose a good day and gathered everyone, people carrying baskets, hoes, sickles, and other tools, and all headed up the mountain. Men and women walked in two groups. The men mainly went to quarry stones, while the women went to gather herbs. Yun Jiaoyu planned to divide the work daily. On the way up the mountain, she would teach people to identify medicinal herbs. After learning about the herbs, they would then go with Chang'er, Lu Dashin, and others to quarry stones. At first, this would slow down some quarry workers. But over time, once everyone became familiar with most of the herbs on the mountain, the villagers gathering herbs could choose their own time to go. They wouldn't need to go all together every day. Cinnabar stones come in different types, like Zhubao Sha. These are small, flat pieces or grains, bright red in color, and won't stain your hands when touched. This shiny, mirror-like stone, with a slight transparent quality, is called mirror surface sand. This one is called bright light sand. It's flaky and fragile, but in larger chunks, it's quite hard. It's a semi-transparent cinnabar stone. Yun Jiaoyu pointed to some cinnabar stones as they walked, helping Chang'er and others remember. Actually, there are many types of cinnabar stones, including arrowhead sand and bean-shaped sand. If they tried to learn all the types at once, they probably wouldn't remember them all. Today, we'll only introduce 3 types of cinnabar stones. You can take your time to memorize their features. Later, when quarrying, you'll be able to classify the stones and avoid mixing them up. Wang Yudo listened to the complicated names of the stones and felt overwhelmed. He frowned and asked Mrs. Qi, can't we just focus on quarrying stones without memorizing all these types? Someone agreed. Yeah, we're here to quarry stones. What's the point of remembering all these? Chang'er already disliked the villagers from Shaju village. He secretly thought that Yun Jiaoyu giving them a livelihood was a blessing from their past lives. Now these people were picky about everything. Chang'er couldn't hold back his temper. Do what you want if you love it, and leave if you don't. Do you really think quarrying stones is only your job? No matter what Mrs. Qi says, she has her reasons. Just follow her instructions. Li Hu also said, exactly, cherish this job. Don't ask too many questions. Wang Yudo's face instantly turned red, and he looked a bit upset. They were just asking questions. Was that wrong? but he didn't dare say that out loud or argue back. After all, Cheng-er was right. The work of quarrying stones wasn't only theirs. If Yun Jiaoyu plans to hire workers from outside, the villagers nearby will surely come to mine stones. They won't get a fair share. Yun Jiaoyu gave Cheng-er a look, signaling that it was enough, and to stop talking. She said calmly, "Actually, there's no need to ask. If you have any questions, feel free to ask everything." Lu Dashin wasn't interested in the types of cinnabar stones. As long as they could make money, he was willing to accept any variety. He blurted out, "Madam Chi's wife, we all want to mine stones, but we forgot to ask how the wages are calculated." "Don't know how wages are calculated? Is it a fixed daily wage or based on the amount of stones mined?" Yun Jiaoyu had been thinking about how to distribute the wages these days. Since this was the first group of miners, the pay should be higher than usual to motivate them. But the stones and sands are spread at different heights on the mountain. If wages are fixed daily, some might slack off. If paid by the amount mined, everyone would focus on collecting stones at the foot or middle of the mountain. No one would want to mine at the top. She paused to think clearly and said seriously, "I'll answer the first question first. Remember the types of cinnabar stones. High-quality cinnabar can be used to make vermilion, while rougher, lower-quality stones are used to produce mercury and silver vermilion. Vermilion is more expensive than mercury. In the market, mirror sand and bright sand are priced 3 times higher than mercury. So, I want you to remember these categories, mainly to prevent confusion during mining." Yun Jiaoyu's clear voice continued. "The best cinnabar stones are bright red, shiny, slightly transparent, and free of impurities." Moving on to the second question, she said, "As long as you can mine high-quality cinnabar stones and collect over 100 baskets each month, I will pay you at least 1 tael of silver. For every basket beyond 100, I will give you an extra 50 coins. If you mine lower-quality cinnabar stones, your wages will be half of what you'd earn from high-quality stones." Lu Dashin and Wang Yudo were busy counting on their fingers to figure out the wages.
There are many cinnabar stones on the mountain.
Even if high-quality ones are hard to find, low-quality stones shouldn't be too difficult. If they carry a load of lower-quality stones every day, they could earn at least half a tael of silver each month. Their wages could match the monthly salary of the county officials. If they find high-quality stones, they will earn even more. Such a good job. Where else could they find it? Yun Jiaoyu considered that after mining, they would also need to produce pigments and medicinal materials from the stones. If there is a large amount of low-grade cinnabar collected, it can be used later to produce mercury and cinnabar pigment for sale. Thinking about the subsequent large projects, Yun Jiaoyu added, "This is just the current wages. In the future, quarrying will definitely require more workers. Since you are villagers from our own village, the saying goes, fertile water does not flow into outsiders' fields. Later, you can choose whether to continue collecting stones daily or switch to refining cinnabar, mercury, or cinnabar pigment. Rest assured, if you switch to refining cinnabar or related materials, your wages will double. Cinnabar and cinnabar pigment can be sold as pigments or used as medicinal herbs. As for mercury, as long as you pay attention to safety and avoid poisoning from its slow-acting toxicity, it has many uses. Not only can it be used as medicine but also in alchemy. Besides, Yun Jiaoyu vaguely remembered that this political novel mentioned that before the emperor of Qi passed away, he specifically searched for mercury and ordered artisans to pour it into his tomb to protect it from tomb robbers in future generations. Perhaps she could use this insider information to later obtain the right to supply mercury through her adoptive father, Lu Cheng. Everyone was excited to hear that they could stop quarrying and switch to more profitable refining work. With a spit in his palm, he took and worked more efficiently. Seeing that all the male quarry workers were full of enthusiasm, Yun Jiaoyu felt reassured and let Cheng-er who leave to supervise. She took Lu Yun, Xiao Wang, Shifeng, and the others to identify medicinal herbs. After a few days of hard work, Yun Jiaoyu's limbs were sore, and her feet blistered from walking on mountain paths. She could no longer continue. After teaching all the villagers of Sheju village how to classify cinnabar stones and also teaching Lu Yun and Xiao how to identify a certain herb, she returned home to rest. She planned to fetch water, boil it, and soak her feet with the herbs to recover. But just as she approached her door, she saw Zhang Meinyang's family sneaking around suspiciously. Yun Jiaoyu didn't move forward, but decided to see what these two women were up to. "Grandma, Auntie, did you find something good?" Qiyar and Qi Xingtian's couple looked around cautiously, watching for any signs. She spoke to the old lady inside the house. The old lady Qi's fierce temper had eased somewhat. Since her family split, the third house had promised to take turns caring for her every day. Lu Yunxiu knew that Yun Jiaoyu and the old lady Qi didn't get along, and since Xiao Lian was still alive and living with the old lady Qi, she deliberately kept Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Chongjin from interacting much. She took on the responsibilities that should have been shared by the younger generation. Since the family split, Qi Xingtian has been wary of Zhang Meinyang's attitude and is not very close to Madame Qi. As he gets older, he fears living a peaceful life every day and also fears living too peacefully. Madame Qi visits the second household daily to stay close. As for Xiao Lian, ever since Li Quan told Qi Chongjin to keep her away from them, Qi Chongjin and Xiao Lian have grown more distant, and they haven't spoken a single word to each other. However, even though Xiao Lian has no money, she manages to serve Madame Qi daily and get enough food to eat. Because she is often with Madame Qi, her relationship with the second household has become more friendly. These people are not good at farming and dislike lowering themselves to gather herbs. They spend their days idling in the village and have learned the daily routines of all the villagers in Shijuji village. Based on the current time, most people are probably out on the mountain collecting stones or herbs. Yun Jiaoyu, Qi Chongjin, and the people from the third household won't return before sunset. They have started thinking about sneaking and stealing. Yun Jiaoyu is sure these people want to steal and is annoyed that she didn't leave some valuables at home. Wouldn't it be better if they caught them with stolen goods and took everything to the authorities? Thinking further, she became curious. Now, almost everyone in the village is away from home, but if anyone's belongings go missing, it's obvious that the second household and Madame Qi are the ones stealing. Why would they risk stealing? Thinking this, she heard Xiao Lian speak impatiently. "I don't know where that little brat put the token Lord Lu gave her. No matter how she searches, she can't find it." As she spoke, Yun Jiaoyu's eyes turned cold. She immediately understood the purpose of the theft. It must be that they can't stand the dull, hard life in Shijuji village and want to steal her token to start over somewhere else. With Lord Lu's token, even without the secret guide, they wouldn't be suspected as runaways and could avoid being caught. Maybe they plan to cheat and trick their way to a new, wealthy life elsewhere. Zhang Meinyang's eyes gleamed with greed, and she smiled. "Mother, you should carefully search again. That little brat has a fine bracelet, right? That's the one I saw her wear when she came down from Fong Nyang's boat. That bracelet is very valuable. If you find it, take it too." Zhang Meinyang has wanted that bracelet for a long time. She realized that after arriving in Shijuji village, Yun Jiaoyu had nothing valuable on her. The bracelet must have been hidden somewhere. Yun Jiaoyu's face darkened, her eyes sharp and deep. She hadn't seen them for many days, but these people are still as foolish as ever. Times have changed. Qi Chongjin is now working at the county office. If she wants to pursue an official career in the future, now is the best time to handle the second wife and elders. Just find a reason to deal with them all. Before any trouble starts, the hidden dangers can be completely eliminated. Shaju village is now under her control, and everyone will say she and Qi Chongjin are on good terms. Once her reputation is established, no one will call her unfilial. Yun Jiaoyu did not hesitate. She quietly avoided the second wife who was watching and went to find Li Dafu. With someone like Li Dafu present, the theft will be proven true, and today, none of Qi old Madame's family can escape punishment. A coldness had built up in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. Over these months, she had endured a lot from the Qi family. In the past, she could tolerate it for Qi Chongjin's sake. After the family split, if they could forever live apart, she wouldn't have to take action against them.
But now,
after warning them last time, if they still refuse to change, she won't hold back anymore. She has already decided how to deal with them. She went to ask Li Dafu. Li Dafu's eyes widened suddenly. You mean Qi, old madam, your mother-in-law and your second aunt's family are all stealing in your house? He was a bit skeptical. They used to be the richest family in Qingzhou. Why would they need to steal from you? Yun Jiaoyu was annoyed. If she argued further with Li Dafu, Xiao Lian and others might withdraw from their homes. She grabbed his arm and pulled him up. Li Dafu, it's hard to go from luxury to poverty. They are now poor, so they're after my family's money. Besides, the wealth of Qingzhou's top family was earned by the old master. They only seek pleasure and have no will to rebuild. So, it's just a moment of greed that led to theft. Isn't that obvious? She urged him. Even if you don't believe me, you must believe Qi Chongjin. Now, Qi Chongjin has already separated from the other families. Have you seen him talk to my mother-in-law or Qi, old madam, these days? If you truly care about Chongjin's future official career, join me in proving their theft. Li Dafu's eyes showed surprise. A gentleman doesn't criticize others, and he usually doesn't pry into others' private affairs. He didn't know that the third family had already split. In his mind, Qi Chongjin's career was the most important. Yun Jiaoyu briefly explained Xiao Lian and Zhang Meinyang's intentions to kill, and that Qi old madam's theft was not the first time. In just a few words, she completely convinced Li Dafu. He understood the seriousness. He strode away quickly, leaving Yun Jiaoyu behind. He spoke confidently, if we don't deal with these people now, even if Chongjin becomes a high official later, he will be pulled down from his position and fall into trouble. I must settle this for you and your husband today. Yun Jiaoyu saw Li Dafu's feet smoking, as if her son was angry and going to seek justice. She found it both funny and a bit annoying. Regarding Qi Chongjin, Li Dafu's attitude towards Qi's mother and others about their theft was completely different. No wonder Qi Chongjin respected Li Dafu so much. They are very honest and open with each other. Yun Jiaoyu felt that if she could help handle elders for others, this old man wasn't so boring or annoying. She couldn't catch up with Li Dafu's pace. Yun Jiaoyu turned to look at the two servants behind Li Dafu. She seemed to think of something, her eyes darkening with a strong sense of pressure. Soon, she took out a token hidden in her space storage, given by Lu Cheng. She instructed Li Dafu's servant, "Do you have a horse? Could one of you please go to the Dahuang County office to invite my husband and bring a few more people along? Also, take this token and tell Tao Darren that I plan to offer a courtesan to Dahuang County." When the servant saw the token, he immediately bowed respectfully and took it. He unloaded the carriage, mounted his horse, and headed swiftly to the Dahuang County Magistrate's office. Yun Jiaoyu withdrew her gaze from the speeding horses and turned to walk back to her house. Thinking of Xiao Lian and others rummaging through her belongings, she sneered coldly. This token, even if Xiao Lian and the others stole it, it would be useless to them. Thanks to Lu Cheng's careful planning, the token she received was different from ordinary family tokens, which could be easily replaced. He gave her the Emperor Master Lu's official badge. In Qi, the quickest way to prove identity and hard to forge was the official badge. Lu Cheng had already ordered Nie Tao to engrave her physical features on the badge. For example, first-class Emperor Master, daughter of the Lu family, with details like her slim build, a mole below her right eye, and her height of 6 feet. When she reached her house, she saw Li Dafu arguing fiercely, "You shameless and unprincipled people, always lying." The scholar's insults were clean and respectful, full of power, like a soldier guarding a pass. His voice boomed like a bell, attacking Qi's mother and others. "You really are heavy with burdens. I see no difference between you and animals, except that you have a human skin." "Good. You say you haven't stolen anything?" Li Dazuer scowled and angrily shouted, "Even if you haven't taken others' property. But you entered the rooms without permission. Such behavior is the same as theft. Dare to do it, but not dare to admit it. You're worse than a dog's dung." Li Dazuer stood amidst thin yellow dust swirling, exuding an intimidating presence, without anger. He reached out and grabbed Qi Xingtian's arm. "Let's go." Today, you must see the officials. I want to see if, in front of the county magistrate, your tough faces that can't be pierced or cut can withstand the 18 kinds of torture. He cursed repeatedly. During this, Madame Chi tried to retort but was silenced by more scolding. Yun Jiaoyu felt happy. Seeing Li Dazuer stand alone against these elders, she found her teacher Qi Changjin even more admirable. Some words she speaks may seem unreasonable, but when someone important says them, they become final, world-changing truths. Does a mule carry heavy loads but not light ones? Yun Jiaoyu recalled this phrase, a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Only Li Dazuer dares to curse people as worthless, and he does so elegantly. Unfortunately, there aren't many people in Shaju village now. Even if Li Dazuer's voice is loud, few can hear Madame Chi and others being scolded. Xiao Lian saw Yun Jiaoyu standing there, watching her mock, and her face suddenly darkened. She stepped forward and pulled Yun Jiaoyu. You little brat, even if you don't admit it, I am your mother-in-law. You're my daughter-in-law. How can you tolerate outsiders bullying me? Bullying Grandma Chi? Yun Jiaoyu instinctively took a few steps back, raising her hand to block Xiao Lian from coming closer. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and she shifted her gaze away from Xiao Lian. She stared intently at Madame Chi, giving a warning. Grandma, do you remember what I said last time? Madame Chi suddenly froze. Thinking back to Yun Jiaoyu's words, her wrinkled face instantly drooped, turning pale. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes narrowed slightly, with a gentle smile, as if saying the weather was very nice today. She reminded her, last time I said, if you dare to provoke me again, I will use all my connections. I will eliminate you all. You really didn't disappoint me. You're already seeking your own doom so quickly. Madame Chi pursed her lips in displeasure. This little brat was definitely trying to scare her. She used to be the wife of the richest man in Qingzhou. Even when a third-rank official came, they still had to show her some respect. Yun Jiaoyu calculated that it would take about an hour for Li Dafu's household servant to come and go quickly. She was not in a hurry to handle things. Coincidentally, Lu Yunxiu and the others returned. Second brother Chung was also busy with some villagers, placing the baskets of cinnabar stones they had collected into the wooden shed built a few days ago. Lu Yunxiu and second brother Chung saw Yun Jiaoyu and Li Dafu confronting Madame Chi and others. They naturally moved closer behind Yun Jiaoyu, pretending to support her. Qi Zhaozhao looked confused at her elegant older sister and the elders. Noticing the tense atmosphere, she quietly hid behind Lu Yunxiu and asked softly, Mother, what's going on? Lu Yunxiu hushed her with a finger to her lips, signaling silence. She was clear-headed, scanning her surroundings and noticing that one of Li Dafu's household servants was missing. Suddenly, she felt Yun Jiaoyu was serious today. Gently, she spoke to Qi Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, go find your older brother and see if he has finished copying today. If not, your father will be angry tonight. Qi Zhaozhao was distracted by a few words, remembering that early this morning, her father had asked her older brother to copy the entire Analects. She nodded. Mother, I'll go watch over him now. Quickly, she ran back to her house and stayed with Qi Wenling. As the scene gradually quieted down, so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard, Yun Jiaoyu gave second brother Chung a look. Second brother Chung, find some people and tie them all up. Before Changjin and the officials return, keep everyone under watch. Yun Jiaoyu spoke calmly, but with a strong sense of authority in her eyes. Then she asked Li Dafu to testify. Li Dafu, they secretly sneaked into my house to steal things. Please help me by giving evidence today.
Li Dafu nudda.
He didn't really know what was inside Yun Jiaoyu's or Qi Changjin's house. He asked carefully, Jiaoyu, go check inside the house. Did anything get stolen? Zhang Meinyang sneered. They hadn't even found a copper coin. What could they have stolen? Angrily, she shouted, we said we didn't steal anything. Besides, we and Changjin are family. We only came here for an urgent matter. As honest merchants from a wealthy family, we've seen nothing valuable. Plus, our second house has money. Why would we steal? Zhang Meinong looked like she was being falsely accused and spat at Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu, you're clearly trying to frame us with Li Dafu. Yun Jiaoyu didn't bother to respond to Zhang Meinong. Anyway, today, none of these people would stay in Dahuang County. She pretended to look around the room. She usually didn't keep valuables close, and the most valuable thing in the room was Qi Chongjin's calligraphy. She squatted beside the bed and looked under it. Yun Jiaoyu reached out as if searching for something under the bed, her voice clear and sharp. Indeed, something is missing. I lost 800 taels of silver notes. I had placed the notes under the bed earlier, planning to use them for free school lessons in the village. Unexpectedly, the money is gone. When the villagers of Shijujin heard that the money for the school was missing, they were all upset. Many families in Shijujin have children of school age. Before, families couldn't afford to send their children to school, and now, even if they started quarrying, they hadn't yet received their wages. Sending children to school early is better for their future. They believe that to succeed, children need to read and understand. Even someone like Qi Chongjin, despite his past mistakes, could still work in the county office. So, as long as children read, their future lives would surely be better than theirs. Zhang Meinong's eyes widened suddenly. Having spent years in a brothel, she had seen all kinds of people. She immediately knew Yun Jiaoyu was using provocation. Only fools would fall for such tricks. Zhang Meinong frowned and scolded, Yun Jiaoyu, what are you talking about? When did we steal your 800 taels of silver? Is it because the quarrying work next month can't pay wages? Are you trying to blackmail us? Xiao Lian sneered, unimpressed, watching Yun Jiaoyu act as if she had truly lost the money. She was very annoyed. Before contracting the mountain, Yun Jiaoyu must have gone to the bank to withdraw silver. And since she was about to pay wages, she must have kept some silver at home for emergencies. Xiao Lian saw that Yun Jiaoyu was light and agile, with no purse on her, and her sleeves floated lightly. She didn't seem to be hiding money. But she remembered the house had not a single copper coin. Xiao Lian's face darkened.
Bah!
There's not a copper in your bed's bottom. How could you lose 800 taels? If you weren't trying to blackmail your second aunt, you must have stolen the silver yourself and are now trying to blame us. Tell me, did you spend all the silver on that young man? Xiao Lian blurted out without noticing where her words might be wrong. All she could think about was how her brother Qi was useless without his mother. It had only been a short time since Yun Jiaoyu and that young man started getting close. Yun Jiaoyu gave a cold smile, looking disdainfully at Xiao Lian, and asked, How do you know I don't even have a copper coin under my bed? Did you peek under our bed? Li Daju's deep gaze fixed on Yun Jiaoyu, showing approval. He spoke calmly one by one. Qi's second household. Chongjin works at the government office. Everyone in Shaju village knows this. You deliberately chose this time to visit Chongjin and use home, just to steal when no one is around. Don't make excuses now. Turning to Xiao Lian, he said, You even looked under the bed of the young couple, and yet you dare say you didn't want to steal anything? His eyes were full of disdain, puzzled how a good bamboo shoot could come from such a bad bamboo. Perhaps Qi Chongjin was lucky, and his character resembled that of his late father and grandmother Qi. Li Dezhu sneered, Now that you've been caught stealing, just wait to be punished. Old Madame Qi, Xiao Lian, and others were all with ropes by Qing'er. These ropes had been soaked in water before, and the more they struggled, the tighter they got. After a long while, Qi Chongjin received news from Yun Jiaoyu and brought the county guards from Dahuang County to Shaju village. Also accompanying them was Tao Darren. Tao Darren was eager to please Yun Jiaoyu. Seeing her badge, he didn't even bother to read the official documents and hurriedly rode his horse to arrive. When Yun Jiaoyu saw everyone gathered, her gaze fixed on Qi Chongjin, thinking about how he would be a powerful and ruthless prime minister in the future, capable of intimidating the court. She judged that, in essence, he was a person with a tough heart. Li Quan had warned Qi Chongjin to distance himself from his elders early on. Now, the man surely understood that this was the best time to cut out the poison from his family. Indeed, Qi Chongjin looked at his elders with a deep, dark gaze. His long robe fluttered in the wind as he stood with his hands behind his back, making a firm decision not to look at Xiao Lian's angry eyes anymore. He coldly said, "When autumn comes, rats dare to challenge cats, and they turn the jar upside down, disturbing the night. In the past, I was too soft-hearted, allowing you to make mistakes repeatedly. If I don't take action today to settle the affairs of our ancestors, even if Qi's family returns to Qingzhou someday, you will drag us back into the mud. I believe that if my grandfather were alive, he would support my decision today." A dangerous glint flashed in Qi Chongjin's eyes. On the way back to Shaju village, he had already made up his mind. He was not only Xiao Lian's son and the grandson of old Madame Qi, but also the eldest grandson of the Qi family, descended from the ancestors of the Qi clan. For the future safety of the Qi family, what harm was there in being an unworthy descendant for once? "Qi Chongjin, let me do it." Cloud Jiaoyu's eyebrows and eyes are cold, not because she cares about Qi Chongjin's reputation. She just thinks that if she does this rebellious thing, it will be easier to separate later. Qi Chongjin is slightly stunned, his eyes covered with a gentle look. A part of his heart begins to melt like spring water. His wife is thoughtful and cares for him. Surely she can't bear to see him deal with Qi family's elders himself. Before Qi Chongjin agrees, Cloud Jiaoyu takes the lead. She does what she has wanted to do for a long time. Decisively, she says, "Master Tao, my second aunt was once a courtesan in a brothel. She can't lift heavy things or do farm work in Shijuji village. It's better to let her return to her old profession and place her in the official Qin building in the county town, so she can do some real work for Dahuang County." Zhang Meinyang is stunned. She spent over 10 years trying to leave the brothel, carefully planning to marry Qi Xianglei, a wealthy son-in-law. How dare Cloud Jiaoyu? She wants to send her back to the brothel? "Cloud Jiaoyu, you are too bold." "I am your aunt." Cloud Jiaoyu seems to ignore her. "My sister Yaoa has been delicate and unable to bear hardship since childhood. In Dahuang County, the wind and sand are strong, roughening her tender face." Her cold gaze turns to Qi Yaoa, a faint light flickering in her eyes. She says grandly, "Actually, I have a friend named Fong Nyang, who is now living a luxurious life in Songzhou. Please, Master Tao, send some officers to take her there for training, for my sake." Qi Yaoer is Zhang Meinyang's precious daughter. She has been cherished for over 10 years and is the jewel in her hand. How can she be sent to a dirty place like Zuehua Tower? She has been toyed with for more than 10 years. She cannot let her own daughter be insulted freely. "Cloud Jiaoyu, you are so cruel."
Aower is Xiaozhashkushan.
"She is still young. How can you send her to a brothel?" Zhang Meinyang goes mad, struggling desperately with the rope. "Your words sound so nice, talking about a place for enjoyment, pretending to care for Yaoer, not wanting her to suffer. I think you are a hypocrite with the heart of a scorpion. Even a girl not yet of age dares to harm her. Cloud Jiaoyu, you will have a bad ending." Second Sheng frowns deeply. Suddenly, he raises his hand and slaps Zhang Meinyang's face. Since Qi Xiaofu is planning to deal with these people and Zhang Meinyang is insulting Qi Xiaofu's wife, there is no need to give her a good look anymore. Qi Yaoer sees herself being sent to the brothel. Her eyes instantly fill with tears like a bursting river, crying out of breath, "Mother, I don't want to go to the brothel. I don't want to become a courtesan. Older sister-in-law, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. Don't send me to the brothel." Yun Jiaoyu frowned, feeling moved by Qi Yaoer's sincere plea and fear. Her wavering emotions just surfaced. But she quickly suppressed them and remained firm in dealing with these people. Being kind to enemies is cruel to oneself. As long as Zhang Meinyang is under Lord Tao's watch, she will never leave Dahuang County in her lifetime. As for Qi Yaoer, she is separated from Zhang Meinyang by thousands of miles in Songzhou, and they will never see each other again. She plans to have Qi Chongjin write a letter to Lady Fong, so Lady Fong can watch over Qi Yaoer. Zhang Meinyang's eyes widened with anger as she cursed, "Qi Xingtian, your wife and daughter are going to be sent to the brothel. Are you mute? Can't you say a word for us?" Qi Xingtian had never seen Yun Jiaoyu so fierce. He was scared. He feared he might also be dealt with by his niece-in-law. He sighed in relief, thinking that at least he was a man and wouldn't be sent to the brothel. Yun Jiaoyu didn't dislike Qi Xingtian, but she had to be ruthless. Second uncle, I have dealt with your wife and daughter, so I won't let you stay in Shaju village anymore. Yun Jiaoyu thought for a moment, then said, Lord Tao, send Xiao Lian, old lady Qi, and my second uncle to a more distant village. They will work on the land every day. I want to make sure those who have never suffered even a day's hardship feel the pain of hard work every day, and have the villagers watch over them. As long as they are alive, they cannot leave the village even a step. Xiao Lian's pupils trembled. Since marrying into the Qi family as the mistress, she had lived like a fairy. Even in exile, she had never endured such exhausting farm work. Yun Jiaoyu, I am Jean Gur's biological mother. Xiao Lian shouted in protest. How can a son live a good life in this world? I've suffered and worked hard all my life. She struggled with the ropes, her wrists turning red and bleeding slightly. Spit flew from her mouth as she cursed. You want me to suffer every day and imprison me for life? You heartless, wicked woman. You will be punished. I curse you to rot and fester, to be forever estranged from my son. Yun Jiaoyu seemed not to hear her. She knew medicine, so even if she festered and rotted, she could heal herself. As for being forever estranged from Jean Gur, she would be happy if Xiao Lian's curse came true. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were deep and calm as she looked at Lord Tao. Lord Tao, have your people act now. Lord Tao nodded respectfully to Yun Jiaoyu, still maintaining the demeanor of a county lord. Suddenly, he raised his hand to signal, and the guards under him dragged away Madame Qi, Xiao Lian, and the others. Madame Qi was pulled away, loudly scolding, Brother Jean, you let Yun Jiaoyu bully us. You're not worthy to be a descendant of the Qi family. I will tell your father and grandfather everything I see when I meet them in the afterlife someday. She continued to curse Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu, today you treat us elders like this. Be careful, or your backbone might be broken someday. You are unfilial. I will pray day and night for the Bodhisattva to strike you down with lightning. As she finished speaking, Qi Chongjin's gaze turned sharp as he looked at his own grandmother. He took a step back, thinking carefully. People's words can be frightening. He watched these elders being dragged out of sight. Then he turned to the villagers present and said, My grandmother and the others often do as they please, causing both divine anger and people's resentment. She is dedicated to leading the villagers to get rich. I don't expect everyone to praise her, but I hope you can see things clearly. If in the future anyone spreads rumors and tries to undermine her, I hope you will stand up and speak for her. Qi Chongjin didn't think Yun Jiaoyu was unfilial. Filial piety depends on whether elders are kind and generous. Madame Xiao Lian and Lord Qi's wife caused Yun Jiaoyu many troubles, but he didn't think his wife needed to flatter or respect them. If someday someone truly labels her as unfilial for accepting outsiders, he would accept it himself. But there's no need to say these things aloud. The villagers of Shaju village didn't care about divine anger or public opinion. Whoever could help them live better and get rich was their benefactor. They responded loudly, Don't worry, young Master Qi. Anyone who dares speak badly of young Mistress Qi outside will tear their mouths apart. Yes, tear their mouths apart. After a while, the crowd gradually dispersed. Lu Yunxiu felt a bit sad about how Yun Jiaoyu had dealt with her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, sending them outside. But she believed Yun Jiaoyu did the right thing. It was just that she had made the girls suffer, risking a bad reputation in the future. Jiaoyu, if you don't pick the rotten fruit, the whole basket will rot. You did something even I and your third uncle wouldn't dare to do. Lu Yunxiu held Yun Jiaoyu's hand. You've been wronged. She believed that without these troublemakers, the Qi family's main and third branches would only get better and better. Yun Jiaoyu shook her head. I'm not wronged. It was just a small effort. Since she is known for causing trouble, she will eventually part ways with Qi Chongjin. When the future top advisor and the third household are thriving in official circles, they will remember her kindness. This way, Whether she becomes a doctor or a merchant, she will have stronger and more reliable support in the future. Li Dafu watched Yun Jiaoyu's actions carefully. He nodded secretly, believing that even if Yun Jiaoyu becomes a matriarch, she can handle things well. The saying goes, be gentle with sheep, but firm with people. When this woman needs to be tough, she can be decisive. She will make a good wife and helper. Tao Darin stayed in Shijuji village for a while but couldn't handle the strong wind and sand, so he returned to the county town. However, he specially gave Qi Changjin half a day off. He thought that Qi Changjin would be traveling back and forth all day, so he couldn't do much at the official office. During this break, Qi Changjin went to find Sun Ainyo. He remembered that among the criminals from Qingzhou, Sun Ainyo's crime was theft. While quarrying stones, Sun Ainyo went home to boil water for Sun He. Sun He was already able to walk on his own, but his body was covered with burn scars. He didn't like going out, afraid of frightening others. So, the water at home was fetched by Sun Ainyo from the well outside and brought back to boil. Sun He was a bit thirsty and ate a few wild fruits picked by Sun Ainyo on the way back. Father, young Master Qi is here. When Sun He saw Qi Changjin, he instinctively turned away. He called out to Sun Ainyo, who was squatting on the ground lighting a fire. At this moment, Yun Jiaoyu was holding some medicine and came to see Sun He. She just happened to meet Qi Changjin. Why are you here? Yun Jiaoyu asked curiously. While boiling water at home, she looked through the storage space. She found many herbs in the storage that could treat scars caused by burns. She thought about making a prescription using traditional Chinese medicine to help Sun He remove his scars. Once the scars faded, she could focus on treating the severely burned areas. For stubborn scars, skin graft surgery could be considered. Qi Changjin's gaze was gentle, and he looked at Yun Jiaoyu's face for a long time without realizing it. When Yun Jiaoyu repeated her question, he finally came back to himself and softly said, Jiaoyu, I need to see Uncle Sun about something. Yun Jiaoyu nodded and said, that's perfect. You see Uncle Sun, I'll look for Sun He. Seeing Qi Changjin at the door, Sun Ainyo wiped his hands on his clothes and turned to leave. Young Master Qi, are you looking for me? Yun Jiaoyu entered the room and heard the sounds outside gradually fade away. It was probably Qi Changjin and Sun Ainyo who went far away, talking as they walked. Yun Jiaoyu looked around the room and saw that it was clean and tidy. Sun He turned his back to Yun Jiaoyu, clearly hesitant to let her get close. He raised his hand to cover his face, thinking about the serious scars on the back of his hand, and hurriedly lowered it. He anxiously said, Madam Qi, I am ugly. If you have something to say, you can speak from a distance. So your eyes won't get dirty, and you might sleep better tonight. Yun Jiaoyu paused slightly, her eyes showing some surprise. She realized that the teenage boy, only 15 or 16, was already very concerned about his appearance. It was her oversight not to keep talking to Sun He and help him with his feelings. Yun Jiaoyu didn't listen to Sun He's words and didn't keep her distance. She walked to the small table, her face soft and smiling, her expression gentle. Her gaze at Sun He was neither full of pity nor disgust, nor was it afraid of his burned scars like others might be. She simply treated him as an ordinary person. Naturally, she asked, Sun He, I'm a bit thirsty too. Can you share a fruit with me? Sun He was stunned, not expecting Yun Jiaoyu's first reaction to be asking for fruit. He paused and then nodded. He picked a big, red fruit from the bamboo basket on the table and handed it to Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu then straightforwardly said, Sun He, you can play more with Wen Lang and the others. Don't stay at home all the time. I plan to open a school in the village, and you can come to learn reading and writing then. Sun He's eyes brightened briefly, but quickly dimmed again. He had a strong desire to learn reading and writing. For people like them at the bottom of society, studying was the only chance to change their fate. But Sun He's hands, resting on his lap, clenched tightly unconsciously. He frowned deeply and said, No, forget it. Madam Qi, if I go out like this, I'll definitely scare others. He bit his lip hard, finally making up his mind, I won't study anymore. Hearing that Sun He didn't want to study, Yun Jiaoyu wasn't worried. It was normal for burn victims to resist contact with the outside world after their faces were disfigured. Instead of giving empty words of comfort, she preferred to help solve real problems directly. Yun Jiaoyu had already found a suitable mask for Sun He in her space warehouse. Years ago, during the Lantern Festival in Qingzhou, every family's men and women would go out to buy masks and have fun. In Qingzhou, she also had a younger brother, about the same age as Wen Lang and Sun He. 3 years ago at the Lantern Festival, the original owner bought many masks for his younger brother. However, during that festival, Xiao Lian ordered his servants to beat the original owner so badly that he couldn't get out of bed, and unfortunately, he didn't attend. Fortunately, before Yun Jiaoyu confiscated the family property, she searched the main house and didn't mind the small amount of leftover meat, so she also packed it into her space. She handed a mask to Sun He and lied, "This is a mask I bought for you when I went to the county town a few days ago. Although it's a bit fancy, it suits your current lively age. If you don't want to show your real face when going out, wear this mask. In a few days, I'll find good wood on the mountain and make you a simpler mask." Sun He's eyes reddened. In this world, besides Sun Nyo's straightforward fatherly care, no one has ever cared for him like this. Yun Jiaoyu pushed a paper-wrapped package onto the small table and handed it to Sun He. "Your scars, if you want to fully remove the marks, are hard to do. But don't worry, I will find a way to help you fade the scars." She opened one of the packages and said, "Inside are peach kernels, saffron, jujong fritillary, and kelp. Starting today, I will come every 3 days to bring you medicine. Remember to ask Uncle Sun to boil the herbs for you twice a day, morning and evening." In traditional Chinese medicine, scar tissue growth after burns and infections is caused by qi stagnation and blood stasis. So, following the doctor's advice, drinking herbs that promote blood flow and remove stasis can rebuild the qi and blood circulation in the scar area, helping the skin heal itself. Herbs like peach kernels and saffron have the effect of promoting blood flow and removing stasis. In fact, besides these herbs from the qi family, the pharmacy also has many scar-removing ointments. However, because the ointments are packaged in a very modern way, Yun Jiaoyu could only search the warehouse for a plain small white porcelain jar and squeeze the ointment into it. She handed the white porcelain jar to Sun He and advised, "Besides internal use, you also need to pay attention to external application. It's made with windproof, salvia, peony bark, and Panax nodo ginseng powder. It can soften keloid scars. Using it 3 times a day will also help you recover your appearance sooner." Sun He's eyes shone brightly. Since coming to Dahuang County, he felt like a maggot that could never see the sun. During the day, he hid in his room, and at night, he dared not go outside. It was as if he was secretly fighting himself, drowning in the suffocating despair of disfigurement, yet longing to live normally like others. He hesitated, wavering back and forth, unable to make a decision. Now, Yun Jiaoyu appeared in front of him, bringing medicine to fade scars. She also advised him to study and learn to read. He seemed to gain endless courage. He no longer wanted to hide in his shell and spend his life feeling sorry for himself like a timid turtle. He wanted to try facing his external flaws directly. He aimed to move upward. He wanted to fight for a better life. He didn't believe that ending his days in Dahuang County was his destiny. He wanted to become stronger, to leave Dahuang County and live a better life. Sun He clenched his fists tightly. Yun Jiaoyu was like a ray of light, redeeming his absurd, laughable, and insignificant first half of life. It was as if he was making a vow. Zheng Sheng said, "Madam Qi, I will repay you someday. Besides my father, no one has ever been as kind to me as you are. I swear I will never forget your great kindness and grace in this life." Yun Jiaoyu saw through the stubborn eyes of the young boy and sensed his resilient courage to face reality. However, she didn't take Sun He's vow seriously. She nodded slowly and stood up from her seat. "If you truly want to repay me in the future, then get your spirits up now. Drink your medicine properly, study diligently. You're still young, you shouldn't spend your whole life hiding in this house." After leaving Sun He's home, Yun Jiaoyu thought about stopping by to see Scholarly. Scholarly teaches one student or many students. Either way, he teaches. If the other person is willing, she can pay a high price to hire him to teach at the school. Just as she stepped out of Sun He's house, she saw Chi Chong-jin and Sun Anyo talking not far away. Sun Anyo had red eyes, as if recalling some unjust and sad thing. He angrily said, "Young Master Chi, I really didn't move that batch of goods. I admit, stealing the goods was wrong. But it was also because of the heavy taxes. Over these past 2 years, all kinds of taxes have crushed us poor common folk. I really had no choice but to steal those goods." Hearing Sun Anyo mention taxes and goods, Yun Jiaoyu frowned. Long ago, during Chi's exile, she had promised Chi Chong-jin that once the man recovered from his injuries after being beaten, she would tell him the real reason why Chi's family was exiled and their estate confiscated. But during this time, the man didn't ask, so she forgot to tell him. Unexpectedly, Chi Chong-jin had now started investigating the case of missing goods. In the original political intrigue story, the author had mentioned this briefly. Chi Chong-jin cleared his name of corruption charges because Lu Chong uncovered the case of missing goods. Chi Chong-jin's gaze was calm and deep as he slowly said, "Uncle Sun, I understand your anger. When in Qingzhou, the Chi family owned many fields. They knew that this year's taxes for ordinary people were more than double what they paid in previous years. Common families couldn't afford such heavy taxes. They could only risk crime to survive. This behavior was like the government forcing people to rebel. People had no choice but to fight back." A cold feeling spread across Chi Chong-jin's eyes. He thought about how even poor families like Sun Anya's could get involved in theft cases. The Chi family was so rich it could rival a country, so it was natural for others to envy them. A tall tree attracts the wind, and the Chi family, as the richest in Qingzhou, faced constant threats. Every year, during local famines, old Chi would donate large sums of silver to show the family's generosity and kindness. Such actions probably made others jealous long ago. Chi Chong-jin's dark eyes, like ink, carried a mysterious emotion. He asked in a low voice, "Uncle Sun, do you remember what was inside the stolen goods you took? Like, what patterns or designs were on the silk or satin? Were there any words carved on the silver or gold? Is there anything that left a deep impression on you?" Sun Anya looked at Chi Chong-jin blankly. He suddenly realized that Chi Chong-jin wanted to help him clear his name. Sun Anya hesitated. Now that they were in Dahuang County, his life was slowly stabilizing. Their family also had a savings note from Yun Jiaoyu, enough for him and his son to live comfortably. Sun Anya was very satisfied with his current life. He frowned and said, "Young Master Chi, they say common people shouldn't fight officials. I was falsely accused of stealing and sentenced to exile 2,000 miles away. I was really angry. But people like me, poor folks, are like ants on the yellow earth. Anyone can step on us, and we die. I really can't risk trying to clear my name." Request failed what? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes suddenly trembled. She didn't expect that just a few days after starting the mine, something would go wrong. She quickly followed Li, who to the scene of the incident. The villagers of Shijuji, who were mining, had already stopped working and gathered at the foot of the hill. Someone scolded, "Wang Jiao, you're really terrible. Yes, how could you even hit your own father? You lost your mother when you were young. If your father hadn't raised you with so much effort, you wouldn't even be standing here causing trouble. I won't let my family's Li Chai play with you anymore, so our children won't be influenced by you." Cloud Jiaoyu pushed through the crowd and saw a teenage boy, about 15 or 16 years old, kneeling with his head bowed beside Wang Yudo. People around him kept criticizing him, their spit flying like rain onto his head. She looked deep and asked, "What is going on?" Instinctively, she told the crowd, "Everyone step back. Gathering people can block the air. Don't get too close to the patient, so he won't get nervous." Seeing Yun Jiaoyu speak, Lu Dashan, Cheng Er, and others automatically took a few steps back. Wang Jiao had grown up under Lu Dashan's watch. He also felt sorry for the boy. He explained first, "Madam Chi, you're opening a school, right? Wang Jiao wants to study. But look at his age, 15 or 16, he's already missed the chance to start learning early. Old Wang just thinks that since he missed the time to learn, he should focus on farming and work. Now, they disagree. The boy came up the mountain today, hoping we can help persuade Wang Yudo. Xie Gosheng also spoke, thinking Wang Jiao was only 6 or 7 years younger than him. He hadn't gone to school and could only earn money through physical work to support his family. But Wang Jiao was still young. If he could learn to read, even if he started late, he might have a different, better future. He added, yes. But old Wang, when angry, tends to hit the boy. You see, the boy is already grown up. How can he be beaten in front of others? Wang Jiao felt unfair and pushed old Wang lightly. Unexpectedly, old Wang lost his footing and rolled down the hillside. Yun Jiao Yu couldn't help but look at Wang Jiao with more curiosity. She felt a bit awkward. Originally, it was a family matter between a father and son, and she, as an outsider, shouldn't interfere. But the conflict between them was caused by her own efforts to open the school. Thinking of this, Yun Jiaoyu decided to check Wang Yudo's pulse first. She asked Wang Yudo, "Do you feel any discomfort in your body right now?" Wang Yudo glared at his unfilial son, Wang Jiao. His anger flared up, ignoring Yun Jiaoyu's inquiry. He reached out and slapped Wang Jiao in the face. "I told you to study."
To study.
"You wanted to learn, right? Then go. You've caused me to my legs. Who in the family will earn food for you in the future?" In the crowd's view, a bright red slap print appeared on Wang Jiao's face instantly. He bit his lip, afraid to speak, with a dull look in his eyes, angry and self-blaming. He looked exhausted, completely lacking energy. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Wang Jiao behind her. Wang Jiao is about the same age as Qi Wenlang and Sun He, but their family situations are very different. In Dahuang County, it's rare for Wang Yudo to raise Wang Jiao on his own. He shouldn't be blamed for not wanting Wang Jiao to go to school. After all, Wang Yudo has his reasons. She offers free schooling, which costs her nothing for young children to attend. But for 15 or 16-year-olds who can already work at home, time is the biggest cost. In Wang Yudo's view, spending time studying is less useful than working with her son to earn money. Once they have money, they can get married and start a family. But for Wang Jiao, free school feels like an opportunity sent to him, a chance to change his life. Who is right or wrong in this father and son situation is hard to say. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes show unclear emotions, but her words are very commanding. "Enough, stop arguing." Once the crowd quiets down, Wang Yudo stops scolding. Yun Jiaoyu speaks patiently. "Wang Yudo, I know you're very angry. But right now, the most important thing is to treat your illness first." Her eyes are gentle but firm. Her voice is calm and steady as she advises, "You're still middle-aged. You don't want to spend your whole life with useless legs, do you? Instead of getting upset, tell me honestly, what exactly doesn't feel right with your body? Anyway, if you're sick, you need to treat it early. You can't delay your treatment forever." Earlier, Yun Jiaoyu checked Wang Yudo's pulse and found it weak and cold, with dampness and stagnation. This indicates a deficiency of spleen and kidney qi and blood. She has a preliminary idea of his illness. But this initial judgment doesn't quite match the sudden paralysis of his legs. She plans to ask more details first, and then consider his overall condition for further diagnosis. Wang Yudo is filled with anger inside, and can't help but lose his temper. But Yun Jiaoyu's words are reasonable, and he doesn't want to be disabled for life. Thinking about how Yun Jiaoyu can cure Xie Dada's foolishness, he believes she can also cure his illness. He pounds his legs heavily with his fists. Frowning, he asks, "What else could be wrong? My legs can't move at all." Yun Jiaoyu frowns and asks, "You can't feel anything in your legs? Or do you still feel some pain?" Wang Yudo remained silent, afraid to speak. He had previously told Li Hu that he felt no sensation in his legs, but he did this just to make him hurry to invite Yun Jiaoyu. He was worried that if he didn't exaggerate his condition, the wife of Mr. Qi would come. Now Yun Jiaoyu asked him, and he was afraid that if he didn't tell the truth, it might affect his recovery. He hesitated and said, "It's not that I feel no sensation at all. My legs are numb. Besides the numbness in my legs, do other parts of your body hurt?" Yun Jiaoyu pointed to Wang Yudo's waist and back. Somewhat painful. After a few questions back and forth, Yun Jiaoyu clearly understood what illness he had. A cold feeling flickered in her eyes. She looked at Wang Yudo with a cold gaze and deliberately said, "Wang Yudo, let me tell you the truth. I can't cure your illness." Wang Yudo's heart suddenly tightened, and he became anxious. How could it be incurable? He suspiciously looked at Yun Jiaoyu. "Eyes wide, Mrs. Qi, you really can't treat my illness?" Yun Jiaoyu nodded slightly, her gaze becoming deeper. Wang Yudo's face turned pale, and he felt very upset. His mind was struggling repeatedly, then suddenly became firm. He raised his voice, "Mrs. Qi, although I was pushed down the hillside by my unfilial son. But I was injured while working for you, collecting stones, and it happened on the mountain. If it really can't be cured, you should pay to help me recover. Mining stones is dangerous, and if you don't pay, who will dare to help you in the future?" As Wang Yudo finished speaking, Lu Dashan and others began to think wildly. They wondered, if something really happened to him, what would Yun Jiaoyu do? Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes flickered slightly as she thought about how to handle Wang Yudo's injury. This matter needed to be dealt with quickly, not slowly. Soon, she understood clearly. At the same time, a coldness grew in her eyes, and she had new thoughts about the villagers of Shaju village. No matter what, these villagers couldn't compare to the people from Qingzhou. Among the criminals exiled from Qingzhou, they all had their flaws, big or small, but they had endured hardships together. They trusted each other somewhat and wouldn't scheme against her for petty gains. They wouldn't resort to underhanded tricks in front of her professional skills. Her words were clear. "Wang Yudo, you have tuberculosis of the bones. This disease usually causes back pain and worsens with physical labor. I am a doctor. I know this illness cannot be cured in just one day." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, like cold stars, fixed on Wang Yudo. Her emotions were hard to describe. Besides disappointment, she also felt powerless over complex human nature. She revealed the truth, saying, "I think you've been sick for many years, and you didn't want to give up the good livelihood of quarrying, so you thought of making your son come up the mountain to argue with you. But you didn't expect that during the argument, you too would have an accident, causing your legs to go numb and making you unable to move. From the very beginning, you just wanted to trick me into giving you a large sum of money so you could rest and support your family, right?" Yun Jiaoyu is a skilled doctor. Most people present believed what she said. Plus, Wang Yudo had indeed been complaining about back pain for many years. In a few moments, most people's opinions shifted, leaning toward Yun Jiaoyu. At this point, Xie Gosheng, who had now understood the full story, couldn't hold back his temper anymore. He had a conscience and had benefited from Yun Jiaoyu's help. How could he watch her be cheated by Wang Yudo? He scolded loudly, "Wang Yudo, you're really foolish. Miss Qi is kind-hearted. You could just ask her to treat you. As a fellow villager, wouldn't she help you?" Lu Dashan also started lecturing, "Old Wang, you really just think quarrying is too tiring, and you're afraid your health can't handle it, so you want to team up with Wang Jiao to cheat Miss Qi? You're really something. Miss Qi is so clever, she can see through your little tricks." He looked at Yun Jiaoyu. "Hurry up and apologize to Miss Qi. As long as you apologize, maybe this will all be over." A cold glint flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. Making a mistake, how could just an apology make everything go back to normal? Her dark, lively eyes were filled with a sharpness. "Lu Dashan, you don't need to test me. If any of you truly got hurt because of quarrying, I will definitely take responsibility to treat the injury and provide compensation. But..." Yun Jiaoyu changed her tone. "People like Wang Yudo, who deliberately cheat me, I dare not use again. Since you're fellow villagers, I will give you a prescription for your illness. Whether you can get the herbs in the prescription is not my concern. I will have Qing Er pay your wages for these days as usual. From now on, you don't need to come to this mountain anymore." Wang Yudo's pupils shrank, and he was extremely annoyed. "I start to regret why I insisted on making my son come up the mountain to argue with me." He has been sick for many years. In the early years, I thought he only had the common rheumatism that old villagers often get, so I didn't pay much attention. But now he hurts every day, especially when he's working stone. That's when I started to have bad thoughts. Otherwise, I would never have doubted Yun Jiaoyu's wages. He should work until he dies. There's no way he would try to cheat her. Madam Qi. Behind Yun Jiaoyu, Wang Jiao, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. He called out to Yun Jiaoyu, his face flushed. He explained, my father also has no choice. His body can't handle the heavy work of quarrying stones, so he thought of cheating you. As for me, my coming up the mountain to argue with my father isn't just to scheme against you. Wang Jiao's voice trembled as he spoke. I really want to learn to read and write. He lowered his eyes, but now I don't want that anymore. My father can't move his legs. I want to take responsibility and support him, just like he used to support me. Madam Qi, can I take my father's place and work in the quarry? Yun Jiaoyu looked at Wang Jiao. A boy of 15 or 16 saying such things. If she wasn't moved, she would be fake. She lowered her expression, not showing any sign of being influenced. For the past few nights, she had been studying reading and writing with Qi Chongjin. The man mentioned the phrase from ancient texts, things without trouble, meaning to handle matters without causing trouble.
She planned to try it.
Her gaze flickered slightly. Quarrying definitely needs workers. But I can find some villagers from outside to help with the work. It doesn't have to be you guys. I can still work in the quarry. If I stay and let you work in the quarry, and later your father asks you to betray me or be unkind, wouldn't that be like shooting myself in the foot? Wang Jiao anxiously waved his hands and shook his head. It won't happen. I swear, I will never do anything to wrong Madam Qi again, not even once. This small boy, who had been hungry most of his life, spoke with great responsibility. His eyes were full of determination. Madam Qi, please let me stay. I will remember to be grateful and take care of my father. I will never let him make another foolish mistake. Yun Jiaoyu's long, thick eyelashes covered her eyes, hiding her admiration for Wang Jiao. If Wang Jiao were a bit younger and truly learned to read and write, he might really have a bright future. Her brow twitched slightly, and after a long pause, she said firmly, all right. I will give you a chance. Remember, if you father and son have another chance. From now on, no mountain in Dahuang County will be a safe place for you to quarry stones. Wang Jiao's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. Although he no longer had the chance to study and read, as long as he could quarry stones, his family could survive. He sincerely expressed his gratitude, saying loudly, thank you, Miss Qi. After Yun Jiaoyu returned home, Qi Chongjin had not yet come back. She asked Qi Wenlang to help write a medicinal formula. While preparing the medicine, she thought about how the recent stone collection was enough to make pigments and medicines. She dictated the formula: 3 qian of Ji Maqianzi, 3 qian of Ji Fupian, 3 qian of Jiazhu, 15 centipedes, 4 qian of Qi Shi, 2 qian of tiger bones. Qi Wenlang listened as Qi Zhaozhao told him about what happened on the mountain today. After finishing the formula and the instructions for use, he casually said, Sister-in-law, I think Wang Jiao has a good character. He is filial and responsible. When I have free time in the future, I really want to meet him and spend time with him. Qi Wenlang spent his days studying, reading, and reviewing his lessons at night. His diligence was just as great as Qi Chongjin's in the past. He planned to find some trustworthy friends in Shizhezhou in his free time. Recently, he had been in contact with Sun He and now thought Wang Jiao was brave and honest, considering both as potential friends. Yun Jiaoyu was curious. How do you know what happened on the mountain today? Qi Wenlang's eyes were clear and pure. Zhao Zhao told me. How did Zhao Zhao find out? If she remembered correctly, after Qi Zhao Zhao picked herbs today, she went down the mountain to dry them and was not on the mountain at all. Qi Wenlang felt a bit helpless. Zhao Zhao has a cheerful personality and looks harmless. Any elders she meets will talk to her more. Originally, it was Uncle Goshing's wife, Aunt Wang, who mentioned it. Later, Zhao Zhao was curious and went to Wang Jiao's door, where Li Chai's mother was talking to her. After a while, Li Chai's mother vividly described what happened on the mountain today and said Wang Jiao was unfilial. It was as if she was there herself. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were clear, shining with tiny, beautiful glimmers. If Wang Jiao was called unfilial, it was definitely Li Chai's mother who emphasized the incident where Wang Jiao pushed Wang Yudo down the hillside. Her eyes showed some surprise. Since Li Chai's mother said Wang Jiao is unfilial, why do you think he is filial and brave? Qi Wenlong's gaze carried a faint, stern dignity. This aura of elegance becomes more and more like Qi Chongjin the more I look at it. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't help but pinch Qi Wenlong's cheek, suddenly recalling the man's childhood. It must have been the same face, serious yet playful and innocent. Qi Wenlang was stunned, his cheeks slightly red. He said seriously, cousin-in-law, I say Wang Jiao is obedient and brave because he is willing to take responsibility. If Wang Jiao, at such a young age, shows responsibility, how could you, cousin-in-law, give him another chance and a good job for their family? Besides, following others blindly is not good. Everyone should have their own judgment. Murmuring to himself, I won't be led around just because others say so. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes sparkled with interest. She blurted out, Wenlang, when your eldest cousin was young, was he also so mature and interesting? As soon as she spoke, Qi Chongjin was holding a hairpin and 2 sugar-coated candied hawthorns wrapped in paper. He rode his horse back to the village quickly, found Yun Jiaoyu not at home, and thought she might be at Aunt San's house, so he came early. His ears suddenly felt hot. His legs felt heavy as if filled with lead, and he stopped at the door of Lu Yunxiu Qi Xianglei's house, not moving. He was indeed mature for his age, but would this behavior also seem interesting in her eyes? He was waiting, eager to hear what Yun Jiaoyu would say next. Inside the house, Qi Wenlang helplessly called out, cousin-in-law. He slightly tugged at the corner of his mouth. When I was young, my eldest cousin was only 7 or 8 years old. Back then, I thought everything was interesting. So, I don't know if my eldest cousin was interesting or not when he was young. At this moment, Lu Yunxiu brought freshly made pastries to Yun Jiaoyu's side. She smiled brightly. Jean Gur was quite interesting when he was young. But many people also found him troublesome. Back then, your mother-in-law listened to his advice every day, and his words and actions constrained him. For a while, she avoided him. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't help but chuckle, imagining the scene. Fortunately, Qi Chongjin, as the eldest grandson of the Qi family, was raised strictly from a young age and was not spoiled by Xiao Yan. Qi Chongjin knocked gently on the door, standing tall beside the worn wooden door, his clear and bright face appearing before Yun Jiaoyu. When mentioning Xiao Yan, the man's expression remained unchanged. He was used to moving forward, and once he made a decision, he would never look back. Wenlang, your eldest cousin bought candied hawthorns for you and Zhao Zhao. Qi Chongjin handed the wrapped candied hawthorns to Qi Wenlang. Balance work and rest. Don't strain your eyes. Pointing outside, go play with Zhao Zhao. Qi Wenlong smiled obediently, took a candied hawthorn stick, and went to find Qi Zhao Zhao. Thank you, big brother. Liu Yunxiu's sharp eyes had already seen Qi Chongjin holding a simple wooden hairpin. The wooden hairpin was plain, made entirely of wood, with no gemstones or jewelry, and no hanging tassels. Before the Qi family was raided, even servants might not have noticed it. However, the unique design of the wooden hairpin showed that Qi Chongjin put thought into it. Liu Yunxiu slightly raised her eyebrows. A man giving a hairpin to a woman suggests he wants to marry her. Anyway, Brother Jean finally seems to understand. He probably feels he wasn't good enough to Yun Jiaoyu before, so now he's making up for it and wants to live happily with her. Liu Yunxiu teased playfully, raising her voice slightly. Jean brother, is this hairpin for Jiaoyu? You really thought of this? The man's handsome and elegant face, even in rough cloth, couldn't hide his noble aura. Qi Chongjin's deep, starry eyes beneath his sharp brows carried gentle warmth as he listened to Liu Yunxiu's implied words. His pale lips pressed slightly. Third aunt, you really enjoy teasing me. Yun Jiaoyu paused, seeming to understand but not fully grasp what Liu Yunxiu and Qi Changjin were saying. She followed Liu Yunxiu's gaze and noticed the man holding a wooden hairpin shaped like a begonia flower. Seeing the hairpin, her eyes lit up slightly. Liu Yunxiu saw this and felt that the two were growing closer, unable to hide her affectionate smile as an elder. But in the next moment, Yun Jiuyue suddenly took the wooden hairpin from Qi Changjin. This hairpin? Is it made from agarwood? Is there agarwood nearby? Liu Yunxiu was stunned, hesitant to speak. This? Her hand, holding the edge of a ceramic bowl, paused slightly. She hadn't expected her niece-in-law to notice her husband giving a hairpin and to focus on such a strange detail. She looked at Yun Jiuyue in shock and shook her head helplessly. She gave Qi Changjin a meaningful look, signaling that he still needed to work harder to win his wife's trust. Feeling a bit emotional, she moved aside to divide some pastries, planning to let Yun Jiuyue and Qi Changjin take some home. Yun Jiuyue has a keen sense of medicinal herb scents. Agarwood is known for promoting circulation, relieving pain, warming the stomach, and stopping vomiting. Yun Jiuyue was somewhat surprised. This hairpin? Is it made from agarwood? Is there agarwood nearby? Qi Changjin's gentle voice came from his throat, suppressing a slight burning feeling. Yes. He patiently explained, a few days ago, I was riding past Shaji village. I saw some villagers cutting down agarwood trees. I told them to use ox carts to transport the trees and sell them in neighboring Shuilong County. To show my gratitude, the villagers gave me a thin wooden hairpin. When I had free time at the government office, I carved this wooden hairpin myself. I thought that Dahuang County didn't have many jewelry shops, and since you usually use chopsticks to tie up your hair, I made this hairpin for you. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes moved slightly, and her delicate fingers touched the carved hairpin. The hairpin is smooth and free of splinters, with a faint pleasant scent. It smells nice. Since the fragrant wood tree doesn't grow well in Dahuang County, agarwood usually grows on hillsides and in sparse woods along roadsides. The agarwood tree that was cut down was very resilient. She didn't know what meaning the man intended by giving her this hairpin. She wore the wooden hairpin on her head and praised, Qi Changjin, your craftsmanship is really good. Even if the man isn't working at the government office and doesn't become a prime minister in the future, he could live well as a craftsman. Thinking of something, she asked, by the way, Qi Changjin, when you go to the county town tomorrow, can I go with you? I want to buy a large amount of magnets and copper bowls at the shop. Later, I can also extract cinnabar powder for medicine and, as you suggested, sell the medicinal materials to the Yuanzhou Jin family. I also want to make some pigments along the way. Extracting cinnabar powder and making pigments are similar processes. Yun Jiaoyu thought it would be better to do everything at once. Once the pigments and cinnabar powder have good sales, she can start working on mercury and silver cinnabar. Shijujian village has plenty of high-quality cinnabar stones, so extracting cinnabar powder would definitely sell well. But she still planned to make pigments because the more types of cinnabar products she can produce, the more confident she feels. Qi Changjin thought for a moment and said, magnets are easy to buy, but I'm afraid there are no copper bowls you need in the county town. Even if there are, the quantity will be small. Yun Jiaoyu hesitated. Copper bowls are essential for making cinnabar powder. Cinnabar is a mercury sulfide mineral. If you use iron tools to make cinnabar, mercury can easily form during impact. So, copper bowls are necessary. After hesitating, she said, it seems I need to go to Water Dragon County next door. A few days ago, she had mined a lot of ore during quarrying, and now the ore pile was growing. She also asked Cheng Er to contact villagers who wanted to switch from quarrying to making medicinal materials and pigments so they could work together. Yun Jiaoyu thought she couldn't delay any longer. Everything was ready except for the tools. She suggested, I'll ask Li Defu to lend me a horse. You have one too, right? Tomorrow, we'll go to Water Dragon County. Also, we can sell the calligraphy and paintings you collected a few days ago. Qi Changjin had no objections. Tomorrow is a day off at the government office, and he was free. The man didn't ask Yun Jiaoyu when she learned to ride a horse. Now, Yun Jiaoyu seemed to find it normal no matter how many things happened. The next morning, Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Chongjin rode to Shuilong County. As soon as they entered the town and passed a restaurant by the merchant street, they saw Li Jingji talking to a chubby man with big ears. Li Jingji was sitting by the window on the first floor of the restaurant, and Yun Jiaoyu recognized him immediately. Li Jingji took out 5 taels of silver from his sleeve and handed it to the man, saying, "If you're sure it's within Qingzhou and Songzhou, please keep checking." Of course, the chubby man said happily, weighing the silver in his hand. Seeing this, Yun Jiaoyu realized she hadn't seen Li Jingji in Shaju village for a long time. This man had actually come to Shuilong County, and he had just paid 5 taels of silver, which ordinary families couldn't afford. Obviously, as a butcher, he couldn't earn that much money. Qi Chongjin, what do you think Li Jingji's background is? Yun Jiaoyu frowned and discussed. He's always been low-key in Shaju village. I thought he was just once noble, but now he can pay 5 taels of silver as a butcher or hunter. That night when the scholarly Daru came, even if Li Jingji showed the Lan Sheng wine, they would realize he was from a noble family. But if someone didn't recognize his background, no one could guess that Li Jingji was not just an ordinary butcher. Qi Chongjin silently looked at Li Jingji inside the restaurant. His elegant and refined appearance made many women in the merchant street notice him immediately. Shuilong County is on the border, with mountains and water, and its economy is good. The local customs are more open than in Qingzhou. Many female merchants looked at Qi Chongjin and couldn't take their eyes off his handsome face. Yun Jiaoyu noticed the women nearby. She thought to herself, Qi Chongjin really looks good. But in Qingzhou, even if some women secretly liked him, they wouldn't openly show their feelings. They stared at Qi Chongjin as if he were a big piece of meat. Looking around, she quickly understood their reactions. Men on the street, whether dark-skinned or bronze, didn't compare to Qi Chongjin's scholarly and heroic aura. Yun Jiaoyu clicked her tongue and shook her head slowly. With a smile in her eyes, she said, "Aren't you planning to sell calligraphy and paintings? I'll find you a stall to sell them." With his looks, not to mention skilled connoisseurs of art and calligraphy, even if no one appreciated his talent, no one would lack buyers for his works. A teasing remark fell silent, but she noticed the man's brows furrowed tightly. He pressed his thin lips together, exuding a cold, serious aura. His eyes either looked straight ahead or at Yun Jiaoyu. It was as if there was some dirt around him. He didn't glance sideways at all. No need to look for a stall. I heard from Lord Tao that Water Dragon County has a shop that specializes in buying calligraphy and paintings. Qi Chongjin pointed to a nearby shop called the Calligraphy and Painting Shop. I'll sell there. Yun Jiaoyu was quite interested. Water Dragon County was indeed much richer than Dahuang County, with a well-established market for buying and selling artworks. No wonder Lord Tao was eager to return to Water Dragon County. The shop would categorize the artworks into different grades and types, then sell them across the Qi country. With Qi Chongjin's excellent calligraphy and painting skills, he should be able to fetch a good price. Then you go sell the artworks and I'll buy copper bowls and magnetic stones. Yun Jiaoyu planned to split up from Qi Chongjin. She found a shop selling copper bowls, which was as large as 5 ordinary shops combined. 2 stone lions stood at the entrance, and staff members were there to greet and see off customers. Yun Jiaoyu raised her delicate eyebrows and listened from afar to the lively foreign language with a strong accent coming from inside. Standing at the door, she was momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she realized more clearly. Water Dragon County near Dahuang County was close to the border. The map in this political story might not match the modern world map exactly, but there were similarities.
So,
beyond the border near Water Dragon County, was it Tianzhu? Yes, it must be Tianzhu without a doubt. Ignoring the heavy accent of the foreign language, combined with the clue that the shop's customers needed copper bowls, she was sure the neighboring country was Tianzhu. Copper bowls are also called Tianzhu fragrant. They can be used as Buddhist ritual objects for chanting. Since Tianzhu is the birthplace of Buddhism, and if it hasn't been culturally invaded, it would need a large number of copper bowls for chanting. Thinking of this, Yun Jiaoyu felt both regret and excitement.
because now,
She finally had a good way to launder the silver from Chi's warehouse in her space. And this way could also help sell Zhu Sha pigment faster. Tianzhu has many Buddhist temples, and the statues and murals inside need Zhu Sha pigment for coloring. Additionally, there is a religious custom among the people of Tianzhu who apply cinnabar to their foreheads to pray for divine protection. If they could sell cinnabar pigment to Tianzhu, they would make a big profit. If they exaggerated the selling price to outsiders, she could just pay more taxes to the Great Qi Empire, which would justify the silver in her Qi family's warehouse. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes sparkled with a faint light, and she increasingly felt that coming to Shui Long County was the right decision. In this way, cinnabar powder could be sold to Yuanzhou and cinnabar pigment to Tianzhu. Since Tianzhu is nearby, the money flow on the surface would return faster, and she could openly pay wages to the villagers of Shaju village. Madam Zhangjin, why are you here? Li Jingji's surprised voice came from behind. He was leading a donkey, leisurely walking through the busy marketplace. Yun Jiaoyu explained, I came here to buy copper basins, and I plan to bring villagers to make cinnabar powder next. Li Jingji's deep gaze shifted from the copper basin shop to Yun Jiaoyu. He frowned, I advise you to buy from another shop. Why is that? There are many shops in Shui Long County selling copper basins. The one in front of you is specifically doing business with Tianzhu people, handling large orders.
Li Jingzi admira Tianjiaoiwa's initiativa.
In less than a month, she had led people to quarry stones and make cinnabar powder. Almost all the villagers of Shaju village were tightly connected like a rope. He kindly reminded her, even if the shop doesn't handle large orders, they usually don't serve casual customers from our village. Yun Jiaoyu was a bit lost in thought, her cold gaze returning to the large shop. She understood Li Jingji's subtle message, no casual villagers' customers, meaning they might serve wealthy outsiders. When she saw the Tianzhu people inside seemed to be about to leave, her eyes flickered. She decided to act immediately. Now was a great opportunity right in front of her. She had to secure the cinnabar business deal with the Tianzhu people. Brotherly, my husband sells paintings and calligraphy at the book and art studio. Can you go find him and ask him to wait for me at the city gate after he finishes selling his paintings? She specifically instructed, don't come here directly to pick me up. Yun Jiaoyu remembered there were many clothes bought from Qingzhou silk shop stored in the space warehouse. She needed to change her clothes and dress up before entering the shop to buy copper basins and talk with the Tianzhu people. She wanted to secure the cinnabar deal in one go. Li Jingji couldn't help but look at Yun Jiaoyu with more curiosity, noticing her insistence on buying copper basins from the shop. Although he didn't know what secret she was hiding. However, he was quite curious about how Yun Jiaoyu planned to get the copper bowls from the shop. After all, the woman's abilities in Shijujin were well known. Li Jingji reluctantly agreed and moved his important matters aside. He responded, all right, I will go find Changjin now. Seeing Li Jingji's figure gradually disappear from sight, Yun Jiaoyu quickly found a quiet alley. She entered her space with her mind. She changed into a yellow silk long dress and chose a pair of expensive hairpins to pin her hair up. She didn't take down the wooden hairpin gifted by Qi Changjin. The wooden hairpin was elegant, although it was very different in style from the hairpins. It didn't look out of place. Yun Jiaoyu moved quickly, without much thought, and wore the bracelet given by Fang Yang to make a good impression. She remembered how the wealthy young ladies used to behave when shopping at shops. She learned perfectly. She walked gracefully toward the shop. The hairpins swayed gently, making her modest face look even more pure and elegant. The servant at the shop door looked at Yun Jiaoyu with suspicion. This woman. Wasn't she just the woman who had been wandering near the shop entrance? The shop servant thought he must have been mistaken and then carefully observed Yun Jiaoyu from head to toe. They looked at her jewelry and clothes. With each piece of jewelry and embroidery they examined, their smiles grew brighter. Finally, they grinned so widely they couldn't close their mouths and warmly invited Yun Jiaoyu inside. With an upward inflection, they called out, Madam, please come in if you need anything. Just tell the young servant inside. Yun Jiaoyu successfully sneaked into the shop. Inside, she saw 5 or 6 monks dressed in silk robes, speaking in Sanskrit with the shop assistant. The shop assistant looked mixed blood. Although his Sanskrit was halting and carried a local accent from Zhezhou border areas, he was still able to communicate with the Indians without issue. "Madam, what do you need?" Seeing Yun Jiaoyu dressed so elegantly, the shopkeeper approached her first. Yun Jiaoyu looked around the shop, which mainly sold various copper bowls. Out of the 5 shops, 3 of them sold different styles of copper bowls, with intricate patterns and Sanskrit carved on the outside. The other 2 shops sold various types of robes, as well as wooden fish and sticks. "Shopkeeper, my family deals in cinnabar pigment and needs to buy some copper bowls. This time, I want to buy a batch of copper bowls of appropriate thickness. They shouldn't be too thick to avoid wasting effort if the cinnabar shards break. They also shouldn't be too thin, or they might be pierced easily during impact." Yun Jiaoyu stated her requirements. "Since these copper bowls are mainly for export and the business is quite large, I believe the quality must be among the best in Shui-Long County. The process of extracting cinnabar powder isn't complicated, but is time-consuming. Usually, it takes a whole day for workers to crush cinnabar stones and extract about 2 ounces of cinnabar powder. The villagers in Shaju village are not lacking in people interested in extracting cinnabar powder and making pigments, but such people are few. Most villagers prefer to wait and observe first. They want to focus on quarrying stones and see if others can quickly learn to make cinnabar powder and pigments. So, currently, she doesn't need many copper bowls. But considering future sales of large amounts of cinnabar powder and pigments, the demand for copper bowls will only increase." Yun Jiaoyu decided to buy more copper bowls. Estimating her needs, she said, "This time, I want to buy 500 copper bowls and 500 copper chimes. Later, I will continue to buy from you." When she mentioned needing 500 of each, the shopkeeper was a bit surprised and looked at Yun Jiaoyu. In fact, this quantity of copper bowls and chimes isn't considered a big order for him. After all, there are many temples in Tianzhu and many monks. Beyond the border, every 100 miles there are 3 or 5 large temples and a dozen small ones. All these temples use copper bowls for chanting. Plus, many followers of Buddha from Tianzhu also buy copper bowls in large quantities from him. He doesn't lack business from Yun Jiaoyu. But this was the first time someone involved in cinnabar business came to buy supplies from him. To gather hundreds of people in a border area to produce cinnabar and buy 500 copper bowls at once. What kind of person is this lady? Noticing the shopkeeper's curious gaze, Yun Jiaoyu half-truthfully said, "I am a merchant from the capital. My family also runs a herbal medicine business. I have some connections with the Tao family in Shui-Long County, and I also have dealings with the wife of the county magistrate of Dehuang County. I will pay half of the money up front as a deposit. When you deliver the copper bowls to the county office next door, I will send someone to pick them up. Paying half now and receiving the goods later, there's no way I would shortchange you on the remaining half." Hearing that she had connections with the Tao family in the county seat and that she was a merchant from the capital, the shopkeeper's eyes lit up. He no longer looked down on an order of 500 items and became much more attentive. He nodded politely and said, "Since Madam is a distinguished guest of the Tao family, I will definitely offer you a fair price this time. The main currency in the Great Qi Kingdom is copper coins. Copper is cheap, so the price of copper bowls is not high." After agreeing on a price of 50 taels, Yun Jiaoyu took out 2 silver ingots weighing about 10 taels each and 3 smaller ingots from her space. Just as she was about to show the sales receipt stamped with the shopkeeper's private seal, the monk from Tianzhu had already arrived at the shop entrance. "Wait!" Yun Jiaoyu suddenly spoke in fluent Sanskrit. She had learned some months of Sanskrit before starting her missions in her organization. Her fluent Sanskrit startled the shop assistant and the shopkeeper. The shop assistant looked at Yun Jiaoyu, confirmed her high status, and felt completely at ease. Currently, there is no suitable replacement for this job. The shopkeeper's gaze toward Yun Jiaoyu grew more respectful. No wonder she is a merchant from the capital. Even from thousands of miles away, she can speak languages beyond the border. It seems her family has connections with people from Tianzhu. The shopkeeper imagined Yun Jiaoyu's noble identity and, with a determined look, gave her 20 more copper bowls and copper chimes. He planned to impress her and win her favor. Since the shopkeeper couldn't understand Sanskrit well, and Yun Jiaoyu spoke very quickly, the shop assistant didn't catch what she said afterward. Yun Jiaoyu invited the Tianju monks to the tea house for tea. She used her lifetime's patience to calmly discuss Buddhist teachings and scriptures. Her words were filled with famous Buddhist quotes. Within just 15 minutes, the monks from Tianju felt as if they had met a kindred spirit. Life in the world is like walking among thorns. If the mind remains still, one won't be hurt. If the mind moves, people will act rashly, hurting themselves and their bones, experiencing all kinds of suffering. Though you are in the mortal world, your hearts seek liberation from it. Your farsightedness, clarity, and wisdom truly impress me. Even Mile, a monk from Tianju who had practiced Buddhism for many years, couldn't hide his excitement and joy in his eyes. Mile clasped his hands together and said, Amit Ba. Sincerely praising, he said, Madam's noble character and deep understanding of Buddhist principles are truly remarkable. I, a monk who has studied at Fajing Temple for over 20 years, find my understanding of Buddhist teachings only half of yours. I am truly ashamed. Fajing Temple? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes widened, and a look of fortunate joy appeared in her eyes. In her memories, she didn't know where Tianju was, but she knew the famous temple called Fajing Temple. Fajing Temple was the name used in Daki, translated from Sanskrit. This temple was well known in Tianju, and there were local versions of it in various states of Daki, like Qingzhou. Additionally, monks from Fajing Temple in Tianju and Daki would select a temple every 3 years to exchange ideas and discuss Buddhism. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes shimmered with emotion, but unfortunately, the two countries had already discussed Buddhism in Tianju 2 years ago. They might have to wait until next year for another discussion. I heard that next year, the Buddhist meetings between the two countries will be held in the capital. Yun Jiaoyu felt a bit sad, missing the chance to use the cinnabar pigment produced in Jujia village to help these monks gain more recognition. After exchanging greetings, she saw the right moment. Yun Jiaoyu naturally moved to the main topic, saying, My family all believes in Buddhism and loves to eat vegetarian and chant Buddha's name. Seeing you, the high monks, I couldn't help but say a few words and hope you won't mind my sudden approach. Meeting you, Venerable Mila monks, is a rare fate in this vast world. Her eyes shone brightly as she modestly said, I wish to donate 5 jars of cinnabar to Fajing Temple to thank the heavens for this meeting. As she finished speaking, even the young man sitting nearby in the tea house, who had been listening to her talk about Buddhism, raised an eyebrow in surprise. He wore luxurious brocade robes, with a pure white jade pendant at his waist, exuding noble elegance. His robes were embroidered with delicate dark wave patterns, and his jade crown made his black hair shine even more. He clearly was not a local from Shui Long County. His servant looked at Yun Jiaoyu several times, whispering, Master. Who is this lady? The man slowly shook his head and signaled silently for silence. She was talking happily with the high monks, discussing Buddhism naturally and eloquently. Interrupting their elegant conversation suddenly would be rude and unrefined, reflecting poorly on his upbringing. Yun Jiaoyu's mind was entirely focused on the high monks of Fajing Temple. She thought that if she could establish a good relationship this time, they might cooperate on business, helping Dahuang County become wealthier faster. No matter what, she had to give the cinnabar. This cinnabar was a precious pigment separated during the production of cinnabar paint. When mixed with ink, it turned into a deep, slightly bright red-brown suitable for paintings and murals. Its value lies in the fact that, even after 1,000 years, its colors remain bright when colored. There is a saying among the people, 1 or 2 ounces of cinnabar and gold. If replaced with vermilion, it would be several times more precious than cinnabar. Indeed, Monk Mile was surprised and honored. He was so amazed by Yun Jiaoyu's grandeur that he repeatedly recited Amit Ba Buddha. Listening to Yun Jiaoyu talk about Buddhist teachings, he felt his mind was purified and his understanding of Buddha's principles deepened. Now, if he were to accept such a valuable gift without reason, it would be hard to explain. Monk Mile and others all refused at the same time, saying no, no. Madam, this is too precious. I dare not accept it. Yun Jiaoyu smiled gently, her lively eyes flickering. She spoke naturally. Compared to the chance encounter arranged by heaven today, these 5 jars of vermilion are not very valuable. I didn't expect to meet you all today when I left home, and I didn't bring any vermilion with me. If the monks don't mind, please tell me when you will come to Shui Long County next time. I will definitely bring some vermilion to gift you. Yun Jiaoyu repeatedly emphasized the word chance, knowing that those who study Buddhism also value opportunity highly. Monk Mile was impressed by Yun Jiaoyu's insights into Buddhist principles and her open-mindedness. He didn't see her as an ordinary person respecting Buddhism. He even thought that their meeting, arranged by heaven, must have a deeper meaning. He clasped his hands in gratitude again. The first time he clasped his hands, it was a sincere thank you for allowing them to bathe in Buddhist teachings. This time, it was to accept Yun Jiaoyu's kind gesture. He thought of something and said, Madam, in a few months, Fajing Temple will repair its murals and repaint the Buddha statues. Earlier, I heard you and the shopkeeper mention that your family is involved in the cinnabar business? Yun Jiaoyu was stunned. Monk Mile, do you speak the language of Great Qi? She carefully recalled that, to avoid revealing her close ties to Fajing Temple monks, she only mentioned the gift of vermilion during their conversation. She hadn't disclosed her cinnabar business at all. She thought that this monk could understand or speak some of the Great Qi language. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu's surprised and confused expression, Monk Mile became even more certain. He believed that their encounter and in-depth discussion were simply a chance arranged by heaven. He felt even more respectful toward this meeting. He said naturally, "We will return to Shui Long County again on the 9th day of the next lunar month. If Madam doesn't mind that Fajing Temple doesn't need much cinnabar, perhaps next time we can bring 100 jars of cinnabar pigment." The monk was determined to buy it at the market price of cinnabar. Yun Jiaoyu's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint, barely noticeable smile. She exchanged 5 jars of cinnabar paste for 100 jars of cinnabar, making a safe profit. The reason was that removing the cinnabar paste involved a more complicated process, but for her, aside from the labor costs, the other expenses were not much increased. Yun Jiaoyu picked up the teapot and personally poured tea for the monks from the Jeffing Temple. Since Monk Mila has spoken, I thank the monks for taking care of my family's business. 20 minutes passed quietly. Yun Jiaoyu arranged a specific time to meet again and saw Monk Milo and his group to the entrance of the tea house. After saying goodbye and settling the bill, she left. Thinking it wouldn't be good to make Qi Chongjin wait too long, she quickly took small steps and ran toward the county gate. On the way, she quickly changed back into rough cloth clothes using her mental powers in a quiet alley. She took off all the jewelry on her hair bun and earlobes and threw them into her space jewelry box. When she saw Qi Chongjin, Li Jingji was also there. Yun Jiaoyu mentioned she had bought copper bowls and chimes, and also talked about successfully negotiating a business deal with Jeffing Temple. Qi Chongjin's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but quickly returned to calm. His wife had been very impressive these past few months. A few days ago, she managed to gather the villagers of Shaju village to her side. Now, thinking carefully, since the heavens had blessed her with good fortune, bringing the monks from Jeffing Temple to Shui Long County today, and allowing Yun Jiaoyu to enter the same shop with them, it was not surprising that she could negotiate a business deal with Jeffing Temple. Chongjin, your wife is quick and decisive. She can heal and treat people and also make cinnabar pigment. There probably aren't many men in this world who are her match.
Li Jingzi admirat Yun Jiaoyu.
He held the reins of the donkey's bridle. Since you've waited for your wife, you too can go back to Da Huang County early. He glanced at the sky. Go back early, maybe you can get back to Shaju village before sunset. Yun Jiaoyu looked at the donkey and, considering the time, realized that Li Jingji wasn't planning to return to Shaju village today. She didn't ask much. Everyone has secrets in this world. Qi Chongji nodded. Jingji, Yun Jiaoyu, and I will be leaving first. Yun Jiaoyu instinctively waved goodbye and then mounted her horse. She thought about talking to Chung Erli, who before sunset, and finding more people to make pigment. 2 months was a reasonable time to make the pigment. If the weather was good, the pigment could dry and be ready earlier. The most urgent matter is to ensure enough workers to complete the task of painting 100 cans. Yun Jiaoyu's wrist is white and delicate, with a translucent jade bracelet peeking out from under her coarse cloth sleeve. Li Jingji's peripheral vision catches sight of it, and he quickly shifts his gaze to her wrist. His pupils suddenly tighten. Just as he wants to speak, Yun Jiaoyu, with her legs gripping the horse's belly, waves her whip and rides away. Li Jingji tries to chase her, instinctively lifting his foot to step on the stirrup. Only then does he realize he's actually holding a donkey today. He frowns deeply. It seems I need to return to Dahuang County earlier. He strokes the donkey's back and sighs. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone so low profile and rented this donkey. I should have rented a horse instead. His words fade into the wind, carried away behind him. The man behind him, who had been eavesdropping on Yun Jiaoyu's philosophical talk earlier at the tea house, steps forward. He places his hand on Li Jingji's shoulder. Jingji, it's been many years. Back in Shaju village, Chongqing ties the horse's reins to a stone mill at the door. He pulls out a 50-tael silver note from his sleeve, earned from selling paintings and calligraphy today. He hands the silver note to Yun Jiaoyu. He only keeps a few copper coins for emergencies. His voice is gentle and magnetic. Today, I agreed with the shopkeeper of the calligraphy and painting studio to sell him 5 paintings each month. That should help with the family expenses. Just right, the villagers' wages these past 2 months can also cover some costs. Yun Jiaoyu slightly furrows her brow, remembering that Chongqing also brought 5 unframed paintings from Shuilong County today. She secretly thinks about how the man was once heavily supported by the Qi family, spending enough money each year on practicing calligraphy and traditional painting to fund all the mountains in Dahuang County for a century. Each painting can sell for 10 taels of silver, an astronomical price compared to most scholars' works. But Yun Jiaoyu knows that Chongqing could become a top official in the future. As his reputation rises, his paintings will also increase in value. For a moment, she feels a bit distressed, even considering secretly taking back the paintings. But she only thinks about it. She doesn't want to spoil Chongqing's kind intention to help the family. Suddenly, she has an idea. Chongqing, in the future, try to create more paintings that show the hardships of the common people and the beautiful landscapes of our homeland. By the way, have you heard of Lantingyi Su, or Tingwang Pavilion Su? After all, he needs to paint to support his family. It might be better for Chongqing to focus on painting scenes that show the people's struggles and love for the country before entering officialdom. The saying goes, observe those close to you, value those you share with, respect those you admire, and scrutinize those you do not. Currently, men in exile serving their sentences are in a time of hardship. If in the future they clear their name and others learn that even in their lowest moments, they remain passionate about caring for the country and worrying about the people and lament the hardships of life, they will surely be praised for their noble character. This will also help their future career as officials. Chongqing's dark eyes flickered like polished jade, and his hand hanging by his side unconsciously clenched slightly. His wife. She truly always thinks of him. A man can understand why Yun Jiaoyu wants him to create such paintings. But what are the Orchid Pavilion Preface and the Tingwang Pavilion Preface? Chongqing shook his head in confusion but showed interest. I haven't heard of these 2 prefaces. What do they say? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes sparkled slightly. Based on the worldview of this political intrigue novel's author, in the world of Daki, literary works and famous sayings often match those in the real world. For example, the Guoyu and the Daki Guoyu that Qi Wenling recited are mostly the same in content. Perhaps due to the natural development of history and literature, even if the characters who shine brightly in history do not appear in this world, there are substitutes who have left behind legendary works. These substitutes, throughout the dynasties of Daki, use their literary talent and effort to fill the gaps between this world and reality. If even Chongqing, a well-read man, has never heard of these two prefaces. Then perhaps by matching the works memorized from modern education with a collection of books in Chi Chongjin's mind, she can find the legendary works that have yet to appear in this world. Not only literature, but also some ancient technologies. If she can exploit this loophole, the future of Daki will surely be limitless. Yun Jiaoyu recited two famous lines from the prefaces. Just after finishing, she noticed the man's brow twitch slightly. Chi Chongjin's eyes flashed with surprise. You, like my preface? Yun Jiaoyu was stunned, momentarily unable to understand Chi Chongjin's meaning. After a long pause, her pupils suddenly shrank. In disbelief, she pointed at Chi Chongjin with her hand. You say this is your preface? The setting sun and the lone wild goose fly together. Autumn waters blend with the endless sky. Is this your preface? Chi Chongjin nodded slowly. Yes, it is. But it's not called the Timwang Pavilion Preface. I wrote this preface at Qingzhou Haitian Pavilion. My former teacher once admired the scenery at Haitian Pavilion and asked us students to write essays to exchange ideas. Yun Jiaoyu was so excited she couldn't contain herself. I never expected that in this different world, I could write such a timeless masterpiece, someone who could bridge the vast literary world of this universe, and the real world is Chi Chongjin. A wave of admiration filled my heart. Chi Chongjin didn't quite understand why Yun Jiaoyu suddenly felt so excited. He wondered where this feeling came from. He looked deep and a bit confused, staring thoughtfully at Yun Jiaoyu. After thinking for a long time, he began to understand. It seems his wife really appreciates talented people. Fortunately, from the time he was enlightened until he succeeded in the imperial exams, he studied diligently day and night, never taking a break. This effort was a true reflection of her sincere praise. Yun Jiaoyu looked him over from head to toe, feeling more pleased with him and secretly admiring him. But even as she admired him, she also felt some regret. Clearly, she wanted to use loopholes between the two worlds to take shortcuts in life, which was a bit of a daydream. Even if she learned skills like making gunpowder or pigments in real life, she couldn't compare with top professionals in those industries in the Great Qi country. It seems she can only focus on herself, genuinely improve her abilities, and rely on real skills to get everything she wants. Earlier, you meant to suggest I shouldn't follow the usual path, to attract the attention of Kyoto's nobles with poetry and songs, so I can be promoted faster? Yun Jiaoyu looked at Chi Chongjin softly. She nodded. She had forgotten that Chi Chongjin didn't need to follow the usual path at all. She was just worried for nothing. This man could become the top scholar. His talent and learning were undeniable. As the future chief minister, he naturally had a rising star aura. Yun Jiaoyu glanced at the 50 taels of silver in her hand and decided not to be polite with Chi Chongjin. She accepted the 50 taels. So, he wouldn't worry about her money running out. Then she asked Ching Er and Li who to start recruiting workers from nearby villages tomorrow. After a few days, many people from Shaji village and Ishu village, villages closest to Shaju village, came forward to work. But most wanted to mine stones, not make pigments or medicinal herbs. Jiaoyu, I heard you took on a pigment order from Fajing Temple? Lu Yunxiu had listed all the villagers willing to switch from stone mining to making pigments and medicinal herbs, including those from neighboring villages. She frowned worriedly and said, Now, besides stone mining, only about 100 or so villagers are willing to do this work. Those villagers had no experience in making pigments before. If we don't train them now, they probably won't be able to produce cinnabar pigment and cinnabar paste in the future. Lu Yunxiu used to manage many shops, farms, and mountain villas, so she knew how hard it was to control people. She also reminded, by the way, Jiaoyu, if you're going to teach these villagers a craft, it's better to have them sign a contract. Yun Jiaoyu raised her fine eyebrows slightly, agreeing that Lu Yunxiu had a point. Yes, a contract is necessary. Making pigments is a skilled job. Without a contract, there's a risk that villagers from nearby villages, who are not on record as criminals, might learn the craft and then move away with their families. Some might even go to wealthier counties to start their own businesses using this skill. Actually, starting their own business isn't the main concern. It's more about the orders coming in. If they learn the skill but quit soon after, it would be a big loss for everyone. That would make her the biggest loser, losing both money and effort. She decided, third aunt, since there are few people learning the craft, let's increase their wages. For the first 200 villagers who sign contracts to make pigments, the basic monthly wage will be 2 taels of silver. Those who come later will get 1 tael per month. After 3 days, the basic wage will be half a tael per month. If they can produce more cinnabar pigment and cinnabar paste, the more they make, the higher their wages will be. Yun Jiaoyu offered high wages to attract workers, hoping to solve the problem of not enough labor. Lu Yunxiu hesitated, feeling Yun Jiaoyu's wages were too high. Apart from the stone quarry wages, just making pigments costs about 500 silver per month. Although making pigments is profitable, once they receive payment from Fajing Temple, they can pay wages and still have a good profit. But she worried that Yun Jiaoyu might not have enough silver. Jiaoyu, you're contracting the mountain, buying copper bowls and chimes, and now you're recruiting workers in large numbers. In the future, you'll spend a lot of silver, probably more than you can count. Lu Yunxiu took out a silver note from her sleeve. Third aunt and third uncle still have the debt you collected for us in Fong County. You still have over 200 taels left. Since there's not much to spend in Shijuji village right now, you can take this silver note. Use it as wages for the villagers. Yun Jiaoyu quickly pushed the silver note back. Honestly, her space storage had nothing but silver and valuable items. She could afford to pay these wages, and in 2 months, she would recover all her costs.
Take it.
Just take it, Jiaoyu. Besides, if it weren't for you and Brother Jean, Li Dafu wouldn't have accepted Wenlang as his disciple. Lu Yunxiu handed a silver note into Yun Jiaoyu's sleeve, insisting she not return it. Yun Jiaoyu felt truly touched.
Just take it. We are all family.
If you face difficulties, we should help each other. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't refuse and had to accept the silver note. Thinking about how the farmland in Dahuang County had already been allocated to them for farming a few days ago, Qi Xianglei, skilled in farming, had improved the water wheels to better irrigate the fields. He also bought many cattle to plow and plant crops, making the work lively and busy. The third household gave her all their remaining silver, so their funds might be tight in the coming months. Luckily, they had already bought most of what they needed for the season, so there wouldn't be big expenses in the next 2 months. Yun Jiaoyu accepted Lu Yunxiu's kindness. Third aunt, I'll consider these 200 taels of silver as your investment. As long as the mine makes a profit in the future, I will definitely share the earnings with you. Lu Yunxiu frowned, knowing her niece-in-law cared for them deeply. But she clarified, third aunt didn't give you this silver just to profit from the mine. If you keep talking like that, I might get upset. She was worried about hurting Yun Jiaoyu's feelings. She softened her tone. If you really want to repay us, it's a bit awkward to use this silver for nothing. Let's just calculate it at the lowest interest rate for private loans. When you finish the deal with Fajing Temple, you can pay us back then. Lu Yunxiu, with the integrity of a scholar, genuinely cared for Yun Jiaoyu and didn't want to take advantage of her. She thought that among relatives, being a little kind to each other was natural and didn't need to be overly strict. Yun Jiaoyu felt warm inside.
All right.
Let's do as third aunt says. As she finished speaking, Wang Jiao, a bit shy, approached Yun Jiaoyu from a few steps away. He had been wandering nearby for a long time, wanting to talk to her but hesitated because she was talking with Lu Yunxiu. After they finished, he gathered his courage and stepped forward. Mrs. Qi. Yun Jiaoyu's impression of Wang Jiao was okay, especially since Qi Wenlang admired him, making her attitude toward Wang Jiao subtly change. Is there something you want to say, Wang Jiao? In recent days, she had been studying literature and reading with Qi Chongjin at night. She increasingly believed that work didn't always have to be done so efficiently. For example, she knew Wang Jiao was here because he wanted to learn how to make paint, and she was willing to agree and let him learn the craft. But she just wouldn't say it directly, and insisted on asking Wang Jiao first. Sometimes, people shouldn't be too easy to talk to. Otherwise, they might lose respect for you and become more demanding or even develop harmful intentions. Wang Jiao shyly scratched his head. Madam Qi, I heard you've been looking for workers to make paint these days. My father is now bedridden, and with the money I earn from collecting stones every day, I can't afford the tiger bones listed in the prescription. His eyes darkened. I went to the county town the day before yesterday to ask, but the local pharmacy there doesn't have this kind of medicine. He secretly blamed himself for not being strong enough to earn more money. He added, the pharmacy owner told me that this medicine might be available in Shuilong County. But he also told me not to ask about the price of tiger bones there. Really, tiger bones are too expensive. 50 taels of silver per ounce. I really can't afford the herbs. I just want to earn more money to treat my father. Wang Jiao was thoughtful but cautious, afraid Yun Jiao might misunderstand him. He worried she might think he gave up after a few days of collecting cinnabar stones because he couldn't handle the hardship, and now he wanted an easier job. He quickly explained, Madam Qi, please rest assured, I didn't want to do paint because I can't endure hardship. I just want to earn more money so I can collect stones during the day, learn to make paint at noon, and do it at home in the evening. Yun Jiao's clear, lively eyes grew more appreciative of Wang Jiao. She knew that Wang Jiao and Wang Yudo couldn't gather all the herbs listed in the prescription. Even if they used everything they had, they still couldn't make the medicine. Tiger bones are very expensive, and each dose requires 2 taels of tiger bones. Ordinary families simply can't afford this formula. That's why she had previously said in the mountains that whether Wang Yudo's family could get the herbs later had nothing to do with her. Yun Jiaoyu also had a complete tiger's hide and bones in her space. After moving the tiger into her space last time, she took some time to cut it up. Some parts of the herbs needed to be soaked in wine, others dried. Only the tiger's skin and fur remained in the storage room, kept for emergencies. However, Yun Jiaoyu wouldn't give Wang Jiao herbs for no reason. Although Wang Jiao was a good boy, Wang Yudo was selfish when it came to his own interests. People like him, when faced with similar situations, usually wouldn't change their selfish choices. So, she planned to wait for the right moment to give Wang Jiao some tiger bones as a gift. Although you're only about 15 or 16 years old, you're already a capable young man. You want to switch to a craft involving pigments, but there's no need to ask for my opinion. Just go directly to my third aunt and register your name, then sign the contract. Jiangyu plans to use Wang Jiao to promote the idea that signing a contract is necessary for making pigments. After all, once one person signs first, more and more people will willingly follow. She explains, the first person to sign the contract will earn at least 2 taels of silver each month. 2 taels of silver? Wang Jiao's eyes light up with excitement. He eagerly clenches his fist. Earning 2 taels a month means he could buy his father a set of medicinal herbs in less than 4 years. It might be a small amount, but it's better than nothing. If he works hard his whole life, maybe his father can stand up again when he's old. Don't you want to ask what the contract says? Jiangyu asks at the right moment. Wang Jiao shakes his head. As long as I can earn silver to treat my father, I don't care what the contract requires. Jiangyu's eyes show surprise, and she can't help but feel moved by Wang Jiao's filial piety. The name Wang Jiao shows that Wang Yudo has high hopes for his son. She also believes that Jiao Long is not just a pond fish. Given the chance, he will achieve something in the future. Jiangyu intentionally tries to help Wang Jiao. From now on, just focus on learning the craft. Compared to mining stone, your strength and endurance are more suited for making pigments. Starting tomorrow, you don't need to go mining anymore. Tomorrow, you and Cheng Er will help transport copper basins and bells from Dahuang County office. She shifts her tone. But even if you don't care, I must tell you what the contract says. Anyone who signs the contract must work under me making pigments for 5 years. If you deliberately cheat or run away to start your own business, I will take the contract to the government, and the county magistrate of Dahuang will decide the consequences. Everyone in Shaju village and nearby villages knows that Qi Chongjin and Jiangyu are close with Tao Gaoshan. This information is enough to scare people into obedience. She doesn't say everything outright, but she leaves room for people to scare themselves. Jiangyu takes out a string of copper coins from her sleeve. Wang Jiao, tomorrow go buy a few pairs of straw sandals. From now on, Don't let your feet get cut and bleed. When Wang Jiao's palm is filled with coins, his eyes instantly fill with tears. He subconsciously presses his toes against the ground as his worn-out sandals rub against his feet. He doesn't feel embarrassed at all, only feeling the warmth of genuine care. After Wang Yudo became paralyzed, Wang Jiao's life became increasingly difficult. Originally, Wang Yudo didn't plan to seek treatment and only wanted his family to live well. But Wang Jiao couldn't even afford to buy straw sandals. When his shoes wore out, he only focused on rushing to Dahuang County to ask for medicine. He had just traveled all this way without anyone noticing the injuries on his feet. Only Yun Jiaoyu noticed. Wang Jiao's eyes turned red. Mrs. Qi, I will work hard from now on. He believes that as long as he can earn money to support his family, his feet will never be cut and bleed again. The next afternoon, Wang Jiao, along with Cheng Er, Li Hu, and others, moved back from Dahuang County's government office with 500 sets of copper bowls and chimes. He had already told Wang Yudo yesterday that Yun Jiaoyu agreed to teach him how to make paint. Originally, Wang Yudo had cheated Yun Jiaoyu and lost his quarrying job, feeling ashamed. Now he learned that Wang Jiao could learn a craft, and that this craft paid more than quarrying or mining. He was so proud he lifted his chin. Lying in bed all day, he kept calling out to anyone passing by outside the window to show off. Soon, the news spread. People from nearby villages all knew that making paint paid well. When Wang Jiao returned, he saw villagers from Shaji village and Dashu village crowding at Yun Jiaoyu's door, begging to learn how to make paint. Mrs. Qi, we don't need to read the contract. We're illiterate and wouldn't understand it anyway. Just have your third aunt bring the contract, and we'll sign immediately. Gua aunt from Shaji village saw that learning to make paint paid high wages. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke to Yun Jiaoyu. Like most others, she came with her whole family to Yun Jiaoyu. They wanted the impatient men at home to help with quarrying, while she and her daughter-in-law hoped to learn the craft. Learning a skill like this was a sure way to make good money. They only planned to stay under Yun Jiaoyu's guidance for 5 years. If after 5 years they could make high-quality, refined paint, they could then work independently and pass the craft to their children. Just thinking about it made life seem sweet. Yun Jiaoyu understood these people's plans perfectly. She also wanted to sign the contract directly, but then she changed her tone and said, Gua aunt, just signing with a fingerprint isn't enough. Yun Jiaoyu didn't want to take shortcuts by letting these workers just sign their names. It is important to always have a cautious heart, so I decided that all villagers coming to apply for the job must sign the agreement. Otherwise, one day, if these villagers want to end the contract early, they might claim they were tricked into signing because they couldn't read. Even if I have a good reason, outsiders who don't know the full story might think I am bullying them. I smiled at the crowd and said, Ankwa, although pressing your thumb to the contract is legally recognized as signing, we still need everyone to sign and press their thumbprint to make it official. I'll help those who can't read or write their names. You can go to my third aunt and cousin to learn how to copy your name carefully. I added, it's okay if your writing isn't perfect. Anyone who finishes writing their name on the contract today can start learning the craft tomorrow. The villagers didn't complain after I spoke. Even though most of them couldn't read or write, who had time to complain. They were all thinking about the wages promised by me. They knew that those who signed the contract first would get higher pay than those who signed later. So, everyone didn't mind that I insisted they sign their names. No matter how ugly their handwriting was, they all went to Lu Yunxiu and Qi Wenling to ask for their names. They copied their names crookedly onto the contracts. By the time all contracts were signed and stamped in duplicate tonight, it was already late at night, well past the evening hour. I counted that there were about 300 villagers willing to learn the craft of making pigment. At first, their work would be slow. Even working day and night, they might not finish 100 jars of cinnabar pigment. I thought carefully and planned to prepare 2 strategies. First, I would teach the villagers how to make the pigment because having many people is helpful. If they work hard for the high wages, maybe they can even complete the order for the Fajing Temple. If after 2 months, they still haven't finished making enough pigment, I would use my mind to adjust my pace in the space. There is a large greenhouse in the space agricultural base that mimics sunlight all day. When making the pigment, I could dry it inside the greenhouse, which would still allow me to finish the order on time. I didn't sleep all night, thinking about how to teach the villagers to make pigment quickly. After much thought, I decided to take it step by step. Early the next morning, people from the 3 villages who wanted to learn how to make paint gathered in front of Yun Jiaoyu's house, waiting for her instructions. Yun Jiaoyu led a large crowd to an abandoned yellow mud house in Songju village. She asked Qing'er Li Hu to distribute copper bowls and chimes. After handing out the tools, she selected 9 villagers from the 3 villages to be leaders, planning to teach them how to make paint fully. Then, she told each leader to pick 9 or 10 villagers to teach their own people. With this plan, they could teach everyone in groups, each person teaching up to 4 times, enough for everyone to learn how to make paint. These are high-quality cinnabar stones, and these are lower-quality ones, she said. I already asked the villagers who gather stones to sort different types and qualities of cinnabar by area. Yun Jiaoyu pointed to the cinnabar stones arranged under the grass shed. On the left side, the stones are used to extract vermilion powder and paint. On the right side, the stones are used to refine mercury and silver cinnabar. To speed up making the paint, some baskets of high-quality cinnabar stones have already been washed by the stone-gathering villagers. They used iron chisels to break the stones into very small pieces. Last night, Qing'er and others worked hard to use magnets to remove iron impurities and iron shavings. Clear and sharp, she announced. Everyone, except the 9 new arrivals I just mentioned, can start grinding and sifting these small cinnabar pieces. She held a handful of small cinnabar chunks. Just like me, take the cinnabar stones, put them into copper bowls in batches, and crush them into tiny pieces. Once they are ground into powder, we will pass the powder through an 80-mesh sieve. Yun Jiaoyu had already asked Qi Chongjin to buy a large amount of medicine sieves from the county pharmacy. She estimated they could reach Shijujia village before noon. She explained, I will give you the sieves at noon. When the time comes, put the sifted cinnabar powder into porcelain jars. Gua Ant listened carefully and asked curiously, Miss Qi, do we only need to crush, sift, and store the cinnabar powder, and then it will turn into paint by itself? If making paint was that simple, just crushing and sifting the cinnabar, she would earn money so easily. Yun Jiaoyu chuckled and explained, after the initial grinding and sifting, we still need to go through many steps. Grinding with glue, layering in bamboo tubes, further grinding, separating colors with glue and flying, drying and fine grinding, to finally make the paint and cinnabar paste. Don't worry, Gua Ant, just wait a bit. You only need to practice your skills these days. Keep crushing cinnabar, sifting it and filling jars. In a few days, I will teach your daughter-in-law how to make pigments. If you have any questions, you can ask her. Yun Jiaoyu chose 3 team leaders responsible for teaching pigment making in Shajia village. Among them, Gua Auntie's daughter-in-law, Sun Xiulian, was one of the leaders. In Shajia village, Yun Jiaoyu selected Wang Shifeng, Li Chai's mother Wu Hua, and Lu Dashan's wife as leaders. She didn't know much about Shajia village or Dashu village. However, Qi Chongjin gave her a hairpin made from a chenmu tree trunk, which was a gift from Zhou Dazue, a villager of Shajia village. So, besides choosing Sun Xiulian, Gua Auntie's daughter-in-law, she also picked Zhou Dazue's daughter-in-law as a leader. The other leaders were women well-liked and respected in their own villages. After 2 or 3 days, all the leaders had tried the process once and could complete most parts of the production. Yun Jiaoyu knew that starting from nothing to create something was very difficult. Making pigments was the same. She didn't rush them. Drying alone took many days, so she didn't push them. While teaching them to make pigments, she also tried to make cinnabar pigment in her space. She wanted to see if, in 2 or 3 days, using her thoughts to speed up the process, she could get good results. She found that if she filled jars, she could make at least 5 or 6 jars. So, she was no longer in a hurry to produce the 100 jars needed for Fajing Temple. Madam Qi, Master Li is calling for you. A servant next to Master Li ran to the open space where Yun Jiaoyu was teaching pigment making. He found her and whispered softly. But even in a small voice, The 9 leaders around Yun Jiaoyu heard him. Among them, Wu Hua, Li Chai's mother, had bright eyes and said, "Madam Qi, Master Li is calling you. Is it about recruiting students for the school?" Yun Jiaoyu paused, feeling a bit surprised. She didn't say anything to anyone, but how did Wu Hua connect Master Li with recruiting students? Seeing that Yun Jiaoyu didn't respond, Wu Hua muttered to herself, "It's been several days since the children in the village started copying the analects on paper." Confidently, she said, "It must be about recruiting students for the school." Wu Hua didn't know who Master Li was, but she had seen him teaching Qi Wenlang to read several times. Since even Lu Yunxiu had entrusted her child to Master Li to study, it meant that Master Li definitely had some skills. So she secretly observed Li Dafu for a few days. When passing by the house with the open window, she saw that Cheng Er had gathered a large bundle of pages from the Analects, which suddenly appeared in Li Dafu's room. She understood immediately. It was clear that this great scholar intended to accept more students. Now, she heard Li Dafu calling Yun Jiaoyu. Wu Hua suddenly had an idea and asked Yun Jiaoyu, "Madam Qi, do you think you could help us speak a few good words for Li Chai in front of Li Dafu later? If that scholar accepts Li Chai to study, I will do anything for you in the future." Recently, Yun Jiaoyu had become immune to the phrase "do anything." She could tell who was truly grateful and who was just pretending. She didn't like Wu Hua. She often gossiped about others in the village. But the people in Shijuji village were different from those in Shijuji village and Dashu village. There were many criminals with criminal records. Choosing tall people among short ones was already difficult. So Yun Jiaoyu deliberately picked Wu Hua and Lu Dashan's wife, 2 people who didn't get along, to keep each other in check, preventing anyone in Shijuji village from learning to make dyes and then working together to betray her. Realizing that the other person might be bored and secretly spying on Li Dafu, Yun Jiaoyu frowned, feeling a bit unhappy. Li Chai's mother, "I don't have that kind of face in front of Li Dafu. Li Dafu has his own standards for accepting students. I can't and won't interfere." A sarcastic smile appeared on her lips, and her eyes turned cold. "If you really care about Li Chai, then don't say such things in the future. Since I run a school, I will find teachers for the children. With Li Dafu here, I can also go to the county to invite teachers to teach in Shijuji village." She warned, "If you make Li Dafu angry and he leaves, not only Li Chai, but none of the children in our village will be able to read in the future." Wu Hua's heart sank at the scolding. She didn't expect that just a few days ago, Yun Jiaoyu had promoted her to be the team leader, and now she was being scolded so harshly. She clenched her teeth, feeling very embarrassed. Lu Dashan's wife looked on with a smug smile at Wu Hua, deliberately glaring at her. She threatened fiercely, "Wu Hua, don't cause any trouble. If you prevent my son from studying, I swear I will tear you apart in the village. By the way, if Li Dafu leaves and our school in the village can't continue, I won't be the only one to tear you apart." Lu Dashan's wife counted on her fingers and shouted, "And son he, his father, Wu Guden, his father, Wang Tiantian's mother." She listed over 10 people, all of whom were either related to Lu Dashan or her friends. If she could catch her breath, she would keep naming more. Wu Huiran's face turned red with shame, and she was even more embarrassed because her rival scolded her harshly. She was so angry she wanted to scratch her own skin. Yun Jiaoyu turned and left. There were 9 team leaders, only 3 in each village. People from Shaji village and Dashu village didn't need to interfere in the affairs of Shaju village. Compared to Wu Huiran and Lu Dashan's wife, Wang Shifeng was usually low-key. She was afraid that these 2 would cause trouble and make her speak up. She grabbed some chunks of cinnabar and, holding a bronze basin and chime, ran to the crowd learning crafts in Shaju village to teach them how to make pigment. Soon, the others in Shaju village waiting to learn crafts saw neither Wu Huiran nor Lu Dashan's wife. They started to get impatient, until they heard loud arguing from afar growing worse. They rushed over to separate the 2, then each pulled one aside, urging them to quickly teach how to make pigment. Some gossiping women in the village usually spent their time talking about others, acting like they were family. But once their own interests were involved, they became sharp and clever. Making pigment paid basic wages, which was for those who knew how to do it, and each month, many people earned money from making pigment. Now they only knew how to crush cinnabar and sift it into jars. If they didn't learn to make pigment, or if they learned, they wouldn't work so hard to keep making it. Wouldn't every household earn more money than they did? Thinking about how their family used to be just as poor as everyone else, but now they were among the poorest in the village, this hurt even more than being beaten. Wu Huiran, just stop arguing. Yes, Li Chai's mother. Hurry up and teach us how to make pigment. Such a good job, we can't lose it. Come on, sit here. We're all ready. Just teach us step by step. Yun Jiaoyu arrived outside Li Dafu's house and heard the shouting from earlier, but now it was completely gone. She knew Wu Huiran and Lu Dashan's wife hadn't really fought. She stood at the door, still not fully settled. Just as she was about to knock, her hand paused in midair. Inside, Sun He's deep, muffled voice came through clearly, asking Li Dafu, "Can I become your disciple?" "Master Li, may I become your disciple?" Inside the room, Master Li leisurely twirled his beard, frowning deeply, eyes fixed unblinkingly on Sun He's copy of the Analects. The characters on the paper varied in shade, some faint, some dark, and the writing was crooked and lacked finesse. It was clear that the strength of his strokes and the way he held the brush were both incorrect. Master Li's voice was slightly stern and hesitant. After a moment, he asked, "Sun He, you've never learned to write before, have you? Never read any books?" Sun He looked a bit embarrassed. He was a poor boy with no chance to study or write. If it weren't for a chance mishap that led to his exile, and if heaven hadn't shown kindness by letting him meet Yun Jiaoyu, perhaps his fate would have been to spend his life farming with his father, Sun Ainyo, in Qingzhou. Seeing this, Master Li sighed heavily, his words full of regret. "It's a pity. You copy carefully, with a kind of stubbornness others don't have. With such perseverance, if you had started studying and practicing writing earlier, you could have made great progress with effort. But now..." He put away the copy paper and changed the subject. "Since your early education was late, if you want to pursue literature in the future, you will need to work several times harder than others." He looked meaningfully and said, "I hope you can keep that determined spirit of learning. Maybe you can even carve out a place for yourself in the great Qi kingdom." Yun Jiaoyu listened from outside, her eyes showing a touch of emotion. Did Master Li mean to accept Sun He as a disciple under special circumstances? Seeing Sun He still staring blankly inside the room, not understanding Master Li's intentions, she couldn't help but gently knock on the door. Leaning against the doorframe, she offered a timely reminder, "Sun He, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call your master." Sun He's face flushed with embarrassment, but he finally understood. He gathered his courage and, with a simple but excited voice, called out, "Master." Master Li glanced at Yun Jiaoyu and felt pleased hearing Sun He call him that. He nodded, feeling satisfied. "Good. Go home early today and rest well. Tomorrow, come with Wen Lang to read here." Today, Sun He didn't wear the mask Yun Jiaoyu gave him when he went out. Before leaving, Sun He had already made up his mind. It was his first time meeting Master Li, and regardless of whether he could be accepted as a disciple, he decided to show his respect by presenting his unworthy appearance. He believed that whether Master Li accepted him or not, the outcome would be clear soon. He didn't expect Master Li to be so serious, carefully flipping through each page of his copied work. After finishing the paper and giving comments, I realized it was already late in the evening. It was the time when every household in the countryside was coming and going along the small paths to prepare dinner. Sun He responded, "Yes. I will definitely arrive on time tomorrow with Wen Lang to study with Master." After speaking, he turned and left Li the scholar's house. When he reached the door, he paused, noticing many villagers outside returning home. Sun He clenched his hands slightly at his sides, feeling a bit uneasy and nervous. But he caught a glimpse of Yun Jiaoyu's calm face when she looked at Li the scholar. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining as he looked outside. Just like an ordinary person, he strode confidently outward. "Li the scholar, are you looking for me?" Yun Jiaoyu naturally stepped forward and sat at the square table. Li the scholar poured himself a cup of tea and got straight to the point. Didn't you mobilize some villagers from a few towns to make pigment? I have some disciples in Qingzhou, and their families also run shops selling pigment. I was thinking, why not give me a few jars of cinnabar so I can send someone to Qingzhou to show those disciples? Yun Jiaoyu frowned, noticing that over the past few days, whether it was Qi Chongjin, Lu Yunxiu, or Li the scholar now, they all worried either about her not being able to sell her pigment or about her attracting too many people, fearing she might lose money. They were all trying to find ways to help her ease the pressure. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't understand it at all. Actually, she wasn't under much pressure now. She looked up and down at this elder scholar who usually loved to scowl and glare at her. She didn't refuse and accepted the kindness. Li the scholar, how many jars of cinnabar pigment do you need? Li the scholar counted his disciples who were in business, choosing a few who were doing well. He worried about his beloved disciples and said, start with 20 jars. Later, we'll have someone distribute 1 jar to each family. If the cinnabar pigment quality is good, the pigment you're making now might have better sales in the future. Yun Jiaoyu nodded, then suddenly realized something. Li the scholar, who are you planning to send with the pigment to Qingzhou? She asked curiously. Or are you going back to Qingzhou for an important matter? Yun Jiaoyu glanced at the 2 servants following Li the scholar. Usually, Li the scholar's clothing and daily needs, and these 2 servants, were not very attentive or perfect in their service. Unless it was an urgent matter, Li the scholar wouldn't send his servants to Qingzhou. Unless the person going to Qingzhou wasn't a servant, but someone else. Li Dezhu raised an eyebrow in surprise and said, don't you know your neighbor Li Jingji is going to Qingzhou? Yun Jiaoyu paused slightly, stunned. She had been leaving early and returning late these days and didn't know when Li Jingji had come back from Shuilong County. So, how could she know he was going to Qingzhou? Yun Jiaoyu sighed, realizing she needed to speed up making the paint. She wanted to finish 20 cans of paint before Li Jingji left for Qingzhou. After leaving Li Dazhu's house, Yun Jiaoyu returned home by the early evening. As she reached her door, she saw Li Jingji chopping firewood shirtless, with a pile of wood already stacked outside. It seemed to her, perhaps mistakenly, that the man kept glancing at her in a strange way, partly guarded, partly curious. Frowning, Yun Jiaoyu passed by Li Jingji. Longjin's wife, please wait a moment. Li Jingji suddenly stopped chopping, using his axe to split the wood in half. He called her back and wiped sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. Few days ago, in Shuilong County, I saw a bracelet on your wrist. It looked very nice. I want to ask, where did you buy that bracelet? He looked for a good reason and added, I want to buy one for my future wife too. Yun Jiaoyu was surprised, eyes wide, but kept her expression calm, observing him as if she had heard a big secret. Li Jingji, having a fiancé? She didn't press further and smiled faintly. Brother Li, this bracelet was given to me by a friend. I don't know where she bought it. Thinking kindly, she suggested, but if you want to buy a bracelet for your future wife, maybe you can check the jewelry shop in Shuilong County. Thinking about Li Jingji going to Qingzhou, she suddenly asked, by the way, Brother Li, when do you plan to leave for Qingzhou? I want to prepare some paint to send with you. Li Jingji's eyes flickered with a fleeting, complicated emotion. He pursed his lips and spoke in a low voice. A friend of mine is coming by water route to Zhezhou and plans to leave for Qingzhou in 5 days. Yun Jiaoyu counted the days, considering the clear, cloudless weather in Dahuang County every day. 20 cans of paint could be finished within 5 days. She agreed, but words of politeness caught in her throat, unspoken. Li Jingji, seemingly casually, said softly, is your friend from Qingzhou? He analyzed, if they're from Qingzhou, then their bracelet probably was bought at a jewelry shop there. Once I arrive in Qingzhou, I can visit the jewelry shops and take a look. Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes looked somewhat surprised, sensing something was off. But she couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. She thought that Li Jingji, a man, was interested in her bracelet's origin, but only because he wanted to buy a bracelet for his soon-to-be wife. Thinking carefully, asking more details wasn't strange. It's not really from Qingzhou, Yun Jiaoyu pondered, considering whether to tell Feng Yang about the bracelet. She thought carefully. She and Fong Yang had some friendship, but she didn't know much about Fong Yang's past before being taken into the brothel. While she was contemplating how to respond, Chi Chongjin just happened to ride back home. Not far away, the sound of hooves kicked up dust as the horse approached. When nearing a busy road, the man instinctively tightened the reins and slowed down. Yun Jiaoyu felt relieved and didn't continue answering Li Jingji's questions. Instead, she seemed to see a savior. She waved at Chi Chongjin and pointed to the bundle on the man's back. Chi Chongjin, be careful. Why are you riding so fast? Look at the things in your bundle. Almost falling out. The man had bought some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, planning to share them with Sun He. On the way out of the county, he also bought some pastries, intending to bring them to Yun Jiaoyu to eat. Recently, he had observed her eating habits and noticed she seemed to like sweet foods that weren't overly greasy. The last time Aunt San brought back pastries, he saw Yun Jiaoyu eat them happily. After dismounting, he tied the reins and took out the pastries from the bundle. I brought you lotus flower pastries. Would you like to try one? Chi Chongjin handed the wrapped lotus flower pastry to Yun Jiaoyu, and they both headed into the house. Before entering, the man turned to look at Li Jingji and said politely, "Jingji, I'll bring you some lotus flower pastries later." Then, remembering something, he asked, "I heard you're going to Qingzhou? My father-in-law and his family are in Qingzhou. I wonder if you could help me bring some things to my father-in-law's home there." Chi Chongjin used to have little contact with Yun's family. He never called Yun Jiaoyu's father his father-in-law, treating him as a stranger. So after speaking, Yun Jiaoyu paused while opening the oil paper, surprised by Chi Chongjin's change in attitude. But given the current situation, it was very beneficial for her to soon negotiate a divorce with Chi Chongjin. At least, his impression of her had already changed. Now he was quite polite to her and her family. Even if he became the prime minister in the future, he probably wouldn't harm her or her family. Yun Jiaoyu was in a good mood and picked up a lotus flower pastry to eat. After Chi Chongjin entered the house, she asked, "What do you want to bring to my parents?" "Actually, you don't need to bring anything special to them. Qingzhou isn't as barren as Zhou, and they don't lack anything." Yun Jiaoyu has never met her biological parents and doesn't plan to meet them in the future. She has no intention of maintaining contact with them. She is repairing the relationship between the original owner and Chi Chongjin, partly for herself and partly for the original owner's parents. As long as the man doesn't harm her family in the future, she considers herself to have fulfilled her filial duties and repaid their kindness, and from now on, they are no longer connected. We are thousands of miles away from Qingzhou, so we can't always show filial piety in front of my father-in-law and mother-in-law, which is beyond our control. But now, since Jingji is going to Qingzhou, we both agree that he should bring some things back. Chi Chongjin sits on a stool to rest, thinking about how to paint more pictures to send to Shuilong County in the next few days. No matter what, he must show respect to his father-in-law's family. Yun Jiaoyu sees that she can't persuade Chi Chongjin to be filial, so she doesn't continue. She takes out the bracelet given to her by Fong Yang from her space and hands it to Chi Chongjin. She leans in and says, "Chongjin, you are knowledgeable. Help me look at this bracelet. Based on the material and style of this bracelet, how much can you tell about Fong Yang's background?" Chi Chongjin carefully examines the bracelet, a look of surprise crossing his deep eyes. His sharp, handsome face tightens slightly, looking fierce. "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Long before Fong Yang gave Yun Jiaoyu this bracelet on the boat, Chi Chongjin noticed it was quite valuable. However, jewelry from wealthy daughters is naturally exquisite and valuable. So, he hadn't looked at this bracelet carefully before. Now, with his slender fingers holding the smooth, lustrous jade bracelet, he inspects it closely. This jade bracelet is smooth, glossy, and warm, with a gentle, elegant color, top quality. Most notably, it features 3 colors: red, green, and white. Such a tricolored jade bracelet, even in the peak days of the Qi family, wouldn't easily be matched by others in their vault. Fong Yang's jade bracelet is so precious? Listening to Chi Chongjin's appraisal, Yun Jiaoyu becomes even more curious about Fong Yang's background. As she finishes speaking, she notices Qi Chongjin's hands are already gripping both sides of the bracelet, as if pulling it apart. Suddenly, with a snap, the intricate design of the jade bracelet is revealed. After pulling the jade bracelet outward, it seemed to be cut and split into two halves. Then Qi Chongjin pushed the bracelet inward, quickly fitting the two halves together into a delicate, unified bracelet. Yun Jiaoyu was amazed by the craftsmanship of this bracelet. She remembered seeing a similar design style in a modern museum. This is a tricolor Qiyu ring made from precious high-quality jade, with a delicate and small shape. When joined, it forms one piece. When separated, it remains connected. This style was very popular among noble women in Kyoto a few years ago. Qi Chongjin pulled the bracelet outward again. Look, after the bracelet is separated, there are words on the cut surface. Yun Jiaoyu moved closer to him, getting nearer to Qi Chongjin. They could almost hear each other's breathing. But Yun Jiaoyu's focus was entirely on the bracelet, and she didn't notice a faint blush appearing on Qi Chongjin's handsome face. The man's earlobes also looked slightly red, and he seemed a bit warm. He adjusted his breathing, awkwardly looked away from Yun Jiaoyu, and touched the surface of the cut with his hand, pointing to the words. It says, 10,000 miles, no worry about the south or the north. Two hearts discuss life and death. Yun Jiaoyu could now understand some characters from the Great Qi language, but at most she could recognize 4 characters on the surface. 10,000, south, north, 2. After the man recited the poem, Yun Jiaoyu was instantly shocked. Isn't this poem from the Palace of Eternal Life? It talks about 2 people deeply in love, even separated by thousands of miles or life and death, remaining loyal to each other. Yun Jiaoyu fell into silence. She helplessly touched her forehead, realizing why Li Jingji had asked her about the origin of this bracelet. Li Jingji could casually offer 2 jars of orchid wine to villagers, or 5 taels of silver for socializing in Shui-Long County. And Fong Yang, despite being a courtesan, was literate and liked using dragon saliva incense. Connecting these clues with Qi Chongjin's comments after appreciating the bracelet, Yun Jiaoyu understood. In Tong'an County, she saved Fong Yang, which unexpectedly started her journey of meeting fallen noblewomen in the story. Apparently, this fallen noblewoman's fiancé was Li Jingji. Yun Jiaoyu felt a bit troubled. Luckily, Qi Chongjin returned just in time. Otherwise, if she accidentally told Li Jingji that Fong Yang was a courtesan in Tong'an County, she couldn't imagine what might happen next. Yun Jiaoyu placed the bracelet into her sleeve, hiding it in the corner of her space storage with her mind. The voice was sad and caring as it softly advised, Chongjin, from now on, when we're outside, please don't mention anything about Lady Fong. Qi Chongjin couldn't understand why Yun Jiaoyu was giving such strict instructions. But since it was spoken by his wife, he believed there was no mistake. The man slightly parted his thin lips, his handsome face carefully crafted and loved by the Creator, with a gentle, faint smile. He clearly said, "All right, I will listen to you." The pigment-making process was in full swing. On the day before Li Jingji left Sha Jutsuan, Yun Jiaoyu finally collected 20 cans of pigment. She scraped the dried cinnabar pigment from the copper tray and gathered all of it into a ceramic jar. Having not participated in the process, she couldn't fully appreciate how difficult the finished product was. Inside the wooden shed, Yun Jiaoyu treasured these pigments deeply. She gently touched the cool surface of the white porcelain jar, then carefully packed them into a brocade box, arranging the boxes neatly inside a wooden chest. After checking countless times to ensure the porcelain jars were secure and wouldn't break during transport, she felt at ease. Just finished with her work. Not far away, a loud, headache-inducing noise reached Yun Jiaoyu's ears. She caught sight of a crowd approaching her, moving noisily in her direction. What's all this noise? Everyone, be quiet. Lady Qi is busy packing pigments. For small matters like you, don't bother her. Wu Hua was desperately pulling on Wang Shifeng, loudly shouting and refusing to let her go so others could find Yun Jiyue. Seeing these people full of anger and in a rush, Yun Jiyue instinctively moved the packed pigments into the corner of the wooden shed to prevent them from being damaged during the argument or fight. When she stepped out and saw who was arguing with Wu Hua, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Her gaze swept over Wang Shifeng, who was being hugged tightly by Wu Hua. In her view, Wu Hua looked very anxious, pulling and dragging Wang Shifeng, even trying to carry her away. How much did she really want to avoid meeting Wang Shifeng? Yun Jiyue frowned, confused about what was happening. Everyone stop right now. Her cold, commanding voice cut through the chaos as she stepped forward to separate Wu Hua and Wang Shifeng. A layer of coldness appeared in her eyes. Who would have thought that, even during work hours, such a big disturbance could happen? Yun Jiyue decided to set a clear rule afterward. No one is allowed to cause trouble during working hours. A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes as she resolved to teach Wu Hua a lesson and establish some discipline. Patiently, she asked Wang Shifeng, Gosheng's wife, what's going on? Wang Shifeng pointed toward the empty space where the paint was made. Mrs. Qi, you should go check on Lu Dashen's wife. I didn't want to interfere, but Wu Hua has gone too far. Wang Shifeng usually has a gentle personality and prefers to stay out of trouble. She pulled Yun Jiaoyu to the scene of the incident. As they walked, she said, Wu Hua stuffed a whole jar of cinnabar powder into Lu Dashen's wife's mouth. Lu Dashen's wife just vomited. Just as she reached for Yun Jiaoyu's arm, Wu Hua pulled Wang Shifeng aside. Grabbing Wang Shifeng's hair and glaring, she asked, It's just a small matter. Why do you insist on making a scene in front of Mrs. Qi? Are you determined to oppose me? Wang Shifeng's hair was pulled out in a clump. She raised her hand to pull Wu Hua's fingers away from her hair. Feeling the pain and her eyes turning red, she was furious and shouted, Let go. Let go. Wu Hua, if you have the guts to do it, are you afraid of being talked about? If someone really dies, just wait for Lu Dashen's family to sue you. Wu Hua didn't loosen her grip and pushed harder. Spitting saliva everywhere, she yelled, Stop sneezing like a dung beetle and spitting nonsense. It was just a little spit. How did it turn into a life-threatening situation? And you're talking about suing?
Bah.
Who are you trying to scare? Yun Jiaoyu fell into a brief silence, watching the two struggle. She felt as if she was peacefully collecting paint, but suddenly, it was like being struck by lightning. Stunned, she stood there, her mind filled with Wang Shifeng's words. Lu Dashen's wife was stuffed with a whole jar of cinnabar powder. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared at Wu Hua. In Shijujian village, Wu Hua, Li Chai's mother, was known as a fierce woman. Her conflict with Lu Dashen's wife started because Lu Dashen's wife had accidentally looked at Wu Hua's husband a bit too long when she first arrived from Shijujian village. Since then, every time Wu Hua saw Lu Dashen's wife, she would insult and curse her as if they were enemies. This went on for 7 or 8 years. But Lu Dashen's wife was no pushover. Over the years, she and Wu Hua had fought fiercely, and everyone in Shijujian village knew about it. Still, despite the arguing, how could Wu Hua dare to stuff a jar of cinnabar powder into someone's mouth? Yun Jiaoyu, as a doctor, knew that when faced with an unexpected disaster, human life is fragile, like a broken flower stem. Life is precious and should never be treated casually. Seeing that Wu Hua didn't seem to realize how serious the matter was, she was trembling with anger. Sometimes, when people are too ignorant, it is like a flood of evil rushing out. At this moment, Cheng Er and Lu Dashen are just coming down from the mountain carrying cinnabar and stones. Yun Jiaoyu, with a grim face, doesn't waste words.
She coldly orders Cheng Er.
You and Lu Dashen, first arrest Wu Hua for me. Don't worry about anything else. Just send her to the officials. Lu Dashen is momentarily stunned. Although he also finds Wu Hua unpleasant, why would he just arrest her without reason? But Cheng Er takes Yun Jiaoyu's words very seriously. He immediately unties the ropes from the stretcher and walks toward Wu Hua to tie her up. Wu Hua is stunned. All she did was casually put something in someone's mouth. Why is she being sent to the officials? She protests. I am Mrs. Qi. Why are you arresting me? Don't be fooled by that wife of Go Sheng. I did put cinnabar powder in Lu Dashan's wife's mouth, but she deserved it. She offended me first. Hearing that his wife was fed cinnabar powder, Lu Dashan's eyes widen instantly. He rolls up his sleeves, showing bulging veins, ready to hit Wu Hua. Cheng Er stops Lu Dashan. Brother, one thing at a time. I used to be a constable, listen to me. If you hit her now, you'll be punished when you go to court. He advises, just follow Mrs. Qi's orders, calm down your anger, and send this woman to the Dahuang County office. Lu Dashan, a tall man of about 1.8 meters, is now tearful in front of everyone. He feels lucky to have married such a good wife. In Shijuji village, anyone with eyes would praise his wife, Jinhua. They've endured many hard years together, always supporting each other and finding joy in suffering. If his wife, Qin Jinhua, were truly harmed, he would make Wu Hua pay with her life. Wu Hua, your husband has been mining in the mountain for so long. Don't you know that eating cinnabar is poisonous? Yun Jiaoyu, with a look of disappointment, says, eating too much cinnabar can cause vomiting or even kidney failure and death. She coldly looks at Wu Hua. I'll go see Lu Dashan's wife first, then come back to settle accounts with you. Yun Jiaoyu glances at the village women close to Wu Hua, who are friendly with her. A cold, dark feeling suddenly covers her eyes. Dealing with people is truly a difficult skill. If everyone in Shijuji village were harmonious, people's hearts wouldn't be so fragile. Perhaps these criminals might unite, secretly taking over the mines and eliminating her and the Qi family. If both sides check each other and balance, they also worry that the people below might be too ignorant, to the point of breaking the law or harming others. Yun Jiaoyu's expression was cold, and she had already made up her mind. She turned around and followed Wang Xiaofeng to see how Lu Dashan's wife was doing. They arrived at an open area used for making pigments. Lu Dashan's wife was kneeling on the ground, vomiting repeatedly, trying to get rid of what was inside her stomach. Ugh. The vomiting continued, and even the villagers watching began to feel nauseous. Yun Jiaoyu quickly walked over to Lu Dashan's wife and saw that the villagers had naturally kept a few meters away, allowing air to circulate freely.
She was surprised.
Someone nearby explained, Mrs. Qi, you should see what's wrong with Lu Dashan's wife. Young Wang Jiao said we shouldn't stand too close to the patient, or she might get nervous or have trouble breathing. So, we all stayed back. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Wang Jiao in surprise. She remembered that she had mentioned this before, back at the mine, when she was checking Wang Yutu's pulse. She didn't expect Wang Jiao to remember. A small sense of relief arose in her heart. Soon, Yun Jiaoyu quickly looked at Lu Dashan's wife's pulse. Generally, overuse of cinnabar, mercury sulfide, can damage the nervous system, digestion, and urinary systems all at once. How do you feel now, Lu Dashan's wife? Yun Jiaoyu knelt slightly, wanting to check her condition. Frowning, she asked further, do you have symptoms like diarrhea or dizziness now? In cases of cinnabar poisoning, nausea and dry heaving are early signs. If the poisoning worsens, symptoms can include diarrhea, dizziness, and even blood in the stool. Lu Dashan's wife instinctively shook her head, trying to speak but unable. Weakly, she pointed at her throat, and after some effort, her voice hoarse, she managed to say 3 words, dizziness. Seeing this, Yun Jiaoyu's expression grew serious. Her clear voice, soothing like sandalwood, gently reassured her, you don't need to be too nervous or worried. With me here, you'll be fine. Although she couldn't get more precise details about her condition from her, Yun Jiaoyu already understood which stage of poisoning Lu Dashan's wife was in. Since she couldn't speak clearly, it was likely caused by throat swelling from the poisoning. Considering the dirt and waste behind her pants when she was kneeling, it was obvious she was experiencing diarrhea. Listening to her breathing, she now feels short of breath, with a rapid heartbeat and palpitations. When taking her pulse, her heartbeat was irregular, suggesting possible acute heart failure. Yun Jiaoyu gradually confirms the condition of Lu Dashan's wife. It's hard to admit she's not nervous inside. Cinnabar powder, with very high purity, is also highly toxic. Taking a large amount could be life-threatening. Under the hot sun, the woman's forehead gradually sweats. Her only thought is that she must quickly remove the cinnabar poison from Lu Dashan's wife. Yun Jiaoyu keeps brainstorming. Given her current symptoms, simple induced vomiting methods in traditional Chinese medicine probably won't work well for detoxification. After all, Lu Dashan's wife had already pressed her fingers on her throat for a long time. She vomited for a long time, but didn't bring anything up. So, simple induced vomiting isn't suitable now. The options left are stomach washing and herbal-induced vomiting. Comparing the two, Yun Jiaoyu prefers the herbal method. She's worried that using potassium permanganate solution for stomach washing might damage her stomach lining. Wang Jiao, you're young and quick.
Go find Zhao Zhao.
Ask her to bring chopsticks and the various medicinal powders she recently ground with iron tools. Yun Jiaoyu instructs Wang Jiao. Then she looks at Wang Shifeng. Go Sheng's wife, have your hens been laying eggs recently? Can you lend me 10 eggs? I only need the egg whites. Wang Shifeng quickly nods. They've laid eggs. I'll go get them right away. Wang Shifeng's family didn't have that many eggs before. But since Xie Go Sheng digs cinnabar stones every day, she not only makes pigments, but also dries herbs to sell. A few days ago, she used the money from selling herbs to buy a few hens for egg laying. Now her family just happens to have 10 eggs in stock. Bring some sesame oil along too. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly remembers something and calls out to Wang Shifeng as she rushes away. Okay. Her voice carries, and everyone's emotions on the open ground are stirred. In Shaja village, small disputes are common, but no one has ever been seriously hurt. Most are ordinary civilians, and younger people haven't even seen anyone get hurt seriously. Older sister-in-law. I'm here. Qi Zhaozhao's clear voice rings out. She runs quickly, holding various medicinal powders wrapped in oil paper in her arms. On each piece of oil paper, Qi Zhaozhao has personally written the name of the medicine. Clear, 12 qian of borax, 3 qian of herbal powder. Pick out these 2 medicines. After speaking, Wang Shifeng held a pair of upside-down bowls in her hands, with a bottle of sesame oil tucked under her arm, and also ran to Yun Jiaoyu's side. Madam Qi, here. I've already cracked 10 egg whites into the bowl. Yun Jiaoyu took the bowl from Wang Shifeng, poured a few more ounces of sesame oil, then took the herbal powder picked out by Qi Zhaozhao, and poured in all the borax and herbal cream. She quickly stirred with chopsticks. Then, she fed the detox potion into Lu Dashan's wife's mouth in 5 small doses. Yun Jiaoyu didn't pour all the medicine at once. She divided it into 5 parts. Lu Dashan's wife drank the medicine, feeling her stomach churn painfully. She was already dizzy and confused, not knowing north from south, and now she even felt like she wanted to die. She cried and felt worse, her mind starting to blur. Yun Jiaoyu set the remaining detox potion aside, then stood up and walked to the empty space beside the table. On the table, there was a ceramic jar filled with cold water. Yun Jiaoyu took the water jar directly, saying, Lu Dashan's wife, drink a few more sips of water. She choked and cried, gulping down a few sips. Suddenly, ugh, a familiar vomiting sound echoed across the open space. This time, everyone could see clearly. Lu Dashan's wife vomited not only saliva but also undigested cinnabar powder. Madam Qi's medical skills are truly impressive, Guo's wife, Sun Xiulian from Shaji village, sighed. A few years ago in Dashu village, someone argued with her husband and, in anger, ate lead powder that's just as poisonous as cinnabar. Oh, that young woman regretted it after eating the lead powder. She kept crying for help, but her life was already beyond saving. Before the barefoot doctor even arrived, she passed away. If only we could meet Madam Qi, maybe she could save a life. Sun Xiulian was hesitant to speak earlier, afraid that Lu Dashan's wife might die from the poison before hearing her words. As she finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu raised her eyebrows and looked at Sun Xiulian. In fact, the herbal, inducing method she used could indeed treat lead poisoning. In remote areas with limited medical resources, if more people had basic medical knowledge or understood medicine, they could really save lives at critical moments. Yun Jiaoyu masked her sadness, knowing that Dashu County was too remote. There were not even enough people in each village who knew medicine. Counting on fingers, they couldn't even make a pair of hands. Lu Dashan's wife took 4 doses of detox medicine and drank water along with it. Gradually, she vomited almost everything from her stomach. She was completely exhausted. She collapsed on the ground, eyes vacant, breathing heavily. Yun Jiaoyu glanced at Lu Dashan's wife, knowing that even if she gave medical advice now, she might not remember it clearly. She had to postpone giving the prescription and wait for Lu Dashan to arrive so he could get the medicine. After using traditional Chinese medicine to induce vomiting, the patient still needed to drink 2 bowls of mung bean soup. She looked at Qi Zhaozhao and asked, "Zhao Zhao, do you still have mung bean soup at home? Can you bring 2 bowls for your sister-in-law?" "Yes, I do. Sister-in-law, I'll go home and bring 2 bowls right away," Qi Zhaozhao said cheerfully. The weather had been hot these days. Lu Yunxiu had been boiling a big pot of mung bean soup for Qi Wenlang and others every day, and now there was some left over. Seeing Zhao Zhao running back to her house in small steps, Yun Jiaoyu finally had time to deal with today's chaos. She looked at the villagers watching and asked, "Everyone, tell me what happened today?" Li Chai's mother, why did she insist on giving Lu Dashan's wife cinnabar powder? What caused the conflict? After asking, villagers started talking at once. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't hear clearly, so she turned to Sun Xiulian and asked, "Anggua's daughter-in-law, you are from Dashu village, married to Shaju village, and now working in Sheju village. You're not familiar with the people here. I trust what you say, so speak." Sun Xiulian looked shy and a bit embarrassed as Yun Jiaoyu asked her to speak. She explained it was just some small conflicts that caused the trouble. Wu Hua has 10 villagers learning to make pigment under her. Some are quick and good at making pigment. Wu Hua got anxious, afraid that her subordinates would do better than her and earn more money. She scolded a few of her workers. Sun Xiulian also disliked Wu Hua's personality. Everyone here was making pigment to earn wages. Whether they earned more or less depended on their skills. There was no need to envy others. She looked sympathetically at Lu Dashan's wife and sighed helplessly. Lu Dashan's wife couldn't stand it and argued with Wu Hua a few times. Who would have thought? Wu Hua suddenly took cinnabar powder and directly stuffed it into Lu Dashan's wife's mouth. Yun Jiaoyu's brow furrowed tightly. It turned out that this chaos started because Wu Hua was worried about losing her position as supervisor. Are you jealous or resentful that others earn more money than you? Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes sparkled with a cold, dark light, and she made a firm decision. She said coldly, "I have just arrived in Dahuang County, and it has only been about a month.
I don't know most of you well.
The 9 leaders I chose earlier are all familiar villagers I have some impression of. I selected them just to quickly mobilize everyone to make paint. This doesn't mean they will always be the leaders." Since someone cares so much about the leader position, she decided to clarify everything. Yun Jiaoyu's brow twitched slightly. From now on, each of the 3 villages will have 3 spots. The one who makes the best and fastest paint and can control their team well will become the leader. Also, those who do well, who don't cause trouble or stir up problems, will receive an extra month's wages as a reward at the end of the year. Yun Jiaoyu integrated modern salary benefits, like 13 months' pay, into the work system of Shaju village. Everyone present was excited to hear that working hard and not causing trouble could earn extra money by year-end. Such good news was rare, even across the entire Dachi country. They all wanted to stay and work under Yun Jiaoyu. Such a good boss was hard to find even if you searched with a lantern. She then turned the topic. A sharp look flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. But I also want to make one thing clear from the start. This time, Wu Hua's matter can only happen once. She gave a warning. If rewards and punishments are unclear, nothing will succeed. If they are clear, everything can run smoothly. Her tone was firm, with a mix of strictness and kindness. I plan to find a lifelong livelihood for you. If you don't betray my good intentions, Your days will only get better and better. Today, I will be straightforward. If anyone among you still wants to cause trouble or block others from earning money, whether it's making paint or mining for your husband, stop doing it altogether. Trying to make people work diligently through benefits or laws is impossible if you want to completely stop them from causing trouble. You must tie your words and actions and your family's livelihood together. Impulsive people will only calm down and think before acting if they see the consequences clearly. Her sharp voice echoed in everyone's ears. Most people didn't dare to speak, realizing Yun Jiaoyu was truly angry. At this moment, Li Chai's father, upon hearing that his wife had been taken to the government office, angrily came to ask Yun Jiaoyu questions. He had prepared a lot of words to defend Wu Hua and explain the situation. But when he arrived nearby, he learned what had actually happened. He also heard the woman say that if such things happened again, she would lose her livelihood. Suddenly, he broke out in a cold sweat and dared not ask any questions. He simply slipped away in embarrassment. His mind was full of thoughts. He couldn't afford to give up the mining job for cinnabar stones. After thinking it over, he decided to wait until Yun Jiaoyu calmed down and then plead for Wu Hua. A few hours later, Lu Dashan returned from the county government office in Dahuang County. He found no one at home and headed straight to Yun Jiaoyu's house. He looked exhausted, covered in sweat, his rough cloth clothes soaked and wet. There was a crowd gathered outside Yun Jiaoyu's house. Lu Yunxiu, worried that Yun Jiaoyu might not take good care of Lu Dashan's wife, also came to help. Lu Dashan's wife was well-liked in Shijuji village. Now that something had happened, everyone was worried and stayed with her. At the door of the house, Lu Dashan looked as if he had lost half his life. He hunched over, hands on his knees, panting heavily. It was clear he had run all the way back. Yun Jiaoyu poured a bowl of water for Lu Dashan. Lu Dashan, your wife is fine. She just needs to take medicine and rest these days, and she will be okay. Lu Dashan's eyes were red. He ran to the bedside, kneeling half down, and held his wife's hands tightly. Oh, my Jinhua, you've been with me all these years. You've really suffered. Tears and snot streamed down his face, and several people present also had red eyes. Yun Jiaoyu, used to seeing life and death, did not shed tears. Her gaze was calm and deep. According to the laws of the Great Qi Kingdom, those who harm others should be sentenced to 30 strokes of the cane and 5 years of detention. 30 strokes of the cane would only cause some flesh wounds for Wu Hua, which would likely heal. 5 years of detention. During this time, Wu Hua could only spend her days in prison. Having a wife in prison and being abandoned by her own mother would be a natural outcome for Wu Hua. Yun Jiaoyu didn't think much about it. Everyone has their own fate, and those who make mistakes deserve punishment. With Wu Hua as an example, the villagers of Shijuji village would surely stop causing trouble. She spoke to Lu Dashan. Before you came, I fed your wife some mung bean soup. Mung beans help clear heat, detoxify, and promote urination. Later, when you go back, make sure she urinates more. If she can't stand up, help her. Lu Dashan, as if losing his soul, nodded seriously and took note. Also, I will prescribe a remedy to detoxify, nourishing, and support the heart and kidneys. Yun Jiaoyu is not very skilled at writing the characters for the Great Qi Kingdom, so she asked Lu Yunxiu to write on her behalf. Green beans, 12 qian, raw licorice, salvia, honeysuckle, dendrobium, maogen, and rhubarb, each 3 qian, she instructed Lu Dashan. At that time, soak all these medicines in cold water once, then boil them. While boiling, make sure the water covers all the herbs. Use gentle heat to cook, and take 1 dose during the day and 1 at night. If you have free time, you can take it more often. Drinking 3 or 4 times a day is fine. In the afternoon, she had already calculated Lu Dashan's wages for digging cinnabar stones and handed him the silver. I've paid your wages in advance, so you can go and gather the herbs first. Also, don't worry. According to the laws of Great Qi, Wu Hua's family will have to compensate you. Even if he refuses, with me and Chongjin here, we will make sure you get justice. Lu Dashan wiped his tears, his whole body filled with anger. He said fiercely, "As long as Wu Hua goes to jail, our family doesn't care about the compensation at all." Yun Jiaoyu frowned, noticing Lu Dashan was so angry he wanted to make a permanent enemy of Li Chai's family. Her heart was complicated. After thinking for a moment, she reminded him, "When I brought your wife here to take care of her, I also sent your daughter to my third aunt's house, where my cousin Zhao Zhao can play with her. Your child is still young, so as parents, you must not cause any more trouble. As for other grudges, Lord Tao will handle everything fairly and give you an explanation." After saying this, Lu Dashan finally regained his composure. He carried Qin Jinhua on his back and headed home. At this point, everyone in the house also began to leave, each returning to their own home. It was July now, and Yun Jiaoyu remembered that recently Qi Xianglei and Lu Yunxiu had been planting autumn corn. The older villagers in Shijuji village were also planting crops with Qi Xianglei. "Third aunt, have you finished planting all the autumn corn recently?" Lu Yunxiu was about to go home when she heard Yun Jiaoyu's concern at the door. She nodded and replied, "We finished planting yesterday. In about 3 months, there should be a harvest."
I'll send some corn to you then.
Yun Jiaoyu chuckled softly and said calmly, "Good." Thinking that most villagers were now digging cinnabar stones and making pigments, and that many fields were left idle, she couldn't help but remind her, "Third aunt, there are quite a few middle-aged people near Shijuji village. Some of them lack strength and don't want to dig stones. Why not gather them all and plant some medicinal herbs instead? Medicinal herbs like balloon flower, Sapochnikovia, astragalus, indigo root, and dangshen are actually suitable for planting in Dahuang County. Once planted, we can sell them through Madame Tao's family's merchant ships. The farmland used for growing crops is less than 1/3 of the currently available idle land. Since these lands are empty anyway, it's better to make good use of them." Listening to Yun Jiaoyu's words, Lu Yunxiu couldn't help but smile. "You're really just like your third uncle in thinking. A few days ago, your third uncle already contacted many people from nearby villages, and they've agreed to work on his farm. Now he's just worried about what to plant next. If you say Dahuang County can grow those herbs, then tomorrow your third uncle and I will go to Shui Long County to buy seedlings." The Qi family was once the richest in Qingzhou, even though the old master who made the family wealthy passed away in his middle age. Qi Xianglei, as the youngest son, learned some secrets of wealth from his family's rise. Coming from a wealthy family, how could he be willing to spend his whole life farming in Shaju village? Naturally, he plans to gradually rebuild his fortune step by step. Yun Jiaoyu was worried about whether Lu Yunxiu had enough silver to buy seedlings when she heard her plans. Lu Yunxiu headed outside, saying, "Jiaoyu, third aunt is leaving first. Third aunt needs to go home and cook for Zhao Zhao and Wen Lang. Don't worry about anything else. Third aunt and your third uncle still have some money. As for paying workers, we agreed on a deposit system, so we can delay the payment for 2 months." Yun Jiaoyu paused, listening to Lu Yunxiu and Qi Xianglei's plans, and didn't say anything more. She saw Lu Yunxiu off at the door and kindly said, "Third aunt, take your time, don't fall."
Okay.
"You can go now." Lu Yunxiu turned back, waved, and urged Yun Jiaoyu to go inside. As soon as Yun Jiaoyu returned to the house, she remembered the 20 cans of paint she had prepared, still in the wooden shed. She turned to go outside but accidentally bumped into Qi Chongjin, who was returning home. The man was strong and healthy. Yun Jiaoyu hit his firm, elastic chest muscles and was pushed back a few steps. She felt a bit of pain from the collision. "Are you okay?" Qi Chongjin instinctively held Yun Jiaoyu's arm. After studying her, he carefully lifted her hand to check if her exposed skin after rolling up her sleeve was red or bruised. Seeing that Yun Jiaoyu was unharmed, he slightly frowned. "I was walking too fast just now and scared you. It's not your fault. I was just in a hurry to go get the paint," Yun Jiaoyu said, rubbing her elbow. "I left the paint in the wooden shed." Somewhat anxious, she explained, "Tomorrow, Brother Li is going to Qingzhou. I think I should give him the paint today so I won't forget later." Qi Chongjin glanced at Yun Jiaoyu's slender, fair arm. Although he knew women are very strong and can exert great force in small bodies, he didn't know when exactly she became someone he needed to protect. 20 cans of paint piled up, and lifting them would surely be heavy. Her pale red lips pressed slightly together. After a moment, she firmly said, "There are men at home who can carry heavy things.
You sit and rest.
I will help you carry the paint, and then give it to Jingji." Qi Chongjin stood tall and straight like a pine tree. After helping Yun Jiaoyu sit at the small table, he turned to go outside. Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes looked a bit blank. She thought she only bumped into something. There was no need to sit and rest. She was capable of fighting tigers. How could she be so delicate? After the man left, she immediately got up and went outside to cook. She had just cooked porridge and stir-fried some wild vegetables. In her view, Qi Chongjin was returning with his arms around a wooden box, talking with Li Jingji along the way. They probably met on the road. Yun Jiaoyu felt guilty inside and carried the vegetables back to her room. She was worried that Li Jingji was like an indestructible cockroach, persistently asking about Fong Nyang's whereabouts. In her opinion, unless Fong Nyang herself chose to reveal her location, she would never disclose anything about her. Outside the house, Qi Chongjin handed the paint to Li Jingji. While the outdoor stove was still blazing, he stir-fried a dish of gongbao chicken in a large iron pot. He brought the gongbao chicken into the room and took out a beggar's chicken he bought when returning from Dasheng County. The beggar's chicken was still warm. He cracked the shell with the handle of a knife before placing the fragrant, tender chicken on a plate. Recently, Yun Jiaoyu rarely cooked herself, almost always waiting for Qi Chongjin to return so he could prepare the meals. It's said that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen, with men managing the outside and women managing the inside. But Qi Chongjin was not like ordinary men with such old-fashioned ideas. He often helped with household chores. Then cooking delicious food, Yun Jiaoyu picked a piece of chicken and casually asked, "Li Dashen's wife was poisoned with cinnabar powder. Several villagers have witnesses. What does Lord Tao plan to do about Wu Hua?" Qi Chongjin knew Yun Jiaoyu was always thinking about this matter. His gentle voice slowly replied, "She was sentenced to 30 strokes with a stick and fined 5 years of detention. Additionally, Lord Tao wants Wu Hua to compensate Lu Dashen's wife with 1 tael of silver. Currently, Wu Hua probably doesn't have much silver. When her husband's paycheck details are available, maybe you can directly give 1 or 2 silver to Lu Dashan." Cloud Jiaoyu is somewhat satisfied with this outcome. Every household in Dahuang County has little extra money. The fine of 1 or 2 silver was likely based on the wages Wu Hua's family earned for their work, as determined by Lord Tao. Fortunately, Lu Dashan's wife isn't facing any major issues, so Wu Hua's disturbance this time is considered over. Early the next morning, Qi Chongjin personally took Li Jingji to Shui Long County and also brought several boxes of goods for Cloud Jiaoyu's parents and younger brother. The people in Shaju village have been living peacefully for a while now. Since Cloud Jiaoyu set rules for the villagers under her care, everyone has been obedient, collecting cinnabar stones and making pigments calmly. Cloud Jiaoyu enjoys this peaceful time, where everyone does their part and life feels relaxed. To keep her sewing skills sharp, she bought many pieces of cut-up pigskin to practice sewing. She kept sewing and repairing repeatedly until her stitches became perfect, then she stopped. She thought that since Sun He had been taking traditional medicine for a long time, his scars had mostly faded. It was time to use skin graft surgery to cover the large, stubborn scars. She called Sun He over and said, "Sun He, tomorrow you need to ask Li Daru for 3 days off. I have a plan that can help remove most of the scars on your face and body. Sun He's brown eyes brightened with hope. A faint gleam of anticipation appeared. His mood was somewhat excited. "Mrs. Qi, I'll go ask my master for leave right now." "Wait," Cloud Jiaoyu quickly stopped Sun He, who was running away very fast. She smiled helplessly. She hadn't finished speaking yet. This kid really runs fast. She explained the procedure calmly before the surgery. Sun-hee, the scar removal method I thought of as skin grafting. I need to tell you some things about skin grafting in advance. First, after the graft, you might feel a lot of pain. You'll need medication to manage the pain. Second, you'll need 3 days of observation after the surgery. During those 3 days, I will check if your existing scars are bleeding or leaking and if there's any unusual smell. Sun, he didn't quite understand what Cloud Jiaoyu meant by skin grafting and the post-surgery process. But from the name, skin grafting probably means transplanting healthy skin onto him. Regarding the surgery, he truly didn't understand much. Sun, he had no intention of asking about the technical terms. He trusted Yun Jiaoyu completely, especially her medical skills. Moreover, he firmly believed that even if the skin graft caused pain, he could endure it. After all, he had already survived the most painful days. Yun Jiaoyu noticed a few moments of hesitation, and Sun He's expression became more determined. Her clear eyes flashed with gentle pity. She added, additionally, after 3 days of observation for your health, I suggest you rest at home for another 2 months to help your body recover from the skin graft. Sun, he was slightly surprised. The medication and pain didn't make him want to give up on the skin graft method. But hearing that he would need to spend 2 more months to remove the scars, he hesitated deeply. He started late with his studies and had already fallen behind. Compared to saving his appearance, he now wanted to focus on studying hard. However, he didn't say these words aloud because he didn't want Yun Jiaoyu to be disappointed. He knew that removing scars was not an easy task. In Qingzhou, a rich village boy once fell and cut his forehead, leaving a scar. Despite much effort, the scar couldn't be removed. Yun Jiaoyu said she had ideas to help remove his scars, which meant she must have spent a lot of effort and skill in secret. Seeing Sun, he's silent, Yun Jiaoyu suspected he was worried about his studies. Since Sun, he was just learning to read and understand, Ji Wenlong, who had studied in a private school for many years, could definitely teach him. She suggested, if you're worried about falling behind in your studies, I can ask Wenlong to come to your house after school every day to teach you and study together. Sun, he shyly scratched his head. He felt a bit embarrassed to trouble Qi Wenlong, because in his heart, Wenlong was as noble as the bright moon in the night sky, while he was just muddy ground on the earth. Sun, he felt a little inferior, but this feeling of inferiority was gradually overshadowed by his eagerness to learn. Without hesitating much, Sun, he smiled sincerely and said, all right. Then I'll have to trouble Wenlong, and thank you, Lady Qi. The next morning, Yun Jiaoyu and the villagers went up the mountain to gather stones, leaving Sun He's house. She took out a calming and sleep-inducing medicine, Zolpidem tablets, from the space pharmacy, and gave them to Sun He to take. She made up a suitable lie. This is a new medicine I developed recently, which can help you enter a deep sleep. Just swallow it first. After the medication takes effect, I will perform the skin graft on you. This way, when I sew the skin, you won't feel too much pain. Yun Jiaoyu's plan is complete. She intends to wait until Sun He falls into a deep sleep, then give her a mild anesthetic. Once the sleeping pills work, Sun He won't remember the anesthesia or the surgery. For example, Zopiclone tablets act faster than traditional sleeping pills. It only takes about half an hour to reach deep sleep. For the patient, the effects last about 6 hours, enough time for her to finish the skin graft surgery. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, the sleeping pills take effect, and Sun He is deeply asleep. To be safe, Yun Jiaoyu also informed a few team leaders after Sun He took the sleeping pills. Even if something unexpected happens, they should wait until the afternoon to find her. Now everything is ready. All preparations are complete. Only the skin graft surgery remains. Yun Jiaoyu decides to work quickly. Even though the chance of others interrupting the surgery is small, she cannot take any risks. Soon, Yun Jiaoyu concentrates. Using her mind, she gently moves Sun He into the operating room. Previously, Yun Jiaoyu had never performed a skin graft surgery herself. She only observed her junior sister doing the procedure at the Army Medical School. So now, she relies on her perfect memory and her medical knowledge to perform the surgery. Every step of the skin graft process is carefully thought out. To save time, she had previously chosen a large, healthy pig at the space breeding base, from which she carefully took out thick, medium-sized pigskin of various sizes. She selected the most suitable pigskin to match Sun He's wound size. She laid the skin pieces over his wounds and carefully stitched them with black silk thread in small sections. Young people like Sun He are very proud. A slight mistake could lead to insults or even bullying from others, which might ruin his future. So Yun Jiaoyu strives to do the surgery perfectly. After an hour, Yun Jiaoyu, sweating all over, finished transplanting the pigskin onto Sun He's scars. She felt happier now, as only the final touches remained. Just then, the voices of Cheng-Er and Li Hu outside the room suddenly sounded, breaking the silence. The unexpected noise outside made Yun Jiaoyu's hand tremble while sewing. She frowned in annoyance. At this time, shouldn't Cheng-Er and Li Hu be supervising the villagers mining at the quarry? Why are they here? You must force yourself to stay focused and not be distracted by the increasingly loud noises outside. If your concentration breaks, you might have to hurriedly move Sun He from the sterile operating room to outside, which could ruin the skin graft surgery. If Sun He's wound gets infected, it could be life-threatening. Yun Jiaoyu speeds up her actions during the surgery. Outside the room, Cheng-Er and Li Hu are arguing with someone. They stand in front of a group, blocking them from disturbing Yun Jiaoyu. Cheng-Er's lips twitch, and he can't help but spit out harshly. I say, "Young Master Wan and Miss Mu, why do you embarrass yourselves like this? Have you really forgotten that when we were in Wanshou County and Tongan County, you caused a big problem with our Madam Chi?" He sneers mockingly. Now, where do you get the nerve to want to see Madam Chi again? Li Hu, with a rough voice, glares fiercely at the newcomers. He agrees, exactly. Offending our Madam Chi, and still wanting to profit from quarrying and doing business?
Uffed. Dream on.
I think you'd better just stick to farming with your hoes and suffer in Shijujia village for the rest of your lives. After speaking, seeing that Wan Yuan and Mu Yenjiao still look fearless and stubborn, refusing to leave Sun He's house, their bad tempers can't be held back anymore. Li Hu rolls up his sleeves, ready to fight. He grabs the other's collar and shouts angrily, "Not leaving?
Fine.
If you don't leave, I'll beat you so badly you won't recognize your parents." Young Master Wan, Miss Mu? The noise outside is too loud, making Yun Jiaoyu hard to concentrate. Considering the titles Cheng-Er and Li Hu just mentioned, she quickly estimates the pace of the exile. It's definitely Wan Yuan and Mu Yenjiao outside. Last time, Wan Yuan offended Lu Chong in Wanshou County, and his followers were expectedly punished by Lu Chong later. Accusing the imperial tutor of a crime isn't light. They had already been detained in Wanshou County Jail, waiting for exile. As for Mu Yenjiao, her luck was good. She survived the earthquake in Tongan County. But her life now is worse than death. Lu Chong, who has cared for his daughter Lin Fuyu for years, was so angry that he cut short Mu County Magistrate's execution order. He let Mu Yenjiao see her own father being executed for corruption. According to the law, officials caught taking bribes should be exiled or turned into court entertainers. Lu Chong thought that making Mu Yenjiao a court entertainer was too kind. At least, the official courtesans only need to lower themselves a little to have enough to eat and wear without worry. Therefore, the cunning official Lu Chong deliberately said some ambiguous words. The newly appointed county magistrate of Tongan County understood and naturally decided to exile Mu Yenjiao. Lu Chong's original intention was to make Mu Yenjiao suffer greatly on her way to exile and die. But unexpectedly, Mu Yenjiao actually endured and survived. She even successfully reached Zhezhou Dahuang County. A cold glint flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. These people really are unlucky to cross her path. Even the timing of arriving at Jujube village was very annoying. If Sun He had truly suffered during the skin graft surgery, she would make sure these, who shouldn't even be alive, pay the price. Yun Jiaoyu's cold gaze carried a strong killing intent. She retracted her attention and stopped caring about outside matters. She absolutely could not let these trivial, dirty things affect her during the surgery even a little. She sped up the dressing of Sun He's wound, carefully covering it with a layer of Vaseline gauze, smoothing it over the wound. Yun Jiaoyu then cut 8 to 10 layers of wet gauze into shapes matching the wound. She placed these on top of the Vaseline gauze. Next, she added loose wet gauze, dry gauze, cotton pads, and finally wrapped everything tightly with bandages. In a normal skin graft surgery, this would be the end of the process. But Sun He's graft area was too large. So Yun Jiaoyu used a packing method to prevent the dressings from shifting. Just as she finished bandaging, the loud, arrogant voice of Wanyu came through the window with the wind. The spoiled young master had plenty of money and hadn't suffered much hardship. His curses were full of strength. Behind him, several thugs from the Wan family looked on with disdain. They pointed at them and cursed loudly. "Dare to lay a hand on me? Don't dirty my clothes." He ordered his men. "What are you all standing there for? Quickly arrest these 2 lowlifes for me." Secondly, Hu from Chung was amused and laughed. They weren't from noble backgrounds, but they'd never been insulted as lowly before. Wan Yuan was arrogant and domineering. "Let me tell you the truth. I'm different from you, humble people. My father only publicly cut ties with me, but he still left me a fortune to inherit. Don't provoke me, or your whole family in Qingzhou won't have a good life." Wan Yuan didn't plan to stay in Juju village forever. His father had already made plans with him. The days he spent in Songzhou Wanshou County were just like that. In Zizhou Dahuang County, he lived the same way. As long as he stayed in Shijuji village and worked hard for a few years, when the time was right and the wind settled, his family would smooth things out and get him out of this remote place. Yun Jiaoyu used her mind to carefully move Sun He, who had just finished surgery, out of the operating room. She was annoyed by the noisy sounds outside. Her sharp eyes glowed with danger as she walked confidently towards Sun He's house. Wan Yuan's arrogance grew stronger with each boast. He thought he had a good background. Loudly, waiting for his subordinates to subdue small troublemakers like Chung Li Hu, his voice was firm. He revealed his real reason for coming to find Yun Jiaoyu. "If Madame Qi can do business in Dahuang County, then Wan Yuan can too. Doesn't she want to sell paint? My family owns the biggest shop in Wanshou County. I came to her for a win-win deal." When Wan Yuan arrived at the Dahuang County government office, he just happened to overhear the officials talking. Yun Jiaoyu was able to take over all the mountain land in the county because she paid enough silver to cover a year's tax for Dahuang County. 10,000 taels of silver. That's no small amount. Plus the costs for hiring workers, tools for quarrying and making paint, and all other expenses. He was sure Yun Jiaoyu didn't have much cash on hand. He also guessed she was probably worried about her sales. So, as long as Yun Jiaoyu didn't hold a grudge over their small conflict in Wanshou County and continued to treat him well, feeding him well, and sharing the profits from quarrying and making paint, he was willing to go to the bank and get silver notes to help her through the early stages of wealth and to expand sales. If Yun Jiaoyu refused to appreciate his help or cooperate with him, he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Anyway, Lu Chongyuan was thousands of miles away, and he didn't care about Zizhou's affairs. Without Lu Chongyuan, he wasn't afraid of Yun Jiaoyu. He would never let her paint business succeed. He wanted his family to ruin her, make her go broke, and force her to give up on quarrying and making paint. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly slammed the door open with force. Her grip was strong. She ignored Wan Yuan's words outside, letting them go in one ear and out the other. She didn't need any so-called win-win cooperation. Working with a spoiled brat like Wan Yuan would only dirty her mind. And she was only quarrying stone now, not yet refining gold. Refining gold was a highly profitable business. Why should she share it with him? The sound of her opening the door made Wan Yuan and his people jump in surprise. That deep gaze, like a sharp blade, suddenly shot toward Wan Yuan and Mu Yanjiao. In her eyes, Yun Jiaoyu noticed that behind the two of them, there were a few familiar faces. It was undoubtedly Wan Yuan's followers from Songzhou. "Madame Qi, you've finally come out." "Yes, Madame Qi, if you don't come out soon, our brothers will definitely be bullied to death by this group of people." Chung and Li, whose voices overlapped. Cheng-er knew Yun Jiaoyu's temper and was afraid of affecting her treatment. Enduring the pain from his arm twisted behind his back, he hurriedly explained, "Madam Qi, it's all because Li Fu's wife accidentally revealed that you were at Sun He's house. We came down from the mountain to refill the water bag, but we didn't expect to see Wang Yuan and Mu Yanjiao." Li Hu also explained, "Madam Qi, we know you're treating Sun He. We just didn't want them to disturb you, so the situation got a bit loud." Yun Jiaoyu nodded to show she understood, not blaming Cheng-er for almost delaying the surgery. Her cold gaze swept toward Wang Yuan and Mu Yanjiao, filled with a commanding presence and intimidation. Suddenly, she stepped a few paces closer to Wang Yuan. Her gaze fixed on him, her emotions hard to read. Yun Jiaoyu lightly mocked, "Young Master Wan, you just said that you and I are different from common criminals?" She sneered, "We are all criminals, so what's the difference between high and low? Although I never thought of myself as lowly, I can tell you're not noble either." In Yun Jiaoyu's view, even if she helped 3 villages become wealthy, she couldn't be called noble. She was simply committed to walking the path of shared prosperity. Her eyes suddenly deepened, her expression turning calculating. She asked meaningfully, "Wang Yuan, are you the only child in your family?" Wang Yuan pressed his lips together, meeting her gaze, feeling a bit nervous inside. He was at a loss, stunned. He didn't understand what Yun Jiaoyu meant by this. He was indeed an only child, but so what? In the next moment, Yun Jiaoyu's tone turned icy. Her words shifted. Your Wan family at its peak was even less than a finger of the Qi family when they were down and out. What right do you have to think you're qualified to work with me for mutual benefit? Is it just because of your arrogance and ignorance? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes flashed with disdain, crushing Wang Yuan's pride beneath her feet. She smiled and said, "You must have been in a sweet little bubble for too long, so much so that you've lost your sense of reality and become overly confident and foolish." Wang Yuan felt embarrassed and his face turned bright red suddenly. No one had ever criticized him so completely and harshly before. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze shifted to Mu Yanjiao beside Wang Yuan. This woman no longer looked like the proud, aloof girl she was in Tong'an County. Mu Yanjiao's hands, hanging by her sides, clenched tightly. When she looked at Yun Jiaoyu, her eyes barely concealed her anger. Her voice lacked the previous arrogance. It was like cold, leftover rice being reheated, stiff and forced with a hint of pretend sweetness. She tugged at the other's sleeve and said, "Wang Yuan, Yun Jiaoyu is the adopted daughter of the imperial teacher. She's different now, and it's normal for her to be a bit arrogant." She deliberately added, "We'd better not provoke her." Her sweet voice sounded understanding and considerate. When these words reached Wang Yuan's ears, he felt even more ashamed. He clenched his teeth tightly. Except for that encounter with Lu Chong, when had he ever been so cautious and afraid of offending others? "Zhou Lai, don't just stand there foolishly. These 2 little thugs under Yun Jiaoyu's command don't need so many of you to deal with them." Wang Yuan's fierce gaze fixed on Yun Jiaoyu as he called out to his followers. He pointed casually at some of his men and ordered, "All of you, go and catch that little brat Yun Jiaoyu for me. Today is our first day in Shaja village. From now on, will we walk around boldly and domineeringly, or kneel and look at others' faces? It all depends on today." Wang Yuan was determined to give Yun Jiaoyu a strong warning. He was the only son of a merchant family and had learned countless business tricks since he was young. If it weren't for Yun Jiaoyu arriving first in Dahuang County, he might be the one ruling the village now. He still had his own plans in mind. His parents planned to bring him back from Dahuang County in a few years, and he knew that would cost a lot. He didn't want to return to Songzhou as a poor, miserable person. So, he decided to use his current wealth to make a fortune in Dahuang County before returning. Therefore, he had to confront Yun Jiaoyu head-on and take her down. As soon as he finished speaking, the people he called shouted and rushed toward Yun Jiaoyu. They rolled up their sleeves to reveal strong arm muscles, intending to teach Yun Jiaoyu a lesson. Yun Jiaoyu's brows slightly furrowed as she noticed her busy schedule, teaching people to identify herbs, making pigments, and seeking markets for her products, left her no time to review military boxing. She hadn't fought in a long time, so her skills felt a bit rusty. From the corner of her eye, she saw the group of burly men rushing toward her, openly showing disdain. A dangerous, intimidating feeling gradually spread in her eyes. "You're asking for trouble." Yun Jiaoyu's sharp gaze shot at them. She quickly grabbed one of the men's arms and threw him to the ground, knocking him over. Yun Jiaoyu had learned 3 sets of military boxing in her team. Together, these 3 sets had 64 moves, each very precise and practical. One move was enough to defeat an opponent.
Ouch.
The man on the ground dislocated his arm and hit his back hard, unable to move from the pain. His cry of pain reached everyone's ears. Before most people could react, Yun Jiaoyu moved swiftly and powerfully. She stretched her fists, loosened her muscles, and with a few loud thuds, she punched at the chests of Yuan's men. Feeling it wasn't enough, she kicked out suddenly, aiming at Yuan, who was watching nearby. Her kick hit Yuan's stomach, making him feel excruciating pain, as if his intestines were twisted. Zhou Lai was arranged by Yuan's father to be part of the Exile team. Yuan's father was worried about his only son and hired Zhou Lai from a security company, placing him in the team with a false charge. Zhou Lai was very professional. He took the money and was determined to protect Yuan at all costs. He used short-range boxing techniques, focusing on his heels, waist, and fingertips. He charged at Yun Jiaoyu with great force, almost wanting to kill her. Seeing Zhou Lai's boxing stance, Yun Jiaoyu was momentarily stunned. She still had good eyesight. Zhou Lai was practicing Bajikwen, a martial art famous for its deadly power. In ancient times, this style was often used either to protect high officials or to guard valuable goods. Yun Jiaoyu's brow moved slightly, as if she suddenly remembered something important. At the same time, Zhou Lai clenched his fist. His knuckles cracked as he aimed a punch at her temple. By the time Yun Jiaoyu realized it, it was too late. Even if she reacted, her speed wouldn't surpass Zhou Lai's, so she probably couldn't dodge the attack. Because she is a military doctor in the army, she holds a civilian position. She practices martial arts, but no matter how serious she is, she cannot spend as much time on it as professional soldiers. If she encounters a strong and ruthless opponent, she might not be able to fight back successfully. Not far away, Mu Yanjiao saw Zhou Lai's fist about to strike Yun Jiaoyu's temple. A cold, sinister smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Madam Qi, Qing Er and Li Hu both shouted for Yun Jiaoyu. They broke free from Wan Yuan's grip and ran over to help. They were used to following Yun Jiaoyu and saw her as a loyal and reliable leader. If something happened to Yun Jiaoyu, their future days would be very difficult to endure. And if Emperor teacher Lu Chong found out about his adopted daughter's accident, he might blame them. Unfortunately, Qing Er and Li Hu didn't run fast enough. Yun Jiaoyu instinctively took a few steps back, her deep brown eyes narrowing sharply as she saw the rapidly enlarging fist. At this moment, Qi Chongjin suddenly arrived quickly on horseback for some unknown reason. The powerful horse reared up and neighed loudly, catching Zhou Lai's attention immediately. Zhou Lai paused his fist, then Qi Chongjin moved extremely fast. He drew his bowstring. An arrow suddenly shot toward Zhou Lai's wrist. The man's archery was perfect, always hitting its target. During a hunting trip with wealthy families in Qingzhou, he was always a top marksman. Suddenly, the iron arrowhead pierced Zhou Lai's wrist. Blood from his meridian splashed, and under the strong impact, it splattered onto Yun Jiaoyu's face. Warm blood dripped slowly down her delicate, white face. Jiaoyu! Qi Chongjin saw Yun Jiaoyu looking distracted, and his deep, powerful voice came from his throat. He was riding his horse toward Yun Jiaoyu. He reached out and grabbed her waist, pulling her into his arms. Zhou Lai's right wrist was pierced, and he let out a terrible cry. His hand trembled uncontrollably. I will kill you. Martial artists fear losing the use of their limbs most. Zhou Lai's eyes turned red, and he ran madly toward Qi Chongjin. He truly wanted to kill Qi Chongjin at any cost. Qi Chongjin sat calmly on his saddle, looking coldly at Zhou Lai, who was acting like a reckless fool. He remained unshaken. He drew his bow and aimed straight at Zhou Lai's left leg. This time, he used even more force, and the arrowhead sank into Zhou Lai's calf muscle. Zhou Lai fell to the ground with a thud, landing face-first in the dirt. Qi Chongjin's cold eyes flashed with a strong sense of oppression as he looked at him and said, "Zhou Lai, right? When I was at the Dahuang County Government Office, I noticed you walk silently, with strong limbs. I specifically checked your criminal record. You are a top guard from the Datong Agency, responsible for escorting gold, silver, and silk from the capital." Qi Chongjin's eyes slightly darkened, and he smiled coldly. "I'm really curious. Why did the Datong Agency suddenly close 2 months ago? And how did you, a top guard, end up as a criminal being sent to Dahuang County in Zhou?" Yun Juyue was startled by Qi Chongjin's words. She thought her mind was quick, but compared to Qi Chongjin, she seemed a bit slower. Just now, she had already linked Zhou Lai and the case of missing valuables. That's why she was momentarily distracted. Who knew Qi Chongjin not only connected the bloody newcomer in front of him with the missing valuables case, but also traced the link to the wealthy and powerful in the capital. The Datong Agency is the top agency in the capital of Daki. Many of its guards are entrusted with transporting valuables for officials, nobles, and wealthy merchants. Such an agency wouldn't easily go bankrupt. And even if the agency closed, based on their experience and the capital they had built, it was impossible for them to fall into poverty and become criminals in a barren land. The only explanation is that the agency crossed a red line, forcing it to disband. The guards, under the orders of the wealthy and powerful, secretly infiltrated the criminals involved in the case of missing valuables in Shijuji village to eliminate witnesses. As for Zhou Lai's earlier murderous intent toward her and Qi Chongjin, it was either out of shame or anger, or perhaps she and Qi Chongjin were also on the list of those to be silenced. Wang Yuan was kicked by Yun Juyue and was in constant pain in his lower abdomen, rolling on the ground. His mind was as dull as a rusty lock and a stone brain, unable to understand what Qi Chongjin was trying to say with all those words. What does the top guard of the Datong Agency, gold, silver, silk, and cloth, have to do with anything? Zhou Lai, isn't he just a guard hired by his father? Oh, right, this guard was also a poor man who, due to his family's poverty, volunteered to protect him after quitting as a guard. Wang Yuan, both stupid and malicious, took the initiative and said, "Qi Chongjin, we are all criminals. If you hurt people with arrows without reason, aren't you afraid we'll let the county magistrate decide your fate?" Wang Yuan believes there are ways to win and ways to lose. Currently, he is clearly at a disadvantage and instinctively calls out Tao Gaoshan to pressure Qi Chongjin. Qi Chongjin's eyes are sharp and cold, staring directly at Wang Yuan. His voice is firm and slightly aggressive, saying, "Wang Yuan, although we are all criminals, each of us is different. My wife, Yun Jiaoyu, is a criminal, but she has helped many villagers nearby. I am a criminal, but I also do my best working at the county office. We both are doing things that benefit Dasheng County. And you?" Qi Chongjin's tone is cold and warning. "You just arrived and want to hurt my wife. Even if this goes to the authorities, only you would be at fault. Don't you know that if a criminal causes trouble, the punishment is worse?" The scene has unknowingly fallen under Qi Chongjin's control. Most of Wang Yuan's men, except Zhou Lai, are just troublemakers. These thugs, now frightened by Qi Chongjin's 2 arrows piercing through flesh, are trembling like quails. Qi Chongjin's eyes are cold and dangerous, flashing with a hint of threat. "Cheng Er, Li Hu, arrest Wang Yuan and Mu Yanjiao, and others for me. Any resistors will be treated as attacking government officials and dealt with on the spot." Recently, Qi Chongjin has helped Tao Gaoshan solve many issues in Dasheng County and has long been appreciated by Tao Gaoshan and Li Quan. Lately, Li Quan wants to take leave, and Tao Gaoshan even plans for Qi Chongjin to temporarily replace the master clerk position. So, now he is officially a government official of Dasheng County. After speaking, Wan Yuan's men no longer dared to act rashly. Cheng Er and Li, who started to stand up again. They swaggered over to those people and harshly slapped their foreheads several times, seeking to avenge the shame of being beaten earlier. Meanwhile, Sun Aniu and Lu Dashan, carrying their shoulder poles, came down the mountain path in order. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu's face covered in blood, they thought something serious had happened. Before they could even place the cinnabar stones in the wooden shed, waves of concern surged toward Yun Jiaoyu. Young Madam Qi, are you alright? Why is your face so bloody? What happened? Young Madam Qi, if anyone bullies you, tell us. We will fight them to the end. One after another, voices rang out. Yun Jiaoyu waved her hand to show she was fine. She used a ladle to scoop water from the basin at Sun Ania's door and washed her face. She wiped away all the blood on her face. After washing her face, Yun Jiaoyu hesitated, thinking about how to handle Wan Yuan, Mu Yanjiao, and others. Sending them directly to the government would be too easy for them. It's better to keep them around and lure out the real culprits. Since Qi Chongjin is not in a rush to report them, she guesses he shares her view. Right now, the people they have caught are known to the authorities, but the powerful and influential figures behind the scenes are working in secret. Using Wan Yuan, Mu Yanjiao, Zhou Lai, and others to draw out the killers, then catching them all at once. Once the witnesses for the case are available, they can be directly handed over to Lu Chong. This way, the group from Qingzhou can clear their names and escape their criminal records. Second Cheng, lock all these people in the abandoned, empty houses, she ordered. Next, find people to watch over them in shifts. No matter eating, drinking, or using the bathroom, they are not allowed to leave without my and Qi Chongjin's permission. Second Cheng was experienced. He knew De Tong Agency was very famous. He didn't expect that the guards, besides being sent by noble people to Shijujin village, would come here for other reasons. He also unconsciously linked Zhou Lai and the missing valuables case. Realizing this, Second Cheng immediately became very alert. He took it seriously and confidently said, Madam Qi, you can rest assured. Not just this group, not even a fly will be able to fly out of the abandoned houses without our permission. Wan Yuan frowned tightly, feeling that everyone in Shijujin village was united with Yun Jiaoyu. He felt uncomfortable. Being rude, he provoked and said, You bunch of useless people. Really, mice wearing glasses and short-sighted. No brains at all. Working with Yun Jiaoyu all your life, how much money can you make? Better to blackmail and steal, take down the Qi family's people altogether. He sneered and pointed out then, whatever mines or pigments, they'll all be your own business. After Wan Yuan finished speaking, some people in the crowd showed greedy, unrealistic desires in their eyes. Yun Jiaoyu had always worried that the people in Shijujin village would cheat and steal. But despite her worries, she never showed her concern openly. She used clear rewards and punishments, a strict management system, and as complete welfare as possible to win people's hearts, making them content with their current life and not think foolish thoughts. However, Wan Yuan's words just now opened the door to greed for some arrogant people. And these people, they truly believed they were chosen by heaven and could take over such a big business as quarrying and pigment trading. Yun Jiaoyu remained calm, her face as serene as a still lake. All the subtle changes in everyone's eyes were seen clearly. Her eyes flashed with a cold, dark glow. Second Brother Cheng, cover Yuan's mouth for me. If he dares to sneak around or try to stir trouble again, just cut out his tongue. Yun Jiaoyu used a warning tone to scare those villagers with hidden intentions. If this warning still couldn't stop them from wanting to harm others for money, then later on, don't blame her for not helping in times of danger. Second Brother Cheng found a dirty rag and roughly stuffed it into Yuan's mouth. By now, Sun Anyo's chest was full of anger, and he was upset for Yun Jiaoyu, clenched fists. He wanted to teach those villagers who looked suspicious a lesson. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes darkened slightly. She quickly stopped Sun and Nyo, saying, "Uncle Sun. Sun, he will wake up in about an hour. Don't worry, go back first." Calm and composed, she added, "When he wakes up, if he feels uncomfortable in the next 3 days, just come find me." Yun Jiaoyu's face showed no emotion. Her tone was gentle and calm, making it hard to guess her true thoughts. Sun and Nyo couldn't swallow his anger, but he was also worried about his son. He clenched his teeth and deliberately spoke loudly to the villagers. "All right. Lady Qi, if you need anything from my son and Nyo, just say it. I may not have much, but I have great strength. As soon as you give the order, I'd risk my life to help teach those ungrateful wolves who look down on us." The villagers who heard this dared not speak out loud, angry but unable to say anything. No one wanted to openly admit that they called them ungrateful wolves. Yun Jiaoyu nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Sunday." After Sun and Nyo left, Lu Deshan also felt angry. He angrily spoke to the onlookers. "Aren't you leaving yet? Don't you want to keep mining stones? Or do you not want your wives to make paint? If you don't leave, I will." Lu Deshan turned and stormed off, very satisfied with his current life. He was also grateful that Yun Jiaoyu had saved his wife. He was not the kind of person who daydreamed about stealing others' harvests, nor would he covet a business he couldn't control. Xie Guosheng also left with Lu Deshan, shouting, let's go, mining stones." Soon, the villagers who had come down from the mountain dispersed in small groups. Only Yun Jiaoyu and her people remained on the open ground. Second brother Qing spat with full strength. He considers himself to be a person without conscience, but unexpectedly, the villagers of Shijuji village are even worse than him. "I spit. Those people are truly terrible." Li Hu also curses, "Exactly. I think they deserve to be by the outhouse, to see their own pathetic looks. Maybe that way, they'll realize their mistakes and cherish what they have now." Yun Jiaoyu's deep gaze sweeps over Qing Er and Li Hu. Her eyes darken slightly. "You two should stop scolding. Doing the right thing is more important." She doesn't plan to waste too much energy on these villagers. She specifically looks at Wan Yuan and his group. "Chung Er, let's take these people and lock them in the empty houses." Then she tells Li Hu, "Go to the water jar at my house's entrance and catch a few fresh fish. Stay at my house for lunch. I'll kill the fish for soup and also make a braised dish." Chi Chongjin often brings fish back from outside the county town, buying fresh catch from old fishermen. Sometimes, when there are too many fish and some are left after sharing with relatives and neighbors, they are kept in the water jar at the door. Li Hu, happy to hear about fish for dinner, responds, "Madam Qi, just a moment. I'll go get them right away." Soon, Yun Jiaoyu arranges Wan Yuan and Mu Yanjiao with others in an abandoned thatched hut. Worried that Cheng Er and others might take turns guarding and that Wan Yuan's group might escape again, Yun Jiaoyu personally hangs them all from the beams of the house. Not too high, just enough, so their toes touch the ground. This gives them some freedom to move, but also exhausts them mentally. When they are hung up, Mu Yanjiao's eyes flash with a poisonous, fierce look, coldly staring at Yun Jiaoyu. She hates Yun Jiaoyu. Although she was arrogant and oppressive to the common people when she was in Tong'an County, even not sparing Lin Fuyu, the daughter of a minor official. At that time, she was the daughter of the county magistrate, and being a little willful was no big deal. In the Great Qi Kingdom, it was common for officials to be slightly corrupt and their children to be a bit unruly. Why would they be thoroughly investigated, detained, or even executed or exiled? If she hadn't met Yun Jiaoyu, she wouldn't believe that such a small place as Tong'an County could be thoroughly investigated just because of one emperor's teacher's anger. "How? Mu Yanjiao, you really hate me? Are you blaming me for today's destruction of your family and loss of power?" Inside the thatched hut there is a dirty long bench. Yun Jiaoyu brushes off the dust and dirt and sits on it leisurely, staring at Mu Yanjiao, who looks like an ant before her. She sees through Mu Yanjiao's expressions and suddenly finds it somewhat amusing. Chi Chongjin was not in a hurry to question Zhou Lai about the woman. The woman was skilled in medicine and knew better ways to interrogate than ordinary methods, making it easier to get answers. He pushed open the window, which was covered in thick dust, to let in some fresh air. Outside, the sunlight shone just right on Yun Jiaoyu's back. She sat in the warm light, her eyes cold and frightening, hiding a chillingly fierce emotion. "You shouldn't hate me." Yun Jiaoyu chuckled softly, her voice cold and detached. Her lips parted slightly, and she spoke lightly, "But it doesn't matter if you hate me. Whether your hatred is overwhelming or just empty, it's all the same to me." She said calmly and evenly, "I admit, you are quite capable of enduring what most people cannot. Your hatred for me and your fear of death have carried you from Tong'an County all the way to Zizhou. They've made you, a prisoner, submit to Wan Yuan, trampling your pride as a former official's daughter. But so what? You reached Tong'an County, arrived at Shijuji village, and stood in front of me. Aren't you still a prisoner? Still hanging under the beam in my house, trying to survive? Do you think your hatred can defeat me? That it can bring about some false disaster, or that I'll be killed by your mistaken hatred?" To Yun Jiaoyu, Mu Yanjiao simply couldn't handle the huge gap in her life now. People like her, once they start corrupting officials, know their downfall is near. The luxurious life they enjoy will eventually turn into a fleeting illusion. But even if such people feel guilty or regretful when caught, that remorse is nothing compared to the hatred they hold deep inside for those who expose them, less than 1 in 10,000. So, when Mu Yanjiao reached Shijuji village, she wouldn't admit that her past actions were wrong. She would only hate Yun Jiaoyu, hate her for destroying her noble and comfortable life as a county magistrate's daughter. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes sparkled with cold light. Victory belongs to the king, and defeat to the bandit. An hour ago, if you had chosen to keep a low profile after arriving at Shijuji village, I wouldn't have made things difficult for you, given my nature. But since you chose to oppose me and even want to kill me, I won't show mercy. These days are crucial for overturning the case." She wouldn't make things more difficult for Mu Yanjiao unnecessarily. Once she has the evidence to reverse the case, Mu Yanjiao can choose to live in misery or end her own life voluntarily. "Madam Qi, the fish is here." Li Hu carried a wooden bucket, splashing water everywhere as he shook it. He cheerfully said, "Madam Qi, your braised fish and steamed fish are both delicious. Last time, I saw 3 fish on your table, so this time I'm not sure about the number either, but I also took 3. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze stayed on the lively, jumping grass carp in the wooden tub. She nodded and said, "Thank you for your hard work, Li Hu." Li Hu was still a bit confused and asked enthusiastically, "Madam Qi, if you don't have time to kill the fish, you can just tell us to do it. Why are you still so busy, rushing to kill the fish in front of Wan Yuan and the others?" Thinking about Madam Qi having to use a knife to knock out the fish's head, then scrape the scales and remove the guts, Li Hu found it quite troublesome. Yun Jiaoyu chuckled and remembered something. It wasn't because she was in a hurry that she wanted to kill the fish. Her mood gradually improved. Holding a grass carp in her hand, she said, "Let me show you how it's done. A few days ago, I saw how hard it was for you to kill the fish. If you don't knock the fish out first, you have to keep hitting it. When the fish gets angry, it might bite you. Luckily, you're brave. If someone timid had encountered this, they might not kill the fish in one try and would be scared to try again." Yun Jiaoyu turned the conversation and said, "Killing fish isn't that hard. With some special methods, you can keep the fish awake and obediently be killed." She looked at Zhou Lai with a meaningful gaze, her tone becoming serious. "Of course, the same goes for killing people. Using some unique techniques, you can keep a person awake and aware as they are slowly consumed and killed." As she finished speaking, Zhou Lai's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. He looked very unnatural, biting his back teeth tightly. What do you mean?" Zhou Lai's right hand and left leg were still bleeding, and the pain made his whole body tremble slightly. When he was a bodyguard at the agency, he had traveled all over and gained some experience. In this world, there are indeed cruel methods that can keep a person conscious while experiencing all the pain before death. He had seen executioners at the execution ground decapitate criminals. After decapitation, the person didn't die immediately, but remained conscious for a while. Before dying, They even dipped their hand in blood and wrote more than 10 wrongful words on the ground before losing their life. But in a remote place like Shaju village, even the county town probably doesn't have executioners who decapitate criminals. What method does Yun Jiaoyu want to use to make him stay conscious as he dies? Could she be planning to personally wield the sword and decapitate him? But she's a woman. How is that possible? Zhou Lai, I give you a chance. Within the span of an incense stick, tell me why you came to Shaju village. Besides you, who else came to Dahuang County? Who sent you here? Yun Jiaoyu casually pulled out a hairpin from her hair bun. She saw that the hairpin was a fragrant agarwood hairpin carved by Qi Chongjin herself earlier. She inserted it back into her hair bun, then picked a simple wooden hairpin she bought a few days ago in the county town. Qi Chongjin observed the woman's actions closely, a slight smile appearing at the corner of her lips, which had been tightly pressed before. Yun Jiaoyu gently stroked the patterns on the wooden hairpin with one hand, her voice cold and sharp. Her piercing gaze fixed on Zhou Lai, like a predator. Suddenly, she continued to question coldly. Also, how much do you know about the theft cases happening across Daki Kingdom? The Dazhong agency started in the capital, so it must have contact with many officials and nobles. How much do you know about their secrets? After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu suddenly took the pointed end of the hairpin and stabbed into the big hole at the back of the grass carp skull. Her slender, fair fingers tightly gripped the hairpin, stabbing into the fish's brain cavity. She changed direction and continued to crush the spinal marrow. In the blink of an eye, the grass carp, which was still lively and jumping just moments ago, was now completely still. And the fish was still alive. Cheng Er and Li, who stared with wide eyes, not daring to make a sound. How did Lady Qi do that? Li Hu, take this fish out.
Got it.
Yun Jiaoyu's powerful voice rang out. Then she looked deeply at Zhou Lai, her eyes full of schadenfreude. I forgot to tell you. This method of killing fish can also be used to kill people. Yun Jiaoyu picked up a fresh fish again and said to Zhou Lai, I just inserted the hairpin into this part of the fish. This is the position of the occipital bone. Do you know where the occipital bone is in humans? Yun Jiaoyu threw away the fish in her hand and walked to Zhou Lai's side. Standing beside him, she suddenly pressed the hairpin against the back of his skull, at the concave and convex flat bone area. The cold, blood-stained hairpin quickly touched Zhou Lai's scalp. Zhou Lai's whole body was tense like a stretched string, and he moved his breath carefully. But as a seasoned, he had seen all kinds of tough characters. Now only he was in Zizhou. Everyone else was still on the road. He didn't believe Yun Jiaoyu would really dare to kill him. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't think you can force any information out of me. Zhou Lai looked coldly ahead, showing the fierce and brave image of a true man. He glanced at the hairpin in Yun Jiaoyu's hand. The fish is tender, so it's not strange that your wooden hairpin can pierce into the fish's body. He sneered, humans and fish are not the same. I don't think a small hairpin in your hand can hurt me. This broken hairpin, even if stabbed to the death, probably couldn't pierce his skin. He has nothing to fear. Next to him, Wan Yuan kept pressing his tongue against the torn cloth, as if he had something to say. He kept using his tongue to push against the cloth, squeezing with his tongue and cheek muscles. After a while, he finally spat out the cloth. He agreed, exactly. Yun Jiaoyu, who are you trying to scare?
Uffed.
With just this hairpin, do you think you can scare my father's guards? I warn you now, let me go immediately. Otherwise, considering the distance from Songzhou to Qingzhou, I will have my father send people to deal with your parents and kill them all. I must vent my anger. After Wan Yuan finished speaking, Zhou Lai frowned tightly. He looked at Wan Yuan in disbelief. Finally, he angrily muttered 2 words, fool. Wan Yuan, full of rage, glared at Zhou Lai. He couldn't help asking him where he was stupid. Zhou Lai looked away. Now Yun Jiaoyu was the one with the sword and the shield, and they were all at her mercy. He still had some use, so if he kept his mouth shut, Yun Jiaoyu might not kill him. As for Wan Yuan,
He was at a disadvantage.
angering others too early would only speed up his punishment. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes grew cold, her gaze fixed sharply on Wan Yuan, who was talking nonsense. She remembered how Wan Yuan had just a few words to provoke the villagers and her earlier. She couldn't help but think. From the first day she crossed over, she believed in kindness and goodwill. But she forgot that Chi was not modern, nor was it the army she had served in before. Civilization is always evolving. She could help with a friendly approach, but in Chi, that simply wouldn't work. In the army, everyone lived day by day. Tomorrow was uncertain. In that tense life, people had no extra energy to fuss over trivial matters or external things. Everyone was highly in sync mentally, helping each other without concern for gains or losses. But in this different world, being overly kind and merciful wouldn't earn most people's gratitude. They would only linger between greed and duty until greed drove them to be more demanding and ungrateful, pushing boundaries and taking more. Finally, they would keep asking and draining your last worth, like vampires, taking everything for themselves. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes suddenly cooled, her brows and eyes filled with icy coldness. Almost everyone couldn't help but shiver at the chilling aura. She unconsciously clenched her hands at her sides, feeling extremely tired of the endless troubles now. If she had initially ordered Lu Chong to execute Wan Yuan on the spot in Wanshou County, giving no chance for Ruan's family to intervene or make deals, Wan Yuan would never have appeared in Shijuji village to stir trouble. If she had been in Tong'an County and interfered with the doctor's treatment of Mu Yanjiao after the earthquake, Mu Yanjiao might have died from serious injuries and would no longer be a threat to her. Yun Jiaoyu's brow twitched, and she made a quiet decision. Cruel and wicked people should be executed immediately to pay for their wrongdoings. When it's time to deal with someone, it must be done. Otherwise, if she shows mercy to enemies now, she will eventually be hit by a boomerang of her own leniency. This would leave her exhausted and trapped in trouble. Qi Chongjin, can you go outside and wait for me for a moment? Yun Jiaoyu's clear voice slowly said, give me half a stick of incense time. Her eyes no longer looked dull. I will definitely get all the answers you want to know. Her gaze swept to Chang'er. Chang'er, you also go outside. Help Li who kill the fish, gut it, and remove the scales. Take this wooden bucket with you, too. Qi Chongjin saw Yun Jiaoyu's firm and decisive look, frowned slightly, and a hint of worry appeared in his handsome, sword-like eyes. He realized she planned to do it herself and was worried the scene might scare him. But how could he be scared? He had seen even the bloodiest executions, like beheading. Qi Chongjin's clear, handsome face showed no emotion as he asked concernedly, are you okay? Or should I do it? He originally planned to lock Zhou Lai in the Dahuang County Jail for questioning, where the torture tools were complete. But after hearing Yun Jiaoyu instruct Chang'er to lock Zhou Lai and others in the outhouse, he didn't interfere. First, he was not rigid and didn't believe women should only stay indoors. Yun Jiaoyu was his wife. They were one. Whatever she wanted to do, he would trust and support her unconditionally. Second, she was skilled in medicine. A strong man like Zhou Lai might not be afraid of hot irons or similar torture tools. So, he believed that Yun Jiaoyu's personal interrogation would be more effective than using all the torture tools at once. Yun Jiaoyu nodded and signaled, I can do it.
You can go out now.
Actually, my hand is also injured. I want to get familiar with the internal structure of the human body. After she finished speaking, Zhou Lai and Wan Yuan immediately swallowed hard. Familiar with the internal structure of the human body?
How was she going to do that?
Whose body was she studying? Feeling panicked and weak, her palms also started to tingle. It felt like being on a chopping board, about to be cut up like fish and meat. Soon, Qi Chongjin and Chang'er left the thatched hut. Yun Jiaoyu reached into her sleeve with her left hand, searching mentally in the space. Zhou Lai was right. It's just a wooden hairpin. It can't really pierce human skin. Even with a silver hairpin, one end isn't sharp enough. When stabbing into tight human flesh, it takes a lot of effort. So she didn't think much and took an 11-centimeter-long anesthetic needle from the operating room. Holding the thick syringe, she walked toward Wan Yuan. Zhou Lai, I only have half an incense stick's time left. It's not much. Yun Jiaoyu grabbed Wan Yuan by the back of his collar and stabbed her hand into the large hole at the back of his skull. The skull cavity and spinal canal are connected through the foramen, so she pushed in through the large hole at the occipital bone. She directly pushed along the gap in the bone toward the brain. Wan Yuan's neck prickled with pain, so intense that his pores seemed to open. His head hurt so badly, it felt like it was going to burst.
Ah!
It hurts so much. It hurts. Yun Jiaoyu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have angered you. I shouldn't have interfered in your business. I shouldn't have incited trouble between you and the villagers. And I definitely shouldn't have threatened your family's lives. Wan Yuan cried bitterly, showing signs of loss of control. His nose and eyes streamed with tears and snot. Please spare me. Please, I won't dare again. Yun Jiaoyu's ears ignored his screams. Whether in modern or ancient times, the best at understanding human anatomy are forensic doctors and physicians. There's even a joke in medical school: never offend a medical student. When she was still a medical student, she had dealt with many bodies showing no signs of life. Because she knew how fragile human life was, she valued it deeply. Unfortunately, some people truly don't deserve to be called human. Wan Yuan, stop crying. When you were in Wanshou County, you almost caused the death of the imperial teacher. You usually act arrogantly like Mu Yanjiao, relying on some money and power to commit crimes and do evil. Yun Jiaoyu didn't stop her actions. Without a sense of right and wrong, she was no longer human. Since they weren't human anymore, why should she treat them with respect? It hurts. Her screams gradually attracted the villagers who had just carried down the cinnabar stones from the mountain. Even the villagers who made pigments were startled by the screams. They put down their work and gradually gathered around Yun Jiaoyu's thatched hut. But they didn't dare get too close. Is that the young Master Qi and second brother Cheng with Li Hu at the door? Are the people inside the hut the wife of young Master Qi? Oh my god, that sound will give me nightmares tonight. It's worse than pig slaughtering noises. Mrs. Qi usually appears kind and gentle, but why did she act so cruelly? From now on, I don't dare to speak to her anymore. The crowd is murmuring. Xie Goxing and Lu Dashan exchange looks. Luckily, they both respect and support Yun Jiaoyu. They never thought about teaming up with anyone in the village to take over Yun Jiaoyu's business. With such methods, who would dare challenge Yun Jiaoyu in the future? Offending her is like inviting trouble. Her shout also catches Lu Yunxiu's attention. She is passing by holding Qi Zhaozhao's hand, carrying a basket of wild vegetables. Zhaozhao feels a bit scared. But her fear is not of Yun Jiaoyu, rather of the loud scream. She knows her sister-in-law is the best person. Even if she did something wrong, others have done worse. Still, she feels a cold sweat on her back. Mother, is my sister-in-law really afraid that no one will talk to her in the future? Lu Yunxiu covers Zhaozhao's ears to lessen the screams. Her gentle voice reaches Zhaozhao's ears. Although being loved is better than being feared, and being feared is better than being respected. Your sister-in-law was too kind before. The villagers respect her, but they don't fear her. Doing too many respected deeds makes honest people respect her more, but it makes mean people greedier. After being comforted, Zhaozhao's fear eases a lot. Her eyes brighten, confused but understanding a bit. So, sister-in-law now wants people to fear her? She knows her sister-in-law always acts for a reason. Lu Yunxiu strokes her daughter's hair.
Yes.
Shake the mountain to scare the tiger, kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Even if Yun Jiaoyu acts too harsh today, her past good deeds and help are real and lasting. Those who respected her before and felt grateful to her will continue to do so after today. And those who seek endlessly will also restrain their greedy hearts. Lu Yunxiu is sure of this. Disciplining those below is just like this. She used the same approach when managing the workers at Tianzhuang's shop. She didn't make herself seem too easy to talk to, but she always commanded respect. Yun Jiaoyu's actions today are similar to the saying, fear makes people cautious, caution makes them invincible. As long as people fear her, they will be careful in their work. This can avoid many problems. She never taught Yun Jiaoyu these methods before. Because others cannot teach this skill, one must experience setbacks personally to become proficient. Inside the house, Wan Yuan can no longer move, just like the carp that was beaten into a pulp by Yun Jiaoyu earlier. He is barely alive, with only his eyes able to move. This scene leaves Zhou Lai and Mu Yanjiao stunned. Mu Yanjiao thinks Yun Jiaoyu is a madwoman. Killing someone is just a matter of a quick strike. How can this woman be so ruthless when she gets angry? Such cruel methods, even if brought up years later, would make people afraid and give them nightmares. Mu Yanjiao trembles as she looks at Yun Jiaoyu. She originally wanted to accuse Yun Jiaoyu using private revenge, but now she can't bring herself to say anything. Zhou Lai, 15 minutes have already passed. Yun Jiaoyu pulls out a long anesthetic needle and wipes the blood off the needle on Wan Yuan's clothes. Not much time left for you to think. Yun Jiaoyu's cold eyes are like stars, without any warmth. It seems she remembers something. She adds, by the way, don't think that just because you don't say anything, I can't get anything out of you. I have hundreds of ways to make you wish you were dead. Any one of them is enough to make you regret being so silent. Zhou Lai's face turns pale. He has never seen such brutal methods of killing before. He glances at Wan Yuan, realizing that Wan Yuan's brief life is worse than death. More terrifying than dying is knowing you can't survive, only feeling your life slip away second by second. Yun Jiaoyu notices the obvious fear in Zhou Lai's eyes. Her tone is meaningful and deep. Of course, don't think I can only get the information I want from you. A month ago, my husband already asked my adoptive father, Lord Lu Cheng, to send many guards here. By now, it should be time for Dahuang County. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes are full of murderous intent as she warns, with their help. If I catch your accomplices and keep questioning, it's only a matter of time. Don't blame me for not warning you. Since I've kindly given you a chance, you'd better seize it. Otherwise, Wan Yuan's fate will be yours too. Hearing Yun Jiaoyu's words, Zhou Lai secretly glances at Wan Yuan again. He, a grown man, cannot help but finally make a continuous, dry heaving sound. The people in the thatched hut had been holding back the urge to gag until Zhou Lai made that sound. Gradually, they couldn't hold it anymore. One after another, the dry heaves continue. Yun Jiaoyu is not surprised by the behavior of all these people. When she first started studying medicine, her reactions were much stronger than theirs. After Zhou Lai vomited yellow water, she didn't wait for him to continue questioning or to carry out psychological and physical attacks. He burst into loud tears and surrendered, crying out, I'll tell you everything. Please spare me. Don't treat me like you did Yuan Yuan. I'll tell you everything now. Only after Zhou Lai revealed everything he knew did Yun Jiaoyu come out of the thatched hut. From a distance, villagers gathered together. When they saw the woman come out, they hurriedly pushed each other. They muttered, let's go. We need to go back and make some dye. Yeah, it's good we didn't finish making the dye yet. Let's go back up the mountain to pick stones. Lu Dashan said. In no time, the open yellow land was empty as the crowd dispersed. Yun Jiaoyu seemed to ignore the reactions of those around her. She thought to herself that just one Yuan Yuan was enough to shake the mountain and make the villagers fear her. It was worth it. Madam Qi, how should we handle the people inside? Cheng Er looked inside the door and saw Yuan Yuan lying there, as limp as spoiled mud, with no sign of life. He was sure she was dead, which was what happened today. Yun Jiaoyu quickly said, dig a hole on the back mountain. When she's gone, find a broken mat, roll her up, and throw her in. After thinking for a moment, she remembered the saying, cut the grass, and roots will grow back. Since Yuan Yuan was an only child, she worried that if the Yuan family in Wanshou County found out their only seed died at her hands, they might go to any lengths to seek revenge. She needed to send a letter to Lu Cheng, informing him of today's events. She wanted him to find solid evidence to silence the Yuan family. She didn't believe the Yuan family in Wanshou County was completely clean to this day. All right, we'll handle it right away. Cheng Er and Li Hu took on the task and spoke proactively. Once they were a bit farther away, Yun Jiaoyu's long, thick eyelashes trembled slightly as she processed everything Zhou Lai had just told her. Her eyes revealed complex emotions. The background of this power struggle story was very twisted, with all factions being quite abnormal. It wasn't written from Chi Chongjin's perspective. Because she knew about Chi Chongjin's life experiences and the details of the traps she faced, her understanding wasn't entirely accurate. In the original novel, the parts about the theft of property and exam fraud took up little space. For men, cases that could ruin their lives were only briefly mentioned by the author. However, Yun Jiaoyu understood well that the political arena was full of hidden currents and dangers, and officials had to always tread carefully. Otherwise, a small mistake could be disastrous. Whether it is the effort of studying hard for over 10 years or the power accumulated by a family over 100 years, both can disappear in an instant. Therefore, she did not exaggerate or shorten what she heard. She told Chi Chongjin everything she knew, exactly as she heard it. After sharing all the details, she said, Zhou Lai said that the reason the Datong agency disbanded 2 months ago was because the bodies of the head family were found floating in the waters of Zhongzhou, Songhai. Later, he was hired by the steward of the Ministry of Revenue's household to come to Zhezhou to silence people involved in a theft case. According to him, he heard the steward mention that more than 10 assassins also came to Zhezhou. Considering their speed, these people should have already arrived in Zhezhou. Chi Chongjin's brow twitched, and his eyes showed surprise. His deep, ink-like eyes flickered with a cold, dark light. Like a pioneer, he was the first to notice something unusual. Those criminals from Qingzhou, including everyone in our Qi family, are only about 10 or so. As for the 10 or so assassins, Chi Chongjin frowned and muttered to himself, or perhaps, besides silencing people, these assassins have other important tasks in Zhezhou. Yun Jiaoyu nodded slowly. Zhou Lai was among the exiled prisoners, so he arrived early at Dahuang County. The steward only said that the assassins came to help Zhou Lai with a conspiracy to kill, but didn't mention any other tasks. Chi Chongjin's eyes grew darker, and his thoughts briefly drifted. He organized his thoughts. The clues before him were too many and too complicated. Some cases seemed straightforward on the surface, but secretly, there must be more behind them. First, he was accused of fraud, and the Qi family was ordered to be searched. Then, theft cases appeared everywhere, and Sun Aniu and others were exiled with him. Finally, the head of the Datong agency and his family were found floating in the sea. Though these cases seemed different, they were actually connected. Chi Chongjin's eyes were deep as he thought about how cunning the Ministry of Revenue's steward was. He secretly ordered the murders and let the steward handle the matter. If any evidence was found later, he could sit high and let the steward take the blame. Chi Chongjin believed that every difficult case had clues before it was solved. By following the timeline, understanding the sequence of events, analyzing the relationships between the people involved, and examining the environment if needed, he could surely solve the case. He casually picked up a stone and wrote everything he could think of on the dry, yellow land. Yun Jiaoyu did not disturb him. In the original story, Chi Chongjin's thinking and scheming skills are just as sharp as those of the male protagonist in a novel. He is the future chief minister. In the original plot, after Chi Chongjin clears his name, he becomes a top advisor to a powerful noble. He even manages to get close to Su Gonggong, the head of the Imperial Rights Department in the capital, replacing the male protagonist and becoming Su Gonggong's most favored adopted son. Because he is so ruthless in his work, so ruthless that even top nobles and the head of the Imperial Rights Department feel ashamed, he is promoted to lead the officials and becomes the chief minister of the cabinet. Thinking about how ruthless the man is in political schemes, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Compared to Chi Chongjin, her own methods of interrogation are gentle and kind. However, in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes, the man behaves with the dignity of a great scholar, carefully writing out the relationships between characters in various cases. She simply cannot imagine how he developed such fierce methods to control the officials. She didn't continue to think about it. Anyway, the day she files for divorce isn't far off. Yun Jiaoyu counts on finding evidence to overturn the case, then handing the witnesses and evidence to Lu Chong. In no more than 2 months, everything will be settled. By then, Chi Chongjin will go to his capital and become the great villain. She can then travel freely across the provinces of Deqi, living her carefree life. In just 15 minutes, Chi Chongjin wrote extensively, his neat handwriting filling the yellow earth with his elegant strokes. Until he finished the last character. His slender fingers suddenly paused. His handsome face furrowed slightly, so it's like this. Chi Chongjin's fierce mood quickly vanished, and his words caught in his throat. After standing up, everything returned to calm. He picked up a water bucket and poured all the water onto the ground. In an instant, the words on the yellow earth blurred and disappeared. Yun Jiaoyu was confused. What's wrong, Chi Chongjin? An ordinary man is innocent. Possessing wealth invites suspicion. Chi Chongjin's eyes flashed with icy coldness, and a storm of emotions surged within him. I once thought I caused my family's exile. Then I thought it was because the Chi family was too prominent and attracted attention, which led to the family's assets being targeted. Yun Jiaoyu listened carefully. In fact, it was true. The Chi family's wealth was too conspicuous, which led to their exile. Could something be wrong? As she thought this, she heard Chi Chongjin slowly say, "My grandfather has been doing business for decades, building what he believed was an unbreakable foundation. Before he died, he held my father's hand and joked that the family's wealth could support 4 generations of grandchildren, and he could rest assured as he went west. It turns out that decades of effort, plus my more than 10 years of hard study, are all weak and powerless. They are as fragile as window paper. Those in power, even if slightly touched, can be broken easily." Chi Chongjin suppresses his emotions and says mysteriously, "It shows that those with power are never truly separated from others. Those with power are never truly separated from others." The man's voice is deep and strong, with almost no fluctuation in tone. Yun Jiaoyu suddenly freezes. Has Chi Chongjin developed a desire for power? Her mind keeps replaying this sentence. A strange sense of pressure arises in her heart. This feeling isn't just caused by the coldness in Chi Chongjin's words. Most of this pressure comes from her once again feeling the creator-like control of the author. Sure enough, the characters in the story, as long as they are involved in the main plot, will follow the original storyline, no matter how far they initially stray. Fortunately, the original character in the novel is just a minor role. A minor character only has a name. As long as they are not involved in the main plot, her thoughts remain free and unrestrained. Yun Jiaoyu realizes that Chi Chongjin has now developed a desire for power. She can't help but recall the predetermined ending of the man in the author's story. Unintentionally, her relaxed eyebrows furrow. Even though she and Chi Chongjin are only married in name and don't share a deep relationship, just thinking about that cruel ending makes her feel a bit sad. She even feels angry and questions silently, can the characters created by the author really escape the control of the creator? Are they truly just puppets, manipulated like marionettes? Like tools that are moved wherever needed? Chi Chongjin's gaze toward Yun Jiaoyu slightly stiffens. He mistakenly thinks her current anger is just because she's defending him. His eyes soften a bit as he says soothingly, "I shouldn't have told you these things. Don't worry about these matters. I will handle them well." Yun Jiaoyu sighs deeply, knowing well that Chi Chongjin can manage everything. He has the power to form alliances, control the secretariat step by step, and even oversee the guard department. How could he possibly fail at these tasks? After thinking it over, Yun Jiaoyu can only nod. In the next moment, Chi Chongjin steps forward steadily toward the house where the scholarly is. 15 minutes later, Sun Hua has already woken up. Sun Anyo hurriedly runs over. "Young Madam Chi, my family's crane has been vomiting constantly. Please go and check on him quickly." Yun Jiaoyu is not far from Sun He's house. "Uncle Sun, please watch over these people for me. I'll go see Sun He." Sun Anyo was very worried. Seeing Sun He so badly, his heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly. He paused for a moment, then quickly nodded and said, "Okay."
All right.
When Yun Jiaoyu arrived at Sun He's house, Sun He was already lying on the bed, vomiting a lot of yellow fluid. This yellow fluid was bile. Fortunately, before the surgery, She specifically told Sun he not to eat breakfast. Otherwise, what he was vomiting now would be a bunch of undigested food. Yun Jiaoyu checked Sun He's pulse and then relaxed a little. Sun He, I will borrow 2 spoonfuls of pure honey for you. Drinking pure honey will help you feel better. Don't worry, your body is fine. Sun He's vomiting was caused by the anesthesia affecting his intestines. His gastrointestinal movement was weak, which caused stomach contents to reflux. Sun He nodded to show he understood, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Miss Chi. Actually, compared to the discomfort of vomiting, the intense pain all over his body was even harder to bear. Every time he needed to avoid making big movements, he could only lie flat, with his body slightly bent upward at the head and feet, letting the yellow fluid come out of his mouth. Before Yun Jiaoyu left, she added, hold on a little longer. When you come back, drink the pure honey first, then I'll give you pain relief. If you don't stop vomiting first, taking pain medicine will be useless. Soon, Yun Jiaoyu went to Lu Yunxiu's house to borrow some pure honey and made Sun He drink it all. She also pressed on the inner wrist area, about 2 inches above the wrist crease at the Naguan point, trying to reduce his vomiting. This pill can relieve pain. Take 2 pills 3 times a day. Do not take more. Yun Jiaoyu originally planned to get fentanyl from her space medical room to give Sun He an injection for pain, as fentanyl is used for moderate to severe pain after surgery. But she thought about its addictive potential and decided not to. Instead, she chose to give him codeine tablets, which have moderate pain-relieving effects. With delicate fingers, she picked up a ceramic bowl and poured water into it. She gave Sun He the medicine along with the codeine tablets. Following her instructions, she said, I will come back in 7 days to remove your stitches. By then, you should be able to walk around. About 20 days later, you can run and jump normally. Also, within 3 months, whenever you go out during the day, remember to wear a mask. Otherwise, your face might develop pigmentation, which doesn't look good. Yun Jiaoyu spoke very slowly, worried that Sun He might forget. As she spoke, she began to feel a bit annoyed with herself for talking too much. But the doctor could only say more, not less. He added, recently, let Uncle Sun go to the county town to have a few sets of loose clothes made for you. Once you get out of bed and start walking, your wound might rub and cause pain. It's better to wear loose clothes. He continued, as for your diet, since your stomach has been irritated, start with porridge today. Tomorrow, you can eat some fish soup, which helps the wound heal faster and boosts your immune system. Sun He listened patiently, feeling very painful. The painkillers hadn't taken full effect yet, so he could only chew slowly and listen carefully to Yun Jiaoyu's words. He took notes to distract himself. Yun Jiaoyu stayed at Sun He's house for a while longer, watching for any other bad reactions after his surgery. Only when she thought it was safe, she left. Yun Jiaoyu went home and cooked braised grass carp and steamed grass carp, along with a pot of thick, flavorful fish soup that had no fishy smell. She served some to Yuan, who had just been buried in the pit, and also gave a bowl of fish soup to Cheng Er and Li Hu. She personally brought a hot bowl of fish soup to Lu Yunxiu's house and left another bowl for Qi Chongjin, who hadn't returned yet. She worked hard for a long time before finally sitting down to enjoy her meal. Just a few bites into her hot rice, a loud, rhythmic sound of hooves outside the door suddenly came closer. Second miss. Second miss, which room are you in? Second miss. Nia Tao's rough voice kept calling out. Yun Jiaoyu slightly raised her delicate eyebrows, feeling her hand tremble slightly as she held the bowl because of the loud, commanding voice. She stepped out of the room and called out to stop Nia Tao, who was about to ride his horse away. I'm here. Stop right there. Yun Jiaoyu rubbed her forehead, worried that the group of horses might accidentally hit passers-by. In the blink of an eye, Nia Tao pulled on the reins, causing the horse's front hooves to lift. He forced the horse to stop, then dismounted, and walked toward Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu hadn't seen Nia Tao for nearly 2 months. Seeing his pale face and slightly yellow complexion, she knew his liver wasn't doing well. Curious, she asked, Nia Tao, let me check your pulse? I think you have signs of liver trouble, probably caused by staying up late or recent anger. Nia Tao's eyes brightened. How could Yun Jiaoyu be a divine doctor? Just one look at him told her he had a lot of liver fire and poor liver health. There's no need to check your pulse. Half a month ago, before the emperor's teacher went to the capital, a doctor examined my pulse. I was just upset, which hurt my liver, but it's nothing serious. Although the young lady is not in good health, once the imperial tutor finishes his current cases, I hope you can join us to go to Kyoto to see her. Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu feels ashamed. Less than an hour ago, she had already decided she would never go to Kyoto in this lifetime. She didn't expect that Lu Chong had already gone to Kyoto early. What she didn't expect even more was that Lin Fuxiu's health had suddenly worsened. It's obvious that Lin Fuxiu was likely forced by external pressure and didn't follow her medical advice. Otherwise, as a patient with uremia who just recognized her father, how could she risk her life and neglect her health? Considering Nie Tao's recent mention of her liver being hurt from stress, Yun Jiaoyu frowned and asked, "Is my sister-in-law overworked and didn't rest well? Or is she upset and angry, which worsened her condition?" Nie Tao looked at Yun Jiaoyu with a serious gaze and explained, "Our imperial tutor treats the young lady with great care, as if she's fragile and must not be harmed. He would never let her be overworked. She rests at home every day and is under the watch of a dedicated attendant." In fact, she was angered by the old from the Secretariat of Rituals. When Yun Jiaoyu heard the phrase Secretariat of Rituals, her mind immediately tightened like a string. Since the last time, she used the badge Lu Chong gave her to have Tao Gaoshan handle the disposal of Xiao Lian and others. She was very grateful to her adoptive father. At least, he had genuinely treated her well. So, when she heard Secretariat of Rituals from Nie Tao, a guard from the imperial tutor's residence, she suddenly remembered something she hadn't thought deeply about before. That was, Lu Chong no longer enjoyed the same favor from the former emperor of Great Qi. When Lu Chong was first appointed as the imperial tutor, he was deeply trusted and favored by the emperor. But the emperor was aging. Lu Yunxiu even said that the old emperor wouldn't live for many more years. At that time, she was just reading stories and didn't pay attention to the timeline, so she didn't realize when the old emperor would pass away. However, if everyone knew that the old emperor's health was declining, it was probably within the last 2 years. At this critical moment, the old emperor surprisingly allowed Lu Chong to return home for a family visit. Perhaps his reason was genuine concern for his imperial tutor's health. But more likely, he no longer fully trusted Lu Chong. Yun Jiaoyu's mind raced quickly, recalling the entire story she had read, but she couldn't remember her adoptive father's final fate. She could only hope that her adoptive father, Lu Chong, was juster in the bigger game. Not mentioned much by the author, she was able to return home early without falling into political struggles. Yun Jiaoyu lowered her expression and asked calmly, "Sister E didn't leave for Kyoto just half a month ago?" Calculating the days, she just arrived now. Then why is the from the Ministry of Rites upset with Sister E? Nie Tao thought about the cause of the matter and couldn't help but get angry. After Yun Jiaoyu invited him into the room for a drink, she looked at Cheng Er and Li Hu, who were also present. She nodded in greeting. Then she sat beside them and couldn't help but mention, a few days ago, the daughter of the Minister of Rites got married to the commander of the division. That daughter of the Minister of Rites is known in the capital as a kind and virtuous young lady. I heard she once discussed marriage proposals, but never saw her future husband's face before he was taken away. As she spoke, a subtle change appeared on Yun Jiaoyu's face. She awkwardly coughed a few times, wanting to interrupt Nie Tao. She wanted to tell him that the person who discussed marriage with the Minister of Rites' daughter was Qi Chongjin, and the one who took her future husband was Yun Jiaoyu herself. In other words, she had taken the bridegroom from the Qi family. But before she could speak, Nie Tao, full of righteous indignation, said with a furrowed brow, "Honestly, Miss Qi is really unfortunate. After her marriage proposal failed, she was criticized by everyone in the capital for 2 years. Some even spread rumors that she lost her match because of her own faults. Last year, she finally prepared to propose again. but who knew she would go to the temple to burn incense and run into the commander of the division, who then took a liking to her. After Nie Tao finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu's dark eyes were calm and deep. Even if Nie Tao didn't mention the marriage of Pei Gui, she knew that by this time, Pei Gui had already married. And, to be honest, no one in Daki knew more about Pei Gui's life than her. Because the story she was reading was from the perspective of the heroine, Pei Gui. And the male lead, Pei Gui's official partner, was her husband, Ning Guxing, the commander of the division. The division was the predecessor of the Jinyue. Being the commander of the Jinyue, Ning Guxing's reputation outside was extremely bad. So much so that even if Nie Tao didn't know who Pei Gui's original marriage partner was, he would still think it was a good match. Yun Jiaoyu's lively eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at Nie Tao with more curiosity. Her gaze gradually deepened. When her gaze rested on Nie Tao, she spoke seriously. Nie Tao, please put aside the matter of Miss Pei being forced to marry the commander of the guard first. I just want to know why my sister-in-law was driven to illness by the eunuchs from the Imperial Rights Office.
Nie Tao frowned tightly.
It's not that he wanted to gossip or spread rumors. It's just that their family's eldest lady's condition has recently worsened, and it is indeed related to Miss Pei's marriage. His mood sank, and he explained, half a month ago, the head of the Imperial Rights Office sent a messenger from the Eastern Depot to inform the Emperor's teacher. He said he heard that the Emperor's teacher had found his biological daughter and claimed that Ning Guxing should marry Miss Pei. It would be better to marry our eldest lady. When she returns to the capital, she will surely find a good match. Second miss, tell me, isn't it humiliating for the Imperial Rights Office to say such things? This is clearly insulting our Emperor's teacher's family. Nie Tao sighed and muttered, especially, a few days before the message from the Imperial Rights Office, His Majesty personally wrote a letter criticizing the Emperor's teacher for gaining too much influence in Songzhou. Sometimes, I really want to dare to oppose the heavens and advise the officials to retire and enjoy their old age. Why bother fighting with those corrupt people? Yun Jiaoyu's eyes hidden with emotions others couldn't understand. Her gaze was cold, and if you looked closely, you could see that her eyes conveyed a chilling, dead silence. In fact, Lin Furu and Pei Gui are both very good women. But in terms of background, outsiders see Lin Furu as the daughter of a first-rank imperial teacher. Pei Gui is the daughter of a third-rank minister. During the marriage negotiations, these two women would never be deliberately compared by others. It's clear that the head of the Imperial Rights Office, Su Gonggong, indeed wanted to humiliate Lin Furu. However, knowing Lin Furu's personality, if she was only humiliated, she wouldn't be too upset. She probably learned that Lu Chong was being oppressed by political enemies, which made her fall ill out of anger. Yun Jiaoyu's thoughts drifted slightly. She has read many historical books. She understands the importance of knowing when to retreat in a crisis. Her gaze fixed on Nie Tao, and she slowly reminded him, the various forces in the court are like deep ocean currents. Throughout history, not only ordinary people, but even high officials often fall victim to power struggles. How can my sister-in-law endure such frequent provocations? Even for her, her father should consider retiring and returning to his hometown soon. Yun Jiaoyu knew well that, aside from the main characters with the legendary immortality aura, everyone else's life was a matter of fate. Lu Chong, as her adoptive father, also tried to care for her within his power. Even now, in the court, his influence is no longer as strong as before, and he no longer enjoys the full trust of the emperor. Still, she borrowed her guard despite the risks, and was determined to clear Qi Chongjin's name as her adopted son-in-law.
Nie Tao's brow furrowed deeply.
I will advise the master. I just hope he stops thinking that being a teacher for a day means bearing the responsibility for a lifetime. His calm voice showed he didn't see Yun Jiaoyu as an outsider. He complained, people who read too many wise books often have stubborn habits that are hard to change. Yun Jiaoyu remained silent. In fact, the so-called wise books meant to teach people are always interpreted differently by different people. You should never treat the content of these books as strict rules. Otherwise, people might go crazy trying to follow contradictory advice. For example, ancient people said that a chancellor's stomach can hold a boat, meaning he is tolerant. But they also said that not taking revenge on enemies makes one a true gentleman. They said that if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. But they also said that attacking first can prevent trouble later. Yun Jiaoyu shook her head, and her mind involuntarily recalled a question Li Dafu once asked Qi Chongjin and herself. At first, she thought it was nothing. Now, she understood better. Those who love to paint bamboo are angry when they do so. Those who love to paint orchids are happy. Those who dislike or are indifferent paint peonies. Father, who has read many wise books, must know this saying. But he has been in officialdom too long, and might have forgotten. Nye Tao, when you go back later, tell my father for me. In official life, don't seek to be the best, just aim to live long. Even for the sake of Sister E, live longer, so that your grand ambitions have a chance to unfold gradually. If times get tough, retreat wisely and protect yourself. It's also a good choice. Nye Tao asked doubtfully, why doesn't the second miss tell him herself in the future? Does she not want to go to the capital? Yun Jiaoyu frowned and thought for a moment. Even if she went to the capital for Lin Fuziu to have a follow-up checkup, she still had to go once. Fine. It's good to see the capital too. The capital of Deqi might be different from other ancient capitals under Chinese dynasties, with its green tiles, red walls, tall buildings, and carved walls. Not exactly. To reassure Nye Tao, Yun Jiaoyu explained, the Qi family's case cannot be resolved in less than 2 months. When the key evidence is found and the case is overturned, you and your people must go to the capital first to submit the evidence. Only then can Qi family be pardoned, and I can go to the capital to see my sister for treatment.
Nye Tao nodded slowly, convinced.
Logically, for Yun Jiaoyu to go to the capital and see their young lady, this process was necessary. Since they didn't know where the officials sent by the Ministry of Revenue to silence them had gone in Zizhou that night. Yun Jiaoyu specifically arranged for Nye Tao and the others to be stationed at the entrance of Shaju village and at the foot of the mountain behind the village. This way, even if the dead soldiers enter Shaju village, they will be the first to appear under Nye Tao and their eyes. Yun Jiaoyu prefers to prepare for both possibilities. He secretly thought that if those dead soldiers had not yet reached Dahuang County, perhaps they could investigate their current whereabouts in advance to better control the situation. After discussing with Qi Chongjin, the man packed his bag and said, I agree with your idea. When I took Nye Tao to his residence, I already discussed it with him. Tomorrow, I will first take half of his troops to Shui Long County and Kuanyu County to check. He suspected that the Ministry of Revenue had sent dead soldiers to transport newly refined private silver. Since the Qi family and son and Nio's exile originated from corruption in the capital, the stolen official silver must have been transported out of the city to private smelting sites for secondary refining. Otherwise, it could never be used in the markets. Corruption by officials would be pointless otherwise. Qi Chongjin believed Zizhou was the best place in the entire Deqi kingdom for refining private silver. The reason was simple. Zizhou was the most remote province of Deqi, where laws and regulations from the capital were often not strictly enforced. For example, Deqi had clear rules that each province's silver furnace had limits on the amount of silver they could produce, and they could not increase it arbitrarily. Silver furnaces could cast silver ingots and perform secondary refining of official silver. Among all provinces, Zizhou had the most chaos with privately established silver furnaces, called private furnaces locally. These private furnaces were repeatedly banned, but the bans were ineffective. Eventually, the officials in Zizhou, already short on funds, gave up trying to control them and simply let them operate freely. Therefore, Qi Chongjin was convinced that Zizhou likely gathered a large amount of stolen official silver transported out of the capital. This silver was hidden in many private furnace locations. Shui Long County and Kuanyu County were the best trading towns in Zizhou, with many outsiders passing through daily. Moreover, private furnaces required a lot of manpower for secondary refining, and outsiders could only operate in these places without attracting attention. He instructed, stay in Shaju village, and do not go out these days. I will find ways to track the dead soldiers' movements in time. I will return as soon as possible. Yun Jiaoyu nodded and helped Chi Chongjin pack his bag. The next morning, before dawn, the man took people and went to the neighboring 2 counties to check on the movements of the people. Remaining Ni Tao and another group of scholars stayed in Shijuji village to protect Yun Jiaoyu and others. When Yun Jiaoyu woke up, it was early morning. Outside the house, Cheng-er knocked on the door and called out, "Madam Chi, a few days ago you asked me to find some teachers. Now that the teachers have arrived, they are waiting for you to meet them. Have you gotten up yet?" Yun Jiaoyu had just tidied up her bedding and was puzzled because it was only early morning. In modern time, that's about 7 a.m. Why would teachers come so early? She remembered from novels that only in the capital and a few well-developed regions did students start classes at dawn and finish by early evening. In places like Dahuang County, with so many mountain roads, if teachers were hired from outside, they would at least be delayed on the way. Private schools set up in villages usually started at dawn. The most suspicious thing was she never set a specific time to meet the teachers. Why would a group of people come together like this? Yun Jiaoyu's deep, cold eyes flickered slightly. She had already prepared herself mentally. She took out tranquilizer pills from the space medicine room. She spoke to Cheng-er outside the door. "Cheng-er, wait a moment. The room is a bit messy. Just a little while. After I tidy up, I will welcome the teachers and immediately." She wasn't sure how many teachers had arrived outside. Yun Jiaoyu estimated the dosage. She took 5 pills, crushed them into powder, then poured the powder into a teapot and shook it to dissolve. The pills dissolved into a colorless, tasteless liquid that acted quickly to induce sleep. After taking it, a person would fall into a coma in just 15 minutes. This fast-acting sleep aid was 100 times stronger than regular tranquilizers. That's why it was a controlled substance in modern times and couldn't be bought on the market. Fortunately, the military medical supply had some stock. Yun Jiaoyu opened the door, ready to welcome the guests. Outside, she saw 5 or 6 tall men standing. They wore simple linen clothes that looked well-fitted. Yun Jiaoyu discreetly observed the wear and tear on their sleeves. Worn-out sleeves indicated they had been wearing these clothes for many years. "Dear teachers, why did you all come together today?" Yun Jiaoyu greeted with a smile. "Sorry for making you wait outside. I feel a bit guilty." Her clear voice was melodious. "Why don't you come in for some water? We can chat while drinking." The leading man, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, explained with a broad smile. "The envoy asked us to come early." Cheng-er was complaining, which distracted Yun Jiaoyu from her focus. He muttered, "A while ago, I asked Master Li to help us find a teacher to come teach in Shijujian village. He wanted to help and said setting up a school in Shijujian village was a great idea. But half a month ago, his son fell ill in Shuilong County, and he was too busy traveling between 2 counties every day to help. There's no other way. I can only spend money to hire a good teacher, so the village's school won't be delayed." Yun Jiaoyu looked at Cheng-er and thought his actions made sense. Although they had been in Shijujian village for over a month, they didn't really know if the local teachers in the county or villages were good at teaching. Instead of wasting time searching for a teacher, it was better to hire a professional. Plus, intermediaries like the Yaran had more connections than ordinary people. Thinking that the sleeping pills were already prepared. To avoid wasting them, Yun Jiaoyu became more cautious. Soon, she naturally called others to come in, saying, "Come in and have some water. Honestly, I haven't read many books myself and can't judge your knowledge. So now, I will ask Cheng-er to invite the village teachers for a simple interview." She deliberately added, "Of course, the teachers in Shijujian village are probably not as knowledgeable as those from the county. But we need to follow procedures so the villagers won't think I am hiring randomly or that I don't care about their children." After Yun Jiaoyu finished speaking, the leading teacher responded first. He followed Yun Jiaoyu into the house and thanked her. "Thank you, madam, for your hospitality." Then he changed the subject. "However, today, we also want to meet the villagers. Even if you want to hire us, we are willing to teach in Shijujian village. As the saying goes, diligent mothers and lazy fathers make for idle children. Parents influence their children a lot. We teachers may not be great scholars, but we have taken the imperial exams and earned the title of Shiozai. He seemed worried that Yun Jiaoyu might disagree.
Someone echoed, yes.
We should select the students carefully. Not too harshly, just a quick look at the villagers to get a sense of their abilities. Another person advised, Madam Qi, don't think we poor scholars are troublemakers. It's just that in remote villages, there are often troublemakers. If we spend time teaching and the children don't improve, the villagers won't blame their own children's lack of talent or effort. Instead, they might think we haven't taught well. Perhaps they will cause trouble later. We are just protecting ourselves and trying to avoid future problems by making this request. Cheng-Er listened and thought that these teachers' words made a lot of sense. Private schools are rare among poor people and hard to access. Most villagers believe that studying for a few days delays their ability to earn money through work. When they do send their children to school, they hope the children will become top scholars quickly. Based on these concerns, villagers worry that if their children don't succeed, the teachers might face trouble. He nodded sincerely, saying, Mrs. Qi Shao, I think the teachers are right. Yun Jiaoyu thought for a while. Her words could indeed persuade her. Her eyes looked a little distant, resting on the patches on the teacher's clothes. Meaningfully, she said, Cheng-Er, go invite Teacher Li here, and also gather the villagers so the teachers can meet them. Cheng-Er was in a good mood. He believed building a school in the village was a very good deed. He happily agreed, okay. I will go call Teacher Li right away. When he said, Teacher Li, Cheng-Er suddenly had a new suspicion. He had thought Yun Jiaoyu was being modest, not mentioning that there was a great scholar in the village, just calling him teacher. But if Mrs. Qi Shao truly liked these teachers and was planning to hire them, why would she hide the fact that a great scholar was in the village? Cheng-Er scratched his head, confused. He turned and left the house. After walking a few steps away from Yun Jiaoyu's house, he stopped to observe from outside. Yun Jiaoyu poured water for everyone, her clear voice falling softly. Most villagers are now gathering stones on the mountain. Even those making pigment are a bit farther away. With Cheng-Er's pace, it will take at least 3/4 of an hour to call all the villagers. She pushed a ceramic bowl toward everyone. Coincidentally, I still have lotus flower pastries bought from the county town. I'll go get them from the cabinet. The teachers can eat while waiting. If they feel thirsty or dry, they can drink some water. As Yun Jiaoyu turned to leave, her gentle expression suddenly hardened, revealing a dangerous coldness. In the wooden cabinet, there were many lotus flower pastries brought from the county town by Qi Chongjin. She casually picked a package, took out some pastries, and placed them on a plate. The lotus flower pastries are fried at low temperature in oil, placed on oil paper, and mostly intact in shape. When they arrived, they saw the pastries opening up like elegant lotus flowers. They looked very appetizing. The leader, the scholar, looked at Yun Jiaoyu with anticipation, showing a friendly attitude. He silently glanced at the scholar on his right. The other person responded quickly, picking up a lotus pastry and eating it. After traveling all day and eating the pastry, he was very thirsty. He simply lifted a ceramic bowl and drank water quickly. It takes about 15 minutes for the medication in the tranquilizer tablets to work. After eating the lotus pastry and drinking water, the person showed no unusual signs. Soon after, everyone started eating and drinking to regain their strength. Yun Jiaoyu saw this, and her eyes darkened with coldness. These scholars indeed had a local accent from Dahuang County, seeming like locals at first glance. But their actions were too coordinated. Even though they were all scholars, their small movements showed clear hierarchy. Most importantly, although Dahuang County's economy was poor, teachers shouldn't be that broke. They wore rough linen clothes, with sleeves worn out. Those who passed the imperial exams and became scholars could earn about 10 taels of silver a year if they weren't lazy, enough to support a family. Why would they dress like this, deliberately pretending to be poor scholars for a job interview? Yun Jiaoyu steadied herself, and time passed second by second. 15 minutes quietly arrived. Suddenly, there were loud thuds. The so-called scholars all collapsed onto the tables, banging their foreheads against the wood, each louder than the last. Yun Jiaoyu walked to the door and saw Cheng-Er secretly watching nearby. She called him over. Cheng-Er, call Nia Tao and the others and tie up this group. Make sure they don't have a chance to commit suicide. She added, and remember, last time you stuffed a cloth into Wan Yuan's mouth. Your attempt to stuff the cloth wasn't thorough enough. To prevent them from using their tongues, you need to push the cloth further in. Use a long of cloth to tie their mouths and heads together. This way, even if there was space in their mouths, they wouldn't be able to spit out the cloth. Cheng-Er nodded quickly, learning the instructions. Last time was his first attempt to stuff a cloth into someone's mouth, and he lacked experience. Now he knew what to do. Qi Chongjin wasn't in the village and wouldn't return in the next few days. Yun Jiaoyu secretly thought about her tranquilizer tablets, several boxes of which were about to expire. To avoid waste, she could use them during the interrogation of these people. With the help of medication, interrogations would be much easier. Because once triazolam tablets are misused, they can cause drug dependence. If someone stops taking the medication suddenly, they may experience withdrawal symptoms, leading to agitation and aggressive behavior, which can change a person's nature. At that time, in order to get more medicine, these people might reveal all the dark secrets of their ancestors, especially if it involves their own superiors. Yun Jiaoyu poured out the remaining water from the kettle. She washed the kettle several times before feeling safe to continue using it daily. Nia Tao learned that since he had only arrived at Shijuji village for one night, the second miss had already captured 6 loyal guards. He was excited and hurried over. He didn't expect that when he reached Yun Jiaoyu's house, he wouldn't see her figure. He looked around and finally spotted Yun Jiaoyu. In her eyes, she was standing on a gravel path not far away in the fields. In front of her, a woman was kneeling, holding a young girl, with 2 men standing nearby. One of the older men was shouting loudly. Yun Jiaoyu's temples throbbed intensely. She rubbed her forehead and helped Sun Xiulian up. While helping her up, Anqua's husband, Guotieji, spat and scolded. Madam Qi, why are you helping her? Oh, this is just asking for trouble. She refuses to change her ways and deserves to kneel on the ground. I don't believe these broken stones can support her knees for long. As he finished speaking, a slightly younger man tugged at Guotieji's sleeve. He lowered his voice and advised, Dad, don't say so much about Xiulian. Xiulian cares about the children too. Besides, the child has been sick for so long. If you hadn't said we should abandon her in the future, Xiulian wouldn't have begged Madam Qi. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze darkened slightly as she looked at Sun Xiulian's husband and father-in-law. She felt they were a bit naive, but Sun Xiulian was too pitiful. Earlier, Yun Jiaoyu was waiting at her door for Nia Tao and the others to arrive. Unexpectedly, before they came, she saw Sun Xiulian running toward her home, holding her 4-year-old daughter, shoes lost, rushing over in a hurry. To prevent Sun Xiulian from seeing the 6 men who had been knocked out inside, she had to go out and help Sun Xiulian pick up her shoes. Soon after, Guotieji and Guogang hurriedly came to her house. After asking, she learned that Sun Xiulian's daughter was sick and Guotieji didn't want to spend money on her treatment. Adding to the long-standing dislike for his granddaughter being considered a burden, he even thought of drowning her in a basin. Today, Sun Xiulian happened to come to Kuei Water and was returning home to change clothes. She saw her own daughter being held high by her father-in-law near the basin, as if about to throw her in. Tears welled up in Sun Xiulian's eyes.
Dad.
If you can't accept my girl, I'll leave Guogang. She nervously muttered to herself. Yes, it's better to leave. Then I won't worry about my girl when I'm not home, and you won't throw her into the basin. Sun Xiulian and Guogang are a loving couple. Unfortunately, her parents-in-law kept asking her to have a son. After she had a daughter, she didn't recover well from her confinement and found it hard to get pregnant again. Because of this, they often argued in the past 2 years. When she heard her wife talk about leaving, Guogang frowned and softened his voice. It's not that serious. Guotieji, on the other hand, didn't think he did anything wrong. He loudly said, You gave birth to a girl. Our Guo family has already spent a lot to raise her for 4 years. You want to treat her illness and give her a dowry and marriage in the future. Can our family afford such expenses? He thought that if Sun Xiulian left her husband's family, she would be considered a second-hand person, unwanted by others later. He believed he could fully control her. He proudly declared, "I give you two choices now. Either you truly leave Guogang, just as you said, then I will find a young, beautiful wife for him. Our family is now working with quarrying and making paint, so we have money. Or, you hand over the child to me. I know you're soft-hearted and don't want her to die at home. I'll just throw her a bit farther away. That should be enough, right? It's also a bit of face for you." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes looked cold and distant, deep and chilly. Every word hit her sensitive spots, making her arm veins bulge slightly. She frowned and asked coldly, "Guotieji, do you think girls are just a burden? Then why does your Guo family bother working under me? According to your words, even if I give you a livelihood, whether in Chi's family or my own, we are all just burdens?" Guotieji was suddenly speechless. He dared not say anything bad about Yun Jiaoyu. He heard that this wicked woman even killed someone yesterday. He shook his head, his voice weaker. "Madam Chi, I didn't mean that. Women with great talent like you are rare. If my granddaughter can also achieve great things in the future, I'd be happy to support and raise her." He was worried Yun Jiaoyu might have opinions about their family. She explained, "My girl is quite something. All day long, she keeps rolling her eyes at me, which is not nice. And she even grinds her teeth at night. Don't be fooled by her small body. Her teeth grinding is quite strong." I and Anqua have been startled awake many times by the noise. Muttering to herself, "I think she's not just a troublemaker. She might be a little monster." Yun Jiaoyu's deep gaze fixed on Guotieji. She thought to herself, if you were about to throw the child into A to drown her, how could she not feel the malice and roll her eyes at you? But she didn't say this aloud. Because when she helped Sun Xiulian up just now, she saw the child's face. The child's face had drooping eyelids and sometimes rolled her eyes. These two symptoms together didn't seem like deliberate actions driven by her own will. She made a preliminary judgment about the child's condition. She looked at Sun Xiulian's face full of resentment and wanted to help her. She didn't call her daughter-in-law anymore. "Sun Xiulian, are you really willing to divorce Guogang for the sake of the child?" Before Sun Xiulian could answer, she turned to Guogang and asked, "Guogang, do you want to listen to your father and marry a new wife, then divorce Sun Xiulian?" Sun Xiulian's eyes involuntarily looked at her husband. She was red-eyed, staring intently, wanting to see how her husband, who had shared her bed for so many years, would respond. Guogang was unsure. He was a man. Without a son, wouldn't the family line end? Even if he earned a lot of silver this lifetime, it would be lost to another family's son. He absolutely refused to accept that. But Sun Xiulian was at least his original wife. He was a man who cared about feelings. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze carried a hint of authority, and her lips twitched with a hint of mockery. She had seen many men like Guogang. His hesitation wasn't a sign of deep feelings but hypocrisy, wanting someone else to take responsibility for his indifference. If Guotieji now showed the authority of the head of the family to make the decision, this man would probably helplessly agree to divorce Sun Xiulian. Maybe he would even want to remarry. Sure enough, Guogang, you're just too soft-hearted. You've been controlled by this woman who can't even lay a good egg. Is she just a woman? Women are everywhere. Holding Guogang's hand, he said, "Trust your father. I will find you a good, healthy, beautiful young wife to marry. Preferably a strong, broad-shouldered, big-butted girl. That way, she can bear children, do housework, and maybe even have time to farm." Guogang reluctantly felt his heart move and looked at Sun Xiulian with regret. "Xiulian, please don't blame me for being harsh. It's just that your daughter isn't very useful. No other girl is as frightening as she is." Sun Xiulian's eyes were full of disappointment. She drooped her shoulders and thought sadly that she couldn't go back to her mother's home in Deshu village. There are only 2 rooms at home, and even her brothers don't have enough space. If she went back to her mother's house, the money she earns might have to be used to support her family. In the future, she wouldn't have enough money to treat her daughter's illness. She just hoped she could ask Yun Jiaoyu to help, preferably transferring her household registration from the in-laws' Shaja village to Shaja village. That way, it would be easier for her daughter to go to school and for her to work. She is now a paint supervisor, quick with her hands and good at making paint. She is sure she can earn enough money to treat her daughter's illness and save up a dowry for her. In just a few breaths, Sun Shulian made up her mind and looked forward to the future. She clenched her teeth and decisively said, "Then let's divorce. Guogang, you marry your new wife in the future, and I will take care of my obedient daughter. From now on, we won't interfere with each other. When our daughter grows up, don't come to us pretending to be friendly." Sun Shulian's face was cold as she quickly decided and looked at Yun Jiaoyu. "Madam Qi, please be our witness. If possible, I also hope you can help me find someone to write the divorce papers, so Guogang and I can sign and seal them." She tightly hugged her daughter and said, "From now on, my girl, whether she is healthy or sick, I will raise her myself. I will definitely take good care of her." Yun Jiaoyu has recently learned a lot of writing from the Great Qi Kingdom, but her current handwriting is still too poor to help someone write a divorce paper confidently. She saw Nye Tao nearby watching the scene and noticed his people walking toward her house. She called Nye Tao over. "Nye Tao, go to my house and get some ink, paper, and a brush to write a divorce paper. I'm working in Shaja village and can't be a witness. Otherwise, if one side later regrets the divorce, they might blame me for not stopping it or even spread rumors that I favor the other side, causing the divorce." Yun Jiaoyu pulled Nye Tao into this, "So, you should be the witness. You're a guard under the imperial tutor in the capital. If anyone has issues with the divorce papers in the future, they can come to you in the capital. I won't be involved in what happens next." Guo Tieji was afraid to look at Nye Tao. He thought Nye Tao's presence was more intimidating than a village pig butcher. Hearing that the other person was a guard from a noble family in Beijing, he imagined even more and believed that the guard must have killed many people. Not to mention that the Guo family would never regret divorcing, and even if they did, they wouldn't dare get involved with someone so fierce. Guo Tieji pounded his chest and assured, "Madam Qi, you can rest assured. My family will definitely not regret the divorce." He deliberately added, "As for Shulian, I really don't know about her." In his view, Guogang was a treasure trove. Not only young and strong, but also quite handsome. Getting remarried wouldn't be a problem. As for Sun Shulian, she was carrying a burden, a woman who rolled her eyes and gritted her teeth. If she wanted to marry again in the future, it would probably be difficult. Sun Shulian had long been fed up with her proud father-in-law. She was furious. She bit her lip tightly, turning her head away in anger. "I also will definitely not regret." After watching the commotion, Nye Tao came out to take charge and said, all right, since neither side will regret, it seems we've reached an agreement. Children and Sun Shulian will have nothing to do with your Guo family from now on." Nye Tao didn't personally go into Yun Jiaoyu's house to get ink and paper. He ordered his men to stay inside and not come out, then pointed at one of them and commanded to fetch the writing tools. In a moment, the guard had collected the ink and paper and approached Nye Tao. He bent slightly and used his back as a desk to write the divorce letter. Nye Tao wrote smoothly with a large brush, his handwriting flowing. He deliberately recited as he wrote, "Guogang, because he despises his wife Sun Shulian for only giving birth to a daughter and is tempted by the promise of his biological father to marry a young, beautiful woman. He lacks the responsibility of a husband and the love of a father. I hereby draft this divorce letter." Halfway through, Guo Tieji's face turned pale. He couldn't help but interrupt Nye Tao. This. How can you write a divorce letter like this?" He was furious, but dared not speak harshly. He timidly retorted, "Official, if the content of this divorce letter gets out to the villagers, how will our Guo family survive?" Nye Tao's face darkened, giving Guo Tieji no face at all. He despised people who had little land but still acted as if they were royalty, full of arrogance. He scolded sternly, "You are useless at home. Only because your daughter-in-law bore a granddaughter, and you wanted to drown her in forcing her to divorce, and tempting your son to marry a new wife. You're already at this point. And yet, you're still concerned about maintaining your dignity?
Phew.
Your face is really too thick.
Nie ta ospat Angreli.
He forcefully threw the inked brush at Guetieji. The ink splattered onto Guetieji's rough cloth clothes. He was upset about his clothes and quickly called out twice. Before he could speak, Yun Jiaoyu stepped in to settle the matter. Guetieji, you should either take Sun Xiulian home and stop mistreating your granddaughter so the young couple can live happily, she said.
Or stop being so picky.
Besides, everything Nie Tao wrote is true. I think it's better to have him finish writing the divorce paper quickly, so Sun Xiulian and Guogang can sign, and they can each remarry in the future. Nie Tao sneered coldly, yes, but don't delay the Guo family's plans to have a big, healthy baby. Guetieji and Guogang's faces turned red with embarrassment. But they didn't care about being shy or mocked. In their eyes, not having a son meant others looked down on them. Guetieji didn't dare to object anymore and respectfully handed over the brush. Your Excellency, please continue writing. He shamelessly begged, please finish writing. I promise I won't criticize anymore. Seeing this, Yun Jiaoyu's expression grew serious. She thought that, in front of outsiders, it was sometimes better not to speak. If she helped write the divorce papers today, Guetieji would cling to her desperately, wanting her to make the papers look nice. Nie Tao snorted softly and took the brush. He continued reading aloud, willing to sign this divorce agreement, allowing her to remarry, and entrusting the daughter to Sun Xiulian's care, with no further disputes. To serve as proof, this document is made voluntarily. Written on July 26th, year 10 of Yongyao. He finished writing 2 copies of the divorce agreement. On the bottom left of each sheet, he left space for signatures. Sun Xiulian and Guogang signed their names. They couldn't write other characters, but they could sign their own names. Last time, Yun Jiaoyu standardized the recruitment process for making paint, and they learned how to write their names. At first, she just asked them to copy the names written by Qi Wenlang. But when they saw how their own names were written, they kept practicing on the ground. Once they memorized their names, they signed on the contract with a brush. Soon after, both signed their names. They both agreed that this 5-year marriage was now officially over. After signing, Yun Jiaoyu collected both copies of the divorce papers. Afterward, she still had to follow the proper procedure, have Qi Chongjin bring the divorce letter to the county office for registration, and have the officials stamp it. Once stamped, she would return it to Guogang and Sun Xiulian. Guogang initially instinctively stayed by Sun Xiulian's side, wanting to help his daughter get medical care. But then he realized that in the future, his daughter might have to change her family name to Sunday. Without hesitation, he turned and left with Guetieji. He was already planning that once Gua Auntie, Guetieji, and himself received their wages, he would marry a new wife who was 100 times better than Sun Xiulian. Sun Xiulian watched Guogang walk away, choking up, her eyes turning red instantly. But she didn't plan to be sad for long. The Guo family was not worth her tears. Yun Jiaoyu couldn't bear to see Sun Xiulian worry about her future life. She spoke softly, Sun Xiulian, you're not much older than me. From now on, I will call you Lian Yang. Considering that in ancient times, women had to change their household registration to their husband's family after marriage, she took charge and said, also, if you don't want to transfer your household registration back to your parents' home, I will help you establish your own household in Shijuji village. Don't worry. If the Guo family ever regrets and dares to bother you, I will have the villagers of Shijuji village drive them all out. If they truly dared to bother Sun Xiulian, she wouldn't just refuse to make paint or even allow her family to mine stones to get involved. Yun Jiaoyu wasn't sure if what she did today was right. In fact, couples like Sun Xiulian and Guogang were countless in this world. They could live like this, she supposed. But if they insisted on staying together, Sun Xiulian would have to suffer for her whole life. Rather than letting her endure hardship silently, it was better to help her cut ties quickly. The current situation was already so unfair that she didn't believe Sun Xiulian's future could be worse than her present. Moreover, most of the workers in Shijuji village who worked under her would probably be willing to help Sun Xiulian. Sun Xiulian nodded. Thank you, Lady Qi. Finally, She couldn't hold back and tears started to flow. Yun Jiaoyu didn't stop Sun Xiulian from crying. Even as parents, they didn't have to force themselves to suppress their feelings. Sometimes crying is a way to release stress and adjust the mind and body. Even the Huangdi Neijing Suan says that sadness harms the lungs, anger harms the liver, sadness disperses qi, and anger causes qi to rise. At least, if you cry it out, you might feel better. It can also help disperse liver qi and relieve symptoms like chest tightness and pain. Yun Jiaoyu patiently waited for a while, and once she saw Sun Xiulian's emotions gradually stabilize, she then addressed the important matter she cared about. Lianyang, your daughter's illness looks a bit frightening, but it's not a serious disease. My initial judgment is that she probably has a form of severe muscle weakness affecting the eye muscles. However, we need to check her pulse first to be sure. The word severe reached Sun Xiulian's ears, and her pupils immediately trembled. She didn't understand what muscle weakness affecting the eye muscles meant, but just hearing severe sounded very serious. She completely ignored the phrase, not a big illness, that Yun Jiaoyu mentioned. What should I do now? Sun Xiulian was at a loss, holding her child with one arm and gripping Yun Jiaoyu's hand with the other. She earnestly begged, Madam Qi, please help me check my daughter's pulse quickly. Please, I beg you to save my child. Yun Jiaoyu saw Sun Xiulian's hopeful gaze and reassured her, Lianyang, don't worry. While comforting her, she reached out to check the child's pulse. She also asked the child to stick out her tongue to look at her tongue coating. Does your daughter often sweat during the day? Sun Xiulian nodded vigorously. Her daughter had to change clothes 4 or 5 times a day. She was always sweating, sometimes so much that her clothes and even the bed sheets got soaked. Yun Jiaoyu carefully confirmed the symptoms, thinking about what medicine to prescribe for the child. Diseases like severe muscle weakness often occur in young children. The medicine shouldn't be too strong. She asked in detail, how long has she had this drooping eyelid? Sun Xiulian thought carefully, afraid of remembering incorrectly and delaying her child's treatment. She replied, about half a month. During these 2 weeks, has she had trouble chewing or swallowing food? Or does she have difficulty moving her eyes or rarely looks up? Sun Xiulian felt a pang of sadness. If it was just grinding teeth while sleeping or rolling her eyes at Guitieji during the day, her daughter wouldn't be called a monster by rumors. But these symptoms do exist. Not only that, her daughter also struggles to lift her arms properly. She rarely shows much expression when seeing people, and her speech is unclear with a big tongue. Sun Xiulian told Yun Jiaoyu all her child's daily behaviors and symptoms one by one. Yun Jiaoyu already had a clear idea of the situation and thought about what medicine to prescribe. She concluded cautiously, Lianyang, your daughter indeed has the condition I mentioned earlier, this form of severe muscle weakness affecting the eye muscles. This disease isn't hard to treat. The necessary herbs aren't expensive. Turning the conversation, she said, it's just. Hearing the words just, Sun Xiulian's heart started to tighten. She couldn't help but ask, just what? Yun Jiaoyu was not planning to hide anything from Sun Xiulian. In modern medicine, there is no cure for this disease. Even the cause of myasthenia gravis is not fully understood. Even if she used all her medical knowledge, she could only help Sun Xiulian's daughter ease her symptoms completely, allowing the girl to study, work, and live normally in the future. But she couldn't completely cure the disease. Yun Jiaoyu carefully chose her words. Her gaze was calm and deep as she slowly said, there are some things I need to tell you up front. Regarding myasthenia gravis, with current medical knowledge, it cannot be cured, only symptoms can be reduced. Even if symptoms are lessened, if care is not taken later, the disease could come back. She added softly, my medical skills can help your daughter fully ease her symptoms, but I can't guarantee she won't get the disease again in the future. As she finished speaking, Sun Xiulian looked completely stunned and at a loss. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze stayed on Sun Xiulian, and she felt uncomfortable too. She said softly, I'll give you a prescription for your child. With about half a month of medication, many of the symptoms that Guitieji despises so much could disappear. As for later, if you can help her avoid fatigue and take good care of her, she might get sick less often. Also, around her menstrual cycle, she should be careful and take care of her health. It's best if she doesn't have children, as pregnancy might cause the disease to relapse. Yun Jiaoyu planned to have Nie Tao or Lu Yunxiu write down the daily precautions after treatment for Sun Xiulian. She didn't tell her everything about the disease's causes, fearing it might be too much for her to handle. For this disease, there are two main causes: autoimmune issues and congenital genetic factors. Yun Jiaoyu had seen Sun Xiulian's in-laws' family. As far as she knew, neither the Gua family nor the Sun family had any history of myasthenia gravis. Otherwise, such a strange illness would be known in the village. Gua Bessie's family would never have agreed for Sun Xiulian to marry in from the start. In other words, Sun Xiulian's daughter's illness might have some genetic inheritance. Yun Jiaoyu understood how important it was for women in ancient times to be able to give birth. If Sun Xiulian's daughter wanted to marry and have children in the future, she would definitely help her fully. She would help this child get a new treatment plan. I also informed Sun Xiulian of these words. Sun Xiulian's eyes were red. First, she thanked Yun Jiaoyu. Then she tightly hugged her confused daughter. She cried softly and muttered, "My girl, you are really unfortunate." She only had one daughter and was rejected by her husband's family. If her daughter doesn't have children in the future, where will a man be willing to marry her? If she considers an older bachelor, it might be possible to marry off the child, but she absolutely wouldn't let her daughter suffer. At worst, she would raise her daughter for her whole life. She would earn more silver, as long as her daughter didn't get sick again and could live peacefully. Not getting married. It's not a big deal. Sun Xiulian suppressed her breaking emotions and tried to comfort herself. Because now, even if the sky falls, only she can hold it up. Nie Tao, help me write a medicine prescription. Yun Jiaoyu, considering her child's symptoms, drooping eyelids, rolling white eyes, restless sleep, night sweats, and grinding teeth, determined that the illness was caused by liver yang rising heat, combined with liver meridian deficiency heat and internal wind from excess yang. Therefore, to treat it, she needed to calm the liver, suppress wind, clear heat, unblock channels, and generate fluids to moisten dryness. Worried that Nie Tao wouldn't have time to write the prescription, she said slowly, chrysanthemum, gujinkeo, and jiegung, 3 parts, tian ma half part. White peony root 1 qian, zen clothing 3 pieces, kudzu root 7 parts, loofah sponge 1.5 fin, plus calcined stone dramine half qian, calcined oyster shell half qian. She also explained how to use it. Lian Yang, go prepare 15 doses of medicine and let the child take it first. 1 dose per day, boil in water twice, and divide for drinking. She took out a silver ingot from her sleeve. I've paid you in advance for the work. Go buy the medicine. As for the child, if it's inconvenient to take her to the county town, you can leave her at my third aunt's house to play with Zhao Zhao. Sun Xiulian was so grateful she didn't know what to say. Yesterday, she heard Yun Jiaoyu's fierce voice killing someone, which made her very scared. But today, she was once again helped by kindness. She made up her mind. If anyone dares to speak ill of Yun Jiaoyu in the future, she would fight to the death. Sun Xiulian took the silver and kept bowing and thanking the woman repeatedly. Then she headed to Lu Yunxiu's house. In her sight, the figures of Sun Xiulian and her daughter gradually disappeared into the distance. Until she was sure the other person couldn't hear her, Nie Tao excitedly asked, "Second miss, how did you manage to make those dead soldiers faint?" Feeling very satisfied, she said, "The Minister of Revenue often gives gifts to Lord Su of the Censorate. These dead soldiers are probably from the Eastern Factory or from the Guard Division protecting him. Since some of the loyal soldiers have already been captured, it's best to open their mouths as quickly as possible. These loyal soldiers, whether from the Eastern Factory or the Guard Office, are difficult to deceive. Having seen harsh torture before, they're probably hard to interrogate. I worry that these soldiers are very clever. Second miss, how do you plan to interrogate them? If you use normal methods, they probably won't give in." Regarding interrogation and the methods used, Nie Tao originally didn't want Yun Jiaoyu to worry too much about these things. Mainly because Yun Jiaoyu is the second miss of the Emperor's tutor's mansion. Plus, these kinds of bloody matters are often very cruel and violent. Even if she asked Yun Jiaoyu for advice, she probably wouldn't give any useful suggestions. But when Second Master Ching asked him to tie someone up, he accidentally mentioned the woman's brain-warping methods from yesterday. Honestly, if Yun Jiaoyu were a man, she could be specially recruited by the guard office for using such unusual methods, which most people wouldn't think of, and work under Ning Guxing. It's not some strange method of making people faint. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Nye Tao and said casually, "I am a doctor, so I naturally have plenty of colorless and tasteless sleeping poisons." As for interrogation methods, Yun Jiaoyu's gaze turned cold, carrying a chilling sense of menace. It was as if the kind-hearted person who helped Sun Xiao Lian earlier was not her at all. Yun Jiaoyu had long accepted that doing good and protecting her own life did not conflict. If she didn't use harsh methods on dangerous people, she would eventually end up like Wan Yuan, buried in a mountain grave. Although she hadn't interacted with the guard office or the Eastern factory before today, she knew that, whether in books or in Ming Dynasty history, these three places were enough to make people fear them. For example, the guard office was the emperor's personal guard. It was established even earlier than the Eastern factory. People in the guard office acted ruthlessly. They could arrest and interrogate people without going through judicial procedures or legal formalities. They could even torture prisoners directly.
And,
whether officials or civilians, they could arrest anyone they wanted. Without much thought, one could see opportunities for personal revenge. Many people who died at the guard office weren't necessarily criminals. Most were taking the blame or had offended officials there, so they were casually taken and executed. As for the Eastern factory, some of their actions were even more heinous. Overall, none of these places were good. Leave the interrogation to me. In less than 3 days, I will make sure they confess everything honestly. Yun Jiaoyu's expression turned cold, and her deep eyes slightly darkened. She initially thought these people were just loyal soldiers, and she planned to gradually increase the dosage of tranquilizers. They might be from the East Factory or the guarding department. If that was the case, she had to prepare strong measures from the start. Her clear eyes emitted a strong sense of authority. Nye Tao, Cheng Er, and the others moved them to a different place to hold them. "My family can't see blood." Yun Jiaoyu's tone unconsciously became sharp. "It doesn't have to be too far, just keep them together with Zhou Lai, Mu Yanjiao, and the others." At this moment, Cheng Er just came out of the room. He wanted to ask when they would deal with these people. Hearing Yun Jiaoyu's words, he frowned and asked curiously, "Madam Qi, isn't Zhou Lai, Mu Yanjiao, and the others' room a bit small? There are still about 10 people inside." "It's not small." A hint of coldness flashed in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. She explained seriously, "The smaller the space, the more it can pressure a person's emotions." She urged, "My tranquilizer only lasts 2 or 3 hours. We should quickly settle the people so there are no surprises when they wake up." She also reminded, "Remember to tie them up tightly, preferably with a strangulation knot that gets tighter if they struggle." After speaking, Nye Tao looked at Yun Jiaoyu with more respect. Being able to mention the strangulation knot, their second young lady must be an expert in torture. It almost seemed like joking, but instead of that, he thought, why not give her the top guard position in the Imperial Master's mansion? Nye Tao's eyes filled with admiration, even contemplating whether their Imperial Master's adopted daughter was truly worth accepting. Not only could she save lives, but her methods could also help her survive even in the capital. 2 hours later, the loyal soldiers, tightly, were on the verge of waking or not. Earlier, Nye Tao and others had added an extra step, hanging the ropes that bound them on the beams. This time, Yun Jiaoyu sat alone in the room. Her ears were much quieter now. No one dared to shout loudly at her, as they had last time, not knowing whether she was alive or dead. She sat on a long bench, calmly observing everyone in front of her, until she saw Mu Yanjiao, whose face was pale and trembling all over. She understood that the other person was already reacting with stress. Realizing this, Yun Jiaoyu thought of the natural gold beneath the mines in Dahuang County, untapped natural gold. Indeed, She was not yet ready to extract natural gold herself, as her strength was still insufficient. Before becoming too powerful, she must always make sure the villagers respect her. This way, when they refine gold in the future, the people from several villages will behave better. Yun Jiaoyu now plans carefully, thinking 10 steps ahead. She secretly knows that Wan Yuan is buried in the back mountain. The people who quarry stones there go up the mountain every day, and they surely won't forget how Wan Yuan offended her. But those who make pigments and some farmers rarely go up the mountain. After thinking for a long time, Yun Jiaoyu comes up with an idea. When she manages to force open the mouths of these loyal followers, she will throw Mu Yanjiao into the fields to work. By then, Mu Yanjiao will be treated like an ordinary criminal. She will have her own simple shelter, work from sunrise to sunset, and pay taxes herself. But at that time, Mu Yanjiao might be crazy or sane, or maybe she could be influenced or driven to despair by the hardships of farming. She can't guarantee what will happen then. If Mu Yanjiao is alive, their debts will be settled. Mu Yanjiao could spend her life working in the fields. If she dies, Yun Jiaoyu will have her buried in the farmland. This way, the villagers who make pigments and do farm work will pass by the fields every day, and they will remember never to offend her. At this moment, the sedative effects of the drug, triazolam, finally wear off. Someone wakes up first and finds they are tightly bound. They struggle with all their strength. Unexpectedly, the ropes tighten around them. Their face turns pale, like dark clouds about to burst with rain. They feel uncomfortable from the constriction and shout angrily, "Who are you?" They try to speak, but cannot clearly. They can only make muffled sounds through their nose. Triazolam can cause temporary memory loss as a side effect. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes are deep, her gaze fixed on the ground. On the ground, there are several waist badges taken from the loyal followers. These badges have information engraved on them, including names and affiliations. They belong to the guards. Yun Jiaoyu points at the third badge from the left on the ground with her long finger, without touching it. She leans down and carefully looks at the writing. HM. Holy, right? When Yun Jiaoyu recognizes the more complex characters, her eyes show a flicker of emotion. She takes out a syringe from her sleeve. In a good mood and thoughtful, she says, "You're really lucky." Holy frowns tightly. He remembers that he and Ho Ding went on a mission to Zizhou Dahuang County. They should be in Shaju village, fighting fiercely.
But now?
Why are they like this? Angry, hostile voices sounded like terrifying creatures crawling out of the dark depths of. They were cursing. Unfortunately, Yun Jiaoyu couldn't hear the words clearly. She actively blocked out these insulting and threatening remarks. At the same time, all the people who had previously fallen into deep sleep in the room had now fully awakened. Seeing everyone awake, Yun Jiaoyu slowly pushed the plunger of the syringe. She released the tranquilizer liquid inside, which shot out through the needle tip with pressure. "I won't waste time arguing with you. If you want to live, tell me everything you know about the theft case." Yun Jiaoyu's clear voice sounded like a cold wind, reaching everyone's ears. She stood up from the bench and walked slowly toward the tied-up guards. "Before you reveal everything you know, I won't give you any food. You can't drink water either." Glancing at them, she said lightly, "Whether it's a big or small waste, you'll have to solve it in your pants while standing. The saying goes, to catch a thief, catch the leader first. If you want someone to confess quickly, you need to start with their leader and torture him." Yun Jiaoyu didn't hesitate. She injected a large dose of tranquilizer, enough to cause nerve damage and push a person to the brink of death, into the leader's vein. Overdosing on triazolam makes the body extremely thirsty, causes mental confusion, shaking, slurred speech, and shortness of breath. It can also make a person irritable and aggressive. Yun Jiaoyu wanted Holy to see what his usually commanding and dignified superior would be like under drug addiction, begging for drugs in front of her, without any shame or bottom line. She casually selected 2 people and continued injecting. Finally, she spoke to Holy, who was the first to wake up, saying, "Don't worry. If you all are stubborn and refuse to confess even after I torture you to death, you will be the last to be tortured. Yun Jiaoyu put the syringe into her sleeve and warned sharply, I give you 3 days. After 3 days, you can choose. Either recognize the situation and stay alive, or, for the sake of those who only know how to embezzle in the capital, and for those who risk their lives to die for their superiors, become lifelong prisoners here, neither human nor ghost. As her words fell, the emotions in Ho Li and others' eyes, who hadn't yet been overdosed with tranquilizers, suddenly became complicated. Yun Jiaoyu observed everyone's reactions and slightly curled her lips. Using interrogation psychology techniques from criminal psychology subtly and effectively, considering that the effects of drugs take time to manifest. After injecting the medicine, Yun Jiaoyu didn't delay and left the room directly. She planned that if someone confessed in time, she would keep her promise and inject a certain dose of sedative again, causing memory loss due to damage. Outside the room, Cheng Er and Ye Tao's subordinates were chatting, each with a sunflower seed.
Cheng Er.
Yun Jiaoyu called out, and Cheng Er, not far away, spat out a seed and ran over to her. Madam Qi, is there something you need? Cheng Er became more attentive. Now that the Qi family's case was about to be overturned, Yun Jiaoyu would soon go to Kyoto. At that time, he could also go to Kyoto with her, moving from a Qingzhou officer to a noble in Kyoto, a big step up. Seeing Cheng Er more and more excited, Yun Jiaoyu didn't care about the reason. She ordered, in these 3 days, except for the guards, give everyone in the house extra food. Make sure they have good meals and drinks. Bring in a ceramic jar, and every hour, let them drink some water in front of everyone. After the drug's effects and side effects kick in, they will feel extremely thirsty, but cannot drink water. They have the medicine, but cannot get rid of the addiction. They will become irritable and need to act out violently, but they are tightly bound, leaving no way to vent their anger. In such a situation, she didn't believe the people inside could hold on and not confess voluntarily. Cheng Er understood Yun Jiaoyu's meaning and quickly nodded.
Got it. I'll go get the ceramic jar right now.
Cheng Er used to be an officer, so he knew how to break down a prisoner's mental defenses in the prison. But he was still a bit puzzled. If not through punishment, could the guards of the House of Guarding Confession really get confessions? Just as he had this thought, Cheng Er shook his head. Madam Qi's decision must be absolutely correct. He just needed to follow her orders. Yun Jiaoyu hadn't visited the pigment workshop for several days. Now she was planning to go there on her way, thinking of collecting more pigment to put into her space. The more pigment, the better. Apart from Li Dafu's disciples in Qingzhou, who might hesitate to buy pigment out of face, there was the monk Mile Gao from Fajing Temple. Perhaps on the 9th day of next month, because of Zhu Biao's gift, she would get more business. Just as she thought of Li Dafu, the household servant came seriously to invite Yun Jiaoyu. Seeing the serious expression on the servant's face, Yun Jiaoyu was confused. Your Li Dafu never calls on me without a reason. Why are you here today? I always feel that if he's asking me here, it's probably not a good thing. Li Dafu's household servant didn't expect Yun Jiaoyu to speak so directly. After awkwardly smiling, she quickly looked away, glancing briefly at Nye Tao and others. Inside, she grew more respectful toward Yun Jiaoyu. She shook her head and replied, what Li Dafu usually thinks about. We servants don't know. We servants, when we were in the capital, signed contracts with the master. In the capital, there are rules. Servants shouldn't interfere in their master's affairs. Even in Qingzhou and Zizhou, we never broke these rules. Hearing the word rules, Yun Jiaoyu's head started to ache. She remembered a time when she was tasked with guarding a scholar of ancient history. She had listened to 2 months of extensive discussions on ancient laws and culture. It forced her from a blank mind to discussing a certain dynasty's protection system. If the military discipline hadn't been strict and conditions limited. As an engineering student, she really wanted to request a fellow with a background in literature and history to come and help. Later, she realized that the servant was hinting at something. Are you, Li Dafu, trying to teach me the rules of the capital? Yun Jiaoyu slightly curled her lips. As far as she knew, whether in books or laws, rules are relative. Perhaps because the current emperor is old, the crown prince is young, and the heir apparent died early. So, the fights among factions in the capital are often intense. In the capital, commoners may not break the law, but that doesn't mean they are innocent. When the emperor or nobles break the law, it doesn't necessarily mean they are guilty. Powerful people, when punished, whether innocent or not, have often been involved in power struggles beforehand. Therefore, in stories, both the male protagonist Ningushing and the female protagonist Peigue are skilled at using power struggles to eliminate rivals. They're very adept at using these unwritten rules and tactics. The servant under Li Dafu's command remained silent with a faint smile. He didn't answer, but simply led Yun Jiaoyu into Li Dafu's house. Inside, Qi Wenling was studying military strategy, flipping through a book titled Xianwei. Next to it was another book, Ben Jing in Fu Qi Shu. Yun Jiaoyu's delicate eyebrows slightly raised. Without thinking, she knew this book contained content from Huaxia's Guoguazi. Guoguazi has many famous disciples who became marquises and ministers. It seemed Li Dafu was planning to focus on training Qi Wenling. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu arrive, Li Dafu slowly stood up from his carved sandalwood grand chair. Wenling, you can continue reading. Your master will come back later to test you.
Li Dafu spuka Zhanli.
He immediately walked outside and signaled Yun Jiaoyu to follow. Yun Jiaoyu's temple throbbed with nervousness as she suspiciously watched Li Daru's back. Wasn't he supposed to teach her manners? If he was going to teach, wouldn't it be better to do so in front of Qi Wenling? One person teaching, two benefiting. Long Jin's wife, I have something to ask you. Li Daru reached a clear space where his gaze could see everyone passing by. Yun Jiaoyu paused. What do you want to ask me? Muttering to herself, I thought. You called me here to learn the rules of the capital. A faint sound reached Li Daru's ears. He stroked his beard thoughtfully, a bit surprised. Rules are made by those in high positions. If you have the ability, you can walk freely in the capital without anyone daring to stop you. Why should I bother teaching you these? It seemed like a reversal of the situation was imminent. Li Daru had considered giving Yun Jiaoyu a quick lesson on etiquette before she followed Qi Chongjin into the capital. But he knew very well that during peaceful times, people valued morality and law. Currently, in the great Qi country, the situation was better in other provinces, but in the capital, the power struggles among families were intense. If one only followed etiquette blindly, they might be eaten up in the capital without leaving a trace. Although he thought this, he still added, when you go to the capital, follow the imperial tutorlu. His family strictly observes rituals and rules. Learn to pretend to follow them, so in dealing with others, you won't be laughed at for being rude. Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were deep and calm. She didn't expect Li Daru to come specifically to give her advice. Thinking of how Li Daru had been tense with her before, she couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. She nodded, ready to agree. But then she remembered something and frowned, asking, Li Daru, with Qi Chongjin's reversal of the case, it will still take at least 2 months. Why are you bringing up going to the capital so early? Isn't it a bit premature? Li Daru glared at Yun Jiaoyu with some annoyance and emphasized, what do you know? This is called planning ahead. Realizing he had been distracted by Yun Jiaoyu, he cleared his throat on purpose. Getting to the main point, he said, I called you here because I want to know if you've ever fought with Xiao Yan or the old Madam Qi. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Li Daru thoughtfully. She hadn't fought with the elders of the Qi family. She had only scolded Qi Xianglei in Fang County. Recalling her original memories, she said, I haven't fought with them. But the last time, Uncle Chongjin tried to take the silver note from me and almost took advantage of me. In a fit of anger, I slightly dislocated his hand. Li Dafu was shocked. Did he really dislocate someone's hand? Just a little? His gaze swept toward Yun Jiaoyu, and he was stunned by these words. Fortunately, Yun Jiaoyu's actions were justified. Considering her family, it wasn't too much to defend herself. He sighed heavily. I called you here to tell you something. Zhang Jin's reversal of his case is certain. I won't go into the complicated reasons, but after the case is overturned, Zhang Jin will regain his reputation. When you go to the capital, You'll likely meet people who bear grudges. Li Dafu felt a headache just thinking about it. He paced back and forth in front of Yun Jiaoyu, unable to help but scold her. I'm not saying you're a bad person, but you did accidentally make an enemy of a very important person.
Yun Jiaoyu was confused.
Who did I offend? Ning Gu King. Li Dafu exclaimed, looking like he had touched a hot potato. He warned her, think about it. If you hadn't taken Zhang Jin as your husband, Miss Pei wouldn't have been talked about behind her back for 2 years. Things were better before. You and Zhang Jin were far away in Qingzhou, and you were sent to Zhezhou. But in the future, when you and Ninggu Sheng are in the capital, he will see his wife every day. It's natural he'll think about how she was kept from going out for 2 years because of you. Li Dafu was genuinely worried for Yun Jiaoyu. What if he starts giving you both trouble?
Yun Jiaoyu was a bit stunned.
She had never thought she would meet the protagonists from a story. It was overwhelming. Originally, she was a man with a clean background, seen as a good match for Pei Gui. And Qi Chongjin, who cleared his name and regained his reputation. When she and Qi Chongjin went to the capital, Pei Gui's marriage prospects would be with a current top scholar. By then, Pei Gui might be the subject of gossip again. And if the main villain, with her star, Ninggu Sheng, held a grudge against her, how could she have a good life? Yun Jiaoyu was silent for a moment, thinking about Ninggu Sheng's vengeful nature, and she started to worry. After a while, her thoughts became clearer. She seriously said, Nie Tao said that Ning's wife before marriage was known as a kind and virtuous lady in the capital. Someone so kind and virtuous, if I sincerely visit her and apologize, she might accept it. Li Dafu's heart also eased a little. He had seen Pei Gui a few times when guiding Pei to Shao in studying. She was indeed a tolerant and talented woman. He waved his hand and said, apologizing is something I must do. There's one more thing, and it's even more important, Li the scholar said seriously in a low voice. If Chongjin's wrongful accusations are cleared, the Qi family will be pardoned, and everyone can return to Qingzhou. They might even go to the capital with Chongjin. As he finished speaking, Yun Jiaoyu finally understood his real purpose for calling her over. It turns out he wanted to discuss how to handle Xiao Lian and the others, so they wouldn't cause trouble for Chongjin in the future. Yun Jiaoyu thought carefully and realized she really needed to deal with Xiao Lian and the others properly. Otherwise, Xiao Lian and the old Madame Qi might spread rumors outside, claiming they were bullied. Their deliberate words could be overheard by others with bad intentions, leading to trouble. Chongjin might be criticized and find it hard to succeed in official life.
And she.
In ancient China, no matter the dynasty, daughters-in-law who committed unfilial acts never had a good ending. No wonder Li the scholar asked if she had ever physically harmed elders in the Qi family. If she had, the punishment would be severe. Imprisonment and branding were light, beheading was heavy. Yun Jiaoyu sighed again, feeling grateful that she had been recognized when she was in Tong'an County and had recently solved many labor issues in Dahuang County. As long as her methods were clean, those in the capital couldn't find solid evidence to prove she was unfilial. Her image remained positive. Li the scholar was not soft-hearted. You practice medicine. Do you have any medicine that can make people seem to die naturally without anyone noticing? Yun Jiaoyu looked at him in shock. She never thought that Li the scholar, who was well-versed in ancient texts and called a great scholar, would say such a thing. She had thought that ancient scholars were all overly righteous, knowing what they shouldn't do, but doing it anyway. She had an overly rigid impression. Chongjin's wife, don't blame me, Li the scholar, for being ruthless. A true gentleman whose heart and mind are united, if not too young, would have already died in the Golden Palace. Li the scholar explained, we scholars, those pure and kind, either hold high positions and help the king follow the right path, or, like Chongjin, find a false charge and, unsurprisingly, meet their end outside. Yun Jiaoyu listened quietly to his words, her mind unclear about what she was thinking. Then she heard him say earnestly, books must be read, and methods must be used. Don't worry about whether you're always kind. Know that no one is perfect. As long as your methods benefit the people, in the end, everyone will praise your virtue. Chongjin is my most cherished disciple. It wasn't easy for her to become the top scholar. Anyone who maliciously wants to ruin his life, even his biological mother or grandmother, I will handle it thoroughly for him. Yun Jiaoyu was stunned into silence by the heartfelt words of Master Li. She never expected that Master Li valued and cared for Qi Chongjin to such an extent. If Qi Chongjin's biological father were still alive, perhaps he could divorce Xiao Lian and balance the power with Madame Qi, avoiding the crime of being unfilial. Yun Jiaoyu thought deeply, considering that the medicine for natural death wasn't impossible. But the effect takes a long time, 2 months, and Xiao Lian's group might not die immediately. She worried, Masterly, if you want to take action against Xiao Lian and them, that's one thing. But Madame Qi is still Chongjin and Wenlong's grandmother. If they find out, what should we do? Yun Jiaoyu wasn't soft-hearted toward Madame Qi. It's one thing that Qi Chongjin and Qi Wenlang dislike their grandmother, but it's another to approve of murder. If they knew that their elders died at the hands of her master, she couldn't imagine the situation. Qi Chongjin might be better off. He's capable of being a high-ranking official and probably has a tough heart. But Qi Wenlang is still young. If he finds out later, he might have other feelings. Master Li's words were clear and sincere. This matter is known to heaven, earth, and you and me. My people are under my control. Even if they betray me someday, legally they have no right to accuse me. You just need to keep your mouth shut and pretend not to know about today's events. Then there will be no risk of exposure. Yun Jiaoyu hesitated, her eyes showing a firm resolve. She remembered ancient laws. Servants could not accuse their master. If they did, the master would be unharmed and the servant would be punished by the authorities. It seemed that such a law existed in the Great Qi Kingdom. Yun Jiaoyu took a deep breath, realizing where Qi Chongjin's ruthless nature in the story came from. Master Li's careful planning was truly meticulous. I do have the medicine you want, but if they all die in the same way, it will surely raise suspicion. Yun Jiaoyu spoke seriously, and natural death fits Madame Qi's age. But if Xiao Lian and Uncle Chongjin also die naturally at this age, even fools would see something suspicious. Then, Yun Jiaoyu squatted on the ground, picking up a stone and writing on the yellow earth. The characters were crooked, but still legible. She drew diagrams and explained this is a ginkgo seed. If white fruit is consumed in excess, it can cause shock. In severe cases, it can be fatal. Xiao Lian is lazy and likes to eat, and so far, she probably hasn't even gone into the forests around Dahuang County. As long as someone picks the white fruit that grows wildly on the mountain and leaves a few baskets outside her door at night, she will definitely steal them, pretend to sleep, close the door, and eat them secretly. There are wild white fruits on the mountain in Dahuang County. In the past, some villagers ate too many white fruits and fainted under the trees, dying. The villagers who ate the white fruit didn't know the cause of death and thought the white trees were unlucky. Gradually, no one picked the wild white fruit on the mountain anymore. A few days ago, Yun Jiaoyu was free and went up the mountain to pick many white fruits to store as medicine. She also planned to teach the villagers about the medicinal uses of white fruit in a few days. But now, since she needs to deal with Xiao Lian, she will postpone sharing the medicinal knowledge about white fruit. She kept thinking of ideas. There are countless herbal merchants on the rural paths. Among them, there are green-stemmed medicinal plants that can be eaten as vegetables and toxic purple-red-stemmed ones that cannot be eaten. Old Lady Qi doesn't know about medicinal herbs. If someone picks the green-stemmed plants outside her house, she would just say they are for cooking. But she might also pick the toxic ones out of curiosity. Eating them for a few days would cause chest tightness, shortness of breath, or even acute heart failure. Yun Jiaoyu has become very cautious. If she can guide others, she will never let anyone personally go and poison. She also wrote down several other methods, with easy-to-remember keywords on the ground. Li Dafu memorized everything Yun Jiaoyu said and soon remembered it well. He was preparing for methods that could cause unexpected death. Li Dafu looked at Yun Jiaoyu with a mix of awe and respect. Knowing so many invisible killing techniques, Yun Jiaoyu's skills are truly extraordinary. In the future, he will have a comfortable life with his talented disciple. After discussing the methods, Li Dafu watched Yun Jiaoyu leave. He decided that from now on, he would always speak to her politely. Yun Jiaoyu had no idea that her image in Li Dafu's mind had become noble and that she should not be offended. She was thirsty and went home to drink several bowls of water. Then she went to collect pigments at the place where she made paints. After putting the pigments into jars, Yun Jiaoyu counted them. She already had nearly 60 jars. There was still a month before she needed to deliver them to Master Mila. Without any surprises, she would have enough time to prepare. At this moment, Anghua had already wiped her hands on her apron and unconsciously approached Yun Jiaoyu. She smiled and lowered her voice. Madam Qi. Xiaolian is also like that. Such a small matter. Yet it even reached your face. Yun Jiaoyu glanced at Anghua, who was leaning close to her. Calmly, she withdrew her gaze and packed the paints into a wooden box, one jar at a time. Anghua, your husband was about to throw the child into to drown him. Yun Jiaoyu's lips curled coldly in mockery. Such a life and death matter is no small thing. That's not so serious. Anghua hurriedly denied, anxious. Our little girl is still our Gua family's granddaughter. Even if Tieji was angry, he wouldn't really throw the child into the... I think, Lady Qi, you misunderstood. Anghua wanted to save some face. If others found out, Gua Tieji might drown the granddaughter. Wouldn't that make the villagers gossip about her? Since no one saw the incident, they didn't need to admit it. After speaking, she lowered her voice, afraid others might overhear. She continued to smile and asked eagerly, Lady Qi, let's not talk about misunderstandings. Can my granddaughter's illness still be cured? A look of disdain appeared in Yun Jiaoyu's eyes. She didn't believe Anghua didn't know that the child was assigned to Sun Xiulian by Nia Tao. She kept calling her granddaughter. If she truly cared about the child, why didn't she do something earlier? The child had been seriously weak for over half a month. She should have urgently sought medical help. It's obvious she's still scheming. If the child's illness could be cured, she would make sure Sun Xiulian couldn't take her own flesh and blood away, leaving her with nothing. In the future, when they married off the granddaughter, they could ask for a bride price. Anghua's face was practically written with calculations. In her view, they had raised the granddaughter for 4 years. They could easily raise her for another 7 or 8 or even 10 years. As long as she fed the granddaughter some leftover food, when she grew up, she would repay the Gua family. Giving leftovers to the child isn't really giving. The house still has a watchdog. Just share half of the leftovers with the child for food. Anghua didn't say her true thoughts but hurriedly asked, Lady Qi, your medical skills are divine. Last time, Lu Dashan's wife was saved by you. My granddaughter's minor problem. You should be able to cure it, right? Yun Jiaoyu couldn't help but sneer, her cold gaze sweeping over Anghua. She had no patience left. Anghua, now is work time. Although we are paid piecework, we still need discipline. You're not working when you should be, but you keep coming over to chat with me nonstop. What is the reason behind this? And let me be honest with you. Yun Jiaoyu stopped pretending and patted the remaining powder in her hand. She patiently crossed her arms and said, your granddaughter. No, I mean Lian Yang's daughter's illness. I can't cure it. That kind of illness, without surprises, she'll have it for her whole life. Now, the divorce paper has been signed long ago. The document clearly states that the child has nothing to do with your Gua family anymore. If you have time to find out about the child's illness, you might as well make more paint. This month, it would be good to help Gua Gang marry a new wife and hold your grandson. Her sarcastic tone was like a slap to the face. Yun Jiaoyu coldly warned, if you're too slow, I won't support idle people earning paint wages for nothing. If you're too slow, I won't support idle people earning paint wages for nothing. As soon as Yun Jiaoyu finished her warning, Anghua couldn't help but shiver. She cursed silently in her heart, but dared not speak a word. She held back her anger and returned to her workstation to continue working. She muttered softly, good for nothing. She didn't know if she was insulting her granddaughter or Yun Jiaoyu. Yun Jiaoyu didn't bother with Anghua. Next time, she would find a reasonable excuse to dismiss her. By then, Guogang would marry a new wife, and the expenses might be huge. Without an income comparable to a middle-level farmer, the gap between the Guo family and Sun Xiulian would only grow larger. The next morning, Yun Jiaoyu went to the thatched hut where the guards were held. In front of Ho Li and others, she injected tranquilizers into each of their companions. Ho Li and the others had bloodshot eyes and had been extremely thirsty all day long. They didn't even know why they were so thirsty. He glanced at Ho Ding, the leader who was with him. His eye sockets were sunken and looked terrible. His face was gaunt and his skin was dry. He didn't look like a normal person at all. Ho Li wanted to speak, but a dirty cloth stuffed in his mouth prevented him from talking. He hummed vaguely through his nose, trying to ask for water. But Yun Jiaoyu paid no attention. She simply glanced at Ho Li and said, "Want water? I told you, until you confess, you won't get a drop of water. I want to see whether you, who haven't been drugged, confess faster, or Ho Ding and the others." Yun Jiaoyu's voice was emotionless, provoking everyone. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. "Remember this. Only those who confess first will have a chance to survive." After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu withdrew the syringe and left the hut. Waiting for 2 days, Ho Ding and the others finally appeared again on the third evening. She instructed Nie Tao to place a square table inside the hut. On the table were fresh, hot dishes. Yun Jiaoyu and Nie Tao sat together, planning to eat and question at the same time. Yun Jiaoyu leisurely took a sip of water. Second brother Chung removed the long cloth tied around their heads and also take off the cloths. Someone under Nie Tao's command frowned and asked curiously, "Miss Second, what if we just take off the cloths and they bite their tongues to die?" Yun Jiaoyu remained calm and slightly raised her eyes. She explained seriously, "Biting the tongue root can't make them die. It just looks scary. The tongue is the hardest muscle in the human body. The biting force of human teeth is not enough to bite through the tongue all at once." She urged second brother Chung to act. Second brother Chung believed everything Yun Jiaoyu said, without doubt. He obediently removed the cloths from the mouths of the guards one by one. Ho Ding, as the leader of these people, was the first to be exposed after the cloth was taken off, and everyone was watching him. Especially Ho Li, his younger brother, wanted to see if Ho Ding would surrender to Yun Jiaoyu and confess. If he would confess, he would be the first to tell everything he knew. He was healthy and uninjured, so he could speak more clearly than Ho Ding and the others. The reason he didn't confess directly was simple. Ho Ding often acted domineering and pointed around in front of them, looking very impressive. No one knew how he would look when he begged for mercy. Yun Jiaoyu saw all the emotions on their faces clearly. This was exactly what she expected. A slight smile appeared at the corner of her lips, and she shook her head. After 3 days of being injected with large doses of sedatives by Yun Jiaoyu, Ho Ding's memory of the woman was very blurry. But what he remembered most clearly was that before each fainting spell, he was pricked with a strange-looking device on his arm for a while. Every time after his agitation would be suppressed. It was like barren, cracked land suddenly being irrigated by mountain springs. He felt incredibly comfortable all over his body. Unfortunately, now the medicine's effect had completely worn off. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was struggling against the ropes. Thirsty. So thirsty. It hurts so much. He shouted despairingly, his low voice echoing inside the small hut. Yun Jiaoyu heard that he couldn't bring himself to say the words "need medicine," and she was certain that Ho Ding still didn't realize how painful he was at this point. She took a syringe from her sleeve and placed it on the table. She wanted to awaken Ho Ding's subconscious. Nie Tao was attracted by this strange-looking object. Curiously, he asked Second Miss, "What is this?" "Last month, I went to Shuilong County to buy a copper basin, and I happened to meet some people from India. We talked happily, and they gave this to me," Yun Jiaoyu said half-truthfully. "This is a syringe, which can inject medicine into the body's veins," she explained. Nie Tao knew nothing about medicine, so hearing about syringes and injections made his head spin. He wondered how such an injection device could help with interrogation. Suddenly, Ho Ding went berserk, showing a stress response. He had tears and snot running down his face. When he saw the syringe, every cell in his body seemed to crackle and become restless, ready to explode. He begged loudly, "Just stab me once. Please, I'll do anything you want. As long as the great Bodhisattva can just give me a shot. I'll kneel every day, work like a beast, B.A. Just please stab me once." As his frantic words fell, several guards from the division also started speaking in unison. "Me too. Please, great Bodhisattva, just give me a shot too." Seeing this scene, Nya Tao and others were stunned. Who would have thought that the usually sneaky guards from the division would beg so strangely? What did Second Miss inject into these people? It made them obedient like children. Yun Jiaoyu was unfazed. For those addicted to drugs, even the most extreme actions could be done, especially when it was just about begging without dignity. She calmly took the syringe and approached Ho Ding. Threateningly, she said, "There aren't many drugs that can calm you down. As long as someone tells me the inside story about the division, the Minister of Revenue, the missing valuables, or the exam fraud case, I will give them a shot first." She worried that these low-level people wouldn't be able to reveal much truth. She also feared they might miss clues. Frowning, she added, "I see you're just insignificant little rats in the division. How about this? Whoever has the most useful information, I'll give them the shot first." After she finished speaking, those previously injected with sedatives started confessing eagerly. Holy and others didn't want to fall behind, so they also joined in, spilling secrets one after another. Nya Tao didn't even have time to grab a pen or paper. He wanted to record their confessions. He was anxious, shouting, "Slow down, everyone. Speak slowly. Speak slowly." Despite his shouts, no one paid attention to him. Until Yun Jiaoyu gently raised her hand, the scene suddenly fell silent. It was so quiet that even breathing could be heard. After making a silence gesture, Yun Jiaoyu pointedly said, "Everyone take turns. Each person can only say 3 sentences per turn. After that, continue in order. Until you have told everything you know, the more information you share, the more likely you are to survive and get the medicine injection." After speaking, Yun Jiaoyu calmly sat back at the table to eat. The tempting aroma and taste of delicious food and wine stimulated everyone's senses. Ho Ding kept swallowing his saliva nervously. Resolutely and decisively, he said, "I will confess first." It took a full hour before Yun Jiaoyu came out of the thatched hut. Nya Tao was holding a whole stack of confessions, with the fingerprints of Ho Ding and others on them. He hurried out of the hut and caught up, asking Second Miss, "Are you really planning to spare their lives?" "Honestly, I think it's better to kill them all now and bury them on the back mountain as fertilizer. That way, if they stay alive and Ning Guxing finds out we used harsh methods, we'll be in big trouble." Yun Jiaoyu shook her head, her black eyes clouded with coldness. With deep meaning, she said, "We can't kill them yet. Not to mention that the executioners of Daki are very skilled. Even if we them and bury them after rotting to just bones, we can still tell their age, height, whether they had serious illnesses, or if they were poisoned. Burying someone in Shaju village or sending the body to the neighboring county would be pointless. It's better not to kill them. Moreover," Yun Jiaoyu's gaze darkened slightly. "Nya Tao, I was thinking since Zhou Lai said that the Minister of Revenue sent more than 10 people to Dahuang County. Why are only 6 of them appearing in our Shaju village?"
Nya Tao war stummt.
He hadn't thought about this question before. After a while, he suddenly understood, and his mind tightened. "Second Miss, you mean they plan to split up? Half of them will hide at the silver furnace to guard the refined silver and prepare to transfer it. And Ho Ding and the others will be responsible for killing the prisoners coming from Qingzhou. If Ho Ding doesn't return soon, will the guards at the silver furnace come to Shaju village?" Yun Jiaoyu's brow moved slightly. This was her suspicion. 3 days to kill people, not counting the travel time between the county towns. For the guards working at the guard station, that was plenty of time. If it were truly as she thought. To avoid alarming the enemy and harming the lives of the chief family's 3rd branch and other villagers, the matter could no longer be delayed. Time is urgent now. We must immediately release Ho Ding and the others. Then, Follow them secretly to find the location of the silver furnace. I don't know if Chongjin and the others have found the silver furnace between Water Dragon County and Kunyu County. However, those in power tend to be very sneaky, like clever rabbits with multiple burrows. Yun Jiaoyu is confident that the Minister of Revenue has more than one silver furnace for melting official silver in Zizhou. The minister has stolen so much official silver that he's even eyeing the Qi family's assets. This indicates there must be many furnaces needing melting. In Zizhou, setting up private silver furnaces is not strictly controlled by the government. But if the furnace is too large and requires too much manpower, it becomes a clear illegal activity that will attract attention. Yun Jiaoyu analyzes. Even if Chongjin relies only on his own efforts to search and find one or two furnaces, it will be hard to locate all of them in just 3 days. She suggests Nia Tao take the remaining men and secretly follow Ho Ding and the others to find the furnaces. If you encounter Chongjin, work together with him. If not, take down the furnaces yourself. The more furnaces you find, the better. Nia Tao is stunned by her words. The only certainty is that Yun Jiaoyu plans to release Ho Ding and the others.
Nia Tao frowns.
It's not that he doesn't trust Yun Jiaoyu's judgment, but when Ho Ding and the others are sober, they are so agitated they seem useless, only begging Yun Jiaoyu for medicine. Can these useless people really help find the furnaces? Seeing Nia Tao's hesitant expression, Yun Jiaoyu remains calm and explains, "No need to worry. I have given them medicine. This medicine will severely damage their nerve cells. In simple terms, they won't remember what happened in Shaga village." After the interrogation earlier, Yun Jiaoyu used the remaining expired triazolam to make sedatives in her space. She injected all of it into Ho Ding and Ho Li's veins. If these people are lucky enough to survive, their memories in the coming days will likely become blurry. They might even experience hallucinations mentally. Yun Jiaoyu has considered that if Ho Ding and the others wake up and become frantic, seeking medicine, it could alert other guards. But as long as the syringes are not visible to them, these people won't even know why they are so agitated. At that time, when others saw the aggressive behavior, they would only think that the person was in a bad mood. Nia Tao regarded Yun Jiaoyu's medical skills as divine. When he heard she had given medicine, he no longer doubted her. He was willing to risk his life to follow her commands. Thinking about being able to find out the whereabouts of the silver furnace, and also about finding evidence of the Minister of Revenue's corruption, their imperial tutor would surely regain the Emperor's trust. He couldn't help but feel excited. "Second miss, what should we do now? You tell me. We will do exactly as you say." Yun Jiaoyu's eyes were calm and deep. Checking the time, she said, "Ho Ding and the others will wake up in 2 or 3 hours." She thoughtfully instructed, "Within 2 hours, I don't care what methods you use, riding horses or driving carts. You must send Ho Ding and Ho Li separately to the border of Shui-Long County, Kunyu County, and Dahuang County. When they wake up, the clearest thought in their minds will be their purpose for coming to Zizhou. Ho Ding and Ho Li probably won't remember what happened in the Sand Orange Village, but their body's reactions and subconscious memories will remain. Considering the long journey, thousands of miles to Zizhou, no matter how many companions they have left, they won't turn back to the capital because of this strange incident. Between going to check the secondary smelting of private silver at the silver furnace and going to Sand Orange Village to investigate the murders, they will quickly make a choice and will definitely choose to check the private silver. Nia Tao immediately received the order. He clasped his fists and said, "Second miss, if we really find the silver furnace this time, I will thank you on behalf of the imperial tutor." Yun Jiaoyu shook her head to signal no. "Lu Chong is my adoptive father. He treats me well. Plus, I have my own reasons for actively searching for the silver furnace.
So there's no need to thank me.
Go and get busy." Nia Tao nodded excitedly, feeling deeply moved. He was even more determined. After Yun Jiaoyu entered the capital, he would definitely keep her there. If their imperial tutor truly refused to retire and return home, with Yun Jiaoyu and Qi Chongjin helping, he doubted the old from the Privy Council could really outfight them. Yun Jiaoyu watched Nia Tao leave. Then she didn't stay idle. While the sun hadn't set, she specifically went up the mountain to gather many herbs. She stored them in her space, which was like a greenhouse illuminated by sunlight all day. She dried the herbs there. When the sunset finally arrived, she leisurely headed home. She planned to sit on a chair outside her house to enjoy the night view, then rest when she was tired. She thought nothing else would happen after a day like this. But before she could even warm her seat, a group of people rushed toward Yun Jiaoyu's house from afar. Some people are carrying lanterns, including 4 who are carrying a stretcher. A group of people are constantly shouting and arguing, even fighting among themselves. At the door of Yun Jiaoyu's house, 2 lanterns are hanging and distant voices can be heard, but the words are unclear. When the group approaches, no one recognizes them. Yun Jiaoyu frowns and asks aloud, "Who are you?" As soon as she speaks, a man dressed in patched rough cloth suddenly kneels heavily before Yun Jiaoyu. "Madam Qi, please come see my aunt. If we don't help her, she will suffer terribly." Yun Jiaoyu gets up to look at the person on the stretcher. She sees an old man, messy all over, with lice in his hair. His hand, exposed outside his sleeve, has almost no flesh on it. It looks very thin, almost skin and bones. He also smells very bad. He is lying on his side, clutching his stomach with both hands. A faint voice keeps saying, "It hurts. It hurts." Yun Jiaoyu looks serious, noticing the old man's condition is not good. She quickly crouches down to check his pulse. At this moment, Lu Dashin pushes through the crowd, looking very anxious. He rushes over, panting heavily, and explains hurriedly, "Madam Qi, I brought them to find you. Today, Li Gui took some workers who used to work in Shui Long County, and they all returned to the village. They originally planned to come to you to work in the quarry to earn money. They thought they could support themselves at home and didn't need to go out to find work." Lu Dashin gets more and more angry, spitting as he speaks. He says angrily, "Li Gui went to visit his cousin Li Fu, and accidentally saw Aunt Li sleeping in the pigsty. Some people agree, saying Li Fu really isn't a good person. How could he keep Aunt Li and the pigs together?" Exactly, and Aunt Li used to be so kind and honest to him. Bah, he's really no good. Listening, Yun Jiaoyu begins to understand the situation. She remembers who Li Fu is. Li Fu is Li Godan's father. Recently, he has been working in her quarry. A few days ago, he even brought eggs to her home, hoping she would find a teacher so the children could learn to read and write. She didn't expect that, although he seemed honest and kind, he was secretly very untrustworthy. Just as Yun Jiaoyu clearly remembers who Li Fu is, before she can scold him, her wrist is grabbed tightly by Aunt Li's wrinkled hand. But she is very thin and weak, so she has little strength. Aunt Li looked exhausted, her hands covered in dirt and grime. She spoke with a pitiful look, constantly begging, "Madam Qi, I am an old woman, and I have no use at home anymore. Instead of living each day fighting pigs for food, it's better to just die." Her voice was weak and trembling as she spoke again. "Madam Qi, please have mercy. No one is watching over me at home. Just kill me. I can't go on living." Yun Jiaoyu frowned tightly, her heart aching and her emotions difficult to control. She once saw someone in the village kill another person without mistake. But she didn't think she should become a butcher. Did everyone who wanted to die come to her? And Aunt Li was already locked in the pig pen, yet she still knew Yun Jiaoyu had committed murder. It could only mean that Li Fu and his wife had been talking about her behind her back. Yun Jiaoyu gradually calmed down. In modern times, she had seen news about people locking their aging parents in pig pens. Back then, she felt very angry. But after working as a doctor for years, seeing many different patients, she realized that those in trouble often had their own faults. Like Aunt Li, who was locked in the pig pen and wishing for death, she could have sought help from villagers or relatives and reported it to the authorities, using public opinion and the law to protect herself. In ancient times, it was easier for parents to defend their rights than today. There was even a saying, among the 5 punishments, the greatest crime is filial piety. If Aunt Li had been brave enough to report Li Fu for being unfilial, Li Fu, afraid of prison or execution, would never have dared to treat her so badly. Aunt Lee had been mistreated for a long time. Ultimately, it was because she couldn't bear to see her son judged. Thinking of this, Yun Jiaoyu understood why Li Dafu was so determined to kill Xiao Lian and others, and why she wouldn't get involved. She had already offended Xiao Lian and the others badly. If Xiao Lian could leave Dahuang County alive and free from her control once she reported it, even Lu Chong couldn't save her, or Qi Chongjin. Fortunately, even Qi Yair, who was far away in Songzhou, was still within her control. Even if Qi Yair, the loose fish, bit her someday and everything was exposed, she wasn't afraid. Yun Jiaoyu's star-like eyes looked straight at Aunt Lee. If you want to live, I will save you. If you want to die, don't delay, and go reincarnate quickly. Seeing her true intention, she said calmly, you can go home now. Find a rope and hang yourself from a crooked tree. Just save your worries. I am not the kind of person who feels sorry for you and then sends you off to die. Nor am I the kind of person who, feeling sorry for you, would help arrange your peaceful later years. Lu Dashan saw Yun Jiaoyu getting angry and sensed something was wrong. But he couldn't figure out exactly what was off. Li Gui also felt confused, but having traveled outside, he had more experience than most people in Shaju village. He realized something was strange and asked curiously, Madam, your cousin locked you in the pig pen and made you compete with pigs for food. You're suffering so much. Why don't you report it? There are many relatives your age in the village. If you ask around, everyone would be willing to come out and teach your cousin a lesson. Among the crowd, Li Auntie, who was quite old, also asked, Yes, Ho-Hot, if it weren't for Li Gui causing trouble this time, we wouldn't even know you were locked in the pig pen. Why didn't you tell anyone? After speaking, Li Auntie's face turned pale and looked very upset. She was holding back her pain. Wiping tears after a while, she started defending Li Fu. My son Fu is also not easy. Our house only has 2 rooms. Now that Gooden is grown up, he has to share a room with us. I'm old and weak from farm work, and I don't earn much. Crying, she tried to comfort herself. Don't blame Fu, and don't report it to the authorities. I only have this one son. Trying to make herself look better, she added, Actually, Fu is also good to me. When I sleep, he's afraid I might get bitten by the pigs, so he gave me a wooden board to rest on, leaving a small space for me. After Li Auntie finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Li Gui was even more stunned. He realized that his Annie had specifically emphasized that no one in the family was taking care of her. Was she trying to make Yun Jiaoyu feel sorry for her, hoping she would pity her and solve her future care problems? He was angry and confused, unable to understand why his auntie had suffered so much and yet refused to let Li Fu fulfill his duty to support her. He also couldn't understand why she felt comfortable asking a stranger, like Yun Jiaoyu, to take care of her. Yun Jiaoyu's deep eyes shimmered with cold light. She had no sympathy for Li Auntie at all.
All right.
You all should quickly take Li Auntie back home. Everyone go back where you came from. Disperse now. Yun Jiaoyu gestured for people to leave and rest. She stood up to move a chair into the house. Lu Dashan hesitated, about to speak, before the crowd started to disperse. He weakly asked, Madam Qi, are you really not going to see Aunt Lee for treatment? Although no one at Aunt Lee's home is taking care of her, everyone has moved her here. Maybe you should check on her health? Later, our group can talk to Li Fu nicely. He will surely support and care for Aunt Lee. Someone in the crowd murmured, Mrs. Qi really is something. She's already rich beyond measure and still has money to open a school. Even if Li Fu doesn't support his own mother, she could just spend a little money to take care of herself. But she insists on being stubborn and stingy, making it hard for everyone. Yun Jiaoyu's heart was burning with anger. She could no longer hold back. Her eyes narrowed coldly, and a fierce killing intent quickly appeared in her gaze. She understood that some people are just ungrateful wolves who can't be truly loved. She shouted at the crowd, if you're kind-hearted, then stop just talking and do nothing. You should take Aunt Lee home now and treat her like your own mother. Then she sharply questioned, and don't you forget, I've helped solve the village's livelihood issues. I asked someone to find a teacher to open a school. I even offer free medical care for your minor and major illnesses. What's this? Do you really think kindness should be repaid with betrayal? Yun Jiaoyu's voice was full of disbelief and anger. Everyone immediately fell silent, afraid that if Yun Jiaoyu got angry, they might lose their livelihoods tomorrow. Her gaze grew colder. She looked at Aunt Lee and said sharply, "So, you really are a caring mother and filial daughter, one who raised her son with love. Yet she's still unwilling to spend a penny to support herself. And another who makes her own mother sleep in a pigsty. How filial is that? If you're truly so caring and filial, then just keep things as they are and continue to show your kindness at home." Aunt Lee's face instantly turned pale. When Li Gui came to visit her today, she had planned to hide in the pigsty and pretend she wasn't home. She didn't want to embarrass her son, Li Fu. But today, she heard her family talking about how Yun Jiaoyu was willing to transfer household registration to unrelated people. She thought maybe she could use Yun Jiaoyu's compassion to secure her old age. Now everyone in the village knew she was locked in the pigsty. If her old age was not settled and she couldn't even get treatment now, she would be grateful. With a thick face, Aunt Lee said, "Mrs. Chi, maybe you should check my health. I can't have come all this way for nothing, right?" Yun Jiaoyu almost laughed out of anger. She was increasingly worried that if someone from the capital came to Shaju village in the future, they might find her fault. This group of ungrateful, selfish people will surely betray her. She made up her mind. The school must open, but not in Shaju village. Except for the children taught personally by Mr. Lee, all other children will have free food and accommodation, but they must study in the county town. She plans to open the school in the county town, which is far from Shaju village. Since the children are not under their watch, they will naturally know what to say and what not to say. If they say anything they shouldn't, the whole family will face the consequences. Then she will need to select 2 strict managers. They must constantly remind the villagers to behave. Yun Jiaoyu's face darkened. She didn't plan to give Aunt Lee any face. "Aunt Lee, I might be willing to treat your illness. But are you willing to let Li Fuhua use that money to buy medicine for you?" Pointing at her face and arm in front of everyone, she said, "Look at your thin arms. They can't even hold up your clothes. I just pressed on your stomach, and you couldn't stop crying out in pain. Your face is pale, your skin is dry and wrinkled, your muscles are wasting away, and you have stomach pain. Plus, I checked your pulse earlier. Your pulse is deep and thin, which clearly indicates atrophic gastritis." Yun Jiaoyu's expression was cold. She untied her modest covering. "Aunt Lee, you've been stealing food with pigs for at least 3 years, right? You're not even eating properly, not even having a roof over your head. How can I give you medicine? Go back. I won't write that prescription for you." Her eyes, dark as ink, carried a chilling coldness. Turning around, she warned everyone, "I don't care what you do outside my work. As long as you're willing to stop scheming and plotting against me, I guarantee you'll have steady work for life." Her voice was sharp and icy. "If any of you dare to betray me again or cause trouble behind my back, your future, not just your jobs, but your family's lives, will be at risk." Request failed that afternoon. Qi Zhaozhao specially gathered the herbs needed to treat Aunt Lee. Wrapped in oil paper, she pulled Qi Wenling along and left the house. Qi Wenling originally planned to visit Sun He's house to tell him what he learned today. But he also worried about his growing sister going out alone. So he decided to go with her to Li Guden's house. When they reached Li Guden's door, Li Fushi saw Qi Zhaozhao and smiled happily. Li Guden's mother, Chen Shirlu, saw Qi Wenling also following, and her smile froze for a moment. She stepped forward first, liking Qi Zhaozhao very much. In the nearby village, whose children as fair and beautiful as Qi Zhaozhao. Her family farms the land, has a business-minded sister-in-law, and an elder cousin working at the county office. If her older brother were to pass the imperial exam someday, such conditions are almost unimaginable. Truly wonderful. Chen Shirlu held Qi Zhaozhao's wrist, repeatedly touching her hand back. Then she casually took the medicine bag, saying, "Oh, Zhaozhao, even Guden, how could he trouble you to deliver medicine? You're so hardworking." Qi Zhaozhao was confused by Chen Shirlio's enthusiasm. She took a step back to keep her distance and politely smiled. It's no trouble. We're neighbors, helping each other is what we do. Qi Wenlang listened and secretly thought that Qi Zhaozhao was a silly little sister. If Gooden's family really found it troublesome, would they ask her, a part-time doctor, to deliver medicine? Life is at stake. If something goes wrong, it would cause many problems later. Fortunately, this time the medicine was bought by her sister-in-law, who sent Cheng Er on horseback to the county pharmacy, and they kept the prescription records. Qi Wenlang didn't like Gooden's family. He spoke gently. All right, Zhao, since the medicine has been delivered, let's go home. Don't bother others casually in the future. It makes us look uncultured. Qi Zhaozhao blinked her bright, lively eyes, feeling puzzled. Brother, we've always cared for our parents and are kind to others. How can we lack manners? Qi Wenlang fought back a smile and looked meaningfully at Li Fufu and his wife. He pinched Qi Zhaozhao's nose, saying, if you truly care for your parents, go home and help your mother settle accounts. Your mother has been busy recording the prices of seedling supplies these days and hasn't slept well for several nights. Qi Zhaozhao nodded, reflecting on her recent lack of care for her parents after being scolded. She walked out confidently. Li Fufu and Chen Shirlu clenched their fists, their knuckles making faint cracking sounds. Qi Wenlang, this little rascal. His words implied they didn't care for their elders and lacked manners. They didn't have proper upbringing? Chen Shirlu refused to let Qi Zhaozhao leave. Ever since Qi Zhaozhao became familiar with everyone and called them aunt and uncle, Lu Yunxiu kept a close watch on her. If Qi Zhaozhao left now, who knew when they'd see her again? Without much thought, Chen Shirlu shoved the medicine package into Gooden's arms. Soon she hurried forward and firmly held onto Qi Zhaozhao. She smiled kindly and said, Zhaozhao, you came from afar. If I didn't even offer you a sip of water, that would be wrong of us. Come in, have a drink of water, and chat with Annie. Finally, she added, if Wenlang has something to do this afternoon, let him leave first. Li Gooden's eyes were bright, but the brightness made people uncomfortable, as if he was planning something. He encouraged, yes, Zhaozhao, just chat with my mother. Besides, you haven't even told her how to take this medicine. My mother has been wanting to learn about herbs lately, but is afraid that Mrs. Qi won't teach her. She just wants to learn some skills from you to help my grandma get better. Li Gooden carried a bag of herbs and headed to his house. He lifted the curtain and went inside to pour water. Qi Zhaozhao frowned. Her wrist was red from Chen Shirlio's grip. Her cheeks puffed up with anger, feeling annoyed as if she had been bothered by a stubborn patch. She spoke patiently, Sister-in-law Chen, this medicine should be taken once daily, boiled twice, and split into 2 doses when warm. As for the water, I won't drink it. There are 10 doses here. I will come back in 10 days to deliver more. Not far away, Yun Jiaoyu stood behind a large tree beside muddy land. Li Hu followed her quietly and whispered, Mrs. Qi, everything has been arranged. Yun Jiaoyu nodded slightly, her deep eyes fixed on Chen Shirlu. In her view, Qi Wenlang had already lost patience. He suddenly reached out. He forcefully pulled Qi Zhaozhao's hand away. His delicate face was full of anger. Annie Chen, Zhaozhao still isn't skilled in medicine. She hasn't even recognized all the herbs, so how can she mislead others and teach you medicine? Qi Wenlang's eyes were cold and frightening, warning in his tone. Now you know how to take the medicine. If you dare to stop Zhaozhao from going home again, don't blame me for suspecting your intentions. I just think you're up to something. It seemed like the sound of Li Gooden's family counting money was ringing in his ears. He suspected they were holding on to Zhaozhao because they liked her. At first, he thought if Zhaozhao accidentally harmed someone, the worst would be the Li family bothering them and the Qi family losing money.
But now,
he hadn't thought deeply enough. He believed they only wanted money, which was the mildest outcome. What if they wanted to ruin Zhaozhao's reputation and marry into the Qi family? How could Zhaozhao still be herself? Qi Wenlang's dark eyes were full of hostility, his temples pounding. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. He turned and grabbed Zhaozhao's wrist, ready to head home. Chen Shirlu and Li Fu were stunned, secretly scolding themselves for showing their intentions too clearly. I was surprised that Qi Wenling saw through my thoughts. In the village, as long as a family has a son, any healthy girl around 12 or 13 isn't scolded by elders. Even younger girls, like 10, sometimes get married. Only wealthy families have strict rules, waiting until 14 or 15 to consider marriage. To Chen Shirlu, Qi Zhaozhao is a bit older than other girls in the village. But she is pretty, and her family is ambitious. If she can marry into her family, she will have a good life. Chen Shirlu isn't worried about her thinking of Qi Zhaozhao or upsetting Yun Jiaoyu. The Qi family has split, and Yun Jiaoyu isn't Qi Zhaozhao's real mother. Why would she interfere? Chen Shirlu made a signal. Li Fu immediately stepped forward, grabbed Qi Wenlong's collar, and kicked him to the ground. Even though Qi Zhaozhao is innocent and naive, she understood what was happening now. Her pupils shrank suddenly. Aunt Chen?
Uncle,
What are you doing? She couldn't believe it and said angrily, I thought your elders were kind, so I brought medicine. But you not only show no gratitude, you also kicked my brother. What dirty tricks are you planning? Qi Zhaozhao felt a bit regretful. Not for bringing medicine to Li Guden's grandmother, but for not following Yun Jiaoyu to learn her skills and methods. Oh, Zhaozhao, you're such a clever girl. You're so smart. If you give my Guden a big, chubby boy, he'll be a top scholar someday. Chen Shirlu was dreaming aloud. She grabbed Qi Zhaozhao's hand and pulled her into her pig pen. Inside, an old sow was gnawing on something. Qi Zhaozhao looked closely and immediately broke out in cold sweat. Li Guden's grandmother, with a pale face, was lying in the pig pen and had stopped breathing. Her fingers were bitten off in several places, and the blood wasn't flowing anymore. It looked like she had been dead for a few hours. Qi Zhaozhao fought the urge to, her palms numb. But she still straightened her back and looked at Chen Shirlu with disgust. Aunt Chen, are you crazy? What are you trying to do? Zhaozhao, your sister-in-law can command the noble guards in Kyoto, which means your family will leave the village sooner or later. This is a good opportunity. How can I let it go? Chen Shirlu had stayed in Shaju village long enough. She was used to hard times. Even now, she makes pigment from stones and earns some silver. But this silver means nothing outside Shaju village. She could live her whole life in this village, with no future ahead. But her son, Dog Egg, is not capable. She is willing to do anything, even use her son as a stepping stone, to help him rise quickly and live a wealthy, enviable life outside. Zhaozhao, you're not young anymore. I think you should marry my son Dog Egg as your wife. Whether it's the Qi family main house or the third house, when you leave the village, bring my son Dog Egg along. Chen Shirlu's eyes show a clear, fierce determination. She bites her teeth, acting wildly. She says fiercely, as for your family's farming and your sister-in-law's business, you can all hand it over to our family. Chen Shirlu's smile can't be contained, and she persuades, once we are married, our families will be relatives, with us helping to watch over the livelihood of Shaga village. I believe you can go anywhere without worry. Qi Zhaozhao catches Chen Shirlu's sneaky, resentful smile with the corner of her eye. She feels that living people are even more frightening than the dead.
Dream on.
Even if I die, I will never be forced or threatened. And I won't let my family suffer just to save myself. Qi Zhaozhao struggles, but Chen Shirlu, used to farm work, has very strong hands. She twists Qi Zhaozhao's arm, almost breaking it.
Stop.
Yun Jiaoyu's cold, sharp voice comes from nearby. Behind her, Tao Gaoshan leads a large group of county officers from Dahuang County, arriving just in time. Older sister-in-law, Qi Zhaozhao and Qi Wenling shout together. Yun Jiaoyu walks over to Qi Wenling and helps him up, saying, today's incident is just a lesson. I was a bit too harsh recently, not something you should copy. This time, I'll teach you as your older sister-in-law. As she finishes speaking, Yun Jiaoyu doesn't hold back. She kicks Li Fu's knee. Li Fu yells, ouch, and drags his left leg, instinctively stepping back a few steps. But before he can go far, Yun Jiaoyu follows with a sweeping kick, causing him to kneel painfully on the ground. Li Fu feels a sharp pain near his thigh, and after falling on his, the pain becomes worse. In the next second, Yun Jiaoyu's cold, dark gaze flickers with icy intent. Her clear voice sounds cold. Wenling, if you can't beat someone, kick the outer side of their thigh, about 4 fingers away from the buttocks. There's a fascia here connecting the thigh and calf, which stabilizes the knee joint. She emphasizes, kick hard here. After kicking, the opponent will temporarily lose their fighting ability. At that moment, if the situation is against you, run. If it's in your favor, seize the moment. When capturing, choke them to death. This will surely keep you safe. Qi Wenlang seemed to open the door to a new world. His eyes showed surprise as he stared sharply at Li Fu's hips, 4 fingers away. He remembered. If something similar happens again, he would definitely act. Yun Jiaoyu walked slowly toward Chen Shirlu, glancing at Li Go-dan hiding behind the curtain. Her clear eyes were cold. Chen Shirlu, let go of my cousin now. Otherwise, I will go into your house and tear your son Li Go-dan into pieces. Chen Shirlu was instantly silenced by Yun Jiaoyu. She squinted her eyes, quickly releasing Qi Zhaozhao without fuss. Her mind was very quick. Frowning, she lowered her voice to threaten, Madam Qi, your Zhaozhao's medical skills are poor. You caused my mother-in-law's death. When I found her, she was already lying in the pigsty, gone. Look at her, so pitiful. Pigs eat everything, and they even bit off my mother-in-law's fingers. Proud and coercive, she said, Madam Qi, I think you should let these officers leave. To avoid making things worse, Zhao Zhao might end up in jail. Yun Jiaoyu remained calm, glancing at the tragic state of Aunt Li. Honestly, Aunt Li's death surprised her. But it was also a fortunate coincidence. Qi Zhaozhao hurried over to Yun Jiaoyu, shaking her head like a rattledrum. Seeing Yun Jiaoyu, she couldn't help but cry.
No.
Sister-in-law, I didn't do it. My brother and I just arrived at Li Go-dan's house. I didn't have time to kill anyone. And the medicine was prescribed by sister-in-law, with ingredients bought in the county town. The shopkeeper in the county town said the herbs were expertly chosen and would surely cure stomach inflammation. How could I have killed anyone? Qi Zhaozhao's words reached Chen Shirlu's ears. Her body suddenly trembled. She hadn't expected the prescription was made by Yun Jiaoyu. She had already told Go-dan to hide the herbs in the house and mix them in the bucket. If the herbs disappeared and her mother-in-law died, and villagers nearby were working, no one would know when Qi Zhaozhao arrived at the Li family. This way, the crime of killing could be pinned on her, and she could control the 3rd branch of the Qi family and marry into them. But now? Chen Shirlu gradually held her breath, a sudden thought flashing in her mind. She was not afraid of boiling water after killing pigs. She shouted and bargained with Yun Jiaoyu. Madam Qi, Zhao Zhao and my family's Go-dan are close. They were just resting together in the house. I think, in the future, we will all be relatives. Let's not cause trouble today. Yun Jiaoyu's lips curled slightly, and her deep eyes flashed with icy coldness. Unknowingly, she was amused. This foolish woman really thinks that by making up lies to clear her name, she can easily manipulate the Qi family's 3rd branch and herself? Li Hu. Chen Shirlu suddenly has a mental episode. It's not safe for her to stay in the village any longer. Take her away, first to the county town for treatment. After she's checked, send her straight to jail, so she can reunite with Li Fu and Li Gooden's family. Yun Jiaoyu didn't bother to give Chen Shirlu another look. After speaking, Li Hu acted harshly, slapping her into unconsciousness. He carried her away, looking for a cart to take her into town. Li Fu and Li Gooden saw this and finally realized how serious the situation was.
Li Fu frowned, confused.
He tried to probe and accuse Qi Xiao's wife. Even if you disagree about the children's matters, you wouldn't send us to jail, right? Besides, we didn't do anything illegal. Why are you sending us to jail? Qi Zhaozhao felt sick, as if she had eaten a fly. She and Li Gooden hadn't done anything wrong, but these dirty-hearted, rotten couple kept trying to slander her. Yun Jiaoyu gently placed a hand on Zhao Zhao's back, her eyes full of concern. Her brow moved slightly, and her sharp voice sounded like ice. Zhao Zhao, if anyone dares to slander you again next time, don't bother to defend yourself. Just tear their mouth apart. Find their weakness, and send them to their death. Qing Er, bring the person up. Soon, Qing Er helped Li Ma's cousin forward. Lida Bo approached the pig pen, looked at his sister's tragic state, and closed his eyes. He was heartbroken and cursed Li Fu, you unfilial son. Even Guo Hua was defending you last night. It's not easy for you, either.
Bah.
Lida Bo, old and unable to handle shocks, didn't want to interfere at first. But after glancing at Yun Jiaoyu and thinking about the benefits she promised, he gritted his teeth and continued to get involved. He angrily cursed, Guo Hua and I grew up together. Both of us are close relatives. Your father died early, and there are no elders left in the family. Only I, a distant relative, am here. Today, I will seek justice for Guofun. Tao Gaoshan also appeared at the right moment. A few days ago, Qi Chongjin had asked for leave from him. His subordinates reported that many horsemen were outside the county office. He guessed that they were busy working on overturning the case. He didn't need to come to Shaju village this time, but he still wanted to make some contributions in front of Yun Jiaoyu. After this couple entered Beijing, they still remembered his kindness. Tao Gaoshan cleared his throat and asked Li Fu, do you understand your guilt? Today, Uncle Li angrily beat the drum and complained, accusing you of mistreating your mother. According to the laws of Daki, anyone who is unfilial or abandons their parents will be whipped 80 times. Those who mistreat their parents will face the death penalty. Tao Gaoshan shook his head. These two laws mean each of you 3 family members will be whipped 80 times and then be executed. Li Fu's mind went blank. He couldn't read or write and had never left Shijuji village. He didn't understand the law at all. Li Guden, a boy in his teens, ran out of the house fearless of anything. Pointing at Yun Jiaoyu, he said, but Lady Qi also abandoned her parents. Her mother-in-law and grandmother were abandoned, weren't they? I heard from villagers that Xiao Lian and Lady Qi work hard every day farming. Isn't that also considered mistreatment? If the laws of Daki are truly strict, then Lord Tao, why are you punishing only our family and not Lady Qi? Li Guden was clever and spoke angrily, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Yun Jiaoyu looked at Li Guden with a serious and unyielding tone. She sneered and said, how do you know I abandoned my parents? After Xiao Lian and Lady Qi left Shijuji village, I sent money to them every month. That is my way of supporting them. How is that abandonment? The money was sent through someone, but whether it reached Xiao Lian and them was uncertain. It had nothing to do with her. Yun Jiaoyu's clear eyes carried a faint coldness, and she suddenly chuckled softly. As for the mistreatment you mentioned, it sounded like heartfelt words. Yun Jiaoyu's gaze was firm and upright. Our Qi family is still considered criminal today. I am young and can gather herbs. My husband can help with some official duties at the county office. My third aunt and her family are skilled in farming and work in the fields every day. Her eyes shone with clarity as she declared loudly, as for Xiao Lian and the others, they have no special skills. Are farming and doing hard labor really a hardship for them? You must understand, they are prisoners, not here to enjoy life.